here's the best part. The front door of the freak bus was a stripper's booty. So when the door opened, it was like a stripper booty opened. And then there's strippers walking out of the stripper. And I'm 20 years old, and I'm standing there, and I'm just like, yeah.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Now, tonight's episode, it's not for the faint of heart. In fact, you might even want to cover your ears. Because tonight, it's about to get filthy, dirty, maybe just a little pervy. It's about to be freaky, nasty, gonna make you want to touch yourself. I'm talking about smut, talking about sluts, talking about putting stuff in your butts. It's gonna get icky, tricky, it's about to get a little sticky. If you think you can't play ball, stick around. It's about to go down. Let's talk about bell. Yeah, taking it from behind. Dixon, tits and balls and clits and assholes everywhere. Let me hear you say, take. Masturbate. Snail trail. Get shoving. Here comes the shotgun. Golden shower. Chocolate cha-cha. Chocolate cha-cha. Rusty trombone. Rusty trombone. Girl on guy, just don't get it in your eye. Here we go. Yeah, girl. You know this man from his work on The Daily Show with Trevor Noah, Roy Wood Jr. College, if nothing else, is an opportunity for you to experience other cultures. I grew up in Birmingham, Alabama. Birmingham in the 90s was very black and white. There wasn't a lot of diversity in the city. So when I went to college in Tallahassee, this was my first time experiencing all these different cultures and foods and people. And music was the one thing that I really got my nose open to, man, because I thought it was just, Southern rap. I thought it was just Outkast and, a little bit of NWA, And I got to college, and my roommate, Cooter, my homeboy, he put me on the Wu-Tang Clan. It was dope. I go, who are these dudes? Why do they think they ninjas? Who are they? Because that's what I thought Wu-Tang was. Just a bunch of niggas who think they Shaolin ninjas. Huh? Yeah. But the most moving music I got exposed to while I was in college was Miami bass. Miami bass music was amazing. Hands down, Luther Campbell of Two Live Crew is the most important rapper in the history of the genre. Matter of fact, I'll double down on that. Luther Campbell of Two Live Crew, the most important musician of the last 30 years. Period. Last 30 years, Luther Campbell, Two Live Crew. All they did was make songs about sex. That's it. Every song, sex. They had song titles like Pop That Coochie, Me So Horny, Throw the Dick, Doo-Doo Brown. I don't know what that one meant. But the music was rhythmic, and it was just... And you could always hear a girl in the background of every Miami bass song. I don't know if it was sex or singing, but you could hear it in the bass. Oh my God, the bass. The bass of this music, man. This is what originated white people. This is the stuff that was shaking your car when a Cutlass would pass by you in 1993. With a booming ass system, with that Miami bass shit rattling the trunk. Luther Campbell's music was so obscene that record store owners were arrested for selling it. That's how crazy it was back in the day. So Luther Campbell decided to be a little, he decided to, you know what, I got an idea to keep these shop owners from getting in trouble. I'm gonna label my albums so that people know that it's vulgar. He created what we know today as the parental advisory sticker. He created that. Nobody else. They still arrested him for obscenity for performing hit songs such as Throw That Dick and Pop That Coochie. But he was the only one that was getting arrested that had the guts to take the government head on, man. This dude took the government head on and won. He won. And because of that, any performer that you can name right now, the only reason you can buy their shit like a regular fucking American is because Luther Campbell fought for the First Amendment to be able to say whatever the hell he wanted to say on a song. And he said a lot of freaky stuff. He had a van. I don't even know how to describe this, but he was a pioneer of promotion as well. And any rap group that you see now that has a van with all of the logos wrapped and all the design, Luther Campbell did it first. And they had a freak van. That's what it was called. It was called Luke's Freak Van. And the 2 Live Crew van, you'd be outside a nightclub at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you could hear this van coming from around the corner. With that booming ass bass subwoofer, the license plate rattling in the drum. And you go outside and you see this van turn the corner, and it had the neon lights on the bottom. It had neon lights on the top. It was like one of them Scooby-Doo kidnap vans. But it had partitions. There were plexiglass partitions in the back part of the van where you could look inside the glass, and inside the glass is a woman just shaking her ass. I'm 18 years old, and there is a van cruising by with half-naked women just popping their ass. And I did what any 18-year-old would have done. I chased this van all the way up West Tennessee Street. I'm running alongside the Luke Freak van, trying to get a glimpse. That's what Luke dancers were about, man. Luke dancers, they were like the SEAL Team 6 of stripping. I don't know how else to describe them, but it was just amazing stuff. And that was a lot of my teenage years in college, was going to Luke shows and just watching all of this debauchery unfold on stage. So imagine my delight, a couple years later, I'm interning at a radio station, and my boss comes up, he goes, hey, I'm having a bachelor party if you want to come to this bachelor party. I go, well, man, I'm 20. You cool with me coming to say, man, I don't care if you're 20, just come on. It's gonna be Luke dances. The Grinch-like smile that came over my face when I found out I had an opportunity to be in the same building as the Luke dancers. So I go to this party. Not only do I go to this party, I iron clothes. I ironed an outfit like I was gonna impress a Luke dancer with a crease in my khakis. Well, hello. Hello, Miss Hip Hop Stripper. How are you doing? So I go to this bachelor party, and I'm sitting in the corner, and I don't know if you ever been to a bachelor party before the strippers get there, but it's very awkward. It's very awkward. It's 20, 30 men just all sitting there, and they just... and they got their wands in their hands. It's like the DMV, but freakier. It's just... Nobody's talking to each other. And then off in the distance, we hear it. And we all light up. Everybody in the room lit up like when you see your daddy's headlights break through the blinds. Because you know he's taking you to the fair this time. He didn't lie. He actually showed up like he promised. I'm sorry, did I open up too much right there? Was that... We hear the music of the Luke van coming. We all rush outside, and what bends the corner is not a van, but a bus. This motherfucker had a freak bus. A huge charter bus comes rolling down part? Because it's 10 o'clock at night in a residential neighborhood. And there is a stripper house rolling down the street. Here's the best part. He had all the graphics and stuff painted. He had 2 Live Crew on the front, and you had women like this. But the front door of the freak bus was a stripper's booty. So when the door opened, it was like a stripper booty open. And then there's people walking out of a stripper booty. It's strippers walking out of a stripper. And I'm 20 years old, and I'm standing there, and I'm just like, yeah. What happens over the next 2 hours changed me. Not only did it change me, it ruined strip clubs. I ain't been to a strip club but 2 times since. Like, it ain't worth it. I saw SEAL Team 6. We get back in the house, and they're taking, I don't even know how to describe this tastefully, but fucking, they had ice cubes, and they just tossing ice cubes. And then another woman would catch the ice cube, and then she would toss the ice cube like some hot potato. You ever seen the Globetrotters? And they pass it. You've seen the Globetrotters before. They come out in the room, and oh my God, man. They taking alcohol and they pouring alcohol and they lighting and there's flaming titties and they dancing. They dancing with flaming nipples and. You gotta remember, this is 1997. This is still dial-up porn, so I've never seen any of this. My only imagery of naked women is like Playboy and scrambled porn, UHF. One of them pulled out a pack of cigarettes. One of the strippers pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and I'm watching this, and I'm like, ma'am, what is gonna happen with the cigarette? And she smoked the cigarette. She smoked a cigarette. She gave herself cervical cancer. Like, I don't know how she smoked a cigarette. And I didn't have any wands, so I had to play the outside. So I'm just observing. And it's weird when you're in the midst of something that chaotic, you can see all the calm points in the room. And just over the flaming titties, like just over them, there's a man, and I can't really make him out from that distance, but there's a man, and he's sitting there, and he's reading a Wall Street Journal. I'm like, how can somebody be reading a Wall Street Journal? They smoking cigarettes. How are you reading this Wall Street Journal? So I inch closer to this man, and I get a little closer, and I can make him out now. It's Luther Campbell. And I'm trying to figure out what to say to this guy, what to say to this man that's done so much for me at this point. Because this is the same man who went all the way to the Supreme Court, and he won. He legitimately changed the face of not only music, but comedy. And you see that from across the room, and it's very easy to put people in one box, you know? But it's not fair, because we can be many things. Is Luther Campbell a man that built his career on some music that a lot of people would consider disrespectful and misogynistic to women? Absolutely, you can make that argument. But you can also make the argument that he was one of the most important legal trailblazers in entertainment in the last 3 decades. You can be both things. And I'm trying to figure out how to put that into the shortest sentence possible, because I don't want to interrupt this man, and I really want to get back to the flaming titties. And I creep over to this man, and I'm trying to figure out what to say. And before I could open my mouth, Luther Campbell lowers his Wall Street Journal, looks me dead in the eyes, and goes, "You're welcome."
she's looking at me going, too long, come now. I'm like, I'm trying. I mean, I can't piss if my brother's on the same floor as me at this age. She's yelling at me right here going, you come now, too long. I'm fucking trying.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Now, tonight's episode, it's not for the faint of heart. In fact, you might even want to cover your ears. Because tonight,
It's about to get filthy, dirty, maybe just a little purdy. It's about to get freaky, nasty, gonna make you wanna touch yourself. I'm talking about smut, talking about sluts, talking about putting stuff in your butts. It's gonna get icky, tricky, it's about to get a little sticky. If you think you can't play ball, stick around. It's about to go down, let's talk about bell. Yeah, taking it from behind. Dixon, tits and balls and clits and assholes everywhere. Let me hear you say, tank, masturbate, snail trail, Dutch oven, shotgun, golden shower, chocolate cha-cha, rusty trombone, girl on guy, just don't get it in your eye. Here we go, yeah, girl. With the star of the series, Delco proper, this is Tommy Pope.
My dad has night terrors. Real fucking deal, too. Night terrors is when you yell in your sleep for no goddamn reason. Oh. 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 Coming from my parents' bedroom. Oh. My entire childhood. Oh. Like a drunk ghost. But my mother only recently told us. Out of nowhere. Recently, at a family party, she's talking to one of my fat aunts. All of my aunts are built for winter. Let's, Out of nowhere, she points, she goes, Tom, your father has night terrors. I was like, what? Then she tells me what they are, and I was like, do you realize for like 30 fucking years, I thought Dad was just a passionate lover? Just coming from his heels every night like, whoa! Whoa! Every time I'd hear his death rattle from the bedroom, like, I guess we're getting another little brother. And I was 6, I was always wondering about sex, so I was like, I'm going in! Charged down the hallway and it's building up. I jammed the door open. My mother, stiff as a board, already looking directly at me, wide awake, like she was fucking waiting for my arrival. My dad's going, oh. She very calmly says, go back to sleep, hon. And I was like, well, I'll never truly sleep again. Do you realize for years that's how I thought sex worked? The man just lays on his back, fist fighting the night, like, and the woman guards the door for intruders, like a fucking bridge troll going, go back to sleep. That's how I first learned about sex. My whole family's fucked up. Whole family is fucked up. Crazy, real crazy, like the real kind. Mental disorders, drug addiction, alcoholism, abuse, violence, partying, sex. And one night, all of these things happened at once. I got 2 older brothers. My middle brother, Brian, got kicked out of Texas A&M for hitting some dude over the face with a pool stick in a bar fight. My oldest brother's bipolar. That's like being in a bar fight every night. With yourself. But I convinced myself, I'm different, you're different. Then I got older, I'm like, you gotta be just like them because we all fell out of my mom's saloon doors. I gotta be next, right? Just waiting for the old crazy switch to click the fuck on. My brother used to throw the wildest parties, the oldest brother. And coming out The morning after one of his parties was like coming out from an underground bunker after a tornado hits. There's just debris everywhere, and you're whistling for a dog that you know in your heart is not there. And one night, I was 15 years old. I was a sophomore in high school, and Steve was 21. My parents decided we were finally old enough that they can go on vacation for the very first time. We're mature enough. My brother took this opportunity to gain my parents' trust, and he threw his biggest fucking banger yet. Plastic on the carpets. There was a keg in every room. There was a nitrous tank in the kitchen. His friends were huffing nitrous out of my mother's blue nursing surgical gloves. But this party was big for me, too. This meant Kristen could sleep over for the first time. I'm 15. That's a big fucking deal. You know? When you're 15, any touch is a good touch. If I grazed the pillowcase at 15, I'm like, I'm up now. I am up. I wasn't a virgin in high school, but I got laid in high school the way white people eat Indian food. Once a year, but you don't shut the fuck up about it for 6 months. So Kristen and I finally get to my parents' house, and it's Mom. There's kids on the lawn, kids in the driveway, kids on the back deck, and I'm scared for the first time to walk in my own place, my own house. I grab her, I'm like, stay close. These people are animals. But I'm not like that. I walk in the door. I'm greeted by the ugliest man I've ever seen in my life. He's 20 years old, already balding, redheaded with a lazy eye. Let that sink in. God was clearly hungover the day he made this fucking monster. It's like he went to get to the second eye and was like... Puts his hand on me, he's like, what the fuck are you doing here? I'm like, I live here. Nobody believes us because we're so young, so now I'm pointing at portraits on the wall. Like, that's fucking me. And here we are at Disneyland with my parents who I'll call if you keep fucking with me. I finally find my brother in the kitchen, bent over the stove with all 4 burners on full blast. He picks his head up. He's got a cigarette in his mouth that's somehow lit in the middle and burning in both directions like a Wile E. Coyote TNT wick. His eyebrows and his goatee completely singed. So now the kitchen smells like nitrous and fucking burnt hair. And his first comment, he goes, fuck are you doing here? I'm like, I fucking live here! I grab her by the arm, I'm like, let's go upstairs. And I just want to cozy into my dry humping station. And then minutes in, all she hears, fuck! Go away! And they just kept banging and banging and banging because everybody else is looking for their own sex station. So I spent the rest of the night cuddling her, telling her I'm different, and protecting the door from intruders like my mother did. And that's where the story should have ended. But like I said, my brothers are animals. So a couple hours later, I get woken up by my brother's best friend, Das, who's also my landscaping boss. White trash. Das shakes me, he's like, get up. Looks at her, he's like, it's okay. We're just gonna take him downstairs real quick. We'll be right back. I know this is not true. We walk down the steps, go right out the front door. The landscaping truck is already running in the driveway. The cab is packed. And I'm like, I got nowhere to go. He's like, lay in the back, keep your head down. If you pick it up, we'll get pulled over by the cops. Dude from the cab's like, get in, pussy, we're getting Asian. And in my head, I'm like, why don't we get it delivered? But I do the thing when you're 15, you just curse unnecessarily and you just play along. I'm like, well, fuck you. You're the one, you're getting delivered, you piece of shit. And I just jump in. I'm in between 2 weed whackers and a gas can. He pulls out, he's going quickly 60 miles an hour down side streets, and I start mapping out my route, because that's what they tell you to do when you get kidnapped. You gotta map out your fucking route. So I'm like, okay, we're taking a left on Marshall Road. That's a right on State. Why are we getting on the highway? Why are we getting on 95? 30 minutes of hell later, we pull into this small little back alley in Center City, Philadelphia. I get out, I got leaves in my hair. There's just a little flickering light, a box window, and a camera pointing straight down. This is 1996. Banks didn't have cameras outside. So I'm like, oh, this is where bad shit happens. So I'm like, hey guys, I thought we were getting Asian. And one guy's like, we are. And they all start laughing. And so I started laughing too. I was like, still not getting it. And like synchronized drunk, 6 heads just point right at the camera. And all you hear is, door opens, 3 feet, another door, another camera. And I'm like, how fucking hard is it to get General Tso's in this goddamn city? This time all you hear is, you cop? And I'm like, no, I'm a sophomore. One dude shakes his head, all he goes, door opens. This time it's a staircase. At the top of the staircase is this jacked Asian dude, also before steroids. This man earned this fucking muscle in a Cambodian prison. I don't know where he found it. And he had a gun obnoxiously hanging out of his belt, like absurdly. You know when you see a terrible porn movie and the guy's delivering a pizza with his dick out? He's like, anybody order extra pepperoni? We knew what was going on, but we walk up the steps. I look around, there's about 30 to 50 Asian women in lingerie. Some holding trays of beer, some with their tits out like they're checking the weather. And I'm like, oh my God, this is the Washi Wash. The Washi Wash is an infamous whorehouse in Philadelphia. This is the Fenway Park of pussy. But you have to be invited here. You have to be invited by the animals. The animals are letting me in their cage. I'm being made into an animal. And then it hits me, I'm gonna have to have sex with a professional. And I don't even masturbate like an amateur. My head's like, dude, you don't have to do this. My legs are like, stairs are right there, just walk down. And my penis is like, why don't we just see what happens first? One dude goes, I want that one. He points at the only clothed old woman in the whole place. That's the mama son. That's like having your selection from any multicolored Lamborghini and be like, yeah, you guys got a Ford Taurus with no tires? I mean old, she looked like a stack of mushrooms. Like, just behind her, 10 beautiful women line up. This woman gets out of line, grabs my hand, probably because I was 15. She's like, this kid's gonna come first. We'll end both of our nightmares. Starts walking me down the hallway, and I'm looking back like a toddler on his first day of preschool, like, I don't want to go, because I'm 15 and shit myself. And as I'm walking down the hallway this way, coming this way, are grown-ass men, twice my age, naked in towels. But they're not towels, they're like dish towels. You know what I mean? Like bar napkins. So every like third or fourth step, you just see a hammer. Just a hammer would fly out. Imagine Snuffleupagus trying to close a shower curtain. So then she throws me into the room. She gets right to business. Right on top, she puts my hands directly on her plastic Barbie doll breasts. And she jumps into cheat code 1, which is moaning, because she knows that shit'll work. And it would normally. But her moan was ridiculous. Her moan just went, ooh, 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 ooh. It sounded like the last puff of an air horn in like a track meet. Like, Ken, this one's dead. We need another one. She knows it's not working. She flips me over. Now I'm on top. She jumps into cheat code 2, complimentary mode. She's like, why are you so big? You play football? I'm like, I'm 5'6". I'm like 80 fucking pounds. I smell like grass. I know you smell the grass. It's in my teeth. I know what she's doing. But I looked her directly in the eyes, and I was like, yeah, I'm a quarterback. And then she starts looking in the corner. And every time she looks in the corner, I look in the corner because I don't know what fucking lurks in the corners of this place. And but she's looking at the clock. She's trying to end this. So every time she looks at the clock, I look at the clock. But when I look at the clock, I got to reboot the system. I found my cheat code. It's a do not come cheat code. So I'm just going up, down, left, right, look at the clock. Up, down, left, right, look at the clock. I'm fucking crushing it. All of a sudden down the hallway, all you hear is, fucking not again. This time all you hear is, get out! Get out! The guy's like, I paid! Get out! I paid! Turns out the guy who was trying to pick out the mama's son used a fake credit card, and now they're rounding us all up. Door by door, closer and closer. She's looking at me going, too long, come now. I'm like, I'm trying! She's like, too long, come now. I'm like, I'm trying! I mean, I can't piss if my brother's on the same floor as me at this age. She's yelling at me right here going, you come now, too long! I'm fucking trying! Shit myself. Door after door. Get out! Get out! Come now! Get out! Come now! Just on the fucking home stretch. Gets to my door. Poof. Door flips open. She dismounts. Look, I've seen the Olympics. I've never seen a move like this before. She rolled off of me completely nude, came back up fully clothed. Just... and then disappears into the little light in between the steroid guy and his gun in the doorway. and I can't hear shit. You know when you watch like a war movie and there's a beach blast, it's like, and the guy's looking around for his arm like, well, that's how I was looking for my pants, like, I sit down, my heart's beating out of my chest. I could see the dude just waiting for me. And he picks his gun up, he's like, you have 15 minutes. He shuts the door. I'm scared. My hearing comes back down the hallway. Fucking mayhem. I don't even know how to get out of this place. I got no exit. I'm frustrated because I've been rubbing genitals with strange women for 8 straight hours. And I have anxiety through the roof, but I know how to get rid of anxiety at that age. So I look at myself in the mirror, and for the first time that night, I know exactly what to do. I turn away from my own reflection, and I feverishly masturbate. Like the father of 10 at a water park bathroom. Sorry. And then shit changed. I was different. I was lighter. I was different. I was a different person. Lighter in the feet, lighter in the balls. I'm walking back down the hallway, winking at guys 3 times my age, like, have fun in there, kiddo. I get outside. All my brother's friends are waiting for me. You know that scene in Goodfellas when Henry Hill doesn't rat on his friends in front of the courthouse? And they're like, you did it! They offered me a seat in the cabin. I was like, no, I'll take the back. I didn't give a shit. I jumped in the back of that pickup truck like it was a fucking hot tub in Hawaii. Smiling ear to ear, looking at the moon like, oh! So anytime I hear someone say, yeah, my family's crazy, I'm like, oh, yeah? So your first time available to sleep with a woman in high school, were you kidnapped? Thrown in the back of a pickup truck? Taken to a whorehouse? Manhandled by an Asian woman who screamed in your face to come while her pimp just banged on the door with the butt of a gun because your brother's best friend you created credit card fraud? So then you're forced to jerk off to your own dimly lit reflection like a vulture. Now you forever associate sex with fear and loneliness? Or do they just drink wine coolers and play Cards of Humanity? Thank you, guys.
God, Scott, you gotta do it. So I go, no, that's degrading. Then the other voice in my head goes, yes, that's why it's so hot.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Now, tonight's episode, it's not for the faint of heart. In fact, you might even want to cover your ears. Because tonight,
It's about to get filthy, dirty, maybe just a little purdy. It's about to be freaky, nasty, gonna make you wanna touch yourself. I'm talking about smut, talking about sluts, talking about putting stuff in your butts. It's gonna get icky, tricky, it's about to get a little sticky. If you think you can't play ball, stick around. It's about to go down, let's talk about ball. Yeah, taking it from behind. Dixon, tits and balls and clits and assholes everywhere. Let me hear you say, take. Masturbate. Snail trail. Dutch oven. Here comes the shotgun. Golden shower. Chocolate cha-cha. Rusty trombone. Girl on guy, just don't get it in your eye. Here we go. Yeah, girl. Some of y'all might know this gentleman from his work on the NBC series Hannibal, but the real fans know him from Kids in the Hall. Scott Thompson, everybody.
People are different, aren't they? No, I mean, because for me, I see this, and I want to smell it. I mean, like, that's right. And I'm gay. I mean, that's how much of a perv I am. I'm like, fuck, I don't even care if it's lady parts. I just like the good stuff. Oh, God. I ain't gonna smell it anyway. Maybe I'm a little bi. Funk is funk, right, people? Funk is funk. So, just get a little bit on me for later. Yeah! A little bit of a doggy bag. Right? What kind of a dog would I be if I didn't leave a little bit of my scent, eh? Gotta mark the stage. Anyways, that ain't my story. I want to talk about a time in my life when I was pretty down, pretty depressed. Anybody out there ever been depressed? Imagine asking that question in a strip club. Anybody ever been down? Everybody just gone out and saw naked women you don't know to make you feel like life isn't horrible? Ever happened to anyone out there? But it was really bad. Like, it was a really bad time in my life. I was really down. It was that kind of depression where when a light bulb burns out, you don't change it. You just abandon the room. So, and you know, when everybody has different ways of coping, you know, with depression, you know, they got the best ones, the standard ones, drugs and alcohol. That's not my thing. Oh, I still do them, and I certainly use it to help, but my thing is sex. I'm a horn dog. I am. I'm a middle-aged man whore. And I've used sex. I mean, I'm not proud of it, but I know if I was straight, I would definitely have a hooker habit. I know that. Definitely a stripper habit. And so what I did was I was feeling bad about myself. I wanted to feel good. And, you know, I know you're thinking, oh, but you're a gay man. Gay men aren't doing that anymore. You're all getting married. You're all being, I can't even say it, monogamous. Monogamous. That's the only way I can get it out. Monogamous. Seems like a foreign word when I can say it. I mean, not all of us, you know, are out there getting married and adopting special needs children. Right? Some of us just aren't made for office work. You know what I mean? You gotta have some agents out there in the field, bringing back the hard data for the scientists. So it was one afternoon. Yes, it gets worse. It was an afternoon. I'm an actor. I've got afternoons off. And, well, that wasn't the real reason. This bathhouse, yes, it was a bathhouse, people. I know. I was a bit of a bathhouse Betty. That's what they called me. It was an afternoon and 2 for 1. The locker's 2 for 1. It's called an early bird special. And so I went out there. Because here's the thing about sex and me. I mean, I grew up as a little nerdy fag. Not good at any sport. I can say nerd. You're allowed to say nerd, right? Well, that's not the N word, is it, nerd? Is it? But I wasn't really good at any sports, but then when I discovered fucking, I discovered I was really good at it. So I thought I needed a workout. So I went down to my favorite spot. And what I like about bathhouses, so many things I like about them. From the lack of a digital trail, which is lovely, to the fact that the bathhouses have the kinds of men that I like. The bathhouses have become sort of a, a closet for the third world. Sort of a Muslim closet, sort of. And I do a lot of outreach to the Muslim community. I mean, they should be paying me to help those men adapt. But this bathhouse had all my favorite kinds of guys. Balding, brown men with accents and flip-flops. Hey, I've seen more Indian men explode than a Pakistani peacekeeper in Kashmir. Woo, you fanned yourself with that one. Woo! That calls for a bit of a roll. So I went out for a little bit of outreach to the Muslim community. And so I go to my favorite bathhouse, and it's a strange subculture, the bathhouse subculture. I call it a subculture so it doesn't seem as perverted and low. But there's two kinds of men at a bathhouse. There's the wolves who prowl. I'm a wolf. Oh, Jesus. I'm a wolf, a prowl. The other kind are the trapdoor spiders. They lay in wait in their lairs, watching with their compound eyes. And when a wolf falls into their lair, they jump on his dick and they ride him until they've got his life fluid. That's how it works. So anyways, I'm there. It's like in the afternoon, I'm wandering around like a wolf, howling occasionally at the moon. And I look in this lair and I see the oddest trapdoor spider. All I can see are his eyes. He's on his hands and his knees. He's dressed completely in black rubber. All I can see are his eyes. Pretty, pretty eyes. Pretty dead eyes. And he has a hose coming out of his mouth that's attached to a funnel, and it's all duct taped to his head. And then he has a sign around his neck that says, "The Human Urinal." I know what you're thinking. You admire him, right, for going for what he wants. But you question his fashion sense. Right? That's why you went like this. And I totally agree. I think that he should have taken a page from Coco Chanel. Coco Chanel said, before you leave the house, always remove one article of clothing, right? Whether it be a bracelet, a scarf, an IV bag. I myself would have removed the sign. I would have let the funnel speak for itself. Right? Just because you're a perv doesn't mean you can't be subtle. So anyways, I'm wandering around and I keep looking in at his lair and he's still there, hopeful, on his hands and knees, waiting for the wolf for the full bladder to drop in. And I keep looking at him and I'm kind of going, wow, and I'm not having a great day. I've been wandering around. I'm there for hours. And I keep looking at him and going, that's intriguing. I mean, I'm a gay man, right? When you're born gay, you have a head start. You know what I mean? I've done everything that 2 to 11 men can do to one another. Right? Yeah, and much of it on skates. So, that's where I am. So I don't judge. I don't judge people by their sex life. My God, when I was a kid, just being a fag could land you in jail. So I don't care what weirdness people are into. But I keep looking at him and going, God, Scott, you gotta do it. You gotta. I mean, your friends will never forgive you if you don't. So I keep going, no, that's degrading. Then the other voice in my head goes, yes, that's why it's so hot. So eventually I look in, and then I've been there, as I said, for hours. So, I mean, people, eventually I have to go. Right? And when you're a man my age, and you have a chance to pee, you take it. You take... God, I'm thinking of bringing the human urinal on a long car ride. I tell you, you could definitely sell him at Shark Tank. Yeah, that's what I should be doing. So eventually I go, just go for it. So I leap into his lair and I lope over, howling occasionally. And then I pull my unit out and I lay it on the lip of his fascinator. And then he waves me away grandly, like Maggie Smith in Downton Abbey, with these words, "Sorry, Scott, not a fan." Not a fan! Yeah! You think you've hit rock bottom? No. You haven't hit rock bottom until your pee isn't good enough for the human urinal. Thank you very much.
Those are two amazing things. Molly's great. Snorkeling's great. Combine them, holy shit. I don't care who you're with. If you snorkel with someone on Molly, you will fall in love immediately.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Ooh, nice teeth. Boys, have a good time. Oh. Ladies, tonight's episode is all about romance.
You know him from his album, This Is Cool, right? Brooks Wheelan, everybody.
I'm gonna tell a story about the greatest love I've ever had. It was 4 weeks long, and then we broke up for over a year. True love, guys. It happened like any modern romance. Drunk as fuck in a liquor store parking lot. After I was at Red Lobster for my best friend's 53rd birthday. And I was 26, so that's where I was in my life at this point. That's where I was. So we're drunk as shit at Red Lobster, and we're like, let's get more booze. Go to a liquor store parking lot, I see a lady with cool pants. I'm a smooth motherfucker. So I told her, hey, you got dope ass pants. And we just started making out. Right there in the parking lot. Like two dumpster fires in the night. Romance. It was disgusting, actually. People were like, go to an alley, have some self-respect. What are you doing? Too much. But I was very into this girl. I was so into this girl. She had a shaved head, and I was like, this is exotic. This is so exotic. Turns out later, she had lice. That's why she had a shaved head. I didn't know that then. I thought it was a fashion choice. It was a health choice. Because she had dreadlocks, because she was a Trustafarian. I don't know if you know what this is. It's a trust fund hippie. It's a hippie who has not earned the lifestyle. Yeah, she's not the best, okay? Not a great persona for hippies, all right? Because, like, she taught me a lot about the hippie lifestyle, and that is the most important part about being a hippie is having parents who started a business. Because you need money to be a hippie. You need money to not give a shit about the world. That's very important. There's no hippies at Quiznos, you know? Like, you need to be able to have no job. You can't be like, dude, fuck the world. They're like, that's fine. I ordered the Baja chicken sandwich. I would like it right now. But she taught me about being a hippie, and I was into it. I was like, this is cool. This is all great. This is all fantastic. This is wonderful. And 2 weeks into meeting this lovely lady, we went to Maui, and we went to her house that she had there. We broke into it. We did, and we rented mopeds in Maui, and she took her top off on the mopeds while we were riding around. I was like, there's people around. And she's like, it doesn't matter. And I'm like, you're the coolest motherfucker I've ever met. Like, this is amazing. You don't care who sees your boobs. This is crazy. This is amazing. And then we stopped at a beach, and she had a fanny pack, and she pulled out of the fanny pack a weed, coke, and Molly. Which is too much. That's too much. I was like, what? Why all three on this day trip? How come? Leave two at home. Let's pick one. Let's pick. This is a different crime now. This is a different crime. If we get caught with weed, they're like, look at these lovebirds. If we get caught with weed, coke, and Molly, we're fucking drug kingpins. And I think you're fantastic, and I'm gonna be chivalrous, and I'm gonna jump on their grenade and be like, it's all my drugs. Get out of here, babe. Here, crazy hippie, you're gonna forget you dated me in 4 hours. And I'm just gonna be in jail for a while. But we took the Molly, and we went snorkeling. Those are two fantastic things. Those are two amazing things. Molly's great. Snorkeling's great. Combine them, holy shit. I don't care who you're with. If you snorkel with someone on Molly, you will fall in love immediately. That day, I don't give a shit. If I snorkeled on Molly with Donald Trump, I would be up here right now being like, you don't know him like I do. You don't know him. We held hands and a turtle swam underneath us. His hair looked like spaghetti down there. A beautiful man. We had a great time in Hawaii. Fantastic time. Fell in love. Told each other we loved each other. She told me, we were 26. She told me, she's like, I've been proposed to 3 different times. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Red flag. But in my brain, I was like, those guys are suckers. Like, so we come back to Los Angeles. We come back to reality, and we're here. And she comes over to my house like 4 days after we get back. She comes over to my house like 4 in the morning, and she's on Molly. And looking back, I don't know if she ever wasn't. I'm not sure. But she came back, and I was like, oh, so good to see you. It's like 4 in the morning. And she was like, we have to break up. And I was like, terrible to see you. Never mind. This is terrible. Why? Why do we have to break up? And she just goes, we have different spirits. And I was like, what? What do you want my spirit to be? I'll change it. Like, what? Do you want my spirit to also love the string cheese incident? That's fine. It could love the string cheese. Do you want my spirit to know more than 3 Grateful Dead songs? I'll learn. Like, just teach me what you want my spirit to be. And she's like, I can't do this. And she left. And then before she left, I was like, marry me. And that was 4 times for her. Yeah. So she leaves, and I don't see her for a while, and I'm bumming. And a few months go by. I play cool. I don't hit her up. At this time, I'm trying to do acting, and my manager and agent are like, you're bad at acting. You got to take an acting class. And I was like, why? I thought I was crushing it in those auditions. And they're like, our feedback is that you shake and apologize. And I was like, oh yeah, I do, but if I got the job, I won't, I'll have the job. There's no nerves anymore, yeah. They're like, you have to take an acting class. I was like, fine, I'll take this acting class. So I go into this acting class, and it sucks. If you've never taken one, don't. They're boring. I'm sitting there, it's very boring, and then out of nowhere, I get a text from this girl. It's been 3 months, and she just texted me. She's like, do you want to get coffee now? And I looked at it, and I put my phone in my pocket, and I did the best acting I'd ever done. I just stood up, and I go, my friend was in a car wreck, and I left. I left the act, so they didn't even see me look at my phone. In their brain, they're like, that guy got some intuition or something. He's like, my friend's got in a car wreck, I gotta go right now. I ran. I got in my car and I drove to this coffee shop down Sunset, not far from here. And I sat with her, and I was like, so, in my stupid male brain, I'm like, we're back together, right, baby? You know, and she's like, oh, no, I just, like, wanted to see how you are. I'm seeing someone else now. And I was like, oh, God, why? No, like, and I immediately started crying. And she was like, I can't deal with this. You know, I understand. And she left, and I was sitting there crying. And also, never went back to my acting class. My career has suffered for that. Never went back. Sitting there crying. I was so bummed after this. It was so devastating. I was so devastated. I started listening to like 9 Inch Nails and getting it. That's a bad place to be in your life. You never want to hear Trent Reznor lyrics and be like, that is how it is. Like, I had these crazy ideas to get her back. I was like, I know what I'll do. She thought I was lame. I didn't like snakes. I'll go to a pet store, I'll hold a snake, and I'll send a photo and be like, look how brave I am. Like, that's how crazy I was, but I didn't do it because I'm scared of snakes, and that's ridiculous. And people are like, don't be afraid of snakes. I'm like, don't be weird. You know, like, that's the real, like, people who like snakes are weird. They're like, snakes are more afraid of humans than them. I'm like, fuck you. No, they're not. Like, snakes never took acid in Joshua Tree, then had a meltdown. I've never seen a snake crawl on top of a van and be like, there's people down there. You know, like, I don't, it's different. So time goes by, like 6 months, I slowly get over it, like slowly build over it. And then I get put on this program, Saturday Night Live, which was cool. But the only reason I really got excited to be on it was because she would know. Like, that's really, they're like, you're on Saturday Night Live, how great? I'm like, she's gonna find out. And they're like, who? I was like, never mind, this is great. Because I knew she watched Saturday Night Live. She watched that show, and no offense, she's kind of dumb. The show is kind of for dumb people. It is. It is for high school kids, and then you grow out of it unless you're kind of a dumb adult. And would I be saying this if they had not fired me? Fuck no. I'd be like, it's the #1 hit show ever. But I got fired, so whatever. I was just excited to be on it because I knew she'd find out. And so once I got on it and did like a couple episodes, I sent her a real petty email. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot about the greatest gift she gave me. Right after we broke up, it was a few weeks, and I found out that she had actually given me a present, and that present was scabies. Yeah, I had gotten scabies from this girl, which is a skin disease pirates get when they fuck dirt. So I had gotten scabies from her. I forgot about that part of the story. But she wasn't even around to cuddle while I itched, you know? It's usually a real itchy disease. So like I sent her this email when I got on that show, and I was like, basically it was petty. I was just like, the title was basically, you suck. You know, like, I was like, I loved you so much, all you gave me was scabies. You're a mean person. Send. And I was like, ugh. And right away, I got an email back from her that was just like, I'm sorry. Like, I apologize. I was immature. I was going through some things, and I just, you know, I didn't behave properly. And I was like, oh, wow, that's very nice. Like, how do I respond to this? And then I go, I know how to respond. I don't say fucking nothing. And then I win this relationship. Like, I have the upper hand right now. This is great. So, like, I didn't respond. I walked around with my head held high for like 6 months. I was like, yeah, you won. You won that relationship. This is fantastic. And then 6 months later, I saw the movie Descendants, which happens in Hawaii. And I was like, oh, I miss her so bad. And I sent her like a 3-page email being like, you have a beautiful soul. I'm sorry for my mean email. And she never responded to that email. So she actually won the fucking relationship. I fumbled it at the 2-yard line. Sucks so bad. But I'm very lucky that she broke up with me because I would have done anything for this person. Like, I was crazy. I was out of my mind. Like, I wouldn't be doing stand-up comedy right now. That's the truth. I wouldn't be up here talking, doing stand-up comedy. I would be in a treehouse somewhere, pretending to like poetry, like wearing a leather vest with a beaded falcon on it, you know? Like, that's what I would have been doing, you know? Like, so thank God we broke up. But, you know, that relationship was all based off of one simple thing. Some really dope fucking pants. But that's not really true. It's mostly Molly and snorkeling. So that's my story. Thank you guys very, very much.
You know, God closed the door, and then he opens a window, and my window happened to be a giant, ethnically ambiguous punk rock chick with big titties. Looking like if The Rock was a suicide girl.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Ooh, nice teeth. Boys, have a good time. Ladies, tonight's episode is all about romance.
This gentleman has a brand new stand-up album titled If These Balls Could Talk. Please give it up for my friend Louis Katz.
So I've always been a very romantic guy, and then at some point, something took a turn in me and I became very cynical. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when that happened, but if I'd take a wild guess, I'd say it could be July 2nd, 2006 at 8:53 in the morning. That was when my 6-year relationship that was supposed to end in marriage instead ended when I found out for the last 2 of those 6 years she was fucking another dude. Yeah. It's weird figuring out that someone you're with is cheating on you. It's kind of like solving a murder mystery, except you're the victim. I should have seen it coming. All the signs were there. You know, she was distant. She wasn't returning my phone calls as quickly as she used to. Her pussy tasted like dick. My friends would try to cheer me up. They'd be like, don't worry, at least you get some good material out of it. All I got was that pussy tastes like dick joke. Not worth it. I was super depressed. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I even invented my own sex move as a way to try and get back at her, kind of like the donkey punch or the dirty Sanchez. I invented my own move. I called it the Vengeful Louie. Here's how it works. You find out your girl's cheating on you, but you act like everything's cool, right? Then you go in for the makeup sex, right? And then right before you're about to come, you pull out, then you start crying, she leaves, and you never trust anyone ever again. The Vengeful Louie. Being cheated on really, it fucked me up, man. I was completely broken, and I thought the only way I'd ever get better would be if I fell in love again, and I didn't think that was possible. And I was in that mindset still a year later, doing a gig in Portland, Oregon. And after the show, I'm looking for a place to eat. I finally find one place that's open, but sitting out front, blocking the door, are 2 gutter punks. Right, all right, one person knows. Gutter punks, of course, they're like the young rock and roll homeless. I always got all the patches on their clothes, and the tats and the piercings, looking like a band that went camping and then got super lost. He's got a dog that's somehow cleaner than all of them. And as I get close to the door, I'm about to walk in, instead of asking me for change, they get up, follow me into the restaurant. Turns out they weren't homeless, they were the waitstaff. Yeah, it can be hard to tell in Portland where everyone's dressed like they're in some stage of camping. So I go inside and I notice the one that's helping me out, she's actually kind of cute. I'm thinking, I gotta say something cool to impress this fine-ass gutter server. So I'm like, I'm just traveling through town, I'm a stand-up comedian, I tour all over the place. And she's like, oh, that's really cool, I love to travel too. I actually used to hop on trains. I'm like, that's so funny, because when I first saw you, I thought you were homeless. Classic pickup line. And believe it or not, it worked. I got her number, and I started talking on the phone regularly with the most uniquely beautiful woman I've ever met in my life. You never seen anyone like her. I mean, she was nearly 6 feet tall, part black, part white, part Native American, part Hawaiian. So you see her, you're like, oh, she must be the first of a new master race of Amazonian superwomen. Or like the world's largest Filipina. Plus, she had all that gutter punk style, you know, with the tats and the piercings, and she had purple hair and was shaved on the side. I was like, oh, this is perfect, you know. I could totally picture her defending my honor as we roam through a post-apocalyptic wasteland. I was amazing. It was as if the universe was making up for me being cheated on by bringing me my dream girl. You know, God closes the door, and then he opens a window, and my window happened to be a giant, ethnically ambiguous punk rock chick with big titties. Looking like if The Rock was a suicide girl. So we're talking on the phone. It's that early stage of the relationship. We're just getting to know each other. And it's like every new thing I'm learning about her just making me more and more into her. You know, I found out she used to do heroin. So, you know, that's interesting. And she was starting to strip. Like, cool, we both work in nightclubs. She stabbed a skinhead. I'm fucking living the dream. She had a baby. She's totally down to fuck. Awesome. But between the baby and the possible manslaughter charge, I'm thinking I should not see her anymore. So I fly up to Portland to see her some more. We meet up. She shows up. She's already pretty drunk. Proceeds to get drunker. We end up sleeping together, but we don't have sex because, like I said, she's very drunk. And also remember, like she's almost 6 feet tall. It's very awkward trying to have sex with someone that much bigger than you. You know, it's less of a doggy style, more of a jockey style. You know. So we wake up in the morning. She's like, hey, could you get me a beer? I'm like, okay. I get her a beer, and she chugs a beer. She's like, could you get me another beer? I'm like, all right. Get another beer. She chugs the beer. Apparently she was playing some kind of one-woman drinking game called alcoholism. But after chugging only 2 beers, she was pretty sober, relatively, for her. And we're having a great time. You know, we're just fooling around, making each other laugh. She was super funny. She always called me either one of two things. She either called me a Toots, like some kind of Waffle House waitress named Trixie, or woman. It's a funny thing to call a dude. And we're sitting there messing around in bed, and I'm just kissing her all over, and I keep kissing her. I'm not even thinking that I'm doing it, but I keep kissing her like here and here. And at one point, she kind of nonchalantly just stops me. She goes, hey, why are you doing that? And I didn't even realize it till she said it, but I was kissing her on these scars she had from where she tried to kill herself. I was super embarrassed at the time, you know. I just revealed so much about both of us. We were naked, but all of a sudden it got way more intimate than either of us wanted it to be. You know? I mean, there's so many weird things I could have been doing in bed with her that would have been so much easier to explain why I was doing. If I was just perched on the edge of the bed, just flicking my nutsack, staring at her. She'd be like, why are you doing that? Well, let me take you to the Scrotum Flickers subreddit. There's a whole bunch of us. We're a community. But I didn't know how to explain why I was kissing her suicide scars like some kind of Living Morrissey lyric. I guess I could have tried to explain myself. Like, I don't know, you got daddy issues, I'm kissing your boo-boos. I've got a savior complex, you got wounds on your wrists. I mean, isn't it obvious? This is just my way of asking you, will you go codependent with me? She leaves, and I have this horrible feeling in my stomach. And I realize I have fallen in love again. And I knew it was going to end badly, but to me, that was the best part. You know, shit wasn't going to go down like it did with the last girl. You know, my ex had stabbed me in the back. This girl would never do that. She stabbed me right in the face. And yeah, I knew it was going to hurt, but after being cheated on, that's what I thought love was like. It hurt. You know, it wasn't all bells ringing and birds chirping. No, that was a fantasy. That kind of love was one of those things that only happens in the movies. You know, like wacky food fights and double penetration. No, this is how real love felt. You know what I mean? It was scary, it was painful, and it was going to tear me up from the inside. Like double penetration. So we keep having this long distance relationship, seeing each other on and off again over the course of the year. I would always love talking to her because if I ever had a bad day, she would always cheer me up. Like I remember this one day I was having I was really struggling with this new queef joke I was working on. So I call her up. I'm like, I really got to talk to you. She's like, I really got to talk to you too. I got evicted from my apartment. They fired me from my job, and they took away my baby. Yeah, I can't even begin to imagine bringing up the queef joke now. That's a lot of problems for one person to deal with, but I'm like, it's not a problem for me. I can solve this. I can save you. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to buy you a ticket from Portland down to L.A. You can come stay with me while we put you in a rehab. And I did it right there and then. Bought the ticket. She flew down the next day. Huge mistake. Because it wasn't true. She couldn't live with me because I live with my parents. Yeah, kind of an unspoken rule at my folks' place. Don't bring home any alcoholic stripper hobos if they're not Jewish. So now we're holed up in a seedy motel less than a mile from my parents' nice house. I'm constantly paranoid my mom's gonna drive by and see us. I'm sneaking her food from their kitchen, E.T. style. Or Stranger Things style if you're closer to her age. And finally, after about a week, I find a rehab that has room for her. We put her in, and she starts following the program and getting better. It just felt so great. You know, it's like, wow, you know, it's like a good deed that I could fuck. And time passes. I'm not really hearing from her. Sounds like she's following the program and sobering up, and I'm thinking, wow, you know, this is amazing. You know, we're not together, but this is the happy ending I was looking for. Then I get a call from her. She ran away from the rehab with a street poet named Trash Can. Now she's living on the streets, and she's back on heroin. Yeah, that's the thing with this girl. You know, addicts have to hit rock bottom before they can quit something. She would hit a rock bottom and then drill through that rock bottom to find a new, deeper, shittier rock bottom, like some kind of life fracker. Now I'm getting random calls from her while she's homeless. At one point, Trash Can calls me. Very charming guy. I get it. I get one last call from her. She calls me up. She says, Trash Can is dead. I don't know what to do. You gotta help me. Like, oh shit, how'd he die? She said, he said he would kill himself if I left him. And I did, and he did. Goddamn, Trash Can is a man of his word. I mean, that's a real romantic right there. How am I supposed to compete with that? There's enough chocolate-covered pineapple in the world for that edible arrangement. Look, I don't know what you want from me. I already flew you down from Portland to Los Angeles. I struggled and fought to get you to rehab. I put you in the rehab, and still you managed to fuck it all up. So why don't you stop calling me, lose my number, and I hang up on her. So I'm driving to pick her up. So I'm a driver to the Greyhound station over in Hollywood, get her a ticket back to Portland. She can go be a homeless junkie where she knows the bus schedule. And we get to the station, but instead of walking in to buy the ticket with me, she decides she's gonna lie down on the ground in the middle of the parking lot, start screaming, crying, and throwing a fit. Luckily, it is a Greyhound parking lot, so that kind of thing happens like every hour on the hour. I'm standing there trying to reason with this clearly unreasonable person, and as I'm talking to her, 3 older, well-dressed white ladies start coming at me and looking like Nick at Night moms coming from a bake sale. I was scared of my mom catching me. Now I got 3 moms, and they're coming at us fast, and they're asking questions in a typical mom fashion. You know what I mean? Like concerned, but also a dash of disapproval on top there. At first, I get kind of defensive. Like, look, can a man attempt to abandon a young girl in a Greyhound parking lot without being judged? But then it seemed like they actually wanted to help. You know, they're checking her vitals and making sure she stays conscious and stuff like that. So I'm thinking like, oh, maybe they're nurses. And one of them pulls me aside and goes like, this is really serious. We've got to get her out of her quick, because if we don't, the psychiatrists are going to come and they're going to pump her full of drugs. I was just worried about getting her on the bus. I didn't know we had to look out for psychiatrist street gangs. Whose turf is this? The Freudian Crips? Or the Young Youngians? Finally, I put it together in my head. Irrational fear of psychiatry. We're in Hollywood. They're not nurses. They're Scientologists. They didn't come from bake sale. They came from praying to Xenu, the galactic overlord. All praises due upon him. No disrespect. Still trying to make it in show business. Now I'm thinking, like, I don't know, maybe Scientology would be a good option for her, you know? If she ever quits heroin, she'll need an equally time-consuming hobby. Maybe Tom Cruise will come through and save the day. That's right. The originator of jockey style. And then at one point, even these nice ladies are like, we don't know what else we can do for her. They're like, we're gonna call 911. I'm like, wait, don't do that. I get down on my knees and start whispering right in her ear, like saying, look, Toots, stop fucking around. They're gonna call the police. I don't want you to go to jail. Please get up right now. And as I'm talking to her, her head gets heavy in my hand. I can't find a pulse, and she doesn't seem to be breathing. So they call 911. An ambulance comes screaming into the parking lot. Somehow they manage to revive her. As soon as she comes to, she starts kicking and screaming, freaking out even worse than before. It takes 2 large EMT guys to restrain her, and they strap her down to the gurney, and they're pushing her into the ambulance, and there's tears and mascara pouring down her face. And before they close the doors, I'm like, look, Toots, please, just listen to the doctors. Do what they say. You'll get better. And she goes, I'm never getting better. And it just kind of knocks the wind out of me, because I realize, you know, like, maybe she's right. You know, maybe she's never getting better, because maybe nobody ever really gets better. You know, I thought if I fixed her, it would fix me, but I couldn't do it. I wish I could, but I wish I knew how. I wish there was some kind of instruction manual for fixing people. And the ambulance drives off, and one of the ladies comes up to me with a kind look in her eyes, and she says, have you ever read Dianetics? That was the moment I stopped being a romantic. Thank you guys very much. Good night.
And I just stood there in 3 feet of sewage water as my shit was like floating by me, getting ruined. And I just stared into the eye of my boyfriend's ex-girlfriend's butthole.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Ooh, nice teeth. Boys have a good time. Oh. Ladies, tonight's episode is all about romance.
The podcast is called Guys We Fuck. Christina Hutchinson!
So, 3 years ago, my comedy partner, Corinne Fisher, and I, we started Guys We Fuck, the anti-slut-shaming podcast. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we started out interviewing a guy that one of us has fucked. And in an attempt to kind of learn more about ourselves and, help maybe shed the shame that some people carry on their shoulders about their own sexuality. And we kind of each went into the podcast having a person in our lives that caused us a lot of emotional turmoil. For Corinne, it was her ex-boyfriend who dumped her out of the blue and left her heartbroken. For me, it was a famous porn star named Stoya who dated my boyfriend for 2 years right before I started dating him. Comedy gold. But she's not what you think of when people like think of a typical porn star. Like, this girl is stunning. Like, she has the face of Megan Fox and the body of Megan Fox. And then every once in a while she'll publish this think piece about sexuality or feminism that'll make you go, wow, that's brilliant. And You know, and when I first met Steven, they were dating. It was on the set of a music video that he was directing. And I remember we were on set one day, and he's like, yeah, my girlfriend's a famous porn star named Stoya. And I was like, oh, word? Tell me everything. And I just egged him on to tell me all these stories about their sex life, and it was fascinating. And a year later, she dumps him, leaves him heartbroken. 7 days after that, I start dating him. And I gotta say, if anybody in here ever has the opportunity to see their significant others, very attractive, very good at sex, ex-girlfriend, do a hardcore anal scene with a Coke can dick online, don't take advantage of that situation. It's gonna put you in a weird place for a couple of years, turns out. Yeah, then you're gonna do a podcast where you interview every guy you've ever slept with because you feel femasculated. That's what happens when that happens. Yeah, that's not a real word. There's no word in the English language that is the female equivalent of emasculated, which is fucking insane to me because that is the only way I could begin to describe how it feels to immediately follow a girl who, as part of her job, she'll just walk on stage exactly like this, in front of a group of strangers, right? She'll just take off all her clothes and come everywhere, and then everyone's like, this is the best day of my life, I'll never forget this. But then for my job, I walk on stage in front of a group of strangers, fully clothed the whole time, and then I'm just like, hey, does anybody want to hear a riddle? Or, you guys want to... You want to hear a riddle? What do? You teacher? Oh, you gonna jerk off to that girl's vagina? Okay, that's fine. No problem. I'll keep my riddle right here. Come to me when you're done. Get it? Come? I don't know. Whatever. It was hard. It was hard because he was still telling me all these things that I didn't want to hear. Like one of the worst things he told me when we started dating was, he said, sometimes Stoya, she would take my hand and put it up her skirt to let me know how wet I made her in public. And I was like, oh, God. Do I gotta do that? Or... I don't think I can do that. And I started to notice things. Like I started to notice that every porn store in New York City, they all have the same poster hanging on the front of their door. And it's just all these chicks, like hot chicks with like pirate outfits on. One of them had an eye patch, but she somehow like made it hot. It was very confusing. And then one of the women on the poster was Stoya. And then she would just stare at me as I walked by, like, my pussy's better than yours. And I have an acting credit, so fuck you. A couple months into us dating, I was at his apartment in Brooklyn where she used to live. They broke up, she moved out. And I went to change his sheets, because it had been a while. And I removed the fitted sheet off of his bed, and I noticed this large puddle stain on his mattress. And I was like, hey, Steven, can you come here real quick? What? Did you spill a gallon of iced tea on your bed? What the fuck is that? And he's like, oh, Stoya, when she has an orgasm, she just squirts everywhere, and, you know, oh, she does? Oh, that's great. Cool. Hey, would you be a dear? Get a new mattress pad, please? Thank you. When I first went into his apartment, I noticed at the top of his closet in his room, he had all these boxes on the top of his shelf, and they had a naked lady on them. And for the longest time, I was like, I don't want to know. But then after the jizz sheet thing, I was like, maybe I want to know. And I took a closer look, and I noticed that naked lady was Stoya. And I was like, Steven, quick question. What the fuck are those? And he was like, those are Stoya's fleshlights. She forgot to take them before she moved out. I'm like, I'm sorry, what's a fleshlight? If you don't know, you know. You look like you have a couple. If you don't know, a fleshlight is a sex toy for a guy, okay? It looks like a giant plastic flashlight. You unscrew the cap, and it's a pussy that you stick your penis in. Or a butthole or a mouth. And all the big porn stars have a line of fleshlights that are molded off of their actual buttholes and vaginas and mouths. And he had 12 of them up there on the shelf. I was like, I don't think you need any of those, right? Isn't that like the etiquette? Like, you move on from one girl to a new girl, right? You throw the old girl's vagina in the trash. That's like the nice thing to do, right? It's like polite, it's like manners. And he's like, oh, sorry, I throw him out. Thank you. You know. Very shortly after that, Stoya's face appeared on the cover of the Village Voice, which is a free newspaper in New York City. It's on every street corner in a little plastic kiosk. Her face was on the cover, and the headline read, "The prettiest girl in New York is a porn star." And it was on every fucking corner that I went to. And my life, there was a point where my life just became this horrible nightmare funhouse. And instead of, when I looked in the mirror, instead of seeing a 300-pound version of myself staring back at me, it was just Stoya. I would wake up in his bed in a pile of her stale jizz. I'm like, all right, that's fine. No, whatever. Just brush it off as bad as the past. And then I would go to get dressed, and I'm just staring at a shelf of her best-selling orifices. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to go out and get a walk, go for fresh air. And then I would walk outside, and there she was, hanging on the front of a porn store with a fucking pirate outfit on, I'm better at sex than you, whatever, acting credit. And then I would literally walk 10 feet to any corner, and then there she was again, and I'm prettier than you. So. And this whole time I was building her up in my head to be this huge bully who was tormenting me. And sometimes I would respond back out loud, and I'd be like, you're not better than me, you're not prettier than me. No, you're a fucking whore. You're just a fucking sex worker. That's what you are. Yeah. And there was a couple times where I debated, maybe I should just end it and escape this shit and never talk to him again, and I wouldn't feel this way. But I couldn't, because as bad as that was, it didn't compare to how good it felt to hold Steven's hand or to sit across from him at dinner. So I couldn't. And I decided, you know what? I gotta change my strategy. I gotta change what I'm doing here. And I took a long, hard look at all of my insecurities, and I scooped them up and I shoved them deep down into a dark hole. And I'm like, I know what I gotta do. I gotta one-up this bitch. Don't ever try to one-up a porn star. It's not gonna work out well. The first time that I went to the ER for a sex injury was Christmas of 2012. It was our first Christmas together. I was so excited. He got me the most amazing gifts. He got me this beautiful vintage coat, and I'm obsessed with popcorn. I eat it every day. And he got me this giant suitcase, and I opened it, and it was filled with 30 boxes of popcorn. I was like, oh my God, you know me so well. And then his parents left the room, and he gave me another gift. I unwrapped it, and it was the biggest dildo that I have ever seen in my entire life. Didn't even know they made him that big. And I had been bragging to him this whole time about sexual things that I didn't do, but I said I did them. And so out loud, I was like, oh, yeah, this is a good size, yeah. It's great. But inside, I was like, that's not gonna fit in there. I don't think I can fit that in my mouth. But I was really trying to keep this ruse up, so I was like, we should use it tonight. So we go back to his apartment in Brooklyn, and before I go into the bed, I go in his bathroom and I look in the mirror and I give myself a little pep talk. I'm like, Christina, women have been pushing babies out of their vaginas since the beginning of time. Okay, you were born for this shit. Okay, you're gonna go in there, you're gonna take that dildo like a grown-ass woman, and you're not gonna let him see you cry. And then I burst into the bedroom like, where is it? I can't wait, so excited, so wet. And I purposely positioned myself so that he was behind me and he couldn't see me go like, who's got acting credit now, bitch? And the whole time I was like, whew, all right, this is new, but maybe this is what I'm supposed to love. We had sex and we went to bed and it was okay. But then in the middle of the night, I woke up with excruciating pain in my lower abdomen. And I woke Steven up. I was like, Steven, I don't know what the fuck's happening, but we need to go to the ER. I don't know what's going on. We get there, and there was no gynecologist on site. And so they had to get this very reluctant old male doctor to stick his fingers up me and give me an exam. And I was crying because it hurt. I was in so much pain, but it also felt kind of rapey. Like I didn't want him to do it. He didn't want to do it. But it kind of had to get done. And Steven was squeezing my hand really tight, and I looked up at him, and he had a tear rolling down his face, and he was so sad that I was in so much pain, and it was this weird, connected, beautiful moment, And the doctor was like, oh, you've had 2 cysts on your ovaries burst. And right as I was about to say, I took a bigger dildo than I could handle, doc, I'm sorry. He cut me off. He's like, oh, this happens to a lot of women, and sometimes it happens out of nowhere. I'm like, oh, God, thank God. Praise the Lord. Okay, good. Cool. And then the second time I went to the ER for a sex injury, it was from butt stuff gone awry. I was just pretending to love anal, and there was a lot of bleeding involved. And I wish I could say I learned some beautiful lesson from that story, but it's just I had to eat more fiber. That was all that was. Yeah, that's all it was. But shortly after that, we moved in together. And I never lived with a boyfriend before. I was so excited. And about 6 months into us living together, Hurricane Sandy hits New York City. And our apartment is situated in a flood A zone. And if you don't know, that is the floodiest zone. That is the get the fuck out of here zone. But we stayed. We're like, hurricane, schmurricane, whatever. And our apartment is a duplex. The bottom level is in the basement of the building. And when Hurricane Sandy was at its peak, that basement level ended up flooding with 3 feet of sewage water, which I didn't even know was possible. And it came up from the toilet and the tub and the sink. The lights were flickering on and off. I was like, holy shit, this is Armageddon. And all of our shit was getting ruined downstairs, so we were running everything upstairs as fast as we could. And I go in the closet of his office. I go to grab a box. I'm like, oh my God, a flashlight. Perfect. And I grab it. I couldn't really see, and I unscrew the cap, and I was like, oh, word. There was no light bulb. And I just stood there in 3 feet of sewage water as my shit was like floating by me, getting ruined. And I just stared into the eye of my boyfriend's ex-girlfriend's butthole. And all those insecurities that I had shoved deep, deep down in that fucking hole came bubbling right back up. And I ran upstairs with her butthole in my left hand, and I fucking let him have it. I screamed at him. Everything that I'd ever felt about her came out onto him. I wouldn't even let him talk. And I was like, you said you would throw these away? You told me you would throw these away. And he goes, I did. I threw them away. I kept one because I thought it was funny. It's like, how often do you date somebody with a best-selling butthole? But that's when I knew, oh, you're over her. I'm not. And I still really, it had been 4 years since I've been feeling that way, and I wanted so desperately to get rid of it. And we had been debating interviewing her on my podcast for a long time, and he would always go, are you sure? And then I would say some sideways comment about her, something shitty, and he would go, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put her in that position. But that night, I was like, oh, we're interviewing her. And he's like, okay, I'll ask her. And the next day, she said, okay. I'm like, oh, she said okay? Okay, cool. That's cool. That's fine. No, I'm glad. And the morning of the interview, I remember I was at the studio. I showed up an hour early, smoked a pack of cigarettes outside. I was like, she's not better than me. She's not better than... Fuck her. She's not better than me. And she rounded the corner, and she had this big, giant sweater on and a venti Starbucks cup. And she was like, hey, oh, this is the weirdest day ever, right? And I was like, oh, I love you. Oh, fuck. And we interviewed her, and she began to tell me all these stories about people in her life that think they know her, and they kind of treat her like a second-class citizen because of it. Like, she can't get an apartment in the city. Like, 9 times out of 10, the landlord will make her pay a year's worth of rent up front, so she can't get a place to stay. She has had bank accounts get shut down on her by multiple banks, and so have all of her porn star friends for no reason, but, we know the reason. And she has men say these foul things to her on the street. But one of the things that she said that really resonated with me, she goes, it feels like I'm standing on top of a pedestal inside of a garbage can. And I was like, fuck. But I was so upset with myself because I realized, oh, shit, I'm a part of the garbage can. And I hated it. But ever since that interview, everything with Steven and I, it's like 20,000 pounds of weight lifted off of my shoulders, and our relationship has been amazing ever since. I can be vulnerable with him. I can be honest with him. I'm sexually explorative because I want to be. But the best takeaway that I got from interviewing her was, in terms of my relationship with myself, and especially with my relationship with other women, I don't want to add to the garbage. I want to be the pedestal.
First of all, kudos to this girl, okay? She's willing to admit in front of a group of strangers and her coworkers, oh, by the way, I've fucked a midget, okay? Kudos to her.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Some say it only lasts 15 minutes. Some people are gonna tell you it's a mythical creature that lives at the bottom of the rainbow. Some will tell you not to overdo it. But if you ask me, I say, enjoy it while it lasts.
One of the best times of my life was being a guest on his podcast about last night. Brad Williams, everybody.
About 2 years into comedy, I get a headliner gig, which is insane. There was a dropout and they needed someone. They got me. It's a casino in Temecula, California. Now, if you don't know where Temecula is, start doing meth. You'll end up in Temecula, okay? You just get there eventually. So I'm doing the gig there. It's the night after my first show. It goes really well. This is a Friday night. And then I get a phone call, and it's some organizer from a golf tournament saying, hey, I run a celebrity charity golf tournament that's playing here tomorrow. One of our celebrities dropped out. Do you want to play in the golf tournament? Now, you might be thinking, why is he calling a midget to play in a golf tournament? He was probably thinking that same thing, but I play golf. I freaking play golf. And before you make the joke, fuck you, not miniature, okay? Not miniature. I play actual golf. I'm not there, oh, it's the windmill hole. Isn't it great? Like, I'm not doing that. I play real golf, okay? My dad started me playing golf when I was 2 years old, all right? So I'm actually kind of good at it. But I think the only reason why my dad started me playing golf is not because he wanted to spend time with me or because he wanted to advance my character or nothing. Like, he just wanted to make dad jokes. He just wanted to make dad jokes. That's it. Like, my dad's not a dwarf. He's tall, so he loves making dad jokes. And, like, so when we go play golf, he'd make the same one every time. His name's Pete, and all his friends would be like, hey, Pete, you're taking your kid out to play golf? Is he any good? And his response would always be, he's okay, but he's got a hell of a short game. Every time. Not some of the time. Every time. To the point where I would be mouthing the joke along with him, just standing behind him. And you think that's bad, but I started to like it. All right, I started to like it. I started to like the game, and I started to like dad jokes to the point where I would write my own, where I would show up with my dad, and people would like, hey, Pete, your son plays golf. What's his handicap? And I would yell out, dwarfism, you asshole. So I played golf, and I had my clubs with me that weekend. So I was like, yeah, I'll play in the celebrity golf tournament. That sounds awesome. By the way, I'm not a celebrity. I don't think I'm one now. I certainly wasn't one back then. But they wanted me to play, so I said, all right, cool. They said, all right, meet us down here tomorrow. So I go down to the course the next day. I got my little golf outfit on, and I'm not gonna lie to you, a midget in a golf outfit is adorable, okay? It's awesome. Like, I look like the top of a 4-year-old's birthday cake, okay? It's pretty incredible. So I walk and I got my clubs. Now, for the celebrities, they all have their names on their carts, and then they have non-celebrities playing with them, so they know where to meet up. They meet at their celebrity's cart. So I'm looking for my cart, and I don't see my cart. I'm looking, I'm like, all right, there's Bill Engvall. That's cool. There's Screech. True, he was there. And then there was the guy that played Carlton on Fresh Prince, Alfonso Ribeiro. He was there. And yeah, okay, so not the best celebrities, all right? But I can't find my cart. I'm looking all over. I cannot find my cart. So I go to this tournament organizer and I say, hey, my name's Brad Williams. I'm a celebrity. I don't have a cart. By the way, if you ever have to say I'm a celebrity, you're not a celebrity, all right? No one goes, take my picture, I'm a celebrity. No, you're not, okay? So I'm aware that I'm not a celebrity. So I go, I can't find my card. He goes, oh, I know where your card is. And he takes me to this cart, and there it is, right there on the name tag, Wee Man. For those of you who don't know, I am not him. But that is something that has happened to every dwarf their entire life, okay? We always get mistaken for other little people. Usually it's the midget of the moment, whoever that is. So 10 years ago, we were all Wee Man from Jackass, all right? And that sucked. That sucked. People think you're Wee Man, they run up, they kick you in the balls, they toss you into shopping carts. It's horrible. Now it's not so bad. Now everyone just thinks I'm Dinklage from Game of Thrones, okay? That's not that bad. I don't mind when people think I'm Dinklage. That's cool. Like, he's funny. He's a great actor in the show. He bangs a lot of hookers. Like, I feel like he's so popular, I could just run up to a random woman, start humping her leg, and be like, I always pay my debts, okay? I can do that. If you watch the show, that's hilarious. If you don't watch the show, you have no idea why everyone's laughing right now. That's funny to me. So, most people, if this happened to them, would get really pissed off, very angry. Me, I'm a sick freak comedian, and I go, this is gonna be a great story. Like, I don't freak out. I just look and I go, all right, I'm Wee Man today. Now, I was gonna tell my group of non-celebrities the whole story because I didn't want them to be disappointed, all right? But then, as soon as they saw me standing in front of the cart, they lit up. And they're like, oh my God, we got Wee Man? Yes! We got a good celebrity. Our friend's got to play with the ShamWow guy. That sucks. And so, like, they're psyched. They're beyond thrilled to be playing with Wee Man, and I'm like, I can't break their hearts. I can't be the guy that's like, I'm actually a comedian. You don't know who I am, but maybe I'll be on Comedy Central one day. Like, I can't do that. So I go, all right, I'm gonna be Wee Man. And God damn it, I was Wee Man that day. All right? When we were playing, I'm telling them stories about the show. This is when Jackass was in its heyday. It was in its prime. And they're asking me questions. I'm answering them. I don't know the answers. But I'm just like saying stuff. They're like, is Steve-O crazy? I'm like, let me tell you a crazy Steve-O story. And I start, they're like, you guys get a lot of girls. I'm like, there's STDs named after Steve-O. It's it. By the way, I'm friends with Steve-O now. And I've told him this story. He loves it. We're cool. Side note, when I'm hanging out with Steve-O, it's impossible to convince people I'm not Wee Man. They're just like, he can't know too. So we start playing and we're having a good time. And these guys, they're drinking, we're playing holes, and we're donating money to charity. I'm getting them to donate more. Oftentimes in these special tournaments, holes will be sponsored by certain corporations that are trying to raise more money for whatever charity you're playing for. We pull up to a hole that's sponsored by Hooters, all right? And there's these Hooters girls, they all got wings, we're gonna eat, we're gonna do that. And one of the Hooters girls, now remember, I'm driving up in a cart that says Wee Man on it, right? I'm driving up, we see the Hooters girls, we're all excited. One of the Hooters girls jumps up, walks towards me with her finger pointing and goes, that's not Wee Man. And now everyone's like, what? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Of course I'm Wee Man. I'll kick myself in the head right now, bitch. Like, I can do that, dude. And then she goes, no. That's not Wee Man. I fucked Wee Man. That's not Wee Man. First of all, kudos to this girl, okay? She's willing to admit in front of a group of strangers and her coworkers, oh, by the way, I've fucked a midget, okay? Like, kudos to her. And when that happens, I immediately like run over to her and I kind of grab her by the wrist and I pull her aside and I kind of explain the situation to her. I go, listen, I know I'm not wee man. They think I'm wee man. I'm just a comedian. They put my name on the thing because all midgets look alike to these assholes. And then I'm not him, but I'm playing along so they donate to charity. They think they're gonna have a good time. Like, I'm just play along with it. And then like I peeled off $60, and if you're a Hooters waitress in Temecula, that's a lot of fucking money to you. And I gave her the $60 and she's like, all right, cool. And then she goes like, oh, my mistake. That is wee man. That is wee man, guys. That's wee man. Once again, kudos to this woman. Not only is she saying like what her sexual life is like to these strangers, now she's saying, I'm so much of a whore, I could fuck a midget and forget about it. So, problem solved, right? We're all back to normal. The guys start teeing off. I kind of slink to the back to talk to this girl. I go like, so you fucked Wee Man? She's like, yeah, I slept with Wee Man. He came into my Hooters. We hit it off. And then he said he had a hotel room nearby. So I went to the hotel room and we had our fun. It's like, that's awesome. She's like, yeah, he was such a nice guy. Like, he took pictures with all the staff and everything. And she's like, here, I'll show you. She pulls out her phone and she pulls up a picture and she goes, yeah, there's us. And then my mouth drops because I'm like, that's my other dwarf friend, Sean. How many people has she told this story? I don't know, but from that day on, oh God, I love golf even more. And that's one more dwarf joke that I can make on the course. I'm Brad Williams. Thank you guys so much for coming out.
Andrew Dice Clay looks at Donald Trump. He says, Donnie, there wasn't enough cream cheese in the bagels in the green room. The president says, Andrew, whose problem is that? He says, it's your problem, Donnie. It's your problem. Andrew, you're fired.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Some say it only lasts 15 minutes. Some people are gonna tell you it's a mythical creature that lives at the bottom of the rainbow. Some will tell you not to overdo it. But if you ask me, I say, enjoy it while it lasts.
He's a legend in the game. 2 words, Tom Green.
No, I don't like talking politics, but it's hard for me to not talk politics when I'm on stage doing stand-up because I know the president. And that's my story today. I know the president. I know the president of the United States. He fired me on the Celebrity Apprentice. He screamed at me when he fired me. He didn't scream at the other celebrities. He didn't scream at Brian McKnight. Whoever the fuck that is. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. The president fired me. You know, I watched The Celebrity Apprentice. I used to watch that show, and I thought I could win that. I could win that business competition. So when they asked me to do the show, I thought, this is great. I'm going to do The Celebrity Apprentice. I'm going to win this thing, and I studied the show. I studied all the strategy. I got the tapes. I was going to win this thing. Episode 1. I showed up. I didn't know who the other celebrities were going to be. In walks my good friend, Andrew Dice Clay. one of the great stand-up comedians in history, and my good friend. I'd known Andrew Dice Clay for 10 years. He used to come do my internet television show. I was doing an internet TV show on the internet from my living room. Yeah, my career was going pretty well. Immediately when Andrew walked in, I thought, okay, this is going to throw my whole strategy out the window. Because whenever I'm hanging out with Andrew Dice Clay, we like to mess around with people. We'll get in fake arguments just to confuse people around us. So in the first episode of The Celebrity Apprentice, season 2, the president gave us a challenge. We had to make cupcakes. I guess the president figured that would be a good business competition. So I'm making cupcakes with Andrew Dice Clay. We start messing with the people around us. Andrew gets mad. He says, "Tommy, you're not putting enough sugar in the batter." I say, "Calm down, Andrew, calm down." Clint Black and Scott Hamilton are looking at us. Wow, these guys really seem to know each other. So now we had an alliance against us, right? Andrew Dice Clay and I were too familiar. Clint Black didn't like me. Country star Clint Black. I don't want to say anything bad about Clint Black, but that guy's a fucking asshole. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. So we finish our cupcake challenge. We go to the boardroom. Everyone hears that we've been yelling at each other. The President of the United States says to Andrew Dice Clay, "Andrew, I hear there was a problem today." Andrew Dice Clay looks at Donald Trump. He says, "Donnie, there wasn't enough cream cheese in the bagels in the green room." The president says, "Andrew, whose problem is that?" He says, "It's your problem, Donnie. It's your problem." "Andrew, you're fired." So now my friend, my only ally, is fired. I'm all alone with Jesse James, Clint Black, Herschel Walker, and Dennis Rodman. Episode 2. Olympic gold medalist figure skater Scott Hamilton is the project manager. Our task is to make a commercial campaign for a shoe company that starts with the letter Z, okay? Doesn't matter which one, but it starts with the letter Z. He suggests to us that we do a campaign called EEE, Energy, Enthusiasm, Excitement. I look at Scott and I say, "That's the stupidest fucking idea I've ever heard." This did not ingratiate me to my team members. We lost the challenge. We go into the boardroom. I don't know if you're familiar with the rules of The Apprentice, but the President of the United States says to Olympic figure skater Scott Hamilton, "Scott, you get to fire one person. Who are you bringing into the boardroom today? You can bring 2 people into the boardroom. Who are you bringing in?" And Scott Hamilton says, "Mr. Trump, I know I can bring 2 people into the boardroom, but I'm only bringing 1 person into the boardroom, and that's Tom, because Tom deserves to get fired." And he says, "Fine." And we walk out into the hallway, and we wait around, and the other cast members leave, and then we go back into the boardroom. I look at the President of the United States. And I say, "I know, Mr. Trump, that Scott doesn't think I did a very good job, but I think the reason that we lost this challenge was because his idea was to call the campaign EEE, and the company starts with a Z, and that's the stupidest idea I've ever heard." And Donald Trump looked at me and said, "You know, Tom, I think you're right. Scott, you're fired." And I got him fired! I got him fired! I got got Scott Hamilton fired. Yeah. I got Scott Hamilton fired. I'm not bitter or anything, but it was 8 years ago. I'm fine now. Episode 3. The President of the United States walks in the room. Says, now we're going to decide who is the project manager this week for each team. It was the men versus the women. I raise my hand. I say, Mr. Trump, I would like to be the project manager. Our whole team looks at each other. They say, fine. On the ladies' side, the late, great, legendary Joan Rivers raises her hand. She is the project manager for the ladies. Then Mr. Trump, the president, says, okay, your challenge this week is who can sell the most wedding dresses. Who do you think is going to sell more wedding dresses? Me and Dennis Rodman or Joan Rivers and Khloe Kardashian? So needless to say, things didn't go well. My entire team now had an alliance against me. They mutinied. Everyone had a job. Clint Black was supposed to do the promotion and marketing. He didn't do it. Brian McKnight was supposed to do some stupid thing. I don't know. He didn't do it. We lost the challenge. At the end of the day, after working hard, trying to sell wedding dresses, Dennis Rodman leaned to me and he said, hey, Tom, you want to go out for a drink? So I went out for a drink with Dennis Rodman. The president fired me because I went out drinking with Dennis Rodman on the night I was the project manager. I mean, this is why sometimes I question the president's judgment. I mean, what are you supposed to do? You're a kid from Canada, you're in New York City, a 7-foot-tall cross-dressing basketball champion asks you out on a date. You say yes, right? It's Dennis Rodman, right? It's Dennis Rodman. The guy's a legend. He's probably going to pick you up, take you out for a steak dinner. You head out for a night on the town. You have some cranberry vodkas. You hit the strip club. At the end of the evening, you head back to the hotel. If you're lucky, he doesn't have sex with you. That's what I call a backcourt violation. Okay. This is just a little basketball joke. I don't know. I guess as a Canadian, sometimes I feel odd talking politics during this strange year in America, you know? I mean, at the end of the day, what do I got to do with it, right? I know things could go bad, but if things really go bad, I'm just going to move home to Canada. We're building a wall. Going to make Donald Trump pay for it. But if I can say one thing, I will say that it does demystify the presidency when you know the president. I know the president personally. The president knows me. Anyone who knows me should probably not be president. Hey, thank you very much, everybody.
My God, you know, I've tried everything. I've tried self-help, and I've tried The Secret and 12 Steps. This dick-sucking whore has cracked the code.
How you doing, ladies? Can I interest you in threesome? Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. What's up, little Roy?
I did it again.
Hello, Roy. How's the water? Does it feel pure? Can you feel me inside of you?
This next gentleman, you know him from his podcast, The New York City Crime Report, Pat Dixon, everybody!
I'm not local. I live in New York. I live in Chelsea, and before that it was Queens, and before that I lived in my car. So not poverty or anything. I had this idea that I wanted to be in show business. I would be on the road doing stand-up 35 or 40 or 45 weeks a year, and it's I know it sounds glamorous, but yeah, the truth is it's not. It beats working, though. Working is the worst, and so one week I was not working in Nashville, and I met this girl working in the box office, and she told me she was having a birthday party that night. And it was the Wednesday, the first night of the week, so I went. And when I got there, I saw her, and she was dancing, this natural redhead, and she was wearing skin-tight leopard print pants, and she was laughing the whole time she danced. Never seen anybody like that. And we were introduced, and she just had this intensity, you know? She's like hypersexual and just really interesting right off, and I kind of halfway fell in love with her, really, right then, you know? And she gave me a big hug before she left me standing there. And she was covered with this, like, there was like a mist around her, you know? She'd been dancing in the warmest room, and or the room was warm. The warm was not room at all, but she'd been dancing and she was kind of sweaty, you know, and I got close to her shoulder. She gave me one of those hugs like you give somebody that you used to fuck, but you since moved on. And somewhere between like her hair and her shoulder right there, and I caught a whiff of like sex, you know, just the smell, you know. And that was the first time I smelled Laura. And Laura, she expressed a little attraction towards me, I think. I don't know, sometimes these things will be misinterpreted, but I took it that way, you know, because she said to me, if you weren't married, I would take you home and fuck your cock off. And although it was true, I was married, I took that as a firm offer. So, and my marriage was kind of lousy. We didn't talk to each other anymore. We didn't. The more I was on the road, I was gone a lot. I wasn't home, and we started to have less and less in common. Laura, on the other hand, pretty flexible, and she was similar to me. You know, she was like no responsibilities, and she would sleep on couches, and she just kind of was willing to travel. And so it got to be a habit. Whenever I would leave town, I would pick her up. And we would go and have sex in hotels, cheap ones mostly. Disgusting, I know, it's disgusting. It really is. But I loved her. I was just madly in love with her. I mean, she's a beautiful girl, red hair and blue eyes, and her answer to everything was yes. And I didn't have any defense for that right then. You know what I mean? 'Cause if you meet somebody and they fill a void in you, you know, and you seem to fill a void in them, and you guys are filling each other's voids, and you should just, there's one thing you should do, run away, you know? Like, a woman will blow you a couple of times a day if you want. You have that going, and it changes your life. It changes the way you process things. You start thinking everything's great. You know? Like your life is falling apart, you know, but it feels like everything's finally coming together. Man, you're skipping. You've got a spring in your skip, you know. My God, you know, I've tried everything. I've tried self-help, and I've tried The Secret and 12 Steps. This dick-sucking whore has cracked the code. Yeah. Just more and more time, I was starting to see her pissed, you know, and as we moved into the summer, through the summer, it got to be July, and we had a big falling out, and she left in her rental car. I figured that's it. It ran its course. And when the phone rang a couple days later, it was her, and I figured it was for closure. But it wasn't. She told me all about how she had downed a lot of liquor and pills, and had to be revived in a hospital outside of Atlanta. And she had been dead and brought back to life. You know, a lot of guys will bail after the first suicide attempt. But I had a lot of hope. And in fact, I think it made the relationship stronger. And, you know, I don't know if you've had this experience. Maybe you have. But you meet a girl, and it's great, and it's nice. And then you start to notice some inconsistencies here and there. And things don't quite add up. And then she starts talking about killing herself. Anybody? I mean, it doesn't have to be a woman. A guy, you know, yeah. But and all the suicide talk, you know. She's like, she used to say. Remember one time she told me, when you get back from the show, I'm gonna be dead. Be dead in your hotel room. When someone says that, you say, oh my God, don't do that. Jesus, that's terrible. Whatever you do, don't do that, you know, at first. And then eventually she tells you, I'm going to be dead in your hotel room when you get back. And you go, well, it sounds like a housekeeping issue. Yeah. I'll mention it. You know, it would solve a lot of problems for me, actually, if you would go ahead and pull the trigger on that plan. Because, I mean, you know how it goes. I mean, you know, the attempted suicide and then the talk about suicide. You're like, I can't give this bitch a reason to live, you know? And then when you finally want to break up with her, what happens? Then she wants to tell your wife everything. Well, I know we've all been there. So my wife left, and that was for good. It was more of a formality than anything. And then we were together all the time, Laura and I. You know, she, like I said, kept everything in a couple of duffel bags, and so she threw those in the trunk of my car. And from that point on, it was kind of a blur. You know, I mean, it was just sex and hotels and fighting, a lot of fighting. You know, a lot of suicide talk. You can't stop the suicide talk. Only one way to do that. But that didn't occur, and you know, and there was a fake pregnancy then. You know, she told me she was pregnant, and fortunately, it was followed by a fake miscarriage. And I mean, you you have to kind of take her at her word at some point. Oh, you're pregnant? How do I prove she's not? And so that becomes your truth, you know. And now you're living in this insanity, you know. But I came a lot. And so that's what keeps you in, you know what I mean? Is that the sex is so good, you know what I'm saying? That it's like the closest thing to like evidence of the existence of God that you've ever seen, you know? And deep down, we all want to believe. And she's always threatening the cops. Even with the suicide talk, I'd say, I don't know how to handle this, and I think I should call the police because I think we need help. And she'd go, if you call the police, I'll tell them you were hitting me and you'll go to jail. I said, well, well played. Like I said, I was very ill-equipped to deal with this situation. I remember one time I was in Indiana. She told me, you know, we were fighting and everything, and I was trying to get rid of her. And I was like, hey, we have to break up. This is insanity. I hate this, you know. I felt imprisoned, you know. She goes, oh, really? I'll go you one better. She goes, if you give me $200, you'll never see me again. And so I had $200 in my hand by the time she finished the sentence. She took the money, she looked at it, folded it, tucked it into her bra, sat down on the couch and read a magazine. Yeah, you win, you know. I mean, like, we never spoke of it again. I was like, oh, yes, yet again, you win. So she was drunk one night, and I took her home. I left her with her mother, and that was it. And I felt so free and alive, and it felt so good just to be alone again, you know, and to not have all her shit in my trunk. And then the phone started to ring, and it rang throughout December. It would ring 36 times a day, 25 times a day. And I remember we had a mutual friend who was going to come, and we were going to work together in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And that's close to Nashville. So I said, don't call her. Don't tell her you're going to be around, okay? Because she's kind of stalking me. He's like, oh, yeah, I've had him do that before. I'm like, it's serious, okay? You know, tried to emphasize it. She called me 15 minutes later and said, hey, quit telling people I'm stalking you, okay? She said, you don't know the meaning of stalk. And it was January 4th, 2004. And I remember the date because that's a date that someone tried to murder me. I went to the IHOP, International House of Pancakes, which I've had many great experiences there. And like the food, good service, you know. So I get out of the car and I'm walking into the restaurant and I hear my name. It's Dixon, you know. And I turn around and there she is, you know. So angry. Grabs me by the arm, you know. She says, I just want to talk. I just want to talk to you. I just want to talk to you. And I'm like, oh, Christ. And so I'm trying to work my way towards the pancakes. We get right up to the door, and she reaches into her jeans pocket, and she pulls out this 9mm Glock. That's what I later found out that's what it was. At the time, my brain just processed it as, go! But she goes, look, I've got this 9mm. And I grabbed her wrist, and I tried to shake the gun out of her hand, you know, squeeze it out. She jumped on my back, and she starts scratching my face, you know. She's growling like an animal, you know, like she's injured or something. And she's holding onto my head by my eyes, you know. She's digging into my eyes, trying to squeeze my eyeballs and everything. And so I had the gun in my hand, and I got inside, and I slid it across the floor. And there was security guards there at IHOP. Pretty good luck. And they separated us, and you know, I was outside, she was inside. And then I heard this banging on the window, you know, and I turned around, and it was her. You know, she's like, and she was as if she'd gotten what she wanted, you know, mission accomplished. Take that. So I was filling out a police report a few minutes later, and a policeman came over, and it was a funny thing. He says, you know, and I found out from him that they had told her, like, they said, well, what did you intend to do with the gun? And she said, I was going to shoot that motherfucker and then shoot myself. And I said, oh, she says shit like that all the time, you know. Thanks a lot.
And he's like, I'm a lizard! And then he sprays acid on his lizard tongue. Guys, I don't know how many hits is in a spray of LSD. He was already a lizard.
How you doing, ladies? Can I interest you in threesome? Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. What's up, little Roy?
I did it again.
Hello, Roy. How's the water? Does it feel pure? Can you feel me inside of you?
You know him from his podcast called Here We Are, Shane Moss, everybody.
I'm an adrenaline junkie. And when you're an adrenaline junkie, it's a weird addiction to have. What you do is you just do things intentionally that are so reckless that you almost die. And then when you don't die, you're like, yay, I didn't die. That's how you get your fix. It's the only way to do it. And I've gotten myself in some odd situations. Here is the time that this is probably the closest call that I've ever had. And I do want to say I do not blame LSD for this story. All right. Reckless young man. LSD happened to be involved. Not LSD's fault. If you've never done LSD, it's first off, I love psychedelics. It's my least favorite. It's like 10 to 14 hours. Who has the time? Hour 3 of an LSD trip, I'm like, you mean I get to feel like this for 8 more hours? Hour 10, I'm like, yeah, I get it. Whatever. Like, Well, I gotta go to sleep to turn off these squirmies? Like what? It's just boring. So, one drop, it's usually on a sugar cube or a piece of paper, is a hit. That's like your standard dose. One hit, and you remember how amazing trees are. You forgot. You used to know. When you were 3 years old, you knew just how amazing trees were. You just got a little too complacent with life. Have a hit of LSD one day, hit the old reset button, and you're like, oh damn, are they breathing? That's amazing. That's one hit. 2 hits. The trees remember how amazing you are. 3 hits, that's kind of getting into dangerous territory. You do 3 hits of acid, you're like, damn, now I gotta learn how to paint. I have no natural artistic abilities. 4 hits, you think you're a wizard, you start dressing like one, you have no powers. You're super annoying to everybody. And so, this was in my hometown of La Crosse, Wisconsin, on the border of Minnesota and Iowa. I had 2 hits of acid, and that's reasonable. Here's what's not reasonable. I went to a bar, like a real divey drunkard bar. You don't want to be around a bunch of like sloppy drunk people when you're tripping. Like sloppy drunk people, if they figure out that you're tripping, they'll always try to mess with you in this weird way of how they think tripping works. Whoa, is this crazy? How do you like you? Whoa, is that weird? Oh yeah, that's weird, all right. Yeah, you're gonna want to stop doing that now. You look like an idiot. So, me and my 4 other friends also did 2 hits. We're all trying to keep it on the down though, so we don't have to deal with that. And what happened was my acid dealer's dealer walked into the bar, and this is like the guy that makes LSD for the state of Wisconsin at the time. I recognized him. He was a couple years ahead of me in high school, so I was like, oh, hey, Ryan, what's up, man? And he comes over, and he's like, I'm a lizard! Like, oh, dear. I don't know how many hits that is. That's a lot. That's cover blown, I guess. And we're panicking because we just took 2 hits of LSD. LSD takes like an hour to kick in, and you never know what any one trip is going to be like. This is the problem with LSD being illegal, is it's on the it's on the underground scene, and people are. It takes a real intense knowledge of chemistry to make good LSD. You can't just look up a couple YouTube videos and be like, oh, I'll just put in some paprika because I don't have the other thing. Like, it just doesn't work like that. And so you never knew what any one trip was going to be like. This dude made our acid. He's a lizard now. It's not at all the experience we were looking for. We were hoping for a little bonding, maybe some deep conversations. Didn't want to be a reptile. And I mean, I get it. You can get in like some weird thought tunnels when you're it's one of the side effects. So one of the beautiful things about psychedelics is one of the best lessons that you can ever learn from them is to question everything. That's one of the most important lessons in life, is to question everything. I know some of you are skeptical. You're like, question everything? Now you're getting it. But like, there's nothing inherently wrong with asking yourself, am I a lizard? So long as immediately afterwards you conclude, nope, not a lizard. That's a weird idea. Popped in my head. What was that about? Am I a giraffe? No, of course not. Not a giraffe either. Am I a human? Oh, yeah, I guess I am a human. What does it mean to be human? Then you jump down that little rabbit hole. And that's how you have a successful trip. Well, this poor fella got himself stuck in some weird lizard universe. We don't know how to get him out of it. And then he opens up his jacket and he pulls out this vial of liquid acid, like 200-300 hits of liquid acid, and he starts unscrewing the cap and he pulls out this big old dropper full of liquid acid. We're like, uh-oh. What are you doing with that life sentence in a public space? And he's like, I'm a lizard! And then he sprays acid on his lizard tongue. Guys, I don't know how many hits is in a spray of LSD. He was already a lizard. Then he dips back in for number 2. We're like, whoa, hey. We got him to stop. We talked him out of it. We had just ordered beers. We have 4 beers up on the bar. And so instead of spraying another spray on his tongue, he just sprayed all of our beers with acid and then crawled out of the bar like a lizard. And we never saw him again. In life, I mean. Fun update to that story. I did look him up on Facebook to see if he's still alive or whatever. He's still alive and well. He's actually in the military now. Yeah, you're gonna need some structure in your life after an experience like that. Works out well for the military as well. We do a lot of stuff in the Middle East. We probably do need reptile, like people that are acclimated for those temperatures. But we're all sitting there looking at these beers, like, oh, how much acid was that? That's like, we already did 2. That's like really the limit. What was that, like 8, 20 hits at each beer? That was like an insane amount. We can't. But you would hate to waste that $1.50 draft beer, wouldn't you? And we drank those beers. We did. And believe it or not, we had a fantastic time. It was terrific. At one point, I put on some rollerblades, went to a skate park. A lot of people don't know this. Rollerblading can, in fact, be the second most painful homosexual act. The first, of course, burning in hell. It was going great. There was like a glowing red line in front of everything I needed to do, and I was doing half pipes. I'd never done anything. It was amazing, and I had such a great time. We decided we were going to go and see sunrise, and we scooped up a designated driver, like one of my friend's girlfriends, is going to drive us up there, and we walk like a mile to my car. We get to my car, and she's like, "Oh, I can't drive stick. I can't drive manual." I'm like, well, walked all the way here. It has been 8 hours. I did just pull off some Tony Hawk shit. I bet I'm okay to drive. I'll tell you what, why don't you sit in the passenger seat, navigate, tell me if I'm screwing up. If I am, I'll just pull over. We'll call it there. So that's the deal. So she gets in the passenger seat. I'm driving. 3 tripping dudes in the back, and they're just freaking out the whole, like, what are you driving? This is crazy. I can't believe it. They made some solid points. I'm going to be honest. but everything's going fine. And then we took some weird turn. Like I thought I knew where I was going, and then now I'm off in some area that I hadn't been to before. And they had finally calmed down in back, but because they've been giving me such a hard time and stressing me out, I thought I'd get them back. And how I decided to do that was there's this long straightaway, and I was like, I'll just floor it down this straightaway. It was one of those hills. I don't know if you ever been like a backcountry road where like there's an incline and then there's like a hill, and you fly up and you go woo. You get a little thing in your belly, a little roller coaster thing. That's all I wanted. We're gonna watch sunset, so I'm like flying up this hill. I'm going like 60, then 70, like 80 miles an hour up this thing. What I didn't see was there's a sign on the side of the road that said 15-mile-an-hour turn ahead. I just assumed it kept going straight. You know who saw that sign is the 3 tripping dudes in back. They all saw that sign. They tried to warn me about that sign via a series of screams. But they had already cried Spirit Wolf, and I wasn't hearing it. So this is just great. They're screaming, I'm sure showing them. And I get up to the top of this hill, and I'm like, uh-oh. Nothing after this. I hit the brakes, too late, car's in the air. Somehow, I landed, and I, like, made this insane turn. It just, Tokyo drifted around there. I'm like, oh, I got it. And now, like, I'm trying to straighten out my car, and it's going all. I'm like, where's that red line when I need it? Almost had it, and then the back passenger tire caught a little bit of gravel on the shoulder of the road, which sent my car into a spin, and then we all flew off of a cliff like a frisbee. And I don't know why you're laughing about this, guys. And then we just dropped straight down like 50 feet into a farm, just a cornfield. Just straight down somehow. I don't know how we didn't flip over, because we definitely would have been dead. It landed, all 4 tires exploded. Both axles just snapped immediately. I was like, oh! That's what you guys were screaming about! Oh, I'm so sorry! Lost some friends that day. They're still alive. They just won't talk to me anymore. And everyone is fine. And that is why I rarely do acid. Set and setting, everybody. Set and setting. Thank you very much.
Don't get weird. I know it's weird right now, but I'm not fucking dead. I'm here. I'm telling the story. All right? You can unclench your buttholes. This isn't ghost comedy.
How you doing, ladies? Can I interest you in threesome? Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. What's up, little Roy?
I did it again.
Hello, Roy. How's the water? Does it feel pure? Can you feel me inside of you?
You can hear this radio show, The Bonfire, on Comedy Central Radio. This is Dan Soda.
I live in New York City. I've been there for 10 years. Originally, I'm from Denver, Colorado. I grew up in Aurora. Yeah? People stop cheering after you say that. But for 5 years, I lived in Tucson, Arizona, which, that's the reason there's one applause to that. That's a real niche group. There are good people in Tucson, but I found most of them to be angry, sunburnt white people. Just walking around like, oh, these Mexicans. You're like, yeah, used to be Mexico. I hate to break it to you, but they're supposed to be here. You're not. That's why you're burnt all the time. Just go back to the Great Lakes and eat curdled cheeses. It's what us pinks do best. When I lived in Tucson, I went to school there, but I also lived with a drug dealer, which I can't recommend enough if you do drugs. If you do drugs, live with a drug dealer. It's like living at Costco. It's just free samples every day. And then Costco gets robbed, and you're like, you know what? I don't think I should live at Costco anymore. Yeah, this is a bad idea. I need to really get my life together at this point. But when I moved to Tucson, my first and best friend that I made there was a guy named Amir, who was an Israeli kid from Long Island. And yeah, I don't know if that's for Israeli or Long Island, but we'll keep it moving forward. Those are two, you know. But Amir was the first real person I met from Long Island, and he was very Long Island. He was very like, yeah, bro, like everything. That just existed as a sentence filler, like, yeah, bro. He would do these things that certain people in Long Island do, that they're question statements. So he says a statement, but it's framed like a question. So you come in the living room and be like, yo, these Nikes are ill, right? Yes. I don't know if that's the desired response. Amir was very good at selling weed. He was very good at it. It was a natural habit that he just picked up and ran with. Freshman year, it started at, 20 bags and then eighths. And then sophomore year, it was like quarters and half ounces. Then I moved in with him, and it went to like ounces to quarter pounds. Then our lease ran up, but the furniture was getting good, so I, released. I was like, yeah, let's keep going with this. He started getting to like pounds, and then, he got a fish tank. Hey, drug dealers, stop with the fish tanks. It's hacky now. It's also stupid. You're gonna have a flood. Care about your other possessions, please. I'm sorry. I'm really hyped up about this, as you can tell. But I didn't have to sell drugs. I just smoked his weed and looked at his fish tank. So it was a pretty good fucking deal. One day I'm going to do laundry. I'm a broke college student. I have 6 loads of laundry in 6 plastic bags, like I'm fucking moving out of a girlfriend's house who has a drug problem. It's like, I'm serious, Donna, I am gone now. But I fill up my car, I go to the bank and I turn $10 into $10 in quarters. At the time, I'm wearing cargo shorts, a liquor t-shirt, and a swimsuit as underwear. Because it was laundry day. I'm not that giant of a piece of shit where I'm just like, I can take a shower with it on, it washes it, it's pretty much, it just takes care of itself. So I go and I change $10 into $5 in quarters, which I put on my right leg, and $5 in quarters that I put on my left leg. So when I walk around, it makes a noise like, shh, shh. I sound like the shittiest sheriff in the West. It's like, oh, hello. It's just awful. It was awful. So I have my pockets of change. I get to my car, and Amir calls me, and he's like, yo, we're getting robbed? And I'm like, I don't... Is that a question or a statement? You got to tell me right now, because this is very dangerous. But he's like, I was going to do a deal, and these guys came by, and, I think they're trying to rob me. So, I called off the deal. And I'm like, all right. He's like, well, you drive around the neighborhood and see if they're there or not. Which, sure, whatever. I'm driving a 1996 Dodge Stratus. It's a real hunk of shit. So I probably just look like feds to them. But I do a lap, I don't see anybody, so I pull into our carport that's under our apartment, and standing there when I get out of the car, the first guy's like this 6'4" piece of white trash. Like, you gotta understand something about me. When I was a little kid, my dad moved to this town in Northern California that grows like the biggest pieces of white trash. So at 33, I like to fancy myself a little bit of a white trash sommelier. And this guy was just a top shelf piece of shit. He was covered in tattoos that I can only describe as Mountain Dew tattoos. The same way an adult would like drink a whole can of Mountain Dew and be like, put fireballs on my elbows. I don't know. That doesn't sound right, but sure. And standing with him is this 5'4" Southside Tucson cholo, blood in, blood out, like, what's up, white boy? Like that, like, oh, hi. No habla. They're standing there, and I get out, and the little cholo's like, hey, man, Tommy Green live here? I'm like, that's a terrible fake name, and no. If you're gonna rob a drug dealer, change up the fucking, even like, if they was robbing a coke dealer, he's like, hey, Mark Blow here? Like, clearly a synonym for what you're trying to get from. But I'm like, no one's here. So they leave. They both of them walk off. I go upstairs and Amir's there, and he's like, yo, did you see anybody? And I tell him, I'm like, yeah, it's a big piece of white trash, little fucking blood in, blood out. And he's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, y'all, those are the guys. And I'm like, ah, shit, well, they're gone. They left. We look out, we don't see them. So, we do what drug dealers and their roommates do, and we smoke weed and play PlayStation for 2 hours. I'm about to smoke a cigarette, and I grab the barbecue lighter that I use to smoke cigarettes, because I'm a little bit of garbage myself. And Amir gets a call, and he's like, yo, the deal's back on. They want to do the deal for £5, but they're going to do it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to walk to the street and then get in a car. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, yo, will you walk me to the car? And I'm very high, and on weed and victories of Madden. If Amir watches this, he knows I'm telling the truth. I ran that shit. But he's like, yo, will you walk me to the car? You're going to smoke a cigarette? And I'm like, all right. And then as I go to the door, he goes, yo, get the gun. Now, if you've lived in Arizona, you know how insanely easy it is to get a handgun. It's like buying socks. You just walk in, you're like, gun, and they're like, here's your gun. And you're like, this is pretty dangerous. But I was with Amir, and we went to a gun show, and I'm not joking. The first thing he said to the first gun dealer he met was, yo, what's your cheapest gun? And you're like, that's not what I want to hear as the person that lives next to you and knows you're buying this for self-defense. What he did is he did buy the cheapest gun possible. It had a metal slide, but a plastic handle. He bought a plastic gun. By the way, we took it to the range. It never shot straight. The bullet always bent like some trick shot in an action movie. We're like, ah! So Amir's like, yeah, I'll get the gun. And I tell him, I'm like, I'm not fucking using that thing. And he goes, and then with this like aggressive Long Island energy, he's like, yo, you dick. Like he was mad at me. He was mad at me for questioning why I didn't want to bring a gun to a drug deal. And he's like, yo, you dumbass. What'll happen is if they got a knife and you show them the gun, then they're gonna be scared and they're gonna leave. And for some reason I believed that rock, paper, scissors fucking like I was like, oh yeah, that sounds correct. So I put the gun in my cargo shorts. I grabbed the Camel light and the barbecue lighter. Amir has an athletic bag full of £5. He walks out in front of me. Now I have $10 and quarters on me. You can hear me coming from a mile away. When I walk, I sound like a knight in shitty chainmail. It's like. So we start walking down the stairs. Right when we get to the bottom of the stairs, fucking Mountain Dew tattoos, comes around, gun drawn, gets to Amir, fucking the tiny Vato comes right up the stairs, gun on my chest, like perfectly right on my chest. Don't get weird. I know it's weird right now, but I'm not fucking dead. I'm here. I'm telling the story. All right? You can unclench your buttholes. This isn't ghost comedy. Roy didn't come up here in that loud-ass jacket like, do you want to see the other side? He like, brought me up. So I got a 45 pointed right in the middle of my chest. And I'm a child of the 80s. I grew up with Schwarzenegger movies and Stallone movies, and always in those action movies, when a bad guy pulls out a gun on the hero, they always say some cool shit like, you better use that. Turns out I don't. I get very polite if you put a gun on me. I'm like, hi, how are you? I get like customer service voice. Hi, has everything been okay? Would you mind filling out a brief survey? And as I do that and I lift my hands up, I've already blown the rules apparently of a robbery because this guy's furious that my hands are up. He's like, put your fucking hands down, put your fucking... I'm like, all right, shit, I'm sorry. And he grabs, when I did that, I lifted my shirt high enough that he saw the handle of the gun. So he takes the gun off of my waistband and he's like, go back inside. And it's like, ah. And I'm standing on this second floor of this apartment looking out over my stairwell like, can I fly? I didn't really know my dad that well. He could be part flying squirrel. That would have been great if I took off and just drifted away. He's like, fucking white boys are flying now. You glide away. But he's like, turn around, go back inside. I'm like, fuck, all right. And I turn around, and as I do, he takes my gun, the gun that he took off me, and fucking hits me in the back of the head. Now, I'm very lucky to have a minor role on the Showtime show Billions. But the best piece of acting I've ever done in my life is getting hit in the head by a 5'3" dude holding a plastic gun and acting like that shit hurt. He hit me, I was like, oh, you're so strong. You swing it like a Norwegian god swings a hammer. So I go to the ground, and immediately right when I go to the ground, he puts me, he pulls out zip ties, he zip ties my arms behind my back, he duct tapes my legs together, and then he pulls out an army duffel bag and just starts ransacking our apartment. If I could Yelp a robbery, 5 stars. Guy brought his own material. He was prompt. He was direct. He had clearly done this before. It was the mark of a true professional. He starts robbing it. He goes around our house. He grabs everything, and then he starts taking his 45 and coming over to my head, and he starts going, "Where's the money, white boy?" That is the creepiest laugh to have at that point. That sinister-ass laugh from behind me. First off, from telling this story, you know I don't trust anyone behind me like an old mafia boss. I don't like anyone sitting behind me. Then to hear him go, Of course you were scared. You felt your life fleeing from you. He takes the 45 and he keeps going up to me and he keeps like pushing it on my temple going, "Where's the money, white boy? Where's the money, white boy?" Now, I'm fine being called white boy. I've been called white boy my whole life. The only time it stings is when I know for a fact I'm a foot taller than you. He's like, "Where's the money, white boy?" I'm like, "I could so dunk on you." So he keeps going, "Where's the money, white boy?" I go, I don't know. And I noticed I start getting this, like, my tone goes from scared to, like, bitchy. Like, "Where's the money, white boy?" I don't know. Like I'm an angry lady at a restaurant. Like, "I ordered that Diet Coke 10 minutes ago." I think that's my one critique of black comedians who do impressions of white people is they always make us so corny and over-enunciate. They really miss the cuntiness in our voice when we feel like we've been fucked over. You're like, "Can I speak to your man? I need to speak to someone." That's like, whoo. That is angry pink right there. I'm yelling at this guy like we've been dating for 15 years. He's like, "Where's the money, white boy?" I'm like, "I don't know, but we're supposed to be at my sister's in a half hour." So he takes my keys and he takes my wallet. And the wallet that I had at that time, a girlfriend had bought me. Pulp Fiction's one of my favorite movies of all time. And yeah, my girlfriend bought me the Bad Motherfucker wallet. And then I ran into a bad motherfucker. And that is how you define irony, is when someone takes a joke wallet off you that's supposed to be interpreted as badass. This guy was like, oh, this guy sucks at being a badass. And then he takes my keys, and he's like, don't fucking move. And he goes downstairs, and I hear him start my car. And if you drive a piece of shit, you always kind of want it to get taken. Like, I heard him start that car, and I was like, yes. Fucking Toyota Tacoma, 2-seater. I'm already thinking about the truck I'm gonna buy. It's perfect for the desert, it's fucking affordable, and I looked at the Kelly Blue Book, right in my range. He comes back upstairs, he goes, you fucking move again, white boy, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm like, all right, I'm sitting here. He goes downstairs, I hear him turn the car into reverse, and I hear him pull away, and immediately think, did you rob me? Or did I rob you? And then I realize I'm wearing swimsuit as underpants, and he just took all my laundry, and I was like, I think you just robbed me. I'm gonna have to wear these for the foreseeable future. I count to about 30, 35, and then I, just pure adrenaline, break the plastic restraints, hop over to the door, lock it, and light up that Camel light. Because there's not a better cigarette than after you've had a gun pointed at you, where you're like, oh, that's flavor country. As I light up that cigarette, I see my cell phone. It's a flip phone because it's 2004. It's dancing. It's like, and I don't know the number, and I pick up, and all I hear is, yo, are you dead? I'm like, yeah, Amir, there's good cell phone reception in heaven. He's like, yo, that guy came around the corner. I just got rid of the bag, and I jumped and ran around the corner. Where are you? I'm like, in our apartment. I explained, like, the guy took our car. We're gonna have to call the cops, because he's got my car, and I gotta report this car stolen if I'm gonna get that 2-seater. We come back, we clear the drugs out of the apartment. I call the cops. They take down a report, all this shit. 2 weeks later, I'm at a bar in Tucson, Arizona, and I get a call on my cell phone. I'm like, Mr. Soder, it's the Tucson Police Department. We have found your 1996 Dodge Stratus. I don't think my response was supposed to be, fuck. All right. He waits a second, he goes, Mr. Soder, also here in the police report, says your wallet was stolen. Can you describe it for me? Yeah, it's the one that says bad motherfucker on it. And the cop without immediate beat just goes, well, clearly you met a badder motherfucker. And yeah, a cop or an open micer? Who the hell makes that kind of an inappropriate joke to a robbery victim? But all right, I'll take it. That's the thing, man. Like, you know, I've told this story several times to my friends, and there's always this part where I have to explain that comedians, we use our sense of humor as like a self-defense mechanism. When fucked up shit happens to us, we try to make ourselves laugh, and that just kind of makes it better. I made myself laugh during the robbery, and all my friends are like, yeah, you should get checked. That's fucked up. But what happened was, during the robbery, when he had the 45 on my head and he kept going, where's the money, white boy? Where's the money, white boy? I was like, I don't fucking know. And finally he goes, where's your money, white boy? I go, I don't have any, I'm broke as fuck. Because I was. He hears that and he goes, I find more than $1 on you, I'm gonna fucking kill you. To which my response was, does change count? You have never seen an angrier criminal than someone waiting around, pockets full of change, searching for a lost dollar. The anger on his face, like I was just some disappointing white piñata. We're like, this guy fucking sucks. All right, you guys were a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
She puts it down. I immediately hear, there's 7 security guards in black with machine guns. And I go, what? What? Who's the asshole now? Who's the asshole now?
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. We all have that special woman in our life, the one we like to put up on a pedestal.
Finger sandwiches, boys.
Oh, thank you, Mom.
Go on, little Roy, make it rain. There you go.
Skeet, skeet.
make sure you separate the ones from the fives.
I know, Ma, I know.
Such a gentleman.
Now I gotta pick up the money. Separate the bills. She the one told me to make it rain.
That's my boy.
This lady I'm bringing to the stage, it is an honor and a pleasure to share a microphone with her. You know her from her comedy special, Bothering Jesus, Kathleen Madigan.
My mom was turning 65, and the way my parents have drank and smoked, 65, I thought this could be the last big one. So I said, there'd been no indications, but I don't know, 70 would be a long shot. And I said, well, you're turning 65, is there anything you really want? And she said, yeah, I've never left the country, and I want to go to Paris and Rome. I said, whoa, you and Dad should do that. She goes, no, your father won't go, because he's still really mad about the war. I go, but he wasn't even in a war. She goes, no, it was their behavior. He's never going to get over it. The Italians went bad, and the French wouldn't do their part, and he's not going to go. I said, are you serious? Like, he will not? She goes, no, he won't go. I said, all right, well, I'll go. I'll go with you, and I have 6 siblings. I go, ask whoever you want. And then let's get 4. That's fine for this trip. So she said, all right. She asked my younger sister, who's 10 years younger than me, and diabolically opposite. Blonde hair, blue-eyed, the happiest human, just a yellow lab running at you. Just says, hi, it's Tuesday. Oh my God, I'm so lucky on Tuesdays. I love Tuesdays. We have nothing in common except we're sisters. And then she invited my sister-in-law, who is a perfect planner. I go, great. So Amy, my sister is named Kate. Yes, we have the same name. That's a different joke I won't go into. But Amy, the sister-in-law, that's the one I'm counting on. Great, because my mom has a bad knee, so she's going to be walking slowly. One of her teeth is kind of falling out. We don't know if it's going to make it. This could be a shit show, but if I have help, it's going to be fine. Well, my mom called before we left, and she said, your sister-in-law canceled, so I invited Daisy. I go, Daisy, your neighbor? She goes, yeah, Daisy. I go, how old is Daisy? She goes, well, she's 79. But she does yoga. And I go, so great. If we need something from the back seat, she can reach it. That'll be fucking great, Mom. Well, Daisy's really excited because she's never left Kansas or Missouri. So this is going to be a really fun thing for Daisy. And I said, all right, it's her birthday. Fine. I don't really know Daisy, but she seems lovely. So I have a 79-year-old and a 65-year-old, and I have not my sister-in-law that I wanted. I have my sister, who's not really present a lot. So we go to Paris. Said she wanted to go to Paris and Rome. We get to Paris. We're going to go down the Champs-Élysées, the most big shopping street. Everybody's all gung-ho. I don't really give a shit, but I'll go along with this. My sister says, she walks ahead of us and comes back, and there's 2 giant Asian people. They're huge. They're they're like 7 feet, 5,000 tall. I've never seen Asian people this tall, and they're beautiful. They look like models. And my sister comes running back. She goes, that man just asked to kiss me. I go, what? She goes, I swear to God, walk by him. He'll go, kiss me. I said, this is fucked. Okay, I just want to see if it will happen. So I walked by him, and he said, excuse me. I said, no, Kate. He said, excuse me. And now my mom and the other Daisy have caught up, and these 2 Asian people, my sister goes, I think they're Japanese. I go, well, then they're the tallest Japanese people that have ever walked Earth, and we should get a picture with them and an Instagram video. They're not Japanese, they're Chinese. And they handed us a laminated menu, which like a Fridays menu, except it had purses on it from the Louis Vuitton store. And they were Chinese nationals, because the lady's English was terrible. She goes, oh, we need you to go buy the purses in the Louis Vuitton. We cannot, because we are Asian, we cannot buy the purses. And I go, what? What the fuck? This is bullshit. Like, this is a scam. Like, how dumb are we? My sister and my mom both go, no, Kathleen, she's right. Because at the Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri at the outlet mall, the Asians were buying too much stuff in the Ralph Lauren store, so they've banned them. So I go, what? Are you telling me an Asian person can't walk in the well, not just Asians, but they started it, and that's what started it. And I said, I don't think the Lake of the Ozark outlet mall in Missouri rules apply to the Champs-Élysées. We are in Paris. What is the matter with you people? And my sister goes, this is always your problem. You're so cynical and you're mean and you didn't go to Catholic school long enough. You don't have a heart. You're not doing the right thing. These people are being punished because they're Asians. We should do it. I said, how are we going to buy the purses? And the lady goes, oh, I had the money. And she opens a bag, and there's $10,000 in the bag. Cash. I go, okay, guys, this ain't enough to show you that there's something very wrong. I'm just saying. I said, I also don't think, just for the record, that we look like we belong in the Louis Vuitton store. And my sister goes, why? Why don't we look like we belong in the Louis? I go, well, we could start with the fact that Daisy's sweatshirt says, I love dachshunds. I don't think that... I said, have you guys ever been in one? It's going to be a purse museum. There's going to be 5 purses under glass. We don't look appropriate. That's an aside. This is a scam. No, you're an asshole. You're mean. I said, fine. I go, okay, Chinese people, what are we supposed to do? Because clearly I've been outvoted, and we're going to do it. We're going to do whatever the fuck is. And the lady goes, we gonna give you $10,000 you buy. And she points to 4 purses. One, the one that caused the most trouble, was called the Papillon. I wanted to put a picture of it up tonight, but Cheetahs doesn't have good AV equipment. But you can Google it. Just Google Louis Vuitton Papillon purse. It's a cylinder-type little bag. And I said, okay, so we walked to the Louis Vuitton store. Clearly, none of us look like we belong there. There's about 8 purses under glass, like they're museum pieces. And my mom, when she can't speak the language of wherever she is, chooses to speak English with flair of the accent of those people. So she walked up to the counter, because I said, who's gonna commit the crime? I'm just curious. Who's gonna let this go down? Because I'm not touching the money, and I'm not touching this Chinese lady's purse. I'm not doing shit. My mom goes, well, I want to buy the purse. I go, what if the money's counterfeit? Has anybody thought about that? And my sister goes, well, who cares? I just want to go in a Louis Vuitton store and spend $10,000, Kathleen. That's the fun of it. Don't you see the fun of it? And I go, no, I don't. I don't see any fun. This is our afternoon, and we're bargaining with people about purses on a laminated menu. No. But I'm an asshole. I know, that's been established. But asshole, I'm going to go along with it. So my mom walks up to the counter and points at the first one that the lady told us to buy, because they're all $2,500 according to the lady, so we have $10,000, we can afford 4 purses. My mom points in the glass and looks at this super beautiful French woman. She goes, I would like to buy. I'm like, oh my God. You did not just say that like that. And she goes, shut up, Kathleen, shut up, you're cynical. I would like to buy 1 papillon. So the French lady, I couldn't believe, I thought, do we get that one? Or is there more in back? Like, I don't even know how this works. The lady pulls this sacred purse out and puts it on the thing and says, I will need $2,500 from you. My mom whips out the cash, like it's in just cash, like we're the biggest rednecks on earth. We just walk in with cash in sacks that say, I love Paris, like whatever. She puts it down. I immediately hear, there's 7 security guards in black with machine guns. And I go, what? Well, who's the asshole now? Who's the asshole now? I can't stop laughing. My mom goes, don't you laugh at this. This is serious. I go, oh, I know. I said it was serious 45 minutes ago on the street when I wanted to have a beer at a cafe, and we've been looped into this caper of enormous proportions. She goes, this is not my money. You will follow us. And they take us to a room. I go, bullshit. I go, they're not even cops. What the fuck? Wait, what have we done that's illegal? My dad was a lawyer and a judge his whole life. All I heard my whole life was say, are we under arrest? And if you're not, shut up. And then the other thing you say is, I do not recall and I need an attorney. I said, now listen. Mom, Kate, not Daisy, she's from Kansas, she's excused. But you two have lived a lifetime with a lawyer and a judge. We are not under arrest. This is bullshit. You are going to do what they say, Kathleen. We're going to follow these people. We are in a lot of trouble. Okay, great. So we go in the conference room or wherever. We're taken to like a mini jail type thing in the Louis Vuitton store. They have their own jail. And they're rambling on, and my mom said, tell them we're not criminals. You took 7 years of French. Speak to them. I go, I did take 7 years of French, and here's all I can say. Do you have a beer in your library? That's all I can say. And I can only speak in the past tense because I didn't understand the present or the futuristic tense. So whatever I say had to have already happened, or it's not going to make any sense. These fake cops, security people, it's Louis Vuitton security. This is why I'm so offended. Like, what? Why are we getting busted? You clearly know what we did, and you're, pissed off at us. Well, go out on the street and get your Chinese people you're so angry with. They said that's the Chinese mafia, and what they do is they look for idiots, clearly us four, that look semi-nice, so Midwesty, American, dumb, we fit the mold. Then they have the purses that they chose were the spring premiere debut bags. They take them back to China. They mass produce them for the super rich Chinese people, and then they mass produce for everyone else. So Louis Vuitton is very angry about this. And they said, we're going to need you ladies to take that money back to the Chinese people on the street so we can identify them, and then we will follow them and we will arrest them. I go, I bet you do need us to do that, but what do we get? Like a purse or like I don't get. Why am I part of your sting? This is bullshit. I could walk out of here with this money and give it back and have nothing to do with you people. Like, I don't understand why you're going to have a 79-year-old from Kansas, 65-year-old with no knee, and we're part of your goddamn sting. I said, we're also returning without the purses. So what if the Chinese people get pissed and say you didn't do the agreement that I never agreed to, but these three wackadoodles are all in on? And they said, no, you will not be in any danger. I said, well, I don't know that I trust that, but then my mom goes, no, we're going to do what they say. I'm petrified. We're going to do what they say. Fine. So we walk back out on the street, and there's our Chinese friends. And we walk down, and we hand them the money. Now, I'm expecting police, or something's going to happen. And my mom decides to lecture them. What you did was wrong. Wrong. And then she throws her Asian accent in, which is appalling. You lied to us. Bad. I said, stop speaking. Stop talking. This has been a horrible enough day. So we walked away, and then my mom goes, they were very angry at what I said, and we didn't get their purses, and now I'm afraid the whole mafia knows about us. But I could tell she can get really weirdly upset, and she said, I don't feel safe here anymore. I said, safe meaning like the Champs-Élysées or Paris, France. I don't feel safe here anymore, Kathleen. I'm not leaving the hotel room unless your father comes over here, which we know he won't, or we need to leave. And I go, you're serious? Like, yeah, let's go to Italy right now. Change the plans. I said, fine, because I'm not going to put up with this. It's too much. It's crazy. So we go to Rome. She wants to go to the Vatican. There's a big square somewhere in Rome. It's getting dark, and there's a man selling all the knockoff purses of the Louis Vuitton bags. And she goes, after everything we've been through, I think for my birthday I want that bag. I said, then you go get it. You go ask him how much. She walks over, she walks back, she goes, no. He wanted $60. I'm not paying $60. I'm not paying $60. I'll pay $25. I said, well, you should have said that. She goes, I don't like to negotiate. So I said, I'll do it. And then I realized I was running. I couldn't find him. He had gone away. And I'm looking for this man, and I'm waving money, running down an alley, thinking at the moment, how dumb am I? I'm literally screaming, I have money, and I'm alone in an alley in Italy. But I found him. And I said, look, I will only give you $25. He goes, $40. I said, fine, sold. She'll never know. And I took it back, and I go, happy fucking birthday, Mom. This is the hardest I've worked for any present ever. And for the record, it's not even real. So, that's the story. Thank you, guys.
I'm like, hell no, my sister's still wearing Garanimals and fucking Wonder Woman drawers. And this bitch got on a big bra with the buckles on the back. So when I saw her, I just hit the bitch. I was like, pow! I just started beating her ass.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. We all have that special woman in our life, the one we like to put up on a pedestal.
Finger sandwiches, boys.
Oh, thank you, Mom.
Go on, little Roy, make it rain. There you go.
Skeet, skeet.
Make sure you separate the ones from the fives.
I know, Ma, I know.
Such a gentleman.
Now I gotta pick up the money. Separate the bills. She the one told me to make it rain.
That's my boy.
You know it from her one-woman show, Sophisticated Ignorance. She is B Flat.
I was a senior, I never forget it. Senior year, last week of school, I didn't even have school. I'm just running around visiting other motherfuckers at they school. So I'm at Webster High School with my best friend. I'm up there with Vonnie. I'm like, girl, I'm coming up to your school. I'm getting myself prepared for college. Because I'm letting y'all know right now, at that point, I was going to art school. I knew it in my mind. I had applied. I was just waiting to get me a scholarship. Had my little 16 pieces together for my portfolio review. I'm ready for my shit. So it's like, I'm done. I did my thing. I'm visiting motherfuckers. I don't need no more grades. So I'm thinking I'm cute. You know how it is back in the 80s. Everybody walk around with their pinky on their mouth. I'm walking around. Next thing I know, I'm at another school. All I hear is, Diane! Diane! I said, no, wait a minute. That do not, oh, that's my mama. And I look, and her ass is sweeping up the hallway up at Webster School, right? I didn't even know her ass was a janitor. I didn't know she had these skills. I ain't seen her in 5 years. So now I'm like, oh, no, she not fucking talking to me in front of my friends sweeping up the school. So I'm just walking. She's talking about, I know you hear me calling you, and it's your mama. I was like, oh, Lord. Now, you know how kids are. You embarrassed. I'm like, hey, Mama, how you doing? I didn't even know you was back. Oh, I love you. I miss you. How you been? What you doing? And I'm standing there like, okay, hurry up with this. And she's telling me, I'm telling her I'm about to go to college. She don't know none of this shit. She ain't seen me in 5 years. I'm telling her I'm about to go to college, got my little portfolio together. She talking about, oh, I want to see it. You should bring it up to me. Bring it to where I live. I don't know where the fuck you live. Give me the address. I'm going to bring it and leave me alone. Because, you know, I'm walking like this. Get away from me and my friends. So I go home. I tell my father. He upset because we didn't even know her ass was back in Missouri. And I was like, I'm going to go on and take it to her so she can see that I'm, you know, trying to do something positive. So he's like, well, let me see the address. So I let him see the address, and it was in this new little project area they had just built in St. Louis. They had tore down these one project and built these new townhouses. So my father saw the address. He was a little reluctant to let me drive his car. So I was like, let me go and take it down here. I called my cousin Linda. That's my ride or die. We ride down here. I was like, let me go and take this down here so my mama can see it and leave me the fuck alone. So we get out. I knock on the door. Some big burly ass woman come to the door. This bitch looking crazy. She's like, "Can I help you?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm here to see Dale. My mother told me to bring." She's like, "Oh yeah, come on in." So I walk in, it's like 9 grown bitches just standing around, drinking, smoking, listening to Marvin Gaye and shit. And me and my cousin, we trying to scrooge through these motherfuckers. You know, you feeling like you get germs. I'm like, what the fuck? So my mother comes sashaying down the motherfucking steps. Cause she all proud now. I'm the daughter. I done showed up with my portfolio. She all coming down the steps. Want me to lay it out and show everybody. She just bragging. Oh, and my baby did this and she drew that and that's a self-portrait and my baby did. And I'm thinking to myself, bitch, you ain't helped me do nothing. And can y'all hurry up with this bullshit? I gotta get my daddy car back. So, you know, she's like, well, I'm gonna take it, I'm gonna keep it. I was like, Mom, you cannot keep my portfolio down here. Well, you can come pick it up from my school. I want to show so and so and so and so. So me, trying not to argue with her ass, I leave my portfolio with her because I got to get the fuck up out this area. Lo and behold, next day, I get a phone call from my little sister. She's 11 at the time. I'm like 17. She's on the phone crying, talking about, come down here and get me because Maycat daughter Chrissy jumped on me. I'm like, who the fuck is Chrissy? So I get down there. Me and Linda, because you know I'm calling my motherfucking cousin. We get down there. This big ass 14-year-old bitch, she got titties like she 24. Fighting my motherfucking 11-year-old sister. This bitch, I'm like, oh, hell no. My sister's still wearing Garanimals and fucking Wonder Woman drawers. And this bitch got on a big bra with the buckles on the back. So when I saw her, I just hit the bitch. I was like, pow! I just started beating her ass. Like, bitch, you too big to be jumping on my little ass sister. I was whooping her ass. I was like, fuck that. I told my sister, get your shit, get in the car and let's go. So I took her back to my daddy's house. I called her daddy. He came and got her. Next thing I know, my mother calls over to my father's house. I don't know what the fuck you think you doing coming down here jumping on motherfuckers with your grown ass self. I said, Mama, that girl jumped on your daughter and she too big to be trying to fight you. I don't know, but I know one motherfucking thing. You better come down here and get your motherfucking portfolio, bitch. You know back in the day when you can't believe some shit, you look at the phone, the old school phone like, I know this bitch did not just say, I'm this... Y'all know I'm telling the truth. I said, fuck that. I'm looking at the phone like my mama did not just call me a bitch. She called me a grown-ass bitch. You coming down. I said, okay, I got it. Boom. You know who I'm calling. My motherfucking cousin Linda. Live up the street. I said, cuz, we riding down here getting my portfolio. Let's go. Because I know my mama. 10 minutes later, I'm down here in front of Maycat house. It's all, the lights out. It's serene. It's quiet and shit. I'm looking nervous because don't shit be quiet in the projects. I don't give a fuck how new they are. And I'm like, well, ain't got no lights on. So I'm knocking on the door. Ain't nobody open the door. So me and Linda standing there, we banging. Nobody opens the door. Next thing, I hear the motherfucking window raise up on the second floor. My mama gonna lean out. You ain't welcome down this motherfucker. Cause you too grown to do the shit you did. You fucking up my situation. You got somewhere to stay. I ain't got no motherfucking where to stay. And you coming down here causing trouble. So take your motherfucking portfolio. And she just started tossing my shit out the window one by one. One picture, my shit just floating down like a kite with no wind, just hitting the ground. And I'm in fucking amazement, like, no, this bitch is not throwing my portfolio, pictures, my paintings, my every motherfucking thing out the window. Then she tossed the whole fucking leather case out there. So that hit the ground, and I'm trying to pick my shit up. Next thing you know, Maycat runs out. This bitch, I'm out. And this for jumping on my motherfucking daughter. And the bitch just starts stepping all on my self-portrait. It's all fucked up. Now I'm crying. And I'm mad. We had 2 quarters. Me and my cousin Linda, we went to the motherfucking payphone up the street. We called all 9 of her sisters with 1 quarter. Pumpkin, Jean, everybody knows somebody named Pumpkin. Jean, Lynn, Azzy, Rhonda, Tisha, cousin Lynn. We used other quarter to call some other motherfucking cousins. Waited at the payphone. Gene rolled up, 2 cars of motherfuckers. We rolled right up in front of that shit. My cousin Gene got out the car first. She went up there, boom, boom, boom. I don't even know who answered the door, because whoever fuck, they called it first. Gene snatched the motherfucker one hand. Whoop. Everybody just, we coming out of nowhere. Now people running out the house. We fighting like a motherfucker. I was like, fuck this. And my mama, she don't even want to come out because she embarrassed. But then her friends start getting fucked up, so she had to come out and help. So we start fucking her up because you out here helping your friends that fucked me up, and I'm your daughter. So now we rolling like a mother. I don't even know how long this shit went on. It might have been on 10, 15 minutes. Somebody called the police. Paddy wagon come. 2 of them, they take this half. They take me. My cousins, all of us, we down at the motherfucking police station, just all in a big rumble. They want to know what's going on. I ain't even had to say shit. I let them see my motherfucking portfolio. And then they couldn't understand what had to go down. So they let everybody go. They couldn't let me go because I'm a minor, and they want to release me to a parent. And my dumb ass mama talking about, oh, I'm right here. You can release her to me. And they looking at her like, bitch, please. Ain't nobody, bitch, you the reason why she here. Ain't nobody gonna release her to you. I was like, so I had to wait on my daddy, and I'm like, oh shit. I don't even know how I'm gonna explain this to my father. So my father comes and get me, and I'm all crying, I'm mad, I don't even know what to do, because all I can think in the back of my mind is I'm not gonna get into college, because my portfolio is fucked up. I got a review in a week. I don't even know what I'm gonna tell these people. I'm just like, fuck it. Maybe I'm just gonna be working at UPS. I ain't gonna get no fucking... So when my dad picked me up, I thought he was gonna be mad and angry. He didn't even say shit. And when a person don't say nothing, you don't know what's on their mind and what they thinking. You really start to be nervous. Because all I can hear him saying is, I told you not to take your ass down there, and you know your mama fucking throwed off, all that. I didn't want to hear that. He didn't say shit. As soon as we got in the house, he said, let me see your portfolio. And he laid it out on the kitchen table. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna help you get your shit together. We gonna work it out. My daddy helped me tape up my pictures. We was fixing shit, touching shit up. He's like, you gonna get that damn scholarship, cause I ain't got it. So your ass is gonna get it. And I'm thinking to myself, I am not going to this portfolio review with my shit looking like this. But he made me go, my father made me go. He took me, and I was like, oh God, I'm nervous. I get out, I'm sitting in the hallway. I got my portfolio. They called me into the room. 4 white people in there. I'm standing there like, oh, Lord. They gonna be looking at me like, oh, it's some nigga shit. When they see my portfolio all fucked up. This is more than the dog ate the homework. I can't even say no shit like that. So they had the little easel, for you to bring your shit out. Oh, I opened up my shit. I pulled out my self-portrait. Now, this is the one with the big-ass footprint on it, right on the forehead. So I just set it up on the thing. They didn't even give me an opportunity to explain. They said, can you just step out in the hallway for a second? Now I'm mad, like, whoa, what the fuck? So I'm sitting in the hallway talking to my dad. You know how you're nervous, you're not sure what's going on. I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck? They taking forever. They're not asking me shit. I'm just in the hallway. The lady comes out about 20 minutes later, gives me my portfolio back, and she said, we'll be in touch with you. So now I'm riding home like, what the fuck do that mean? They ain't asked me no questions. They probably looked at my shit like, we ain't got time for this nigga shit. They made me sit out here for no reason. So now I'm really angry. I'm thinking of all kind of ways I can get back at my mama. I was like, I'm gonna call up to her job. I'm like, fuck that. I'm getting that bitch fired. I'm gonna tell them she got 3 IDs. She ain't got no GED. She an alcoholic. I'm like, and she bringing home toilet paper from the school. I was thinking of all kind of shit to get her ass fired. So, about a month later, I got a letter in the mail from Feinbein College, and it said I got a partial scholarship. I didn't even see the word partial. All I saw was scholarship on the motherfucker. I don't know what it was, but I was so fucking happy. I was like, oh shit, I got in. Now, I failed to mention that I have always been a scrapbooker. I love to scrapbook since 4th grade. So I copy every fucking thing. Even today, I was like, oh, give me a copy of these papers. I need a copy of everything. So I had copied everything. I keep everything. When I got that letter, I wrote on that letter, I got in, bitch. And I took it straight to the post office. And I mailed the motherfucker to Maycat House. I was like, oh, she gonna get this motherfucker. I'm letting her know, despite all the bullshit y'all did to me, I still got in. I mailed the motherfucking letter. It came back a week later. I was like, oh, this bitch done moved again. So she moved again. Never got the letter. She didn't even fucking know. So here it is, 4 years later. I'm graduating from college. I get a call a week before my graduation from my mama. I don't even know where she was. I didn't know how she knew I was graduating. All she wanted to do was come and see me walk across the stage. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, you gonna fuck my graduation up. But I can't stop your ass from coming because you know about it, obviously. So my mother comes to the graduation. I'm there with my dad, my stepmom, and I see her walking up. I had already crossed the stage. I'm holding my degree. I knew her ass was coming, and I had that motherfucking letter. I had the letter. I pulled it out of my motherfucking scrapbook. I was like, yeah, she gonna get this letter. She gonna get this motherfucking letter. So she steps to me, wanna hug me, all this fake shit, and I'm just feeling like, ugh. So she hugging me. Oh, let me take a picture with you and your degree. I was like, you can take a picture with me in this motherfucking letter? And I gave her ass that letter. I did not take no picture with her. I was like, fuck that, I am out of here. And I left quickly, because I knew if my mama opened that letter up while I was standing there, she would fuck me up. I gave her that letter. I was like, you can take a picture with that? I had to get on out of there. I'm letting y'all know right now. It's because of her, all the bad shit that happened to me made me the good motherfucker that I am today. So I tell people all the time, do your thing. You never know what's gonna be the catalyst in your life. That's my story. I hope y'all enjoy.
I was a little cheesy back in the day. Like if you're over 30, I don't know, you remember that one asshole in the club with just a vest on? And I'm like, hey, who goes out with just a vest? Like, what are you, Han Solo?
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. We all have that special woman in our life, the one we like to put up on a pedestal.
Finger sandwiches, boys.
Oh, thank you, Mom.
Go on, little Roy, make it rain. There you go.
Skeet, skeet.
Now make sure you separate the ones from the fives.
I know, Ma, I know.
Such a gentleman.
Now I gotta pick up the money. Separate the bills. She the one told me to make it rain.
That's my boy.
You all know him as the host of the You're on the List podcast. You know him from his comedy album, American Comic. Brett Ernst, everybody.
I'm actually dedicating this story to my mom. It's a story about her catching me jerking off. Listen, I'm a comic, all right? I don't write songs or poems. I'm dedicating a jerk-off story to my mom, all right? That's the extent. Well, I was raised by a single mom, and she had 3 boys. And, and it's hard for moms to try and talk to your sons about the animalistic shit we do. You know what I mean? Like, my little brother and me were animals. My older brother was a little bit nicer and knew how to act. He was gay. So it makes sense. Gay guys know how to act. Literally, they're amazing actors. But I meant, they know how to behave. But we never had to talk. I mean, I learned how to be with women from, like, R&B videos and porn. And my little brother learned from me. So when you're raising sons, they catch you doing messed up shit, I remember one time I hid my rubbers. Remember you ever hide your rubbers? Because I don't want her to know. But then one time I opened my drawer and they were there perfectly folded in the drawer. So she let me know she knew, but never said anything. When moms catch you rubbing one out, they don't say. Like, I've been caught a few times. By my mom and by my wife. All right. But I'm saying, like, when your mom catches you, they don't say it. Like, if your wife catches you, now there's a problem. Now we have to have a sit down. You know what I mean? Is there a problem in the relationship? Moms are cool. I remember one time I was rubbing one out, my mom walked in. She's like, hey, Brett, okay. Turned around and left. Nothing was ever said. You know what I mean? So I'm home from college. Like, I was one of those losers that went away to community college. You know what I mean? Like, I went to community college in another town, acting like I was doing shit with my life. So I come home from community college, and and it's a Wednesday night. We're going out on a Wednesday night, because, you know, that's what you do when you're in community college. And my friends are picking me up. They're like, "Yo, we're gonna go out. We're gonna go down to Miami. You know, so get ready to go out." So, you know, and by the way, I'm a reformed Guido. Okay. There was an intervention, like '99. They took my cologne bottles away. But, you know, I was a little cheesy back in the day. Like if you're over 30, I don't know. You remember that one asshole in the club with just a vest on? And like, hey. Who goes out with just a vest? Like, what are you, Han Solo? Who the fuck? And I would wear Timberland boots, like that would offset the vest. Like, yeah, I do construction after I fly the Millennium Falcon. So my boys are getting ready to pick me up, so, you know, I'm doing my pre-going out rituals, shaving the chest. Cologned up. Did my curls, got the vest on. You know what I mean? I'm ready to go out. So now we go pre-drinking. There was this club down it was like a little ways down from me. It was called Crickets, right? It was a real shithole. Like, people got stabbed there or whatever, but, you know, we would pre-drink there, and then we would head down to Miami to go out. So we get to the bar, vests everywhere. You know what I mean? It's jumping. And as soon as I get in there, I make eye contact with this girl, right? Beautiful girl, cute, strong 6. You know what I mean? So I see her, I zero in on her, you know. I'm like, I just walk right up to her. I'm like, "Hey, how you doing? You know, what's your name?" She's like, "Francesca." I'm like, "Hey, Francesca, how's it going?" So I'm talking to her, we're doing shots, you know, getting hammered. And then my friends come up to me and they're like, "Yo, we're gonna go down to Miami, let's bounce," you know? And I'm like, "All right," and I go to the girl, "Can I get your number?" And she's like, "Well, why don't you stay?" I'm like, "Well, they're my ride. I got no way of getting back." And then she's like, "I'll take you home." I'm like, "All right." You know, I told my boys to bounce. You know what I mean? By the way, we didn't have Uber back then either. All right, a strong 6 was your Uber. So now we're drinking, we're getting hammered, right? She's like, "You know, let me take you home." So we drive back to the house, and again, I'm drunk. You know, you're slamming around. And we lived in a little apartment. So I'm making noise, and then the lights go on, and I woke my mom up, right? And my mom had she had that mob robe. You ever see the mom robe? It's like, she's like, "What are you doing?" You know, I'm like, "Fuck." I'm like, "Yo, go to bed, Carol." You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing up, you know? And she's like, "You know, who's your friend?" I'm like, Francesca, this is my mom. "Ma, this is Francesca," you know. She's like, "Can I make you guys something to eat?" I'm like, "No." So my mom goes back to sleep. Now, Francesca was half Italian and half Spanish, all right? So she understood the family thing. You know what I mean? Because the fact that she met my mom, now the whole dynamic changed, you know? Because I'm making out with her and we're fooling around, but it's just not the same. She's like, "You know, I can't do this. You know, your mom's in the other room." I'm like, "Carol, don't care. Don't worry about it." You know what I mean? We're still going. And she's like, "I can't. I feel disrespectful." I'm like, you know. So she gave me her number. She said, "Hit me up later." And she left. So now I'm alone with a worked up Pigeline. All right, so this is where it goes south. Now, this is back in the VCR days, by the way, okay? They had DVD players, but I was still working with VCR. Well, I amassed like this huge VHS collection. Okay, and you know, back then you had a porn tape like that, you know, it was on a VHS tape, but I had so many tapes that I would hide my tape in plain sight, so like my mom would never find it, you know. Like my porn tape said NFL's Greatest Hits on it. You know what I mean? I found my older brothers one time. I'm like, "I haven't seen Grease in a while." You know. Anyways, so, and that's the other thing. You didn't have internet porn back then, all right? You had a VHS tape that you passed around to your friends. And when you put it in, you saw exactly where he finished, which made it really awkward. Right? You had to rewind it and find your own little scene. All right. So I got NFL's Greatest Hits in the VCR, right? And now I decide I got to get one off. You know what I mean? And the whiskey's really kicking in. I'm hammered, room spinning. So I get butt naked, okay? And I'm laying in bed. Now, I don't know if you ever do this or not when you're rubbing one out in bed, but do you ever make like that toilet paper runway? You know what I mean? It's relevant it's relevant to the story. You know what I mean? Like, you ever make that toilet paper runway? It's like nice, quick, easy cleanup. You just throw it under the bed, wake up the next morning, get rid of the evidence, nobody knows nothing, right? So I'm laying there, butt naked, covered in Charmin 2-ply, because I knew it was going to be a strong one, right? I got my little root in my hand. I'm literally maybe 5 strokes in, right? I'm so drunk, I pass out. Now, when I wake up the next morning, okay, the TV's off, and I'm tucked in my bed. I'm like... Now, you know when you were like... You know when you were out drinking the night before, you ever get really drunk, and then you wake up the next morning, there's like 10 seconds where you forgot you were drinking? Then you realize you were drunk and start praying to God for things that don't exist. You're like, oh God, please let there be little magical jerk-off elves that came in here and cleaned me up. And I can imagine my poor mom, just imagine being a mom walking in, seeing his son laying there, covered in toilet paper, like some perverted mummy, with just a vest on. And she's never said a word to this day, which is why I love my mom. All right, guys.
That's what my mom got at the house. At my mama's house is Black Jesus, my dead grandma, me at graduation, and fucking Rod Stewart.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. We all have that special woman in our life, the one we like to put up on a pedestal.
Finger sandwiches, boys.
Oh, thank you, Mom.
Go on, little Roy, make it rain. There you go.
Skeet, skeet.
Now make sure you separate the ones from the fives.
I know, Ma, I know.
Such a gentleman.
Now I gotta pick up the money. Separate the bills. She the one told me to make it rain.
That's my boy.
You know this man from his work on The Daily Show with Trevor Noah, Roy Wood Jr. I love my mom. I love my mom, but my mom hates everything. Like, whatever it is, my mom has the gift, like most mothers, to just find the flaw in whatever you think is perfect. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if it's food, television, whatever, your outfit. She will break it down and find the one thing wrong. I took my mom to see the movie Gravity. Sandra Bullock and George Clooney. A beautiful film. Woman lost up there in space trying to figure out how to get back down to Earth. I take my mom to see this Oscar-winning masterpiece. We're walking out the theater. She boils it down to one sentence. It's just a movie about a bitch flipping and crying. I said, what? This movie is about a beautiful internal struggle. The desire to live when all the odds are against you. That's what the film. No, it's just a bitch flipping. She cried. Bitch wouldn't be flipping if she stopped crying. Stop crying. And figure out why you flipping. And then you stop flipping. Bitch, stop flipping. That's what my mom does to things. I'm not, like, she hates everything. I can't even explain to you how much she can. I'm not even my mama's favorite comedian. I'm not even in her top 5. That's not even a lie. Like, I don't curse enough. That was her note to me as a performer. You don't curse enough. You ain't no Cat Williams, I tell you that. My mom's Mount Rushmore of comedy is Ron White, Cat Williams, Wanda Sykes, and barely Chris Rock because he walks too damn much. That's what she said. Why he gotta walk back and forth while he tell the joke? Can't he stand still? See, Ron White, I like Ron White because he stands still so you can hear the joke. He stands still because he's drunk, Joyce. That's why he doesn't walk. She loves Rod Stewart, though. Never heard her say a bad word about Rod Stewart. My mama got a ton of favorite musicians. She like all the Hall of Fame black people, but it's something about Rod Stewart. I don't know what it is. She loves that dude. Like when my mama died, that's what I'm playing at her funeral. I'm gonna put an Amazon Echo next to her casket. Alexa, play Mama Funeral Mix. If you think I'll sexy, come on, you want so. This like, and I don't mean my mom likes Rod Stewart. She has all his albums. She loves Rod Stewart. She went to New York. Her and her girlfriends every year. They go to New York and they go on this big theater hopping tour. They block out 4 days and they go watch like 8, 9 Broadway musicals. They get one in the morning, one in the evening, some sort of old lady Coachella. I don't know what they, you know, like, you know how you bar hop? Like they do that, but with theater shows in Times Square. So they're leaving a show one night and my mom calls me just breathing into the phone. Which is scary when you get a call from a loved one and all you hear is breathing. You don't know if it's good news or a kidnapping. You don't know. I answer the phone. I go, hello, and I just hear. Roy. I go, Mama, what's up? What's going on? I took a picture with him, Roy. I took a picture with Rod Stewart. I met Rod Stewart, and we talked about his career, and he asked me about my job, and he told me about all his projects. I gotta go. I'll call you back. My mama met Rod Stewart, took a picture with him, took the picture home, put it on top of the fireplace. Like, I don't know where you're from, but down south, that is the most sacred place for a picture to be put above the fire. He went straight to above the fireplace. You're supposed to earn the fireplace. You're supposed to work your way up. You got to be on the end table in the hallway for a little while. You do good, then you get promoted to the top of the piano. And you either die or graduate from college and you get above the fireplace. And that's what my mom got at the house. At my mama's house is Black Jesus, my dead grandma, me at graduation, and fucking Rod Stewart. And she loves Rod Stewart. I get home a couple weeks after this whole shit went down, and I go and look at the picture, and I start peeping some discrepancies in the photo. First of all, there's a knife and fork in the background. Oh, where are you in the theater that there's a knife and fork? And there's some red and white, like, wallpaper. And I look closer. I go, Mama, you took this picture at a TGI Fridays. And she said, yeah, that's where I met Rod Stewart. I said, Mama, I'm pretty sure Rod Stewart ain't swinging by TGI Fridays to knock out some fucking endless appetizers. That's not how Rod Stewart rolls. And I go, give me some more details of the story. Tell me about when you saw him. Well, he walked in and he was walking around. I go, who was with him? And nobody. Well, then this definitely was not Rod Stewart. You telling me Rod Stewart, fucking billionaire musician, is just in TGI Fridays by himself, just walking around. If you like Jack Daniels and you like some chicken, come on, baby, eat it now. I'm like, this is not Rod Stewart, Mama. We argue back and forth about this shit. It is Rod Stewart. I go, Mama, I really think this was a Rod Stewart impersonator. I think you got tricked. You're in Times Square. It's a lot of people dressing up like celebs, and they charge money for you to take a photo. He go, oh, he didn't charge me. I was like, what? Which made me even more upset, because now I know for sure this person is crazy. Whoever this person is that's impersonating Rod Stewart is doing it for free. This dude wakes up every day and puts on the Rod Stewart, puts on the mullet and a sequin jacket, and just walks through fucking family restaurants, tricking people. What kind of sick bastard? I understand being an impressionist, but do it for money. Do it because you got a talent. But just to do it so you can take selfies with 60-year-old women, that's foul. That's some creepy-ass behavior, man. Me and my mom, we still going back and forth about it. It is Rod Stewart. Y'all just don't want to acknowledge the fact that I met Rod Stewart. Y'all jealous. So I lay down the gauntlet, and I print up a picture of Rod Stewart, the real Rod Stewart. And I bring it into the kitchen, and I lay it down on the counter next to the TGI Fridays Rod Stewart. I did. I laid the real Rod Stewart here, and then next to him was Jack Daniel's chicken and shrimp Rod Stewart. And my mama looks at the pictures, and she looked, and then her face dropped. And you evil as fuck over there. My mama is sad, and you're laughing. And I felt bad. I legitimately felt bad because the truth of the matter is, it didn't matter if it was Rod Stewart or not. She believed it was Rod Stewart. The shit made her happy. Let her have a moment. But I was so determined to be right that in the process, I hurt my mom's feelings. And thankfully, it'll be a couple years, but I got a shot at redemption because I did some shows in London, and my mom asked me, if, hey, never been to England, can I roll with you? And I was like, fuck it, you a good wingman, let's roll. Shit, my mom cool as hell. I'm like, let's go to England. And we're in this department store in London called Harrods of London. It's one of the most prestigious department stores. It's like there's nothing in America that even compares to it. I don't even know how to put it into words. It's like, take the biggest shopping center and on top of that, put another shopping center. And then on top of that, put luxury goods. And on top of that, put a pet store. And then on top of that, put a grocery store. Like, you can get everything in the store. It's just a prestigious ass store. Like, there's floors of this place where it's just literally $20,000 dresses. That's every rack is just $20,000 dresses. Like, you get off the elevator and you're just like, this is not my floor. And you step back on. Ding, ding. But me and my mom got a pastime that we do together. We go and we look at shit we can't afford. So we on the expensive dress floor, and my mom is looking at all these gowns or whatever, and one of the sales associates from Harrods comes over, talks to me and my mom. She goes, pardon me, we're gonna have to, first of all, my British accent is horrible, okay? Accents ain't what I do, all right? Pardon me, we're gonna have to ask you politely to leave. Yeah, and so at first, I thought it was on some race shit. I'm like, what you mean, white lady? First y'all did Oprah Winfrey like that. Now you think I ain't got the money to buy one of these dresses? Bitch, I've been on BET Comic View. You know how much money I got? Like, I'm just making up credits, arguing with this lady. And she goes, no, you're welcome to come back in a couple of hours, yeah? But we have a shopper who has reserved this entire floor to shop with a little bit of privacy. I go, who the fuck can afford to reserve the $20,000 dress floor? She goes, Rod Stewart. And I turned to my mom, and she heard it. And she had this look on her face, and I don't even know how to describe this look, but it's when you see the toy you really want for Christmas, and you're trying to get your mama to, like, that's how my mama looked, like Denzel before he cries in movies. Fucking bottom lip. And I go, I got you, Joyce. got you. So I turn over and see Rod Stewart approaching. And Rod Stewart looks exactly how you think he looks in person. Fucking amazing. He didn't even touch the floor. This nigga was floating. He was just floating. If you like my body. Hey, I do, Rod. I like your body. I get it now. He had his own breeze. You know how rich you gotta be to have a breeze that precedes you? Nigga, I smelt Rod Stewart before I saw him. Rod Stewart is 30 feet off of me. His security detail is 10 feet ahead of him. And I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna get through these fucking dudes. And I try to get up to one of them. And he goes, "No, mate." I ain't even opened my mouth yet. Security dude says, "No, mate." I go, "Listen, man. I don't know how to explain this to you, but that's my mama over there. She's a huge fan. I said, no, mate, keep it moving, yeah? All right, no worries." No, that's the trick shit British people do. They say something fucked up to you, then they say, "No worries," right behind it. And I'm like, "No, bitch, yes, worries. Yes, worries. I have worries." And it's getting a little testy between me and this dude, so I already know the pitch ain't gonna happen, because I'm an asshole at this point. And in Rod Stewart's defense, this dude is in full family mode. This is not the time to disturb anybody while they're out shopping. The dude literally reserved an entire floor so he could avoid motherfuckers like me. So I understand, I wasn't mad at him, but we locked eyes for a second, for a brief second, for 3 seconds. I was eye to eye with the only thing my mother has never spoken negatively about. And I know I'm not getting the picture, so I just said, "Hey man, did you ever eat at a TGI Fridays in Times Square?" I told you that wasn't Rod Stewart.
And of course, my macho dad threw a fit, and he started calling the house collect every day, threatening to kill my stepfather, which I think is hilarious that my poor stepfather had to pay for his own death threats.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm Roy Wood Jr. We all come from somewhere, from someone who nurtures us, protects us, and teaches us. Some are better at it than others.
Please give it up for Brett Tobler.
So this is the story about how I tried to kill my dad. Trust me, it's hilarious. Trust me. So you guys have heard the term blood is thicker than water, right? I hate it. My dad must have said it to me 1,000 times growing up. Blood is thicker than water, son. Blood is thicker than water, son. And I just started to hate it because I think it's what family members say to you when they do something shitty, and instead of apologizing, they're just like, "Hey, we have the same blood type, so you have to put up with this shit." So I would hear it all the time. My dad would miss like basketball games and graduation, and he'd always say, "Blood is thicker than water, son." And he ended up missing most of my childhood, because when I was 5 years old, he went away to college. Well, that's what my mom called it. You guys would, of course, call it maximum security prison. And every couple of years on spring break, he would get out and he would come visit my little brother and I. And luckily, my mom remarried and we had a great stepdad who taught us how to ride a bike and build a fire, stuff that you're supposed to learn from your dad. Because when my dad would come to town, he would teach me the stuff he knew about. So, for instance, my dad taught me 3 things in life I'll never forget. Number 1, you never snitch, no matter what. Number 2, if you have extra food at lunchtime, you only give it to white people. Weird to tell a 4th grader, I agree. And the craziest one of all, my dad got out on spring break one year and he came back home to visit us and he took me and my little brother swimming. We had a great day at the pool, jumping off the diving board, playing Marco Polo, and I got out of the pool and I'm in the locker room and I'm taking a shower. And my father comes in and he sees me shower and he's like, hold on, son, get out of the shower for a sec. I was like, why? What's up, Dad? He goes, son, every time you take a shower from now on, before you get in the shower, put the water on as cold as it can go, and then get in that cold water and shadow box until you count to 15. I was like, Dad, why would I do that? And he's like, son, the way your body reacts when that cold water hits it is the same it'll react if you ever get stabbed. So if you ever get stabbed, you'll be able to fight for 15 seconds. That's what my dad tells a fucking 12-year-old. And like an idiot, I do that shit till I'm like 19, and I get a girlfriend and she's like, why are we fake fighting in this cold shower? I'm like, you better be ready, bitch. It could go down at any time. This shit is real. So that's my dad. So my dad only did one good thing for me in life. Of course, I had a wonderful stepdad, and before I was about to start junior high, he set me and my little brother down, and he said he wanted to adopt us and have us take his last name like we were his sons. And of course, my macho dad threw a fit, and he started calling the house collect every day, threatening to kill my stepfather, which I think is hilarious that my poor stepfather had to pay for his own death threats. But he would call and he would remind us, blood is thicker than water, you're my son. And he eventually sent some goons over to the house to like scare my stepdad. And my mom made a decision, like, forget it, let's just keep your last name. Which is the only good thing that my father ever did for me. Because if my stepdad would have adopted me, I would have started junior high school as Brant Huffendick. Which I think has got to be the shittiest last name in the world. My poor little sister is named Haley Huffendick. I don't know why she didn't get married at midnight on her 18th birthday, but she didn't do it. So that was my dad. And then after that, he disappeared for like 8 years. And I never heard from him. And I went to real college in Phoenix. And then, well, junior college, so kind of real, but I went. But then one day I got a letter out of nowhere, and it was from my dad, and he just said, I'll be at the Phoenix airport in 3 days, and I'd love to see you. And there's no time to write back, just I'll be looking for you. I didn't know what to do because I was doing so good in life and I hadn't seen him in almost a decade. But then part of me was like, I got to go see my dad. So I went to the airport, which was one of the weirdest moments in my life because this was before 9/11, so you could go from gate to gate. And when I got to the airport, I realized I didn't even know what my own dad looked like. So I'm looking in the bars and bookstores. I'm like, is that my dad? Is that my dad? And then, of course, I saw a guy with a ponytail, wife beater, brown khaki pants. I'm like, there's my dad. So I run over, I give him a hug, and we both fight back tears, and he tells me how much he missed me and how blood is thicker than water, and he's determined to be part of my life again. And he said, I'm moving to Vegas. I have this incredible cocktail waitress girlfriend, and you're allowed, you can come see us whenever you want. And I was like, okay, Dad, thanks. I got to go back to college. And I drove back to my dorm, and when I got to my dorm, I called my 2 best friends back in Wyoming who also had shitty dads growing up, and I told them this story, and they're like, we should go see your dad on our spring break. And I was like, all right, cool. So they drove down from Wyoming, and they picked me up in Phoenix, and we went to Vegas on our spring break and spent 5 days with my dad, which was incredible because we were just dumb kids from Wyoming. He taught us about like hookers and craps, seafood buffets. We were like, holy shit, this is incredible. So at the end of the 5 days, he's like, you guys are welcome to come back whenever you want. You can live with me and my girlfriend in this trailer. And we were like, sorry, Dad, we got to go back to college. And they started driving me towards Phoenix, and every mile we got away from Vegas, we were just itching to get back. And by the time we got to Phoenix, the 3 of us idiots made the decision that we were going to drop out of college and move back to Vegas to get our dream jobs as pirates at the Treasure Island. We thought, what would be better than wearing an eye patch and jumping off a big ship every hour while drunk tourist chicks scream at us? We're like, that's it. That's the dream job. So we dropped out of college. Our families are furious with us, and we moved to Vegas. And of course, we don't get pirate jobs. We didn't know anything about casting or any of that shit. And so my friends sober up, and they go back home to Wyoming and re-enroll in college. But I was enjoying hanging out with my dad, and I didn't want to leave, so I decided to stay. And then one day I actually got the dream job. I would go play basketball every afternoon with a bunch of professional gamblers, and one of them hired me to be a runner. So my job was just to carry hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of cash up and down the strip and bet on sports. So it was great. I was making a ton of money. Everything was good. So I told my dad, we're moving out of this trailer, and I rented this beautiful house on a golf course. And I started calling my little brother, who lived in Portland at the time, just a little stoner dude that ran a Subway. And I told him, you gotta come to Vegas. It's me, you, and Dad. We can finally be a perfect little family again. And he's like, all right. And he moved to Vegas, and we had a great time the first 6 months. We'd sit on the back porch every night, just get drunk, tell stories. He'd tell us about prison riots and shit, and we'd tell him about scoring 8 points in a JV basketball game or whatever shitty stories we had. He obviously had much better stories. But he was always just waiting to get off parole. He's like, I can't wait to get off parole. I can be my own man again. And he'd talk about it every day, and we counted down the days till he finally got off parole. And I remember I threw a big party at the house, invited all our family and friends over, and we just got wasted. And I remember about 4 a.m, it's just me and my dad and brother in the kitchen. And we're just telling them how proud we are, and we're just drunk, and it's just this incredible moment. And then, that is the last good moment I'll ever have with my dad. Because the next morning he woke up, got back on drugs, started bringing around like little 20-year-old meth heads to my house, even though they're younger than me. My dad's like 48 at the time. He starts just acting like a drug addict, stealing my friends' wallets, forgetting my birthday, just being a shitty dad. And I knew it was going bad, but I didn't know how to get out of it. And, it's hard to yell at your own dad. And I knew it was going to happen. And then on a Saturday during football season, I'd have to bet college football all day. So I'd get to the strip at 8 a.m. I'd run up and down and bet till like 9 o'clock at night. Then I'd go home, go to bed, and then do the same thing for NFL on Sundays. So on this Saturday, I work my ass off. I come home, I'm exhausted. When I get home, my dad's there all cracked out. And I tell him, hey, Dad, I'm going to bed. You can come down tomorrow and get everything comped if you want to watch football. He's like, okay, son. And I went to sleep about 10 o'clock. Around midnight, my little brother busts in, and he's like, hey, Brant, someone stole my money. My little brother had saved up $350 to fly to Portland to watch his girlfriend graduate college. So I jump out of bed like the big brother, and I run downstairs to try to find my dad and tell him to find whatever little shitty kid took my brother's money. So when I get downstairs, I don't see him, and I'm yelling for him, and I go look in the garage because my white trash dad had this stupid convertible Camaro that he thought was like the dopest car in the world, and it always had to be parked in the garage. So when I got in the garage and I looked and his Camaro was gone, it hit me, oh shit, I got all my money upstairs. And I ran upstairs, and my dad had stole $80,000 cash from me. And now I worked for guys that you don't want to be $80,000 short for. Obviously, not that there's any job you could be $80,000 short for. But I'll never forget that. And I see my little brother crying, and I'm like, you stole $80,000. Why would you go steal your own son's $350? And it just drove me crazy. And to watch my little brother cry, I brought him from Portland. He was doing good, and I brought him into this shit. So in that moment, I made the decision. I'm like, that's it. I'm going to fucking kill my dad. I'm going to fucking kill my dad. So the next morning, I wake up and I call my cousin Cato, who lives in Phoenix, and he's like a real gangster and the most loyal dude in my life. And I tell him what happens. He says, I'll be there in 5 hours. And he drives straight from Phoenix to Vegas, and when he gets there, doorbell rings, I open the door, and there he is. He's like, where's he at? Where's he at? I was like, hold on, I got a plan. Now, in my defense, I was 23 years old. I'd never killed anybody before. This is before Dexter, Breaking Bad. This is obviously a fucking stupid plan, but this was my plan. My mom had told me a story that when I was young, my dad had cheated on my mom and got chlamydia, and he had to go to the doctor, and the doctor prescribed him penicillin, not knowing that he was deathly allergic to penicillin. So he took that penicillin, and he almost died. So in my head, I was like, that's it. Almost every morning, my dad would go to the Jamba Juice, like 3 blocks from my house, get a Jamba Juice. That was like his favorite thing. So I just figured, fuck it. If I just get some penicillin, put it in a Jamba Juice, give it to my dad, he'll drink it, he'll be dead. Perfect, airtight plan. So I tell my cousin, he's like, all right, I can get penicillin. So he's like, well, you can get anything, trust me. So he's like, all right. I go, one more part of this plan. Everyone will think like I'm the number one suspect. So I'm going to go to Colorado, and you guys just take care of this shit. They're like, all right, you're kind of a pussy, but we'll do it. I was like, all right, good. I don't want to go to college like my dad. So I fly to Colorado. Me and my girlfriend go to Estes Park. We go to a hotel, and I call my cousin Cato. I'm like, yo, are you ready? He's like, we're ready. Extra large mango in the fridge. Just waiting for your dad to come home. I was like, all right, cool. Call me when he's dead. He's like, all right. So I wait about an hour, 2 hours, no phone call. I call him back. I'm like, yo, what happened? They're like, well, your dad came home, but he wouldn't take it. I was like, what do you mean he wouldn't take it? Like, we gave him the Jamba Juice, but he just put it back on the kitchen counter. I was like, and looking back, I get it. You know, my dad was in Leavenworth in real prison, so he knows you don't take, like, a gift from your enemy, you know? I don't think he thought we were trying to kill him, but he probably thought we pissed in it or something stupid, right? So I said, you know what? Forget it. This plan's stupid. Just go with the original plan, pack up my brother's stuff, go to Phoenix, I'll fly home, we'll just never talk to my dad again. My cousin's like, nah, fuck that. We do it my way now. I'm like, what's your way? He's like, we do it my way. We'll call you in an hour. And he hung up the phone. And I just sat there in that hotel like, what are they going to do? And this is the plan they came up with. So they knew my dad loved that stupid Camaro, and it always had to be parked in the garage. So what they did was they opened the garage door, and then they went out and they cut the phone lines and the power lines, and they just waited for my dad to come home in this dark corner in the garage. Sure enough, my dad came home just like they thought, parked in the garage, hit the button to get the garage door to shut. It wouldn't shut. They said he was so frustrated he didn't know what was going on, and he got out of the car, went over, got the garage door, manually shut it, and locked it. And as soon as he locked it and started to walk back through the garage into the house, my brother and cousin jumped out with golf clubs and tried to kill him in the garage with golf clubs. But they were fucking idiots because there was no light. So they're swinging their hearts out, almost killing each other. It's like we needed a better murder caddy. They fucked it all up. But there was only the only light coming into the garage was there was a side door that led to the backyard, and at the bottom of that side door there was a little doggy door, and there was a little light coming through, and my dad saw that light, and he just put his shoulder down and ran and bust through that door and fell into the backyard, jumped over the back wall onto the golf course and ran away. And that was like 17 years ago, and I've never saw him or spoke to him since that day. So my brother and cousin go to Phoenix. 3 days later, I fly back from Colorado. And I'll never forget, I was standing in the garage with this garden hose trying to clean up the mess they made. And that's when it hit me. I was like, my dad was right this whole time. His blood is way thicker than water. I'm glad to tell you guys. Thank you, guys.
She looked up. She was like, sorry if I ain't doing a good job. I don't even really suck dick. I'm a lesbian. I was like, oh, shit. Crack is addictive.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm Roy Wood Jr. We all come from somewhere, from someone who nurtures us, protects us, and teaches us. Some are better at it than others.
ByronByron'sLive.com is his website. He is Byron Byrons.
I'm gonna tell you about the very important day in my life. The day I found out my dad smoked crack. No, young dude. A couple years into my teens. Naive. I ain't even cursed then. I still prayed before every meal. It's back when prayers were short. Remember when you was young, how short prayers were? Before life kicked in and you needed to pray for more shit? It's back then, you know? Wholesome young man. Went to visit my dad in Athens, Georgia. I remember getting that phone call. I got excited. Because I ain't seen my dad in 2 years. He was in a mental institution. He just got out. He was about to put the world on his ass. And he was like, yo, I'm out. Let's kick it. And I got excited. Went to Athens, Georgia. You know, he just got this brand new coupe, Cougar, blue. It was dope as fuck. Plush. Smelled like cigarettes. It was used as hell. But it don't matter because he was fresh out of the mental home, you know? Remember when I seen the coupe, I was like, this shit about to be dope. He made plans. Anytime I make plans, a man make plans to kick it with his kids, that's special. Hey, we gonna go get something to eat? We're gonna go to the movies. If you go to sleep early, I'm gonna get me some unseen, you know? You know when dudes talk low like that, that's when all the fun shit happen? Like, I'm gonna drop you off, and I'm about to go get me some cocaine. When dudes start talking in wingdings, you know, and he's not... I'm telling you what the fuck we about to get into, nigga. Went in his pocket, pulled out $30, gave it to me. I was like, oh shit, this nigga doing it. I ain't never had $30 before, you know what I mean? That's a lot of money for a nigga to just give somebody. That's how I felt. It just gave me $30. He doing it. 2 bills, a 20 and a 10. I was on top of the world. I put that shit in my pocket. Gone, disappeared. We get in the car, about to go. All of a sudden, I see this zombie walking down the street. Like he just got bit, like a fresh zombie bite. Like he still can walk a little bit, but he's just got a limp. Not full zombie, but he like, but like, you know, this before I knew what a drug fiend was. You know, the guy just was stumbling like help me. Get up the street. He was one of those guys. Hey, Don. They're like, yo, what's up, man? Hey, run me up to the street. Nah, man, I can't run you up to the street today. I got my son with me. We're supposed to go to the movies. Man, come on, man. Run me up the street to show that house. You know we gonna go and get from that motherfucker. And I was like, oh, shit. Anytime, you know, you're a young kid and an adult come, you like, oh, you start to get a little jealous because, you know, whatever they wing-dinging over there can throw me out the game. So we hop in the car. We go around the corner, right? It's a place called Rock Springs. It's projects. But I didn't know at first. When we saw the buildings, I was like, nigga, is this the projects? So my instinct said, and that's some real shit. Ain't nobody instincts politically correct. That motherfucker tell you straight like it is. Nigga, is this the projects? I don't care what nationality it is. You see something sketchy, your instinct's gonna be like, nigga, that motherfucker a rapist. We went into this house next to the projects. Scary house. One of those houses where everything made noise when you got inside. Everything was scared. The door, the floor, the rug. The light was dim. The light was scared to go in that bitch. The light was creeping in like, what y'all niggas doing in here? And I'm like, man, get in there. I need you to see. Come on in. That's what the lady said. Come on in. Door. Yeah. Lady in the kitchen cooking. Dope. Crack. I don't know if you ever smelled crack before, but it smelled like aluminum foil taste. You ever taste aluminum foil? Never? You ain't never like try to get like a fake grill and put aluminum foil in your mouth? So you can stun on them hoes? Like, nigga. You ain't never did that. Just put that shit in your mouth and be like, nigga. Okay. Anyway, you know what I mean? You got that taste to it. You taste it in the air like, oh, shit. You know something wrong, even as a youth. The lady turned around. She was like, what, y'all three of y'all want something? Dad was like, no, this is my son. And I was like, oh, shit, how fucked up do I look? She think I'm one of these dudes. That's when I was over. I'm like, man, I need to get out of here. And I looked, and there was a back door open, and it had a basketball right outside. And in the projects, they had a basketball court. So that was my excuse. It's like the universe was telling me, get the fuck out of here. So I was like, hey, Dad, I want to go play basketball. And he was like, hey, why don't you go play basketball? Like it was his idea, like he thought of it. So I grabbed the ball and I go outside, and it was scary as shit because I had to cross the threshold into the projects. Now, if you don't live in no projects, you don't got no business in the goddamn projects. And the only people I knew that lived in the projects, one of them died. So who the fuck I'm gonna yell for? So I tried to be tough walking in the projects to go shoot basketball, but guess what? I can't play goddamn basketball. I sucked at basketball. Got cut from everything I tried out for. And people looking at me like, who the fuck this nigga? Because that's what they do when you walk in any hood. And they don't know you. They're like, who the fuck is this motherfucker with these little ass shorts on? I shoot a ball, air ball, miss. I just watched the ball just miss. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm about to get my ass whooped. I'm out there trying to shoot, I'm nervous. Anytime somebody make a move, I'm doing this. All of a sudden, my dad come outside. Hey, what's up, man? Oh, you playing basketball? Let me see that ball. Pang! He missed. But he didn't give a fuck about playing basketball. He just turned to me and I saw the look in his eyes and it was intense. It was intense. I ain't even recognize him. He was like, hey, man, you got that $20 I gave you? And I was like, shit. Yeah, I got it, but that shit was deep. I'm not used to having $30. I'm giving this dude 75% of my money. I don't even know if it's 75%. Because I ain't never had 30 goddamn dollars before to even do the math. And I reached in there, that shit was folded so tight, like them last 2 pieces of toilet paper. You know how you fold that shit? It was deep. Like I had to unfold it to see what it is. I was like, yeah, here it is right here. And he was like, all right, I'll be back. And then he just like, just danced his ass away, you know what I mean? And I'm feeling bad now. Because I'm like, man, I done missed dinner. I'm like, all right, we still gonna go to the movies, you know what I mean? I'm out there breaking the ball, boom. People going around talk. I'm talking to him a little bit, nervous as fuck. My dad come back 10 minutes later. Hey, man, you got that other 10? I was like, nah. Nah, I must have dropped that shit, you know what I mean? He's like, all right, I'll be back. You good? You good? And then he left, right? He left, and I was like, man, it started to hit me like, man, I think my dad on drugs. Man, if he was on drugs, that'd be fucked up. Like, I'm about to miss a movie now. I done drove an hour. Damn, I ain't gonna get to see Addams Family Values, you know what I mean? I shoot a shot just as I miss, just as I airball it, you see the ball, and I see the blue cougar just drive off. And I'm like, oh, fuck. This nigga just left me in the projects by myself. And the loneliness and the abandonment that came over me during that time fucked me up. Like, I'll never forget it. Life-changing. Because that was a moment for me where someone was like, you got to do something with your life. You got to get the fuck out of here. Whoever's responsible for you is gone. It's up to you now. You got to do what the fuck you got to do to get out this situation. And I ain't have no self-esteem because he just took it to the pawn shop. Cut to 4 years later. Partial basketball scholarship. And I'm selling crack, cocaine. Like 18 years old. And I ain't the best coke dealer, you know what I mean? Because the person, my OG keep calling, sending me on weird ass jobs. Get a phone call like, hey man, this chick wants some rocks, but she ain't got no money. So I want you to take her and let her suck your dick. I want you to give her 2 rocks. It's all right. I do that shit. Fuck these junkies. But it was all out of anger because my dad was a junkie, you know what I mean? So I ain't give a fuck about no other junkies out there. So I'm gonna get my dick sucked in a Honda Accord behind a grocery store. And it's weird. It's weird. It's a weird moment. How the fuck did I get here? And it was even more weird for her. You know what I mean? She looked up. She was like, sorry if I ain't doing a good job. I don't even really suck dick. I'm a lesbian. I was like, oh, shit. Crack is addictive. Crack is addictive. I thought it was on the person that smoked the crack. No, this shit gives a hold on you. That's a powerful ass drug. And I can't come. That's a tough situation. And I'm gonna tell you why, because when I looked up, it's a park right there. And at that park, in that basketball court, it's a father and son playing basketball. And I'm getting my dick sucked. And this Honda Accord trying not to cry. A father and son playing goddamn basketball. That could have been my life. And I can't even look up or down. So I'm just looking out the window trying to find some inspiration so I can finish. And seeing that father and son play ball, I recognized something. That no matter how much money I made selling crack or how successful I got, I never could buy the thing that I wanted, which was the bond of a father and son together. And that was one of the last moments, you know what I mean, that I decided to sell crack. I came though.
I'm like, I don't want to go sell these rocks, but I knew a crackhead lady, and she was like, I'll do whatever you want me to do for it. And I ain't wanted to do nothing for me. I ain't had no hair. I was like, you can't do nothing for me yet.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm Roy Wood Jr. We all come from somewhere, from someone who nurtures us, protects us, and teaches us. Some are better at it than others.
He is one of the most hilarious and genuine brothers in this game. I'm happy to be his friend. He is D. Ray David.
Got a lot of brothers and sisters, about a lot of us. My dad his dick just didn't stop. But we all live close to each other, you know, different moms, dads. We call them different dads. Like mom, my sister's mom's my mom, and type shit. So we would share everything, shoes and everything. Everybody shares shit if you live in a hand-me-down place, but except it wasn't even completely done with. Like you shared shit that you needed that day. So I had a track meet, right? And I was like, yo, I was running track, and my mom used to always make excuses why I didn't have shoes. She'd be like, you run faster in your socks. Which was true. I was like aerodynamic. I was faster in my socks, but you gotta have on shoes because you might get stomped with some cleats and we had no insurance type shit, right? So I was like, yo. So one day I ran with my track shoes and I did real good, but my shoes was all fucked up because it's my brother's shoes and they was real fucked up. So this girl came up, she was like, you're so good and cute. And I was like, I'm like 11 years old. I'm like, yeah, I was fast. And then this kid is like probably 13, 14 walked up. He ain't even race nobody. And I was like, it was people running. He ain't even race nobody with them whack ass shoes. And I was like, damn, I just motherfucking won. Like, these some winter shoes, right? So I was like, yo, I'm determined to get my own shoes. I said, I need to get my own shoes. I went to my mom. I was like, Mom, I need to have can I have, Mom? Because that's how you ask in the black house. You never get it out. Because your mama cut you off. You want some shoes? Go get some goddamn shoes. And I was like, then you mumble like, I will. But you don't know how you're going to get them. So I said, okay, I'm gonna get some shoes. So my boy said, how we gonna get shoes? Cause I ain't had no job to make money. I used to babysit my little nieces now. That's the ghetto. My nieces was like close to the same age as me. And but one of my uncles I babysat for him, he would never pay me in money. He always paid me in crack. I'm not making it up. He wanted me to hustle. So he'd be like, I'm gonna give you 3 rocks. Go sell these rocks. I'm like, 3 rocks? I'm like, that's $30. My boy like, oh, you might be able to get 20 for them if we sell them. I'm like, I don't want to go sell these rocks, but I knew a crackhead lady. And she was like, I'll do whatever you want me to do for it. And I ain't wanted to do nothing for me. I ain't had no hair. I was like, you can't do nothing for me yet. It hasn't reached its full potential. So my boy said, what we could do, her name was Essie. He said, what we could do is we could get Essie. Essie could take us to Kmart. We could just give her a rock. He said, because my cousin is working security, and he said we could steal whatever we want to steal. And I said, man, I don't want to get caught stealing. I was like, just wait till mama go to sleep. You know, she got to work early anyway. But wait till mama go to sleep. We're just going to go steal some stuff. And I said, oh, man, I don't know. So it was myself, my boy Rock, and Danny. So we said, all right, we're going to go steal. I said, well, let's just take the bus. Like, you got some bus money? I was like, we ain't got no bus money. Well, Essie got to take us. I said, fine. So we paid her Rock. She's like, I want all of them at once. I was like, nah, we got to wait because crackhead to pull off. So we go in the Kmart, and I was like, where the shoes section at? We tried to act like we were supposed to be in there. We was like, where the shoes section at? We here for some shoes. So Danny cousin was like, yo, for real, you can go and get you some shit, but just get some fucking shoes. Well, we didn't tell us, so I get my shoes, I put them on, the fucking thing in the middle, so I'm trying to walk out with the little security thing in the middle of them, right? But I got a nice little cool walk. It looked like they're not even attached. He's like, no, he said, so then he's like, no, steal whatever you want. So my boy Rock like, man, we really need some shit. So he's saying big shit like, we can leave with a microwave out the back. I'm like, man, no, we can't get no microwave. He's like, let's just get our shoes and get out of here. I feel real fast already, right? So as we're leaving, security walks up. He says, one of y'all stole a Snicker. Swear to God. I'm standing still with the shoes on. He's like, one of y'all stole a Snicker. So he's like, no, we didn't. Rock like, no, we didn't. We ain't steal no fucking stick. He's cursing. He fucking 12 years old cursing. Give a fuck. Then he starts saying stuff, I'll kill everybody. We're like, you can't kill nobody. So he take us to the back. Now I'm nervous. I'm like, if they wake up, my mom is like, you got two choices. You're going to jail or your parents got to come get you. So Danny like, I'm going to say Essie my mom. I'm like, you can't get the Rock outside in time to make her come in. So I'm like, we stuck in there. He's like, no, my mama gonna come get me, but she gonna mess with me. So he calls his mom. His mom comes and get him. He's getting fucked up in there. When I tell you, she was beating him, I was like beating him to the point where I was like, don't call my mama. So I said, I'm not gonna call my mama. So I said, I'm gonna call my dad, but I hadn't talked to my dad in forever. I mean, I had to call my dad's sister to get my dad's new girlfriend number to get my dad's number. So finally, Tony answers, what you want me to call him? She want me to call him dad in front of his new girlfriends. So he was like, that messed up his game. All right. So Tony answered. Tony was like, he's like, what's wrong? I said, come get me. I was like, this Boots. That's my nickname. I said, it's Boots, come get me. He's like, where you at? I said, they said we were still in the Kmart, but Dad, I ain't steal nothing. And I was like, I wasn't steal nothing. He's like, I don't care. He said, why you tell your mom? And I said, okay, I'm gonna tell her to come get me, but I'm gonna give her your new number. He's like, I'm on my way, because they ain't want to have a number. So I said, I'm sitting there, right? So it's just me. It's just me and Rock sitting there. My dad came in the worst fucking robe ever. His robe is all raggedy. He got his curl all dried out. And he going off, what you doing stealing anyway? I work for the city, but I don't know that because you don't pay child support, so I don't know if you work for the city. I don't know where you work. He's saying stuff I don't even know. I work for the city. I work these hours. I'm like, I ain't know none of this right now. So I'm sitting there looking at him, and my dad goes, let's get out of here. And he walks over to Rock and says, come on. I said, nigga, I'm your son. He tried. And Rock tried to get up. I was like, no, you wait on your daddy, you don't know, right? But I ended up leaving. But the cool part is I had the shoes, so I walked out of there. I'm gonna cut the wire. That's all right. There you go. And that's the story. Thank y'all for listening.
You want something, Louie?
No. I don't want anything. We shouldn't be here. We should call Mom, tell her we're coming back right now.
Oh, you goddamn baby.
You're a baby.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm Roy Wood Jr. We all come from somewhere, from someone who nurtures us, protects us, and teaches us. Some are better at it than others. You know him from the television show Baskets. He is Louis Anderson.
This story takes place in 64. Way back in the Wayback Machine. Khrushchev was our Putin. Johnson was our Trump. Cars were like boats. kids were fat, and dads were veterans, and they drank sometimes. We were poor, 11 kids. I had 11 kids in my family. I was 10th. I just slid out. I was home before my mom from the hospital, so I had to fend for myself. But it was winter in Minnesota, St. Paul, Minnesota, 1122 Avenue. That's what you remember where you lived when you were a kid. That's no number since then can I remember. But so it was like a winter day, but not bad, but not freezing, but not livable. And, you know, me and my brother Tommy, was 2 years younger than me, and we were the last two kids. I was 10 and he was 11. We weren't expected or planned for, or we were just, oh my God, we have two more. My parents were both older, and I just remember it well. We lived in the projects, but it didn't feel bad living in the projects then. We had lawns. There were flowers on my dad's lawn because he was notorious. People were terrified of my dad. So he just had to put a string and sticks around his lawn. And nobody ever kicked it over, and I just went, oh my God. He's a monster to them, too. He's a monster. Sometimes I'd kick it over, and he'd go, what the hell? Anyways, my dad goes, hey, kids. That's how my dad talked. Hey guys. That was the talk back then. Hey, what the hell, yeah. Hi, kids. Hey, you want to go up to Joe's? Joe's was a gas station that sold the cheapest gas. I don't know where he was getting it, but anyways, my dad goes, you want to go to Joe's? I need to get some gas and get some bulk oil. Now, you got to be old to know what bulk oil is. It's the oil that already has been used, and they run it through like a strainer, and then you can purchase it for 10 cents a quart. And my dad knew a value when he saw it. So we had a car that burned a lot of oil, so he would get it. But he said, you want to go? I go, no, I don't want to go. And my brother, I go, Tommy, you don't want to go? He goes, I want to go. You don't want to go. You're not going. Shut up. Louie, why don't you go? We'll just go up there. No big deal, huh? And I know what my dad's up to, because he can't get out of the house unless he brings the kids, because otherwise he'll drink. And that my mom knows that. She knows that. She goes, you're just going to go drink. He goes, I'll bring the kids. And I wanted to go, that won't stop him. He's going to drink. And so we get up there. It's starting to snow. We got a big Bonneville station wagon, which is gigantic. And we get the bulk oil. You guys hungry for some candy or soda or something? No. Should get home. I was that kid. Mom's worried about us, I'm sure by now. She said, you're a derelict. Oh, is that so, Louie? Well, have you ever been to war, Louie? I'm 11. Always some excuse with you, Louie. He goes, why don't we go over to the Moose Lodge here? Do you know, Moose Lodge is like a private club, sort of. But anyone can come in at certain hours. So we go in the Moose Lodge. There are no moose except one on the wall. That did not look well. And we sit at the bar, you know. And I'm very against this. That's the kid I was. I'm sitting there. I'm in between my dad and my brother. You want something, Louie? No. I don't want anything. We shouldn't be here. We should call Mom, tell her we're coming back right now. Oh, you goddamn baby. You're a baby. So, you sure you don't want root beer? I don't want nothing with beer in it. That's the kind of kid I was. Just a little, I don't know, bitch, I guess, in some way. I don't mean that in a female way, but
I can say it now because I play a woman on TV. I go, I don't want anything. And my dad goes, hey, Tommy, you want something? He doesn't want anything. We're in a pact. He's not going to go along with it. You sure? And Tommy, of course, goes, yeah, I want something. And my dad keeps, and he's getting a shot and a beer each time. He drinks his beer, and he goes back a ways. And I go, wow, I never realized that he had that ability to go that far back. It must have been a war thing. I can't go, so they can't shoot me. I stay down. So he's drinking the shots. He goes, you sure you don't want something, Louie? What about an Orange Crush, huh? No. Hey, how about a pickled egg? Ooh, maybe. Never. Who wants a pickled egg? Who's eating a pickled egg? Who's at the bar and going, God, is that a pickled egg in a jar? The one that guy just stuck his hand in to get a pickled egg out of? God damn it, I want a pickled egg. Could I just get a pickled egg? Do you have any bread I can put the pickled egg on? On and on, finally. You go, Tommy, it won't be long now. Couple more, he's going off the stool, I'm pretty sure. Boom. He goes off the stool. The guy goes, that's it. Like the guy who gave him all the booze. That's it. All right, I need you guys out of here. Where are we going to go? He is so plastered. And now if it's your father, you're humiliated, you're upset, but there's a lot of humor in my family, so I'm laughing. In that sick laugh thing like, what happened to me? Why do I have a sick dad? Why isn't Carl's dad a prick? So here I am. Now, my dad was very funny, and he goes, I'm all right. I can drive. I drove a tank! I don't trust you. I got it, Louie. Louie, that's right. My dad, when he get drunk, he should fall over, but he had a gyroscope and somehow kept him up. He just, and he'd look at you. I'm all right. No, you're not. We get in the car. I'm telling you, the snow's a foot now. He gets in the driver's seat. I get in the middle. Tommy sits there. I go, you ready to go home? I'm ready to go home. Dad, I got it! Now we're going down. I go by my grade school, Ames grade. I go, Dad, why don't you just let me out? I'll just stay until morning. I honestly said that. Why don't you just let Tommy and I out here? He just, no, we got it, Louie. What are you worried about? We're all over the road. We're going. There's no other car out there. It's beautifully, it's really like, I keep going, God, this is really beautiful out. But I'm in trouble. I'm 11. I don't have a learner's permit. I'm steering the car. We're going down the thing. We got 3 roads to get by. We go by the witch's haunted house that we used to walk by in school. You always have some kind of weird thing. That's where the witches are. They're gonna. If you have a little brother, you need that. They're gonna get you. Anyway, and we're going down the hill, and we have a pretty steep hill. So we turn, and now we're almost home. We just have one more turn. 1122 right up there. I can't see it. But, and then my dad, all of a sudden, the car stops and he just passes out. And I go, oh my God, and the windshield wipers are going, there's only this much open to see, because only where my dad's alcohol breath is clearing the window. And I'm going, oh, I guess I could walk from here, but I hate to walk. Even as a kid, I go, oh, could you pick me up? We'll get 2 people then. Anyway, and so, anyways, my dad. I heard it, and I go, what? Hello, I'm back. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the cough choke, Dad. So he wakes, I go, okay, we're almost home now. Step on the brake, and then I'll guide the car home. Just take it easy. He hits the gas all the way down. We fly back. Catch me if I do happen to. It only hurt at first. And I flew back, and my dad gunned the car. It had never gone so fast ever. We were at least going 50 miles an hour, and we lived at 1122, and right across the street was the big woods that we had BB gun fights in. And boom, we hit the curb. The car went up. Honestly, I just went, oh my God, hey, what? What? I think I said, shit. Don't swear, Louie, for God's sakes. And we landed, and all the snow, and it was like it's like a snow globe. It's like we are somebody's shaking us. And this was a big hill that I had to get up now. We were down in the gulch, and we had iced it for a week so we could slide on cardboard. That's what we slid on. But we had iced it. We'd take buckets of water. No one will ever get up this. So Fat Louie is going, here we go. I get up to it. I get about halfway up, and I go, I'm losing my grip. I'm losing my grip. And I just go on my back and go down. Whee! I did it like 3 or 4 times, because I just go, I'm just going to enjoy this. And then finally I got up to the very top, and there was a road that's right, there's my house. And the neighbor came by. Hey! Are you guys okay? Everything's perfect! We got it. Go ahead. You sure you don't need any help? We don't need any help. That was my role in the family. Deflect, deflect, deflect. We don't need any help. It's under control. Someone shot our tires out. I didn't want those people to help, because it's a family thing in families. It's your dad, it's your situation. It's your family. You went into the woods. It's not even explainable, really. It's just... I finally get up and across the street, and I go in the house. And my brother Roger's there. What's going on? Dad drove into the woods. Ah, for God's sakes. Everybody has that voice in our family, so... Even Mom. Oh, my God. My mom was really mad. She just went, And said to my brother, go get him. Go get him. Tommy's in there. I told him to stay. I said, don't get out, Tommy. Just stay with Dad. And then he went in, he was able to drive the car out. They brought my dad in, drunk, so drunk, sat in the chair. I was sitting there because when you're 11, you have to think about stuff, but you can't really contemplate it very well. You just go, huh. I'm starving. Should I eat the egg? My dad rustles out of his deep, drunken stupor. He's alive. He lives. My brother Raj is standing right next to him. He goes, hey, buddy. Hey, you want to go to Joe's with me? And get some bulk oil? And I never got to go with my dad again on any trip alone. I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you so much. I love you, Dad. Love you, Mom. Forgive your dad. He didn't mean it.
So now this dude's on top of me trying to bite my face off. which didn't bother me because dude was naked. So the whole time I could feel his cock and balls slamming against my thighs.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Hey, there you go, boys. Drink up. Nobody's gonna remember what the hell's happening tonight. That dude's trying to get my couch pregnant. He peeing out the window. Dude! Come on, man. John Legend bought me that piano. Who brought a ball pit?
You know this man from his movie, The King. Please give it up for Dave Landau.
So I was arrested 13 times, all for alcohol convictions, and this story is about my 6th arrest. When I was 17 years old, I was at a house party, and I was a really insecure kid, so I would do anything to get people to like me, so it's shocking that I became a comic. And when I was a kid, I was at this house party, my friend Nick goes, "Hey Dave, you should bong a 5th." And I was like, "You're right." So my friend Anthony held out a beer bong, and my friend Nick poured in an entire 5th of Absolute vodka. And then Nick goes, "Dude, this is really stupid." Poured in some Sprite, and goes, "Now you're good." Now, I don't know if you know what happens when you bong a 5th, besides become a legend. I will tell you. You tap dance for 4 minutes. You tell your girlfriend who you love more than life itself that she has orangutan titties. You light a cigarette by the filter, and you pass out through a glass table. You wake up the next day to the police, and they know you. They've seen you many times. And they're like, "Hey, Dave," and I'm just getting back consciousness, because all my friends just took off. You know, the party dispersed, the parents came home, and we're like, "There's a dead kid in my living room." So they walk in, and they're like, "Hey, Dave," and I'm like, Hey, fellas, how are you?" And they go, "Dave, you're gonna go to real jail, and you're a teenager. Like, this is your 6th arrest. The judge hates you. You're gonna go to actual prison. So we're gonna give you one get-out-of-jail-free card right now. If you agree to go to a rehab and change your life, we will drive you there, and we will let you do that. We will call your parents, figure out how you're gonna pay for it, but that's it. Right now, what's your choice, jail or rehab?" And I was like, He goes, "Are you seriously thinking about it?" I was like, "Okay, do they butt fuck you in rehab?" He goes, "No," and I was like, "Well then, let's do that one." So they handcuffed me to the inside of an ambulance, and they drove me to a rehab. But on the way there, they found out there were no beds available, so I had to be detoured to a mental hospital, which was their sister hospital, until a bed opened up. So we get to this hospital. I'm getting walked in by 3 cops handcuffed, and they take me to meet my counselor, and then my counselor takes me to meet my roommate. I'm like, roommates and counselors, this is gonna be like camp. This is incredible. So you walk to this back room, there's 2 beds. And on one bed, this kid's just kind of sitting there staring. Counselor goes, "Dave, this is Reese. Reese, Dave, get to know each other. You're gonna be roommates." And Reese goes, "What are you in for?" I go, I bonged a 5th. I think I'm an alcoholic of some kind. I'm like, "What about you?" He goes, "Who, me? I'm a werewolf." Is he for real? I go, "You don't look like a werewolf, man." He goes, "Yeah, I'm not a werewolf right now. There's not a full moon. If there's a full moon, I transform into a werewolf and I attack people. I don't remember it. Last week I blacked out and they told me I almost killed my dad." Neat. Hey, counselor, I'm gonna need my own room. This dude thinks he's a werewolf. And he goes, oh, he's not a werewolf. You're gonna be fine. Okay, I think he doesn't know he's not a werewolf. I'm kind of all set on that. And he goes, I don't know what you're not getting. He's not a werewolf. Okay. He's a delusional schizophrenic with rage issues. Okay, well, that's good. But, I just bonged a fifth. I'm not a crazy person. So if I could just get my own room till I go to rehab, he goes, you got brought in by cops, handcuffed. You're probably more dangerous than him. Everybody gets a roommate. That's your roommate. And he just walked away. Now, being in a mental hospital is not that bad. I'm there 2 days. You get to wear pajamas. You watch a lot of TV. You can't eat anything with a knife because people get shanky. And they take your shoelaces on account of the hangings. But other than that, totally normal hospital. And one night, I'm going to bed. And all of a sudden, from the next bunk, I just hear... Good night, Reese. This dude stands up, rips all of his clothes off, walks to the edge of the bed, and starts barking at me. Just going, "Roo, roo, 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 roo." And I'm like, help! Werewolf! There's a werewolf! This dude lunges at me butt naked. I grab a lamp to hit him with it, and it's fucking glued down. So now this dude's on top of me trying to bite my face off, which didn't bother me because dude was naked. So the whole time I could feel his cock and balls slamming against my thighs while I yelled, werewolf, werewolf, over and over again. 2 counselors bust in the door, see him naked on top of me, and I swear to God, one looks at the other one and goes, do we let him finish? Like, I don't know what you want to do. I'm like, we're not having sex. He wants to murder me. Please. He thinks he's a wolf. Please. They hit him in the ass with a syringe. It's filled with something called booty juice, which they, swear to God, they give it to mental patients when they go violent. And this dude goes limp. All of him instantaneously. They pull him off. I stood up. I'm in tears. I'm like, I don't want to be here. I'm an alcoholic. I'm so scared. You have me rooming with monsters. I would have rather gone to prison. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be. Oh my God, take me home. Please, no more roommates. Oh my, there's a wolf dick mushroom print on my thigh. No more roommates. No. So then I go to bed with the help of antipsychotics. And after kind of a still tossy-turny night's sleep, I wake up next day, and they bring in my new roommate. And they're like, hey, Dave, this is Keith. Keith, Dave, get to know each other. You're going to be roommate. Yeah, hi, Keith! Oh, dude, what's your problem? What's my problem? Last night, I got attacked by a goddamn werewolf. And then Keith looks at the counselor and goes, hey man, I'm gonna need my own room. And that's how they make crazy people. And I tell you that story to tell you this one. I was not a good student, if you can believe it. I spent 5 years in high school, which I'm told is too many. And I always wanted attention. I always wanted people to like me. And I had a class called Humanities. I don't know if you ever had it. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I had the class. And one day, I came into class, and the teacher wasn't there. And there's a blank chalkboard, so I'm like, well, I should, draw a dick. So I just drew a dick, and the teacher comes in and she's like, oh, I couldn't just. But the next day I come in, there's no teacher, so I'm like, yeah, draw a dick. Day number 3, I'm like, is this a miracle? More dick. Now this goes on for 3 months. And I'm not just drawing it on the chalkboard, I'm hiding it in books. I'm putting it on, the door, balls on the knob. It's just ridiculous. And I'm putting it, on her desk, just drawing dicks. And this goes on for 3 months. Then one day, she comes into class, and there's an overhead projector set up. She walks up, and expecting a dick, no dick, she breathes a sigh of relief. And then she turns around and pulls down the screen. Boom, permanent marker dick. 2 different colors. I even had purple for the vein. Here's the thing, though. She loses her fucking mind. She goes, who is doing this? Which one of you are doing this? Who is doing this? Which one of you are the penis master? Who is the penis master? Where is the penis master? I want to meet the penis master. At this point, there's people coming out of other classrooms, someone's yelling, penis master. There's janitors going by, I'll be your penis master. I don't care. Who is the penis master? She is on her knees crying, mascara running down her face. I felt so horrible. I finally stood up and I'm like, I am the penis master. She goes, all hail the penis master. I'm like, this is fucking weird. She goes, come down to the office with me right now. We go into the principal's office. She walks me in. She goes, tell him who you are. I'm the penis master. He goes, that's great, Dave. So she tells him what happened. He writes down on a suspension slip, Dave is suspended for 1 week because he likes drawing male genitalia all over his classroom. He hands it to me, he goes, don't come back until your parents sign it. And I'm suspended. When I come back, I get suspended again. Because when I handed him the slip, I did not have my parents sign it. Instead, I drew a dick. I come back a week later, and I finally go back to the class, and the teacher's gone. And I'm like, whoa, this is weird. What happened? And they're like, yeah, Dave, she went insane. I'm like, wait, what do you mean she went, they're like, dude, she didn't think you acted alone. There were so many dicks. She thought there was another gunner on the grassy knoll. She just started asking kids if they were the penis master. And they had to let her go to get psychiatric care. You drove her nuts with dicks. Which means that at some point in a mental hospital in Michigan in the late 90s, my teacher could have walked up to a kid and said, are you the penis master? And he was like, who, me? Nah, I'm a werewolf.
So I cupped my balls, and I walked to my knees together to show that I was from a good family. And the guy goes, hey man, this is Ireland. That happens all the time. Shake it off, kid. Walk with your dick out.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Hey, there you go, boys. Drink up. Nobody's gonna remember what the hell's happening tonight. That dude's trying to get my couch pregnant. He peeing out the window. Dude, come on, man. John Legend bought me that piano. Who brought a ball pit?
He is the host of this podcast, Tom Rhodes, Sport Camp. Tom Rhodes, you guys.
I had a major transformation in my life 3 years ago. I don't know if you can see this scar I have on my forehead. The lines that go like that are wrinkles. But this one is a scar. I've been a heavy drinker and a heavy partier my whole life. And 3 years ago, I was so drunk in Philadelphia, I blacked out and fell off of a bar stool like a tree and busted my head open on a tile floor. And once my head hit the ground, I was wide awake. And there was blood everywhere. And some guy grabs my arm and he lifts me up and he yells out to the bar, "We gotta call an ambulance!" I went, "Fuck that, I don't have health insurance. Don't you dare call an ambulance." He goes, "You gotta get to a hospital." I'm like, "How far is the nearest hospital?" He goes, 2 blocks. 2 blocks and you were gonna call an ambulance? That's like $15,000, man. So I got a wad of napkins off the bar and I walked to the hospital. And after I walked that first block, I said to myself, 7,500. But I have not drank or done drugs in 3 years, everybody. And I want you to know, the way I used to feel about cocaine is how I now feel about donuts. I mean, I won't go out chasing after it, but if a friend's got a bag, I'll have a taste. Maple bar. So I was thinking about times in my life I was really fucked up. 5 years ago, I was in Galway, Ireland, and I was so drunk, I woke up in the middle of the night in my hotel room to go to the bathroom. And I went into the bathroom, and the door closed behind me. But what had actually happened was, I was now in the hallway, and I was locked out of my room. And I don't know if any of you have ever been naked and drunk and had to approach the front desk for another key. But I thought you should show some humility, you know? So I cupped my balls, and I walked to my knees together to show that I was from a good family. Got to the front desk, and the guy goes, "Hey, man, this is Ireland. That happens all the time. Shake it off, kid. Walk with your dick out. Be proud." So I think the biggest blunder that ever happened to me from drinking was 15 years ago. I was in Hong Kong doing shows, and I stayed at the Shangri-La Hotel, the nicest hotel I have ever stayed at in my life. Beyond 5-star, opulent luxury. And I'd never been to Hong Kong before. So the first day I was there, I just walked and soaked the city in with my eyeballs. And when I went back to my hotel room at the end of the day, they had put a goldfish in a little goldfish bowl in my room. And there was a note next to it, and it said, "Traveling is sacred, but no one deserves to be alone." That's why we provided this friend, the goldfish, to keep you company during your stay here. 2 nights later, Fatboy Slim is doing a concert on the Kowloon side of the harbor. I love Fatboy Slim. I got tickets. The audience was the most beautiful, fashionable Chinese people. They looked like they had fallen out of fashion magazines. And Fatboy Slim was electrifying that night. And I was just dancing with all these beautiful people, and I got really, really drunk that night. And somehow, in the middle of the night, back in my hotel room, I shit the bed. I was drunk and half asleep, and I thought it was a fart. And I blew it out, and this wet-ass pee went all over the bed. And I was ashamed, man. I had never shit a bed before in my life. Really, I felt terrible about this. So the next day, I left the hotel early without making eye contact with the housekeeping staff. And I walked around all afternoon. And I went back to my hotel room at the end of the day. They had taken my goldfish away. No one deserves to be alone except for you creepy bed-shitting weirdo. You know what's funny about that is that story happened to me 15 years ago, and I did not even tell my closest friends. And I damn sure wouldn't have told that story on stage because I was single before. Maybe I wanted to meet a nice girl after the show and do a little Now I'm married, I don't give a fuck. I shit a bed, y'all. Shit all over that motherfucker. You guys are great, thank you very much.
So he starts saying, "I got a gift for you. I got a gift." And I grew up in like a broken neighborhood. You know, I thought it was gonna be his cock, you know? So I start practicing my like, see a cock, like, don't be interested faces, you know? Like,
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Hey, there you go, boys. Drink up. Nobody's gonna remember what the hell's happening tonight. That dude's trying to get my couch pregnant. He peeing out the window. Dude! Come on, man. John Legend bought me that piano. Who brought a ball pit?
His podcast is called This Past Weekend, a Southern boy like me, Theo Vaughn.
So, I am 11 months sober, right? I'm a sober guy. Thank you. Appreciate it. I didn't want to be, but this is what happened. I was in New York City, right? New York City, New York. You know? They call it the same thing right back in front of each other just to really piss you off before you get there. It's like we heard you in the beginning, you know? But I was in New York City, east of Hoboken. And I hadn't planned on doing any cocaine. Okay? I planned on doing this much cocaine. That's a zero amount, you know? But apparently some cocaine had planned on getting together with me when it left its home that evening. So I went to this party, man, and my friends were at this party, and I felt uncomfortable when I got to this party. Probably because, like, when I really think back on my life, like, I've always just felt uncomfortable, you know? Like, I don't know what it is. Like, my whole life has just been this constant struggle with every moment. Like, I'm just wrestling with every second just to feel okay. Like, I don't even want to feel good. Just set me in the middle, you know? So I'm at this party, and I'm feeling how I feel regularly, uncomfortable. So I decided to have some drinks because my friends are alcoholics, and I'm competitive. So I have a couple tequilas, right? And tequila, let's be honest, like pouring Mexico right into your body, okay? I mean, make you jump a fence, make you buy a gun, make you run across a highway with your family, make you knock a woman up, make you knock a woman down, okay? Olay, Janet, you know? So I had me a couple tequilas, and I was feeling alive, you know? I was feeling a little more comfortable. Now, at 1:30 in the morning, I left this party because at 6:30 a.m. I had to be on the nationally syndicated radio program, the Opie and Jim Norton radio show. And it's a wonderful show that tapes there in New York City, New York. And those are two men that I really admire, you know? And admire is when somebody's better than you, but you still like them. It's an old-fashioned ideal. So at 1:30 a.m., I get into this taxi cab, right? This beautiful Asian girl that I do not know gets into the taxi with me. We're both headed the same way. They call it sharing a taxi, okay? And this girl lays the back of her head right into my lap. And I'm thinking, fuck yeah, you know? New York's got these beautiful free Asian girls with every taxi ride. This is a marvelous accoutrement to the city, you know? Uber, no thank you. Taxi, you have won me back. So this girl's just laying in my lap, and she just starts reminiscing about her evening, you know? She said she had a nice evening, but that her boyfriend wasn't in town, that he's never in town. Then she goes, what happens in taxis stays in taxis. And I'm not the brightest, you know, bowl in the bowl drawer, you know? Fuck, dude. You ever wander into a sentence, you're like, how do I get out of here? But I'm looking around this vehicle after she says that, and I'm thinking, this is a taxi, you know? I mean, taxi me once, shame on me. So I'm feeling kind of cavalier after her statements, right? I go down to make a kiss, you know? This young lady's laying in my lap. I go down to make a kiss. Now, trying to kiss somebody that's laying in your lap, that's a beautiful idea. Until you get right here, okay? And then you're just milling around like a lip rapist, bruh. I don't think James Bond could kiss a woman laying in his lap, okay? So she pushed me off of her. She called me a creep. She called me a pervert. Definitely not a creep. And then it was awkward for a few blocks until she got dropped off wherever she was going. I'm not sure even where it was. I think it was like a halfway house for complete cunts or something. And at that point, it's just me and the driver, you know? And I thought he said drugs. He could have said something else. English wasn't his first language, you know? He was bilingual. But I heard drugs in my head, you know? And so I said, cocaine! Like I was Christopher Columbus, bruh. And we just landed on crack rock, you know? And I heard him accelerate that vehicle. And that's universal language for we're gonna get some cocaine. Because that's a drug to me, you know? Weed is a confusing spice. I mean, weed will make you forget how to get home. Cocaine will make you forget how to get to heaven. So we just drove, man. We just drove, man. And we drove for about a half hour into like North Harlem, if that's even a place. I don't even know. But it was a dark neighborhood. And that's not a euphemism. All the street lights were busted out. So you couldn't tell that it was predominantly black. But I grew up in a black neighborhood. I know when I'm back, you know? And we got there, man, and I gave this dude some money. He gets out of the vehicle, comes back a few minutes later with some cocaine on him, you know? But he sits in the back seat next to me. A little alarming, you know? Kind of like when you're in the air on a plane and you see the pilot taking a piss and you're like, what the fuck, dude? Is this Spirit? But this beautiful gentleman scooped up a little bit of cocaine on a car key, put it under my nose, killed that baby, bruh. Then I scooped him one, and he killed his, man. And then, and just a couple of dueling cocainists. And we got high, man. We got high for about 40 minutes. Dude, I remember being so high at one point, I was like, dude, where the fuck is the driver, bro? And he didn't know. So we sat there, man. We continued to get high together, me and this beautiful gentleman. And he said Luigi, that was his name, Luigi. And I thought that was Spanish, you know, like that rare Italian Spanish. So I start saying my name in Spanish, Teodoro. Because I learned Spanish in Louisiana. And my whole life, I thought Teodoro was Spanish for Theodore, which is my first name. About 6 months ago, this girl goes, that means I adore you. Wish you would have told me at some other point, you know? Because it's fine, right? It's fine to tell people you adore them when you meet them. But when you're an hour deep into an 8-ball with a man who keeps saying he's Luigi and you just keep saying, I adore you to him, 99% of the time, this don't end heterosexually. So, this is a long night, man. So he starts saying, I got a gift for you. I got a gift. And I grew up in like a broken neighborhood. You know, I thought it was gonna be his cock, you know? So I start practicing my like, see a cock, like, don't be interested faces, you know? Like, so I'm running through the Rolodex of no cock for me faces. And then he keeps saying, I got a gift, I got a gift for you. Then I'm thinking it's like a thing on his phone, you know, like a GIF, you know? Like a disappointed walrus, you know? Like, Monday. But then I hear on the taxi door, and I'm like, who knocks on a car door, dude? Come in or just be out there, you know? Were you raised in a house of car doors in it? So I'm like, come in. Because now I got to live in this shit universe they created by knocking. And a toot gets in. A prostitute, you know? A toot. You can't say pros. Pros is somebody that have a prosthetic, you know? And a toot get mad if you call them a pros if they got everything, you know? So I'm being politically correct and I'm saying this too, you know, and I respect prostitutes. I respect all women, you know, whether they're a president or a prostitute, I respect them, man. You know, prostitute, probably a tougher job, let's be honest, these days, dude. You out there middle of the night, slanging that canal, you know? A lot of men are gay, market shares decline. So I respect prostitutes, man, but I don't want to deal with a prostitute tonight. I just want to do cocaine with my adorable buddy, Louis. You know? And this prostitute, man, she had like she had a wig that covered, you could see about 60% of her face, okay? And to me, it looked like a man's face, right? Which is fine, you know? No judgment there. I'm just saying, if I were on a game show called Guess 60% of this person's face, I would guess man first, you know? But so we're all back there getting high together, and this prostitute starts making advances towards me. And I don't want a prostitute. So I start feeling uncomfortable, which is where I live at most of the time, so it only took me about half a lung to get there, you know? So I get out of the taxi into the street in North Harlem, right? Luigi comes out after me, because that's new friendship. And he's like, $100. So I give him $100. I'm thinking he's gonna pay this toot. She'll go on about her business. We'll get back to, friendship. I look over a minute later, they're kissing on each other's necks, okay? He's investing my $100 back here with this prostitute, you know? I still have a $240 meter on the front of this taxi, right? So I'm out $360, not even in the vehicle. Unfair. But I deal with my negative feelings outside of the car, so I don't bring negative energy back into the vehicle, right? Then I get back into the taxi, but now I'm sitting in the front passenger seat, right? You can hear Luigi and the toot in the back. You can hear the light rustlings of a blowjob, you know, kind of just simmering up into existence. A good blowjob, too. It sounds like, one you see on the internet, you know? Sound like somebody's at a water park. And I respect what they're doing, man. But I still want to do cocaine by myself, right? So now I'm trying to be considerate and quietly do cocaine by myself, right? Just the softest little cokehead you ever met, dude. Just like a newborn rabbit just hopping upon a gram, you know? At one point, I was leaning my head back and just quietly dumping cocaine into the bottom of my nose. It was awesome, bro. Luigi's in the back, dude. He's at the water park, bro. He got that all-day wristband, dude. He don't give a fuck about me. He goes, you drive. And this is when I knew I had a problem, man. Not specifically with drugs and alcohol, but with the way that I behave when I'm on drugs and alcohol. When I moved over into the driver's seat of this taxi, right, put on my seatbelt, I remember asking them to put their seatbelt on. But they don't even make a seatbelt for all that activity, you know? We need seatbelt reform. I've been saying this. And I started this vehicle, and I drove us off into North Harlem, man, at 4:15 in the morning, just driving. Drove for probably about 20 minutes. Didn't know where I was, you know? My brain's like, damn, dude, you're lost. It's 4:30 in the morning, man. You're high on cocaine. But at least you're working. At least you're out here making money for your family, okay? I don't have a family, dude. More importantly, I don't drive taxi, bruh. But then my brain also goes, but man, you don't have a commercial driver's license. As if that was gonna be an issue when the cop stops us. There's empty cocaine bags everywhere, right? Look like I've been washing my face with powdered donuts. There's sex crimes in the back seat, potentially gay sex crimes in the back seat. And that officer's just gonna be like, that's all for naught, young soldier. You don't have a chauffeur's certificate. But that's what got me to pull over, man. I pulled over, I left a couple $100 on that car seat. I started walking off, man. I walked about 3 blocks, got into a regular taxi, right? I even made him pop the trunk just to make sure that spare tire wasn't shooting up in the back, you know? I get to my hotel, it's 5:30 in the morning, and in 1 hour, I gotta be on the nationally syndicated radio program, the Opie and Jim Norton radio show, 2 men that I really admire. So I finished doing my cocaine. Because you can't not finish your cocaine, dude. Try to not finish your cocaine. I will watch you try. What do they put in it? Cigarettes? I took 3 showers in 10 minutes, son. And dried off after each one, bruh. You don't know me. Then I start walking to the radio station, right? It's 5 blocks to the Sirius building. Halfway there, I realize that I have on jeans with sweatpants over them. Something I've never worn before because nobody's ever worn it. I'm the Neil Armstrong of pants this morning. I get up to the radio station. They tell me I got to be in the air for 3 hours. There's 1 million listeners, right? I can't feel my face with either hand. Highest I can feel my neck. Running on neck thoughts. And the other guest for the day is Daryl Strawberry. Yeah. Who's in the Hall of Fame. He's a Hall of Fame baseball player, and he's in the Hall of Fame for cocaine. Wasn't the 8-ball this beautiful man couldn't hit, right? And bless his heart, man, he's 13 years sober, and he's eloquent and successful and well put together. And he was some of these ideas that maybe I envision myself as, but this morning I'm showing up, you know, nothing like that, you know? So it just made me think like, dude, you got to tighten up, you know? And I'll say this too about Daryl Strawberry, man. I have big nostrils. Daryl Strawberry got the biggest nostrils you ever seen. I'm not saying it to shame him. It's not an ethnic thing. This man got dead stars at the bottom of his nose, okay? And I just say it so that you understand he didn't stand a chance against a fine powder. This beautiful man could kill a spice rack from 70 feet away, okay? Take that, nutmeg. What you looking at, coriander? But on this day, he was everything I needed to see, you know? So that's when I got sober, and now I've been sober for 11 months. And I'm Theo Vaughn. Thank you for having me. You guys be good.
And I said, hey, unless you're out and about with the goddamn Dave Matthews Band, you better get your ass home, because shit's about to go down at Ma and Pa's house.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Hey, there you go, boys. Drink up. Nobody's gonna remember what the hell's happening tonight. That dude's trying to get my couch pregnant. He peeing out the window. Dude, come on, man. John Legend bought me that piano. Who brought a ball pit?
You know him from his 1 hour special on Hulu, Ugly and Angry. Chris Porter, everybody.
Put my dad through a lot of shit, and this story is about that. I never put him through much as a kid, but as an adult, when I come home, where I haven't lived for 12 years, it's a bit of an event, and we like to party. And sometimes my dad gets caught up in the crossfire. Through a bunch of weird experiences, I become friends with Justin Verlander, who's a pitcher for the Detroit Tigers. Yeah, he's not here. The Tigers were in town playing the Royals, and they had a night off. So Justin and I went out for some drinks. While we were out, he said, "Hey man, I think I know that girl over there. I think she's an actress. I'm pretty sure my girlfriend and I saw her in a movie last month. I should go get my picture taken with her, send it to my girlfriend." I said, "Hey man, we're in Kansas City. No fucking way that chick's an actress." He said, "Nah, man." He calls the waiter over. He said, "Who's the chick over there?" He goes, "Man, I don't know who the chick is, but everyone at that table's with Mumford and Sons. They're here playing the arena tomorrow night, and they're here having dinner." Justin says, "Well, send them a bottle on us," meaning him, right? I'm not paying for that shit, okay? A, not a huge Mumford and Sons fan. B, when I hang out with super rich people, I don't pay for shit, okay? Sorry, you fly private, you're buying my shit, all right? If he pays for my shit, it doesn't even show up on his register. If I pay for my shit, I can't buy shoes next month, and I'm gonna be pissed. So he sends them a bottle. They come over to say thank you. Turns out it's not Mumford and Sons. It's just and Sons. All right? I don't know where Mumford was, but he wasn't there. I assume he was back at the hotel writing a song that at some point goes, huh? So and Sons come over, start talking to the Detroit Tigers. I'm not really involved, so I kind of tune it out. When I come back into focus, ampersand Sons are talking shit to the Detroit Tigers about beer pong. Like they're like, "Hey, we'll whoop your ass at some beer pong." And the Detroit Tigers are like, "We get paid very handsomely to put balls places." Fucking bring it. So I said, "Hey fellas, my parents live about 8 minutes from here. We could settle this." And I said that because I know full well that both and Sons and the Detroit Tigers have a complete floor at both of their hotels where they can do whatever the fuck they want to do. So there's no reason to come to my parents' house. It was complete fake hospitality. Until they turned around and said, "Fuck yeah, let's go to your parents' house and play beer pong." Oh, shit! It's 1:30 on a Sunday night. Technically Monday morning. My parents aren't gypsies, all right? They got real jobs with real responsibilities that start in about 4 hours. But I also can't look at these dudes and be like, "You guys, my parents." So I just said, "Fuck it, let's roll the dice, see what happens." So we start leaving. About the time we're heading out, my sister texts me and says, "Hey, I'm out and about. If you get home before I do, will you walk my dog?" And I said, "Hey, unless you're out and about with the goddamn Dave Matthews Band, you better get your ass home, because shit's about to go down at Ma and Pa's house." So we roll into my parents' house like 12 deep and start throwing beer pong, and shit got weird. Like weirder than I've already described. Like my sister, who's 30, ended up in her prom dress. Like, I don't know. I don't know how that happened. God bless her for still being able to fit in it, but also, the fuck, right? So, at one point in the evening, I decided I needed to step out and smoke some weed. And sons come with me. But since it was the middle of the season, the Detroit Tigers could not partake, so they had to pretend like it was the playoffs and watch. So we come back in from smoking weed. My dad's downstairs and he's pissed. Apparently, while we were outside, we got a little loud, woken mom and dad up. So I walk inside, and dad's like, "The fuck's going on?" I said, "Hey, Dad, that's Ann Sons of Mumford and Sons, and this is half the Detroit Tigers bullpen, and we're playing beer pong." And it was in this moment that I realized that my dad was not incredibly sure if he was actually awake. You gotta look at it from a dad's point of view. He walks downstairs in the middle of the night, sees a bunch of weird dudes that he kind of recognizes, and my sister's in her prom dress. Right? Shit's weird. Dad's obviously befuddled. He's just is that fucking Justin Verlander? Yes, sir, it is. And he just went, whatever. And he just went back upstairs. And that was the last we saw of him. Whole next day, I'm freaking out. He's at work. I obviously slept in. My parents have done a lot for me over time. I can't be fucking up like this, so I gotta make amends. So I'm like, I'm gonna take him out to dinner. I'm gonna buy him drinks. I'm gonna do good by him. But then Dad walks in the door like he's had the greatest day of his goddamn life. He walks in like, "What's up, everybody? How you doing? How you doing? Pitsoo! All right." I looked at him, I go, "The hell happened to you today?" He said, "I fucking hated you this morning. I woke up on 4 hours sleep and I cursed your name all the way to work. But then I got to work and we had our morning meeting and everyone started asking me why I looked so tired and exhausted. And I started bitching about my kids bringing home Detroit Tigers and Mumford and Sons and playing beer pong all night. And now I'm the coolest motherfucker in the office. You guys have been a lot of fun. Thank you so much."
So people stopped that had no business. There was a guy digging in the trash. He's like, "Who the bitch?" There was somebody in the store that popped his head out like, "Who the bitch?" One dude was riding a bike, minding his business. "Skirt, who the bitch? Hold on, let me get off the bike and park this motherfucker. I need to see who the bitch is."
What's going on? This is not happening. I'm your host. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr.
You can catch him on the Netflix series Disjointed. Give it up for Chris Red.
I'm from Chicago, where I was raised mostly. It's a big gang culture. Don't know if you heard. And growing up, man, I looked up to like the wrong kind of people because I was just like one of those guys who wanted to fit in with what I thought was cool. And who I looked up to was gangsters, man. Gangsters and pimps. They were the coolest people to me, man. They had like cars and shit, right? With women, money. They had the coolest outfits. Pimps had the limp. And I'm like, are they hurting? No, nigga. That's just swag. You know what I mean? And it was cool to me, man. So I looked up to that. My big cousin, he was like the head of some gangsters, and it was so cool to watch him do shit. And I was like, I want to be down with that. And I liked fighting too. I loved to watch fighting, but I didn't know how. I had never been in a fight. I had ever done at this point was be in the mirror like, ooh, you ain't. If that fist come, I'll be like, no. You're just stupid, because you don't know how fast fists move. Fists move fast. I don't know if anybody has ever been hit, but it moves fast, and then another one comes right after, like, this is my brother. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. But my story is about how I lost my first 2 fights trying to be down. And I remember it like it was yesterday. Because, you know, we all remember the things that depress us the most. I remember when my cousins, they parked their cars outside, they walked up to my house, and they were like, yo, Chris, you want to walk to the corner store with us? And my cousin, real thug, 6'5", tattoos all over the place, tattoo tear on his face. He's not a killer, he's just a crier, but the nigga is real, you know? And he was hanging out with so many gangsters, like 6 other dudes, and they were all gangsters that everybody knew, and they wanted me to walk to the store with them. And I'm like, hell yeah, dog, I want to walk. And I was so excited and terrified because these were dangerous people. And I don't know if you've walked somewhere with somebody you scared of, but you don't walk like a normal person. I know it's 1 foot in front of the other. I know how walking works. But when you're around somebody carrying a pistol bigger than your head, you start thinking about shit. So I'm walking the streets like 1 and 2 and 1 and 2. What's up, dog? I'm saying what's up to people I don't know. My cousin's smacking my hand out. Stop speaking to people you don't know, nigga. What's wrong with you? And then his friend was like, yo, what's wrong with your cousin? He's like, he retarded. So I finally got cool, right? I finally got comfortable. It was a long walk. So I finally like, oh man, I'm walking with the coolest guys in the neighborhood, man. I'm on my quest to be a gangster. That's right, I was on a quest to be a gangster. That's what I wanted to be. And then as right before we get to the corner store, right? This guy, he was about 20 years old. I was 14 at the time. He walked right into me, full shoulder, pow, right in the middle of my chest. Boom, hit me, right? And I knew he did it on purpose. But see, I have 2 parents. I was raised right. So initially, I wanted to be like, excuse me. But I felt like this wasn't the right environment for manners, motherfucker. So I didn't say that. But what I did say was, huh, which is not better. It was like I was like a weak ass James Brown, you know? Huh, you push me, huh. And that sound was very loud. The guy was confused and he thought I had said something, so he turned around and he said, what the hell you say, bitch? Now we're outside on the south side of Chicago. There's a bunch of people all around, and when somebody says bitch like that in the hood, everyone stops to see who the bitch is, you know? And so people stopped that had no business. There was a guy digging in the trash. He's like, who the bitch? There was somebody in the store that popped his head out like, who the bitch? One dude was riding a bike, minding his business. Skirt, who the bitch? Hold on, let me get off the bike and park this motherfucker. I need to see who the bitch is. My cousins, they were not fazed at all. They just looked at me because all of those gangsters knew they weren't the bitch. And I was like, holy shit, I've never talked shit to somebody in front of people before in public. This is my first time dealing with this. So I was like, that is not my name. That is not the way to talk to a grown gangster with an alligator tattooed on his face. I said that shit as if I was gonna pull out my ID like, look, my name is Christopher Jarrell Red and ain't no bitch in there, so. I could tell it wasn't the right way to respond to this man by his face. He was confused. He was like, the fuck? The alligator on his face was confused with him. And he slapped my hand, right? Because I was pointing at him. And he smacked my hand. Now, what I wanted to do was like, you know what I'm saying? I wanted to do something cool, but what came out was, that ain't hurt, which it did. And you can visually tell it hurt because my face said, And he was like, yo, never mind all this shit, man. I'm about to fuck you up. And then I was like, oh, no. I said that in my head. I was like, no. But I realized I hadn't spoken yet. And my cousin was like, dog, you gotta prove yourself in front of all these gangsters. So I knew I had to say something, right? So I was like, that is not the outcome, which is terrible. That is not how you respond to people. I said that shit like I had some type of bar graph behind me. If you look here, this is you, this is me, this is the outcome, and they're very different. Class dismissed. I knew it wasn't enough because my cousin was looking at me like, what the fuck is wrong with you? He didn't say that, but his eyes said it. His eyes was like... So I knew I had to follow it up, so I was like, you know what? I'm not good at this. I'm gonna just say what he said because it sounded real good. And so I was like, no, I'ma fuck you. And before I could say up, he hit me directly in my throat. Like direct, it was a direct line to my throat. My Adam's apple checked out, nigga. I don't know if you've been hit directly in your throat, but a couple things happen. For one, your throat says, fuck it, and it just closes forever. Your spit is like, gets suicidal. It's like, goodbye, I don't need to be in the mouth. Dog, I got hit so hard in my throat that I had a limp, and that is not how science works. I was like, oh, nigga, I'm a pimp now. I'm halfway to my goal. It made no sense, and I farted a little bit. I did, I farted. Yo, I've never been hit so hard I fart. I mean, but my throat was closed, so the air had to go somewhere. I don't know. It was very embarrassing, man. But what was more embarrassing is this was outside, man. So people from across the street saw a very different fight than the fight that went down, you know what I mean? Like, yo, dog, what happened over there, bro? That was crazy over there. What happened? All right, so let me tell you. So the bigger dude was like, I'ma fuck you up, right? And for whatever reason, the little dude was like, I'ma fuck you. Like, why would you say that? So the bigger dude hit him in the throat, saved his asshole for another day, you know what I'm saying? And that was the story that went around the hood for like 6 months at least. And I was like, that's not how it went down. My cousin was very embarrassed. He had a reputation to maintain. And I got my ass whipped for the whole hood. He grabbed me and took me home under my arm. And there's no way to keep your masculinity when you're being grabbed under your arm by a grown man. I'm like, let me go. He's like, make me. I'm like, you know I can't, you know. Don't be... So he threw me in the house, you know what I mean? He was like, Chris, stay out these goddamn streets. This shit ain't for you, dog. All right, go to school, be somebody. But this shit ain't for you. You got hit directly in your throat, nigga. And you farted in front of everybody. And I was like, yo, keep it down. From who, nigga? Everybody saw it. And then he closed the door and I was like, no, I gotta avenge myself. But he was gone already. And usually, you know, when something like that happens, you're like, you know what, this isn't for me. He's right. I'm gonna go do something else. But I was a hard-headed kid with goals. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna learn how to fight. I'm gonna redeem myself. This is what I'm about to do. So the whole year until they asked me to fight again, I was practicing. Right? I was fighting friends. We would just be boxing, wrestling in the yard and shit, get my hands up. I would watch Bruce Lee because I didn't know what a boxing class was yet. Bruce Lee was the baddest motherfucker around, dog. You watch his tapes, he was beating 15 people at the same time. People waiting in line to get their ass whooped by Bruce Lee. And I was like, hell yeah, I want to be that good. I would practice all his moves, and I was like, yo, whenever I get in the fight again, I'm going to be ready. And it was a year later when my cousin asked me to come fight with them, right? He was like, yo, I heard from a couple people, man, that you got some hands now. You've been in some fights. Listen, we got to handle some shit, man. Me and some other dudes, you want to ride with us? I was like, hell yeah, man, because I got to redeem myself. And my cousin was like, don't ever say that again. Nigga, you are not a coupon. And he was right, I'm not a coupon. He's very right about that. So I jumped in the truck, and it was me, my cousin, and the 5 other dudes that was with us when I got my ass whooped the first time. So most of the conversation was about how I got my ass whooped the first time. Which sucks, because they're like, and this bitch ass nigga, I'm like, I'm right here, and I have a name. At one point, I was like, hey, this isn't good for morale, and they didn't know what... And they didn't know what morale meant. They thought it was a chick that wasn't giving me no pussy. So then they started talking shit about that for 10 minutes. Like, oh, morale ain't giving this nigga no pussy. Ah! I'm like, man, I wish I didn't drop out of 8th grade. But I just let it happen. It wasn't nothing I could do. Now in Chicago, we used to fight in these like old lots or these old fields so that police wouldn't lock you up for, extended amounts of time like they do black people in America. So we could fight and go home. And it's before like shooting. Well, they're still shooting, but these guys would fight it out, right? And so we rode up to this field. It's my first time being in this field and shit, right? And I'm looking around as I get out the car. And the sun is set and there's flowers. I'm like, yo, this is a romantic place to get your ass whooped. Why are we fighting in an R. Kelly set? I don't want to get knocked out and fall in love, nigga. I didn't say, this is all in my head though. I wasn't saying nothing. I had learned from my mistakes. I was like, I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm gonna be tough the whole time. So I was grabbing my dick way longer than I should. I'm just walking around like, yo, what's good? At one point, the gangster was like, yo, what's wrong with your dick? Nothing, nigga. I slowly. He was like, you gotta make sure it's there? I'm like, shut the fuck up. So we waited. It's me and 6 other dudes, right? Now, 2 cars pull up, right? 2 4-door sedans. There was 20 dudes in these 2 4-door sedans. And I don't know if y'all do math quick, but 20 dudes cannot fit comfortably in 2 4-door sedans. That meant that these gangsters rolled to this gang fight lapped up, which is not a gangster way to travel. That means that y'all were riding like, yo, we gonna fuck them up. You know what I'm saying, dog? You know what I'm saying? And the dude's like, yeah, but can you lift your butt? Cause you thick, dog. Why you twerking on me, cuz? 20 dudes, y'all didn't have one more car? But I ain't say nothing. And they pulled up, 20 dudes, clown card out the fucking cars. And they stretched along this field. The sun was behind them, and for a split second, I was like, are these niggas the heroes? Because they look like the heroes of the story. But I ain't say nothing, man. And as they walked towards us, everybody was doing whatever they do. I was sitting there holding my dick. I think I was holding it with 2 hands, which is so weird to do. Like, don't kick me here, Then the guy in the middle, he was like, yeah, man, hey. Yo, we about to fuck y'all. And before he could say up, I was like, not again. I ran. Which had to be weird for the guys hear me say not again. Cause who does that? Who does that ever in life? Not again. But I ran so fast, everybody was shocked, like, where's he going? You know what I mean? They all had questions. I ran up to the guy in the middle, I jumped, and I realized he's very tall. So I had to bring it up here, bow, and I swung and I hit and I connected to his chin right now. Hitting somebody when they don't deserve it, it's an asshole thing to do. But when you hit somebody that's trying to kill you, ooh, it feels great. And I was like, oh, fireworks went off in my head. It was amazing. I was like, I'm the king of everything. I saw his spit fly. I was like, I know what that's like, It was a solid punch, man. It was great. And I was celebrating. I'm like, yeah, I'm finally a gangster. In my mind, I'm saying this. And as I'm saying this, 4 fists hit me at the same time. And I don't know if you've been hitting unison, but the shit hurts a lot. One felt like it came from God, like you shouldn't be here. And as I got hit at the same time, I yelled out, y'all supposed to wait like Bruce Lee. Like that's... Yeah, I yelled that dumb shit out. Yeah. And I fell to the ground. I think I knocked out for about 30, 40 seconds, right? I came to, my face fucking hurting, pulsating everywhere. But I looked around and I noticed that nobody was fighting because everybody was laughing at what the fuck I just said. These grown gangsters holding guns like, this nigga thinks he's Bruce. Yo, they're reenacting what just happened, like, who am I? Have you ever seen a good conversation and you try to laugh your way into it? That's what I did with this, like, right, that was crazy, huh? They pushed me away like, shut your bitch ass up. Ah! And after 10 minutes of them laughing at me, pointing, laughing, reenacting, and laughing, the gangster from the other gang was like, you know what, dog? Oh, that was funny as hell. Hey, dog, you know what? I forgot what the fuck we was fighting about. Hey, dog, let's go to McDonald's, grab some food, go get some drinks, man, and just chill, and let's talk about your cousin some more, nigga. And all I'm saying is I'm bringing communities together, so what the fuck are y'all doing? My name is Chris Red. Thank y'all so much.
He's like, oh yeah, no problem. He just, rakata, boom, 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 así por los riñones, por la cara, por el cuerpo, rakata. That's it, you beat the motherfucker up. That's all you need to do.
What's going on? This is not happening. I'm your host. I'm your host, Roywood Jr.
Check out his album, Laughing and Crying at the Same Time. This is Chris Garcia.
When I was a kid, I was fat. Yeah. Anybody else play goalie? So, yeah, I was a fat kid. And once you're a fat kid, if you're a fat kid, you know that it'll haunt you the rest of your life. Like the ghost of Gogert's past. It's just always right there. And I've struggled with my weight my whole life. 1 second I'm fat, then I'm skinny, then I'm fat, then I'm skinny. 1 second I'm Jonah Hill, and then I'm Jonah Hill, and then I'm Jonah Hill, and then I'm Jonah Hill. And I just want to be somewhere in the middle, Seth Rogen. And a couple years ago, I was dating this woman, and she was way out of my league, and I knew it, and she knew it. And I was uncomfortable the whole time because I met her when I was skinny, and I knew the fat shoe was going to drop, and I was going to get fat again. I just knew it. I knew it, and a year and a half into the relationship, it happened. You know, you get comfortable after a year and a half, you gain that Netflix 15 or whatever. And that's what happened. I got fat again and had a sneaking suspicion that she wanted to leave me because I looked at her phone when she was in the shower. And this is what she told her friend. She texted her friend. She was like, hey, I think I'm going to leave Chris. And her friend was like, why? And she was like, he's starting to look like a fat Peter Dinklage. Ouchies. Like, Peter Dinklage is handsome, but fat dink is not what I'm going for. So I freak out. I was like, I gotta lose some weight. I gotta lose weight fast. I wanna stay with this girl, you know? And I looked at the back of the weekly paper, and there's an ad for a boxing boot camp. I was like, that seems like a good idea. It's 8 weeks, 5 days a week, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. But it was taught by these like Irish Gold Glove boxers, like fresh off the boat Irish guys. I didn't understand a fucking word they said. They're just like, and I was like, they sounded like fucking Bono in reverse, right? But they were really good trainers, and I was really into this. So I start like training, I start boxing, I'm like jumping rope, I'm running, I'm starting to like cut weight and all this stuff. I'm really into it. My girlfriend leaves her laptop in my apartment with her G-Chat open. I had to take a snoop. I had to, and I took a look, and she told her friend, she was like, hey, I think I'm gonna fuck this DJ. I was like, you're gonna fuck a DJ? Have fun having bed bugs and paying for his fucking rent. That's some bullshit, and I get mad, right? And I look him up, and this guy is beautiful. This guy's fucking fine as fuck. He looks like Persian Common. Imagine handsome-ass Common with like a hookah in his mouth. That shit was sexy. He's like a very beautiful man, and I'm like, fuck this shit. And this is very embarrassing, but this is what I did. I went on his Facebook page, and I printed out a picture of him. And I put it in my locker at the gym. It was a moment of weakness, but I needed motivation. I needed to lose weight. And I was like, I'm gonna put a picture of this motherfucker up in my locker. I do that. This gay guy in my class is like, is that your boyfriend? He's beautiful. I'm like, no, it's not my fucking boyfriend. I'm gonna beat that guy off. I mean up. Fuck. I'm getting all amped. I'm getting ready in this class. I'm like, I've conflated these two things, like becoming a boxer and getting my girl back. And one day I'm in class, right? And there's like, I'm sparring. And you spar with random people. This one day I spar with this guy who's like 6'2", right? He's like, I'm like 5 Dinklage. You know, I am not tall. This guy's very tall, but we're just doing body blows. We're sparring. We're only allowed to hit each other in the body and stuff, and I'm like a little intimidated, but whatever. I'm trying to beat up Persian Common right now. I don't give a fuck. So I'm punching this guy in the stomach, right? And he blocks himself really close to his stomach, and I punch him, and I punch him in the nuts. And he's like, watch it, bro. You punched me in the nuts. And I'm like, I didn't punch you. I punched you in the stomach, but you're blocking too close to your body. This is too close. If you block right here, I'm gonna punch you in the nuts. You need to block out here. He's like, whatever, bro. I punch him again, boom, in the nuts. He's like, you punched me in the nuts. I was like, no, you punched you in the nuts. And then he comes and he sucker punches me in the face. And my face explodes, and there's just blood everywhere down my shirt. I'm like, fuck you, dude! Boom! And I take this crazy swing at him, and we're just taking these weird haymakers at each other. The class stops. Circles around us. One of the Irish coaches is like, finally, some fucking boxing in here! And I'm like, fuck yeah, I love this shit! After the class, the boxing coach is like, hey, after the 8 weeks, we open up the gym for a fight night. We invite a couple of the boxers from the class to fight. You can invite your friends and your family and stuff. It's at nighttime. We have ringsider girls and announcers and referees. Would you want to participate in that? And I was like, yeah. I want to do that. I'm going to invite my girlfriend. I'm going to get in a boxing ring. I'm going to beat some motherfucker up. And I'm gonna win her back. That was my plan. I show up the day of the fight. I ask my coach, who am I fighting? He's like, oh, you're fighting the guy you punched in the nuts. I'm like, fuck, this guy's 6'2". He's like a blonde, buff, 6'2" blonde guy. He was buff when he got into the class. If he was in an 80s movie, his name would be like Rad Chad Masters. And I already pissed him off. I'm like, this guy's gonna fucking murder me. This is not what I'm going for. You know what I mean? I'm nervous. And I was like, I don't know what to do. It's the day of the fight. I call my dad. My dad's an old Cuban man. Cubans love boxing. He's like my own Mr. Miyagi. Senor Miyagi. So I call my dad. I'm like, Papi. That's what I call him, because he's my dad, not because he's Pitbull. I say, Papi, my fight's tonight. I need some advice. What do I do? He's like, oh, yeah, no problem. He's just, rakata, boom, 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 así por los riñones, por la cara, por el cuerpo, rakata. That's it. You beat the motherfucker up. That's all you need to do. And I'm like, that's great, Dad. The guy's 6'2", and he's like, oh, okay, yeah, you're gonna lose. You got no chance, man. You're not gonna beat this guy up. I don't know, do the sign of the cross or some brujeria or some shit. Actually, you know what? The only way you're gonna beat him is psychologically. You need to get inside the guy's head, okay? He's more scared to lose to you than you are to lose to him. Okay, so do some crazy shit. Get in his head. If he thinks he's gonna lose to you, at least you have a little window opportunity to fuck him up. And I was like, okay, thanks. So I was like, that's all I got. What am I gonna do? This guy's fucking huge, you know? And I'm like, all right, be weird and crazy, act like an idiot. So I was like, I got a day. And so I was like, all right, I'm gonna buzz my head. I buzzed my head with a beard trimmer. Like a fugitive running from the fucking law. I looked all crazy. I wore these dirty, bloody basketball shorts from when he punched me. I never washed them. They're down to here. I wore mismatched socks all the way up to my knees like a fucking rodeo clown. I wore these dirty Chucks. I was the only boxer that did not wear a shirt that night. I've got a tattoo and some scars. I look crazy. I look like a fucking out-of-work juggalo. And so I show up. I get in the ring, my girl's there, my friends are watching, there's comedians there. I was like, I better win. I'm gonna get fucking heckled or dumped or some shit, right? So I show up, I'm in the ring, the announcer comes over and he's like, hey, what do you want me to say about you? And I was like, Call me the Cuban Missile Crisis. And he announces me. He's like, Chris, the Cuban Missile Crisis Garcia! And I'm like, yeah! And part of my crazy plan was to, like, I'm not gonna look, before the fight, when we knock gloves, I'm not gonna look this motherfucker in the eye. He's gonna look down at me by 6 inches and just be like, I got you. You punch me in the nuts, I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker. So I just like ignored his face. And I just fucking sling bladed my face. And I ended up staring at his fucking nuts. I was just like, the fight starts, I'm too mesmerized by his nuts. And he just like, boom, punches me like uppercut. 2 uppercuts, and I'm like, oh, and there's blood just going down my chin and then just down my chest. I'm like, oh, fuck! And I'm like, this is not what I'm going for right here. I'm not trying to get beat up in front of this fool. So I get close, I'm just running around all crazy, and then he comes close and I punch him in the nuts. And he's like, dude! He's like, you fucking nut puncher! And he pushes me across the ring, and I'm like, ah! And I'm feeling, you're not even in a fight before, but your adrenaline is insane. And I see my girl and stuff, and I'm like, ah! And I run towards the guy, and I'm just like, ah! Flailing at him, and I hug him, and I start punching him in the back of the head like this. Like, he's like this tall, it's like this, oh! It's fucking nuts. And the referee pulls me aside, and he's like, stop it, you're out of control. And I spit my bloody mouth guard out. I just go, and I go, fuck you, he's bigger than me! And the crowd's like, yeah! And I'm like, yeah! I'm a comedian, I love this noise, you know? My boxing coach brings me into the corner, and he's like, hey, come over here. You need to relax. And I was like, okay. I'll relax, fine. And he's like, I put you against this guy because I think you could beat him up. You have a lot of heart, and you put a lot into this. Also, you're left-handed, and he's right-handed. So he's only used to boxing right-handers. You kind of have an advantage in this weird way. So when he comes in with a hook, you duck it, you enter like towards his stomach, and you just punch him in the guts. Punch him, not in the nuts, in the guts, just bust his fucking guts. And I was like, all right. I come in, he comes in with the hook. Oh, fuck! God damn it! And then we start fighting some more. We're pushing each other around. It's kind of crazy. And I'm like, all right, I'm just waiting for this hook to come in. He comes, he punches me again, and he punches me again, and my eye just immediately swells up. It looks like a fucking raw hamburger patty / butthole. I couldn't see it. My eye was too close. I was just like this. And I was like, oh, dude. And like time froze, and I'm just looking at my girlfriend. She's like, no! And I'm like, well, it was nice knowing you. I'm about to lose, and this is gonna be fucking terrible. I'm imagining her, I'm imagining Persian Common, just fucking her super hard, just fucking ramming her. I'm thinking about my dad being like, you fucking disappointment, man. I came to America for this bullshit, you know? And I'm like, all right. We box some more. He comes in with a hook, and I just fucking bust him in the gut. I bust him in the gut, and then I hit him right above the dick. Super, like, right here. And he goes, huh? Like this. And he's like, don't punch me in the nuts! Don't punch me in the nuts! And his hands are down here, and he's like right in front of my face, and his face is exposed. His gloves are down, and I just go, boom! And I clocked his ass, and he fell, and I beat him. Psychologically. He just laying there flopping around like a fucking fish, and they called the fight, and it was over. And I'm like, oh, shit. And my girlfriend she like runs around towards me, like Adrian and Rocky or whatever, and she's like, Christian! And she comes and she throws her arms around me, and she's all horny. She got super horny. She just saw me beat up some big-ass dude. She gets all horny, and she's like, where'd you get these muscles from? And she starts grabbing these weird muscles that are gone now, but she was like grabbing these weird muscles, and I realized, I was like, you haven't touched me in over 2 months. So that night, I took her home. I showed her what the Cuban Missile Crisis was all about. I won her back, and then I broke up with her.
You guys have been great. My name is Chris Garcia. Good night.
They say, what? Hold on, let me see. So he walked to the window cool as shit. He had some dress shoes, so he slid over there a little bit. Oh, those suckers about to pay.
What's going on? This is not happening. I'm your host. I'm your host, Roywood Jr.
You may remember him from Get Out, Renewing Our Faith, and TSA Agents, Lil Rel Howard.
First of all, I'm from Chicago, and and Chicago's known for a lot of things, hot dogs and pizza. The Cubs won the World Series, and violence, a lot of fucking violence. And my father is one of those dudes who's from an old era. Like, he wasn't a Black Panther, but he was like in a gang that I guess didn't really exist for, I don't know. I don't necessarily believe him and shit that he was in the real gang. But he was in one of those earlier gangs where they like made breakfast for the community and walk people across the street, that type of shit. So, the true story, right? So we grew up, I lived in a bad neighborhood growing up, and most of the neighborhoods, you just how you know a neighborhood bad when people sit on anybody's car. They don't give a fuck who car it is. You gotta humbly ask them, excuse me, y'all, I know y'all just having a good time drinking on my car, but I need to go to work this evening if it's okay. So I remember getting off the bus one day, and I'm walking down the street, and I see a bunch of dudes on the car. I'm like, oh, fuck, they're on my father's car. And I go upstairs. I'm going back and forth because he still think he could take these young people. I don't fucking know why. And let me tell you, I got a 70s dad. I don't know if anybody ever had a 70s father growing up. Like, one of them cool motherfuckers, right? It's how my daddy used to walk, just like this. This is... Every time he talking like he had to pee. Hey, man, which one of you suckers taking out the garbage? That's how he talk. So... For some reason, he still think he tough as shit. So I get in the house, I'm like, all right, I'm going to tell him they on his car, but I hope he don't do no extra shit. So I'm like, hey, Dad, look, now, before I tell you this, tell me you're going to chill out. You're going to tell me what to do? Okay, never mind. I'm like, look, it's a bunch of dudes sitting in your car, right? So he's like, say what? Right? I'm laughing because I ain't told this story in a long time. But it's a true story. They say, what? Hold on, let me see. So he walked to the window cool as shit. He had some dress shoes, so he slid over there a little bit. Oh, those suckers about to pay. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. So I'm like, look, man, Dad, now I got to tell you this. These are gangster disciples, okay? They had a documentary on them a few weeks ago on a biography channel. I don't think you want to do this shit. They will murder you. He's like, look here, I ain't scared of no disciple. Okay, I was a dragon. I'm like, what the fuck is a dragon? What? You know how old your gang gotta be named after some shit that's not even real, you know what I mean? I was a motherfucking dragon. I said, look, I hear you that you was a dragon and all. I said, look here, man, we was a gang and a band. Wait, I don't give a fuck if y'all was both things. These young dudes will murder you out there. I said, let me tell you something, okay? You don't believe me, do you? I said, it ain't that I don't believe you're a dragon. I just don't believe in dragons. That's what that comes down to. He said, look here, I got something to prove it, okay? So my mom was in the kitchen cooking, right? He said, hey, baby, could you get my dragon jacket, right? My mama smoked cigarettes, so she's like, which one, the blue jean or the leather, right? She in the kitchen cooking. So she gonna get this dragon jacket. It's not even a jacket, right? It's a vest. It's really a dragon vest, but he called it a jacket, I don't know why. The sleeves was cut off the jacket. It was shingling at the shoulders. He had a big, colorful dragon on the back, kind of faded because he washed it a couple times. And he had his real name. He didn't even have a gang name. It said Milton on the front. I'm like, you ain't got no...
ain't got no damn gang name, Daddy? I didn't need one. I was Milton on the bongos. Okay, whatever. So, so he put on his dragon jacket, right? Now, he done took his whole shirt off, because I guess they didn't wear shirts with the vest at that time. So he took his shit off. Now he gets all chest hair showing. And he had this little chain in the chest hair. It was like a little cross. I couldn't tell if it was a cross or, I don't know what it was, but he had the chest hair was all around the little charm he had on his chain. So he got this dragon jacket on, and he started getting ready, right? Which is weird. I ain't never seen nobody get ready for a fight. So go get the Old Spice. So he got some Old Spice, put it on for a fight. I've never seen somebody put on cologne before a fight. He just... So he got this little ass fucking baby fat vest. That's really what it was. And he go down the stairs. So these little dudes look at him come outside. He come outside cool as shit. They looking at him like, hey man, who the fuck is this old ass dude with this Warriors outfit on? He like, look here, suckers, I'm gonna tell you who I am right now. My name is Milton. Milton Howery. And that Cadillac you're sitting on is mine. I pay the payments, right? He's going through all of this shit. They're like, man, look at old man. We don't want to beat your ass and shit. You all by yourself? He's like, all by myself. Jimmy on his way. Now, what I forgot to tell y'all that he called Jimmy, who's the only other living dragon left. Right? And Jimmy don't know what's going on. Right? Jimmy didn't graduate from the gangs. He's just a businessman that drive a van with a Bluetooth on. That's it. So Jimmy pull up with this van, right? You could tell it was an old ass van because it had curtains on it. And he pull up. And when he pull up, you hear Billy Ocean playing when he pull up. Like, when he pull up, you hear Caribbean Queen when he pull up. My daddy walked to the car like. So I'm looking at all this out the window like. So I'm like, oh God, what's going on? My daddy like, hey Jimmy, look here. Okay, we about to have a rumble. And Jimmy old, like, you ever see somebody so old they gotta take off their glasses just to hear you? So my daddy's trying to talk to Jimmy. Look here, Jimmy, I'm trying to tell you what's going on. He's like, what? Say it again. Wait, hold on. What? Wait a minute, you ain't say nothing about no damn fight. I thought it was Spade Tuesdays. I thought we was playing cards today. You on your own. I'm done with the Dragons. And he drove off. I mean, there ain't no punchline to like, they beat the shit out of my daddy, right? They beat him up and shit. And I was like a little kid, you know, I don't know if everybody ever said they daddy get their ass whipped, but you ain't gonna help, but you just yelling, leave him alone! That's my father, y'all! You just mad that you ain't got no daddy in your life! Start crying, leave him alone! All you saw was my father vest in the street and cars driving over the vest. My mama, she walked up to me like, look here, go get your daddy vest and bring it back upstairs so I can wash it. And that's what happened, yeah, that's it.
And so then I'm like, nobody I know knows I'm here. No one I know even knows that I'm friends with this horse. So no one's gonna come look for me.
What's going on? This is not happening. I'm your host. I'm your host, Roywood Jr.
You know her from the show Baskets. Martha Kelly is her name.
My story is about the ups and downs of friendship, specifically between me and a horse that did not belong to me, but whose pasture I climbed into because I thought it would bring us closer together, and it came close to tearing us apart. So, but just to backtrack, the only thing I knew about horses when I met her is that I thought that they liked carrots and apples. And so I met her because I had moved back to Austin in 2012, and I lived in a part of the city that was almost out in the country, and there were a few places that had horses. And one day when I was walking my dog, this horse came to her fence, and she walked the whole length of her fence along with us. And then when we were on our way back, she did the same thing in the other direction. And she started doing that every day, and I never saw any people in her pasture, so I thought that she probably wanted me to go pet her, because I thought I had heard that horses are like really big dogs, but I honestly believe that when people say that, if someone says that, it's because they were dealing with a big dog that they thought was a horse, because they're not anything like dogs. And I went to pet her, and at first she would kind of back away, and then she finally let me pet her, and there were some early signs that there might be trouble down the road. She did a couple times look like she was gonna try to bite my hand, and then one time when I turned my back on her, she grabbed my ponytail and pulled it really hard. But I thought that was like maybe how horses play, and I didn't know. And I forgot to say I'd started bringing her carrots and an apple every day. I would walk my dog and stop and give her. And so I thought that's like, you could easily buy my friendship if you brought me a good snack every day. So I felt, and she seemed to like it. So this is where things kind of go south, but it seemed at first like we were entering a new phase, because I took my dog in for a checkup, and I found out that he had a really fast-growing, untreatable type of cancer, and that he probably only had a few weeks to live. And I know that's not a great topic for a comedy show, but but it's relevant to the story. So that I was devastated, because he was my first dog. I totally treated him like a person and loved him like a person, and it's terrible that someone's laughing at that part. That's in poor taste. But so I'm just saying but it was devastating. And so I got the news, and I took him for a walk, and I stopped to give her carrots and apple. And for the first time, after she ate the snacks, she leaned over the fence and pressed her forehead against my head and just stood there. And I thought, like, wow, horses are really sensitive. Like, she could sense that I was really sad. That's what I thought. In retrospect, she might have been trying to, like, psych me out or something. I don't know. I don't know what, but so then my dog passed away, and then I got another dog who's great, but that's not part of the story. But so a little bit later, I kept visiting her and feeding her and petting her, and then I just one day, this person, so one day, I don't know what was going on with me, but probably some, like, reckless daredevil once in a blue moon thing came over me, and I just thought, I bet if, like, she's like a dog, I bet she would like it if I was petting her inside her fence. And, because that's what a dog would want, you to stand next to him. And I should also say this had been a couple of months or more, and I never once did I even just Google horses. It never occurred to me to do that. So this day I just decided I climbed the fence and got in the pasture with her. I thought I would have like a story to tell my friends later, which I did, but it wasn't the kind of story that I thought it was going to be like I was really courageous. But I climbed in with her. She ran away, and then she came back, and then I just walked next to her, petting her, and in a soft voice talking to her. And then she kind of moved in front of me and turned her back legs to me, and then I went, this is what horses maybe do right before they kick somebody. So I stepped out of the way, and then she turned around and reared back on her hind legs and started flailing her hooves at me and whinnying. And I still wanted to think she was playing, but it was kind of terrifying, so I just started going, no, no ma'am, no. And then I ran. And so she chased me behind a tree, and she wouldn't leave. I thought maybe once I got behind the tree and she couldn't get me, she'd give up, following. And then, so at one point I looked over, and then her head popped out on the other side. And so then I'm standing there for maybe like 15 or 20 minutes. I'm like, nobody I know knows I'm here. No one I know even knows that I'm friends with this horse. So no one's gonna come look for me. I've never seen any people come and take care of her. At one point, a car slowed down, and they were looking at me, and instead of flagging them down for help, I thought, I don't want them to know that I'm an idiot who climbed into here. So I just gave him the wave that's, it's okay, we're okay over here. And I found out those were the owners. And I went like that, and they drove away. Like, I don't know why, they just saw some weird lady trapped behind a tree with their horse. And, she waved, I guess it's fine, we'll drive. So they drove. So finally I saw this horse go towards the other part of her pasture. So I slowly walk out from behind the tree and start kind of trying not to upset her, walk towards the fence. And then she came back and chased me again, so I ran behind the little structure that she had her hay in. And then that lasted for like another 15 minutes of having to wait for her to get bored. She walked away again. I ran behind another tree closer to the fence. And then that was the last tree that, was the closest to the fence, and I thought I could make it. So when she lost interest and walked away, I ran for the fence. And in my mind, in movies, when people take a run at a fence, they jump at the last minute, so they land high on the fence, and then they just throw a leg over and they're done. But I ran at the fence, and I tried to jump, but I still landed at the bottom. And then I climbed it as fast as I could, and she was running towards me, and I threw a leg over, and it got caught. My jeans got caught, so they ripped. And then I finally got to the other side, and so at first, I really was mad at her, and I felt like I was like, I'm not gonna come visit her anymore. This is why I never see people in her pastures, because she's not a nice horse. And then later I realized I have to keep going to visit her because she's a terrible horse, and no one else is ever gonna be friends with her. So for the rest of the time I lived there, I kept bringing her food, and I wish there was an ending to the story, but thank you for listening.
I get introduced to Lionel Richie, and I could tell that Lionel Richie doesn't know me, has never heard of me, but because I'm the only other black male at this event. He acts like he knows me.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm Roy Wood Jr. When traveling, make sure.
His new album is called The Seven. He is the legendary Talib Kweli.
So when I first started doing hip hop music, even though I'm known for doing music that has a message, and music that is not empty, and music that is not vacuous, I grew up wanting to be a rap star. I didn't grow up wanting to be a conscious rapper. I grew up, I wanted to be LL Cool J. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be famous for being a sexy motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But by the time my career took off, I was on a label called Raucous Entertainment. And myself and Mos Def, we had a group called Black Star, right? See, I was cheap for applause because I don't got no jokes. You know what I'm saying? So I said Mos Def so y'all could applaud, and Black Star, y'all familiar with that shit. So by the time we blew up, the whole raucous movement, the whole underground movement, it was looked at as the vanguard for conscious rap. Like they looked at us as bringing back the sounds of Boogie Down Production and Public Enemy and Rakim and Big Daddy Kane and everything. So my homeboys, like I was like 18, 19 years old, my homeboys started going to strip clubs and having fun and doing all the debauchery and stuff, but they didn't even invite me to the strip club because they heard my records and they thought Kweli wouldn't want to come to the strip club with us. And one of my best friends in the world, like he was a bartender at the strip club when we was like 19. I didn't find this out till we were like 32. You know what I'm saying? Because they never told me. I was like, yo, y'all niggas hanging out the strip club? Y'all don't tell me. They was like, you kick all that conscious rap. You don't want to hang out the strip club. So by the time I got on in the music business and I started making money in the music business, I really, 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 really wanted to go to a strip club. Not just the strip club, but all the parties. So I was partying it down. Like anybody who knows me from when I first started my career, you heard my records and it was conscious rap. And I was in the streets. Like I don't just talk online. I don't just talk on records. I go to the rallies. I go to the protests and all that. But I also go to the nightclubs. You know what I'm saying? I also turn up. So the first time I ever went to a strip club in my life, I went with Jermaine Dupri and Janet Jackson. Because I was working on a song with Jermaine Dupri. He had an artist that had sampled one of my records. He wanted me to be on the remix and everything. And shout out to Jermaine Dupri. But here's my advice. If you've never been to a strip club in your life, do not go with Jermaine Dupri. Do not go with Janet Jackson. And make sure you don't go in Atlanta. Because if you go to a strip club with Jermaine Dupri and Janet Jackson in Atlanta, nothing will top that motherfucking experience. So after my first strip club experience, I tried to top that strip club experience. And because I was now making rap money, I was starting my career, I tried to go to all the fly strip clubs. And the fly strip clubs in this country are in Atlanta and in Miami. And Portland. Surprisingly, Portland, Oregon got some. Portland, Oregon is that shit. But so I was working on my album. And I booked a ticket. This story has a lot of valleys and peaks, so just stay with me. I booked a ticket to Miami because I'm going to Miami to turn up. So I get to Miami, and I knew some girls who were some party girls, and they do all the parties. And this girl called me. She said, come to this party. Are you in Miami? Because I told her I was going to Miami. She said, yeah. She said, come to this party. I said, where is it at? She said, it's in the Bahamas. So I was like, after some convincing, I went. And these girls, let's just call them Brittany and Amber. They weren't white girls. I know those sound like white girl names. But I'm trying to throw the scent off. You know what I'm saying? So Brittany and Amber, they invited me to this party. But they said, listen, if you come, you just got to follow the rules. So I was like, what is this? Some like eyes wide shut type shit? Okay. So I fly to Bahamas, and I get off, and they tell me that I need to come to the Peter residence. Now, Peter is like a textile, super rich billionaire You understand what I'm saying? This is a billionaire dude. And so at first, when I first get to the island, nobody wants to take me there. They say no one's allowed on the property. I finally convinced a driver to take me there. He drops me off in front, and I get picked up by one of Peter's representatives. He comes in a golf cart to the front of the gates. The gates was all opulent and decadent, like lifestyles of the rich is famous. And I felt like I was in an Ian Fleming, James Bond situation. You know what I'm saying? And the guy picks me up, and the guy who picks me up is asking me about hip hop. And I'm like, yeah, I rap. He's like, yeah, I only listen to Frank Sinatra. You know what I'm saying? And so immediately I'm starting to feel like maybe I'm not in the right place. You know what I'm saying? And there's like spider monkeys. I'm saying spider monkeys because that sounds official. I don't know what kind of monkeys they was. But there was monkeys. You know what I'm saying? There was peacocks and all types of wildlife. It's like a 2-day, 3-day long thing. I'm staying in this treehouse. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I'd never seen nothing like this. And I order some food, and the guy to bring my food is a Norwegian guy who says to me, you know what, Kwali? I saw you perform with Black Star in Norway back in the days, and the show that he mentioned was the first time I'd ever been to Norway. It was me, Hot Tech, Mos Def, in some bar in Norway. It was a small bar. It was smaller than this bar we in now. And it was like 4 people in there. I remember it was like 4 people in this bar, and this kid in the Bahamas is like, I saw you perform at that bar in Norway. And I'm like, wow, okay. What are you doing here? He's like, I've been working here for Peter. And, you know, I was like, okay, wow, it made me feel good because this is, again, at the beginning of my career. So then the girls come, and I'm hanging out with the girls, and Brittany and Amber and all their friends, and there's a bunch of other girls. And they finally explained to me what's happening. They say, we work for Peter, and because we know all the party people, our job is to invite people here for parties that he has. And this is his birthday party. It's going to be a huge party. And you're going to be here for the next few days. It's going to be fun. And I say, okay, great. They say, one rule, you cannot speak to Peter. Because they got me fucked up. They think I'm one of them. You know what I'm saying? But in my mind, I'm like, I'm Talib Kweli. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to speak to whoever the fuck I feel like speaking to when I feel like speaking. So me and the girls have a big argument because they feel like I'm about to mess up their whole situation because I'm just being arrogant about who I am. And so we're about to have a dinner, and we find out that he's gonna have a special guest performer for his birthday party, and the special guest performer is Lionel Richie. Right, Dance on the Ceiling, Lionel Richie. Like. So we get to the dinner, and we're all mingling about, and I had a seat down at the table with the girls. The table was long. I'm all the way down here with the girls I came with. And then Peter and his guests are all the way at the front of the table. And I'm playing my role, I'm playing the position. But Lionel Richie actually shows up. He shows up, and I get introduced to Lionel Richie, and I could tell that Lionel Richie doesn't know me, has never heard of me. But because I'm the only other black male at this event, he acts like he knows me. He gives me the black male brother salute and the whole handshake. And, you know what I'm saying? I get the whole love like I know Lionel Richie. So now I'm hanging out with Lionel Richie, and we know similar people in the music business. I start talking to him, and he says, come sit with me. So now I'm sitting at the head of the table with Lionel Richie, and I'm looking at them girls like, see, I told you I'm going to speak when I'm me. I'm not just here with y'all. I'm here on my own reconnaissance. All right? I might be your guest, but I'm also me. So we have this beautiful, opulent, wonderful dinner. And, you know, I'm always the hookup. I'm always the plug. I don't know if y'all know, but I smoke pot. And I won't say that I smoked weed with Lionel Richie. But after the dinner, we were all hanging out. And you know, I'm hanging out with Lionel Richie. I put my pops on the phone with Lionel Richie because I grew up listening to the Commodores. You understand what I'm saying? Like Lionel Richie is for my family was a huge, huge part of my upbringing. So Lionel Richie's telling me Commodore stories. He's telling me Michael Jackson stories. I put my father on the phone with Lionel Richie, and I'm feeling good. And because Lionel Richie, meeting him reminded me of my childhood, I went back to my room in the treehouse, and I'm with all these girls. And it's like me, and remember, it was just like the dude whose party it was, Lionel Richie, his wife, and me. I'm the only dude there. And it's me and all these girls, and I'm like, okay, it is time for rapper adult fun. God damn it. I'm gonna have a great time tonight. But we get into this conversation about family, and I'm explaining to him how much it means for me to meet Lionel Richie, and I talk about my father and how I called my father, and I was so proud that I could put my father on the phone with one of his heroes, Lionel Richie, and what my kids mean to me. And one of the girls, I don't remember if it was Brittany or Amber, one of the girls, all of a sudden at that moment remembered that she had a kid. And she's like, you know what? I haven't seen my kid in so long. And I'm out here partying, and I'm out here, my kid. And she started crying and getting really upset about the fact that she personally didn't feel like she was doing enough for her child. And now, like, the whole romantic sexual vibe was just no more adult fun, right? So we end up getting in this whole conversation about the importance of family. And then I went to sleep. All right? So I wake up the next morning. Now, I'm still supposed to be there another day, but when I wake up the next morning, I wake up to a commotion, and I hear yelling and arguing, and I go downstairs, and the kid from Norway, the Norwegian kid, was arguing with his boss. And the argument was about the fact that he had told them that he wanted that day off because it was his wife's birthday. But they told him that he had to work that day. And he's like, you know what? You treat me like shit. You don't take care of me. You don't care about my family. You know what? Fuck y'all. I'm out. And the kid quits right in front of me. And in that moment, I think about everything I saw the night before and all the decadence and everything that I thought that I wanted to be a part of. But when I saw that the only person there that knew who I was as an artist, the only person there who was invested in me as a person, as an artist, he couldn't even stand to be there no more. He was leaving. And when he was leaving, something snapped to me. And I'm like, you know what? As fun as this looks, this is clearly not my scene. And you know what? Maybe I need to leave too. And I got in the car with that Norwegian kid, and I went to the airport, and I left. Now, I might have missed out on a lot of fun. You know what I'm saying? But the lesson that I took from that is your day ones is your A1s. And you should rock with the people who rock with you. And if you find yourself in a situation where you're rocking with people who don't really rock with you, find that one person that rock with you and maybe leave with them. Peace, y'all.
And before I could think anymore, the moose was like, who's this freaky, big-eared, chinless freak standing on my grassy knoll? And he charged right at me. Charged me!
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm Roy Wood Jr. When traveling, make sure...
The Harlan Highway, this is Harlan Williams.
Well, I shouldn't even be here, gang. I shouldn't even be alive. Yours truly has had a few pretty dangerous encounters with wildlife. Well, if you want to laugh that I'm almost dead. But I had three encounters with nature. Way back in the day, I used to be a forest ranger, and I'm up in northern Canada. And I'm driving around in my pickup truck. I got a 3/4-ton pickup truck, hey? And I'm driving around, I'm going down an old lumber road, an old dirt lumber road. I'm just driving along, having thoughts in my head about, oatmeal and psoriasis and things like that. And I'm driving along, and all of a sudden, I see this big mound of grass, and I slam on the brakes. I'm like, Aah! But it wasn't like a screeching tire sound, because I was on gravel. I just told you that, gang. It was more like a... So I stopped my 3/4-ton pickup truck, hey? And I look on the top of this grassy knoll, and there's a full-grown moose. There's a moose standing on a grassy knoll, and I'm thinking, okay, there's a moose. Here's me. I'm gonna see how close I can get to the moose, right? So he's pulling the grass. He's like, and then he's chewing. He's like, you know, it's like watching a fat family from Ohio go through a lasagna bar at Golden Corral, right? And I'm thinking, if I imitate these sounds, I'll get close to the moose. So I start pulling the grass. I'm like, pull, chew. And I keep getting closer and closer and closer. And then I'm about 20 feet from this full-grown moose, and I'm thinking, wait a minute. What's my end game here? Do I want to get up to this moose and scratch it behind the ears? Do I want to rub its hump? Do I want to play with that hairy nutbag that dangles under its chin and, you know, just fiddle with its throat bag? And before I could think anymore, the moose was like, who's this freaky, big-eared, chinless freak standing on my grassy knoll? And he charged right at me. Charged me! And at the last second, just before he's about to hit me, there was a dead tree hanging over the grassy knoll. He hit it, the tree shattered, and he got spooked and went the other way. Now, the upside is, I peed my pants, I watered the grass, so there you go. Now, let's smash cut to Rwanda. Hello. We're looking for the legendary mountain gorillas. You know, the ones that Diane Fossey saw in The Mist, but it was really like her bong smoke, right? And we're climbing up this volcano, and boom, we come across the mountain gorilla, the mother and the children and the aunties. But where's the big boy, huh? They told me there was a 500-pound silverback gorilla up there in the mountain, right? I'm like, where's the big boy? And all of a sudden we hear it. It's like, Aah! Like, what the fuck? There he is, 500-pound silverback, opens the bamboo, right? Just peels it open, presents himself, postures, right? Slides down right in front of him. He's just standing there with his big fucking eyebrows, just staring at all of us. And I'm thinking, this is great. Till I realized in our group of 8 people, I'm the only guy with a brand new, bright, shiny, red baseball hat. And so now 2 Spanish words are going through my head. Ole, ole. And sure enough, just as I finished that thought, I heard our guide go, he's attacking! Here comes this giant 500-pound silverback gorilla just charging at me. He's beating his chest. He's like, ah! He's just hitting his areoli so hard, I thought they're gonna fly off and land on my eyes, right? Here he comes. But these mountain gorillas, they do a thing called a mock charge. It's to show dominance. So he wasn't really gonna hit me, but he came closer to the moose. He came like 4 feet in front of me and then went the other way. And of course, at that point, I once again produced something in my pants. It was a Cracker Barrel meatloaf. And lastly, let's smash cut to the Pacific Ocean. Sir, if you could look away, sir, your focus is scary. I'm fishing the Pacific Ocean, gang, going for salmon. You ever catch a salmon, my love, when you're not busy rolling around in the hazelnut fields? I'm fishing. I'm out in a 17-foot boat fishing for salmon, right? I got a bait boy with me. This guy's like a college kid. He's like Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemount High. Just a stoner dude. I'm pretty sure when I wasn't looking, he was smoking the bait, right? And we're out there fishing, and the ocean's nice and calm, and I look about 50 yards away, and all of a sudden I see this circle of bubbles on the surface of the water. Big circle of bubbles, and what the hell is that? And then all of a sudden, 2 giant humpback whales just exploded from under the water. Their mouths open. They swallowed a whole school of fish. And I was like, what the hell was that, stoner, bro? And he's like, oh, fuck, man. He's like, the humpback whales, that's how they hunt, man. They go down to the bottom of the ocean, they look for a school of fish, and then they blow bubbles out of the asshole on their head, right? So they swim around the school of fish and they create a wall of bubbles, and then they come up and they swallow the whole school of fish. The fish in the wall of bubbles are afraid to go through, so they get trapped, right? And I'm thinking, wouldn't that be funny if I could get those whales to come over here and I could get a nice little picture of the whales? So, of course, I start doing some whale calls to attract them, right? I'm like... Nothing. So I go back to fishing, and a few minutes later, holy fuck, I look beside me, a bubble comes up. Right beside the boat. Just one bubble, right? It was probably like a sea cucumber fart coming up from the... So I'm like, there's a bubble, and then suddenly there's another bubble, and another one, and another one, and all of a sudden I realized, holy fuck, hey? They're doing a bubble circle right under the damn boat. And I'm like, what the? And all of a sudden I put the boat in reverse, I pull that sucker backwards, and I swear to God, just as I get out of the bubble circle, 3 feet off the front of the boat, 2 giant humpback whales. These things are 60 feet long, the length of 3 Greyhound buses. Mouths open, tons of fish going down, and I'm like, holy shit, that could have been us. And the stoner dude was like, yeah. God bless you. Thank you very much.
I wanted to know what sex felt like, so I took your manicure tool and I put it in.
Nicely done. Yes. She has her own podcast, Cooked. Please give it up for Kelsey Cook.
The first time that I tried masturbating, I ended up in the emergency room. And it happened because I went through this super awkward puberty leading up to it. Like, when I was 15, that was the year that all of my friends lost their virginity, and I was the only one who hadn't yet. So I felt really left out. Like, my friends would talk about their favorite positions at lunch, and I would just bury myself in my sandwich, like, oh, cool, anal. Like, I was so naive. I had a very Lisa Simpson vibe in school. Like, a guy passed me a note in math class that just said 69 on it, and I didn't know what that meant yet. I thought he was starting a math game with me. So I just built onto it. I was like, 69 divided by 3 is 23. Your turn. He was like, the fuck? No, this is not what you think this is. And I got teased for not knowing, and I kind of snapped, right? Like, there was too many things building up. I was so sick of feeling left out and clueless, and I was sick of waiting for a boyfriend to lose my virginity to. So I got this crazy idea, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna stick something up there so that I'll know what sex feels like, and I can feel cooler around my friends. I know how mentally unstable this sounds, by the way. Anytime you go the homemade dildo route, never a great idea. But I was so desperate to fit in that I just decided to take matters into my own pussy. So, I was like, this is happening now. So I went home from school, and I decided to look around the house for an object to lose my virginity to. And just like anyone's first time, I was super nervous. I'm like, oh my God. And I went to my mom's bathroom closet because it was just full of like phallic wonders, right? Just like Sonicare toothbrush handles and travel-size shampoo bottles. But the thing that really caught my eye was she had this handheld manicure tool. You could put little attachments on top to like buff your nails, but the handle was shaped like a dick. A little too much like a dick, by the way. Like, whoever designed it was definitely targeting curious teenage girls and lonely housewives. It was bright blue. It looked like Papa Smurf's boner. Just so awkward. The only problem I didn't notice at the time was that it was made of a grippy rubber material. Yeah, there's a little foreshadowing for you. But again, I knew nothing about that hole and like what should or shouldn't go in there. So I draw my pants and I, put my foot up on the side of the tub, as you do. Hi, sir, by the way. This is weird for both of us. And I started to try and, make this happen, but I'm not aroused by anything that's going on. Frankly, I'm terrified, so I'm as dry as a dead man's mouth. Like, my body is not helping me at all. So that, combined with this grippy rubber material, it's like a kid trying to go down an unsoaked slip and slide. It's just like... Nothing. So I stop for a sec, and the sane part of my brain is like, dude, this is clearly not meant to be. You just need to wait to have regular person sex. And then the crazy part of my brain was like, I'm not a fucking quitter. I'm already crouched over naked like Gollum. Like, we've come this far. Let's just throw the Hail Mary. So all of my desperation to fit in fueled my tiny pubescent wrist until I fit the manicure tool all the way inside of me. And then I just stood there frozen for a second with it in me like, ugh. And then I threw it out, and I threw it in the trash, and I got in the shower to, wash the shame off. And I knew that something was horribly wrong right away, because I started to feel a burning and itching sensation. And I was like, oh, fuck. Okay, I'll look at it with a mirror, and maybe it will look fine. What I saw in that mirror still haunts my dreams to this day. My crotch had swollen shut. Closed like the bank on a Sunday. My pussy looked like Rocky's eye turned sideways. No bueno. So my stomach dropped. I was like, oh my God, I need medical attention. I'm gonna have to tell a doctor exactly what I just did. But before that, I'm gonna have to tell my mom because I need somebody to drive me to the doctor's office. Like, my puberty's just flashing before my eyes. Everything's coming to an end. So my mom is in bed at this point. She's doing like a crossword puzzle or something momsy. I walk in, pale as a ghost. She sees me and she's like, what's going on with you? What's wrong? And I was like, I don't know how to tell you this because you're never gonna see me the same way again. She was like, sweetie, nothing you tell me can make me stop loving you. And I was like, let's not say things we can't take back. I was like, I wanted to know what sex felt like, so I took your manicure tool and I put it I put it inside me and now my vagina's gone. And my mom was like, wow. Well, we were gonna have corn dogs for dinner, but now that seems like a safety hazard, so. She's like, all right, get in the car, here we go to the doctor's office. So we drove down to the emergency clinic. I grew up in this tiny town. I've been seeing the same family doctor since I was like 5 years old. He's this 60-year-old Christian man, very Steve from Blue's Clues type of energy. Not great for this situation. He has no idea how to handle it. He's just like, okay, Kelsey, we're all a little confused as to what you did. Something with a manicure tool? Susan, do you know? Nope, nobody knows. Okay. Do I need to have a little look-see at your undercarriage? I'm like, just put me down like an old animal. Oh my God, I can't do this. So he straps on his miner's headlight. To go spelunking for treasure. And he goes down and he pokes around with a Q-tip a little bit, and he comes back up and he's like, all right, so, from all the swelling and burning and inflammation, I can deduce that you are allergic to latex. So, going forward, that means no latex condoms, no latex gloves. Please don't do anything with balloon animals. Let's not do that. So I left the clinic that day with that knowledge that I'm allergic to latex. All my future boyfriends have been very happy about that, right? Just high fives all around, no condoms. I'm just riddled with disease. Unfortunately, I didn't redeem my awkward reputation at school. I did all that to try and fit in, and instead word spread around the school of what happened, and everybody was like, hey, old Harry Bush made her pussy disappear. Check that out. The world's worst magician over here. I was so embarrassed. This haunted me for 10 years. I was just mortified about it. And I honestly thought I was done with my latex encounters until 2 years ago, when I moved to Los Angeles and I went to a new doctor for my annual exam. And I was lying back on the table. He did the whole fingers inside your business. And then I sat up as he was taking his gloves off. And I was like, oh no. I was like, are those latex gloves? And he was like, yeah. Do you have an allergy? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, oh, I'm so sorry. What happens when you come into contact with it? And I was like, my vagina tries to kill itself. And he was like, oh, shoot. Okay, well, there's not much I can do for you right now. I can prescribe you some cream that you can spread down there. I was like, it's not a bagel. I don't want to do that. So he writes me this prescription and he walks out and I'm just standing there so pissed. I'm like, there's no way I'm going through this again. There has to be a way around this. So my survival instincts kicked in and I locked the doctor's office door behind me and I got another crazy idea. I was like, okay, I'm going to masturbate because if I can make myself come, I might be able to flush out the allergens before a reaction starts. I think Bill Nye would be pretty proud of my plan. There's obviously no scientific research behind this at all, but I was just like, I just have to try this. I have to go for it. I'm also standing there like, I can't believe that 10 years ago I tried masturbating and I gave myself an allergic reaction, and now I'm gonna masturbate to try to not have an allergic reaction. Really a decade of doing the Lord's work, this one. So I'm racing against the clock at this point. This reaction's coming. So I draw my pants and I just I close my eyes. I try to find a way to be turned on. I picture that Channing Tatum's behind me, just grinding it out, some Pony by Genuine, just really encouraging me. And by the power of Magic Mike, I came and I did not have an allergic reaction. Thank you. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta be your own douche. And now I think I should get the letters RX tattooed on these 2 fingers. They're the only prescription I need, motherfucker. All right, I'm Kelsey Cook. Thanks so much.
It's so fun. You get so drunk, you start a bonfire outside, you fucking firebomb anybody that tries to get through the gates. A lot of times it's your cousin, you know, you don't even care.
This next man just finished his 130th movie, Tom Arnold, everybody.
I'm going to talk about some jobs I had. I had a great job. I worked at a meatpacking plant for 3 years. Anybody else done that? The Hormel meatpacking plant in Tubman, Iowa. By the way, if you work on the kill floor of a meatpacking plant, you will get very drunk every day. Okay? There's a documentary called American Dream and won an Academy Award in 1990 about our meatpacking plant. I voted for every strike that came up. I didn't even read the paperwork. You know, and by the way, man, it's so fun. You get so drunk, you start a bonfire outside, you fucking firebomb anybody that tries to get through the gates. A lot of times it's your cousin, you know, you don't even care. And then people were interviewing us outside, they're like, why are you striking? I go, I have no idea, but it's fucking fun, man, I know that. And if you watch that documentary, you see what happens. The company just fired us and just changed the name of the business, and then they hired people from other countries to work for half the pay. Yeah, anyway, it didn't work out too well. But my best job, I think, was McDonald's. So after that, I went to the University of Iowa, and I needed money, right? So first I applied at Pizza Hut, but they made you take a lie detector. And then they ask you questions, you know, real personal ones like, have you ever stolen food? And earlier in my life, I worked on a farm. I grew up on farms, and I was baling hay for a guy. We all did for 14 hours. And this guy was supposed to pay us $1.40 an hour, and he was an asshole. And he only gave us 70 cents an hour because he said we drank too much water. So I sold one of his cows. Anyway, that's technically stealing. I think it's technically, I did it for real. I don't consider it stealing, but anyway. So, and I had like a fucking Pinto. It was a tough, anyway, but I had those bungee cord. I mean, he was safe. Anyway, it's a long story. That's true. So I get this job at McDonald's in Iowa City, and it is the best job because if you unload the truck on Thursdays, you get one meal of whatever you want to eat. So I would have 8 Big Macs with quarter pounder meat and a Diet Coke, and then I would start my work day. You know, feeling totally sick and disgusting. And it's shocking I became a drug addict because of that. Anyway, but I loved there. I got to play Ronald McDonald for the kids on Sundays with terrible hangovers. It was just a wonderful place to work. And all my friends loved it. You know how your friends love it when you work in a place like that, right? They fucking line up there. And they want free food, you know? And it's really hard because they got computers. So you got to pay attention and keep track of the food, and you have to pretend you've thrown food into the hopper that was in there too long, and you've thrown it away. So when you're giving away free food, and you know, and by the way, all that food that was in the hopper that they put into a trash thing, I take home every night. And my roommates, we love it. And sometimes we get a bad fillet of fish or something, and somebody gets really sick. But anyway, otherwise it's a waste. It's only been there 12 hours. That's fine. So. And anyway, so my buddy Mo, who's still my buddy, you know, he comes in every Friday and he wants a bag of cheeseburgers. So I give him a bag of cheeseburgers. I give all my friends whatever. And then I have to figure out on the computer, you know, because it makes you real smart working there. And then I see Mo, he's talking to the owner, Campbell, and they're pointing at me. And I'm like, what's going on? And he goes, this customer says you forgot some of his cheeseburgers. Like my old fucking buddy is narky on me, who I just gave free You know, that's the kind of friends I have. So I also had a part-time job at Paul's Discount that this really helped. And what I did to Paul's Discount was every day I'd go into work and then I'd get a gym bag off the shelf and I'd fill it up with stuff that friends wanted me to steal, and I'd go home with a full gym bag, and the owner would take me home. And every night it was scary because it still had the things on it, and you know, the clips, and I just prayed he'd shut off the security system as I walked by the cash registers. And so it was a very exciting place to work. And then one day a beer distributor came in and said he wanted some golf clubs and stuff, and I said, I'll make you a deal. You drop off 50 cases of beer at my house, and I'll make this trade. So it became, you know, a good deal for everybody. And it was a Friday night Iowa football game, so I knew we were going to be partying very hard. And also McDonald's, we had this game going. And every time you bought a bag of food, we put a game ticket in, and you could win a Big Mac or a big breakfast or $5. And so I was getting ready to leave. It's Friday night, and I see a box of those, 6,000. And I'm like, fuck that. I'm taking it home. So I take home the box, and me and my friends stayed up all night. Our fingernails were just destroyed because you got to rip the sides off. And in the morning, we had 157 free big breakfasts. And we did up all night with the free beer, and it was like a real classy party, like, you know, a brunch or something. So anyway, we go down to McDonald's. Since I work there, I can't cash it in, but my buddy Mo can. So I park behind the dumpster, and Mo goes in, and he goes up to the front, and he puts them up there, and he says, I'd like 157 free big breakfasts. And then the lady goes, oh, I'm sorry, sir. Did you not read the fine print? It's only one per visit. And my friend Mo is pretty smart. He's like, boy, the kids at the home are going to be pretty sad. And Kevin, the owner, who's still the owner, runs over and goes, sir, we will honor those for the kids. So the next thing I see is my buddy Mo with a giant cardboard box full of big breakfasts. I'm like, holy shit, we did it, brilliant. And then right behind him is Kevin, the owner of McDonald's, with another big box of big breakfasts. And I realized I'm gonna be fired in about 5 seconds. And Kevin, that guy, he's such a jerk. He didn't even take the food back. He just looked at me in the car and just gave me that, I'm so disappointed. I considered you assistant manager material, Tom. You could have ended up at Hamburger U. Anyway, so that's my last day at McDonald's. So later in life, I know it was sad. It was a great job. Later in life, I got sober. And when you get sober, you have to make a list of all the people you need to make amends to. And mine was a pretty extensive list. And once I got past the girlfriends whose credit I'd ruined, I got to McDonald's and Paul's Discount, and I sent them checks. And I called Kevin, and he's such a nice guy, he cried. And he wouldn't take the money. He had to give it to the Ronald McDonald House. How nice is that, right? Because I'd stolen, you know, $10,000 worth of food. I mean, that's pretty, like that is, the one thing they did do when I left, they stopped putting pockets on the uniforms. Because you know, anyway. But there's a happy ending because one time I hosted Saturday Night Live, and I got to play a McDonald's manager, and it was when Bill Clinton was president. And would always go to McDonald's, and the great Phil Hartman, who I love too. Yeah, everybody, most of the people that I love are dead now, apparently, but Phil Hartman was wonderful, and I played Kevin, I had his name tag on there as a tribute to that guy, so that's a happy ending to that story. Thank you guys very much.
She got into the van, and I had to go diarrhea right then. So I went into her house and had diarrhea while she was sitting in my parents' car. And this is the reality.
He is the host of the Worst Birthday Podcast, my man Michael Costa.
I have a story about my first crush. Who was your first crush? Do you remember who your first crush was? Cassie, yeah, she was cute, dude. I remember Cassie. My first crush was Katie T. I still remember her. Short black hair. I've always liked short hair on women. I think it's cool when women do that. You gotta have a pretty face usually, but I liked when, a girl's like sees what all the other girls are doing. It's like, no, I'm doing something different. I like that. She had a great smile. She had a great sense of adventure. I know that because that's what I wrote in my diary in 4th grade. She has a great I don't even know. I still don't know what the fuck that means. A great sense of adventure? And she had a great laugh. She had a booming laugh. And now, I'm 37 years old. I think about every woman I've ever been in love with, they all had giant laughs. I think really what I need is just somebody who thinks I'm funny. Or someone that can pretend that I'm funny. And either way, I'm okay with that. But I remember her laugh, and she would screw up my stomach. I used to get diarrhea when she would look at me, or she would twirl her hair or smile at me. I mean, now I know that usually means, I like somebody if I get a little stomach thing. But when you're 10, you're just like, what is this? How come I have to take a shit every time I see Katie? And we would carpool. And on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, we would pick up Katie. And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, they would pick me up, and we would go to school together at Angel Elementary School. And I remember one day she was looking really cute, and we picked her up in our red Chevy Lumina. And she got into the van, and I had to go diarrhea right then. So I went into her house and had diarrhea while she was sitting in my parents' car. And this is the reality. She was just very sweet. She was very nice. I remember her mom who was just a bigger Katie. She had this big laugh, and she was very generous and kind. She would drive 25 minutes to the Asian market, and she would get these amazing wasabi peas and sesame crackers, and Katie would always offer me some of the sesame crackers. And one day she handed me a whole bag, and I took one and I handed it back. She said, no, this is from my mother and I. We just want you to have your own bag. And why do I remember this? This was 27 years ago, and it affected me so much. I'm the youngest of 4. Nothing was my own. If you're from a big family, nothing is yours. My winter jacket was like 23 years old by the time I got it. There was other 6 cousins and every sibling. There was other things in the pockets when I got my jacket. And I remember that she gave me my own bag of sesame crackers. This is how sweet she was. And Saturdays, I played soccer. Now, I'm a very competitive person. I've been fortunate athletically. I played professional tennis for 4 years. I'm not telling you this to sound like an asshole. I'm telling you this because it relates to the story. Sports is something I was good at. And Katie shows up to my soccer game with her mom Saturday morning. Here comes Katie, here comes her mom. This is it. Here's the girl I like, and here's the thing I'm good at. I scored 6 goals that day. I scored 1 goal as a goalie, okay? Now, do you know how selfish you have to be with the ball to score as a goalie? My father asked the coach to take me out of the game. Dads asked the coach to put their son in the game. But this was, I was trying to impress Katie, okay? Now, in my house, my mom invented this thing called the special plate, okay? The special plate is a real plate that you eat off of when you achieve something or you have success. This is not a fucking joke. It's a plate. It has balloons on it. It says, hip, hip, hooray. We're proud of you for being in our family. This is a real thing. And when you score 6 goals, 1 as a goalie, you get to eat off the special plate, okay? If you got an A on your spelling test, you got to eat off the special plate. And it sounds great, but as you get older and you experience therapy, you go, oh, this was kind of fucked up. This was all outcome-based. This was all achievement and success-based, right? And my dad used to just give himself the special plate sometimes. No, work was tough, special play. No, you can't just... Anyways, I scored 6, one as a goalie, and... did you guys hear that it was 6, one as a goalie back here? And, hold on, my mouth is dry. Talking about Katie affects me physically. So Monday comes around, school, and guess who doesn't give a shit that I did 6 goals, one as a goalie? Katie's not impressed. Didn't even realize it, I don't think. You know, and this baffles me. I mean, as someone that's coming from a family that's very focused on result and outcome, it frustrated me. But now, you know, you understand it. That wasn't what her family was into. Her mom would go adopt the dogs and bring kids to the children's hospital. This wasn't like their big focus. And I was bummed that she wasn't into it. It was, you know, her loss as I saw it. And now, science projects were coming up, and this was big because I sat diagonally from Katie T in Mrs. Kelsey's 4th grade. Anyone else have Mrs. Kelsey? Yeah, and Mrs. Kelsey would pair you up with your science project partner diagonally. That's just how she always did it, okay? It was no guarantee, but I felt like it was gonna happen. So once I got paired with Katie, we have ample time together, that's great. Now I had weird Josh Barter sitting to my right, and then annoying Lindsay was across from me, okay? And Mrs. Kelsey says, someone has to make an announcement in class. And Katie sheepishly walks up to the front of class, and she says, she starts to talk, but she can't talk. She's crying. She's too sad. And she runs to Mrs. Kelsey. And Mrs. Kelsey hugs her and says, Katie's mom is sick, and she's in the hospital, and Katie's going to be missing some school. And it was very sad, and we were all sad, and we made one of those giant cards that you make, you know, that the Asian kid designs it, and then everyone else kind of signs it, and we sent it off to Katie's mom. And so the next day, Mrs. Kelsey's signing science projects, but there's a wrinkle. Okay? Weird Josh Barter isn't there. Okay? Turns out he left. Do you remember the kid that just left? And nobody gave a shit? No, there was no cake, there was no card. And he was weird, Josh. One time I looked in his backpack and there was like a shotgun shell in there, and you're like, so he's gone. So now what happens? I should still be paired up with Katie T, but who's with annoying Lindsay, right? Nobody. So Mrs. Kelsey starts pairing us off, okay? And she's doing it diagonally, thank God. So this is gonna give me some ample time with Katie T. Maybe I can figure out the whole diarrhea thing. And she gets to Katie, and maybe it's because Katie's mom is sick. I don't know what it was, but she says to Katie, Katie, you can pick who you want to. You want to be with Lindsay? You want to be with Michael? You know, and I'm like, well, that's you know, pretty bullshit, but I'm still confident. You know, I scored 6 goals, one as a goalie. Like, why would she not pick me? I'm a Costa. Costas are winners. That's how we've been, you know. We'll eat off the special plate together. And Katie is very happy that she gets to pick. Nobody else gets to pick. And she picks Lindsay. She picks fucking Lindsay to be her science project partner. Annoying, short, fat Lindsay. And you could say that then. This was 27 years ago where you were allowed to fat shame. So don't think of it from this year. Put it through 89. And I was broken. I mean, I can actually feel it right now, and this is crazy to me, right? But it hurt. I felt vulnerable. I didn't even know what that word meant, and I felt that. I felt a loss. I don't lose. You know, I scored 6, one as a goalie, and I didn't know what to do. I'm 10 also, don't forget that. I'm 10 and I'm feeling rejected and I'm feeling hurt. And I took that pain and I took that rejection and I took that feeling that I did not like and was uncomfortable with, and I spoke. And I said as loud as I could to her and everyone, I said, I hope your mom dies in the hospital. Now I know, but then this was the first of many times where my mouth would get me in a lot of trouble, okay? I mean, here I am at a strip club telling a story to strangers, so it was a terrible thing to say. And as soon as I said it, Katie withered and she became a speck. She started crying. I've never seen anybody so physically hurt. And Mrs. Kelsey sent her down to the nurse's office. I was sent down to the principal's office. I walked real slow down there. You know, now it makes me think of when I tell my dog to go into the cage and he kind of like... You know, and we all remember walking down to the principal's office, and even I, at 10, remember thinking, like, God, that was dick, you know? And I sat in the principal's office, and I saw Katie with the nurse, and she was broken. I had broken her. I had taken my pain, and I had multiplied it by 1,000, and I had dumped it on her. And it's worse than that, because 3 days later, Katie's mother dies in the hospital. This is not a joke. This is not written. This is real. This is a real story. And I have not spoken to Katie since then. I regret that I said that. I've never apologized to her or her family. And I realize it's a little self-indulgent to put pain on someone and then use it as a performance piece to advance my comedy career. But that's not what this is. I'm publicly here to say to Katie that I'm sorry, and to her family, I'm sorry, and I regret that I ever said that. Thank you very much.
The next 18 messages on my phone were dudes really trying hard to fuck me. Which by call 7 was getting flattering.
Ooh. He's my good friend. You know from the podcast Legion of Skanks and The Bonfire, Big J. Okerson.
My story is a tough one. I'm bearing my soul a little bit here. I am not going to be the hero of this story. It's about cheating. It's about me cheating. And I know generally I think of myself as a pretty likable comedian, but once I start talking about me cheating, I realize how white trash I look. Like, it's very... I'm wearing knuckle gloves for fashion. I have wallet chains. I wear a scarf in my back pocket that a friend told me recently they thought was an extra t-shirt I keep because I'm fat. Definitely sending the wrong message. But this happened about 13 years ago. I got caught cheating. I was with my daughter's mother at the time, and I was a 23-year-old fat kid doing comedy. And after a show one night, I met a girl, very pretty. I was very insecure. It was so nice to have this really cute chick walk up to me, and she made an offer I kind of couldn't refuse. It was essentially, wanna fuck. You know, I was like, yeah, I would like to. And we did. And you know what you're supposed to do with a girl who walks up and says, wanna fuck, after you fuck her. You make her your long-term side girlfriend. Which I went ahead and did. And I was seeing her for a while, and it was a wild time. A lot of things out of my wheelhouse. She was younger than me, and I was taking naked pictures of her. She was taking naked pictures of me. We're fucking in all kinds of weird places. It was a good time. But I'm doing a bad, bad thing. And one day I'm at the side girl's house, and as I'm looking through my phone for something, she notices that her phone number is under a fake name. And she goes, what's that all about? And I was like, oh, now here's the mistake I'm making in cheating. And I'm not encouraging this or telling you how to do it. But if you do, you can't lie to both chicks. One of them has to know what's going on. I really enjoyed it. There's a girl nodding her head like I'm giving a speech about the fucking pipeline or something. She's like, give those natives back their land. One of them's got to know the truth. I was lying to both. That's a mistake. So when she goes, why is my number different in your phone and my name's not in your phone? I was like, oh, yeah, you know, when we first met, I didn't remember your name, so I put it in as a different name. I knew it started with an L. And she's like, yeah, but it says Larry. I'm like, that it does. She's like, you're lying to me. Something's weird. You're lying. I go, I know you're crazy. You're being crazy. Let me show you how not afraid I am to have your name in my phone. I put her number now as her first name, my last name. And then I go home. Yeah. I go home that night, and like a real true piece of shit, I put my cell phone every night in my pillowcase. I told you I don't look good. I promise I get mine at the end of this. I usually turn it off, put it in my pillowcase. Why would I tell my ex that? Because I don't like to be bothered when I'm asleep. So I keep my phone off and in my pillowcase. It was a terrible lie. But I didn't turn it off that night. And in the morning, this girl, the side girl, starts calling my phone a ton. And I'm sleeping like a baby cherub. I'm so peaceful. She eventually, my ex picks up the phone and sees this girl's first name with my last name. And is like, you know, I've never heard of this cousin or auntie. She goes ahead and answers the phone. Who's this? Jay's girlfriend. Who's this? Jay's girlfriend. And then the nightmare happens. They have an hour-long conversation about me while I am sleeping like no one's been. I'm just scratching balls. Visions of sugar plums. They talk for an hour. They figure it all out. My ex was in law school at the time. That's important to the story because she woke me up by pegging me in the face with a law book. A very thick book, a lot of torts. And that must have been civil law or something. It was a lot. And she wakes me up. We have a terrible, terrible argument, and everything blows up in my face, and now 2 people in the world absolutely fucking hate me. And I deserve that. I get that. But the saving grace in my life at the time was I feel terrible. I'm a human being. I know I've hurt people. But I'm like, you know what? I just remembered. The day after tomorrow, I'm going to South Africa for 3 weeks. I get to get away from all this for a little bit, let the heat die down. And then that night, I got a reminder on my phone that says, I'm not leaving for South Africa for an entire other week. So I got to live in this hatred for a week. And every day it's just 2 people finding me and cursing me out and kicking me in the nuts. I got the whole deal. And the nights were bad. I was drinking a lot. I have some weird stories from that. I was driven home one night by a midget. I don't know if I knew him before that night. I don't think I did. I just remember the whole drive going like, how does he get those pedals? But there's these big wood sticks that come up. It's freaky. The night before I left for South Africa, I drunkenly got these 2 star tattoos on my elbows right before I sat in the middle seat of a 26-hour flight to South Africa. Yeah, it sucked. I'm in South Africa. I'm very sad. Things are not going good for me in my life. I'm bummed out. I'm there for about a week. And I'm like, you know what? This is before the time of international cell phone plans. This is calling card shit. So I go, let me check my messages on my cell phone. And I dial up the numbers, and I go, it says, you have 19 messages. The first message is my friend Wayne, a gay man who lives in the East Village of New York City. Very gay. He goes, hey, pal, I was just cruising through Craigslist, men looking for men. And I saw an ad with your name in it, a naked picture of you, and it is you. With your phone number and your TV credits. He goes, I don't know if this is something that you wanted, but I feel like it's not. So I'm gonna go ahead and flag it for you. I'm like, okay. Wayne's gonna take care of that. All right, Wayne's on the job. And the picture, by the way, for the record, me and this girl, she got out of the shower one day, the side girl, in a towel, and she flashed it open. I took a picture of her, and she was like, no fair. And I go, what, do you want to take a picture of me? And she goes, yeah. So jokingly, as I'm out of the shower, too, and I mean with real, just took a shower dick. It's a picture of me, full body, butt naked, 70 pounds heavier, with my arms up in the door jamb, really trying to stretch it all out, just trying to get the best. If there was a centerfold of Fat Quarterly, that's what it would be. That's the Fat Tom Selleck. Yeah, hell no is right. Whoever said that is right. It wasn't a flattering picture. However, the next 18 messages on my phone were dudes really trying hard to fuck me. Which by call 7 was getting flattering. Some of those dudes wanted to fuck me bad. I mean, they put it in there. Steve, guy named Steve, called like 5 times. And he called me Bear, which was adorable. He was like, hey, Bear, why don't you call me back, Bear? I saw that you were recently on VH1's Why Are You Wearing This? 40 celebrity slim downs. And I was pretty, oh shit. I was pretty panicky about it. And, but it was flagged, and I was like, all right, no harm, no foul. And through all this, me and my daughter's mother stayed together. We had a long talk, and we got through it. We're not together now, but at this one we got through. And I thought all was well. And then I found out how you get something flagged on Craigslist is a lot of people have to do it. And I was like, Wayne, how did you just flag it? He goes, no, don't worry. We got it flagged. It's no big deal. I go, okay, all right. Well, it's gone. That's all that matters. You can't find it. And then, do you guys remember a comedy mentor of mine? I'm sure a lot of you guys know, the late, great Patrice O'Neill. Yeah. He was like a big brother to me and really embraced me when I went to New York. And for as long as I lived in New York, while he was alive, every Thanksgiving, me, my daughter, my ex would go to his house for Thanksgiving. And my daughter's a baby still, and that next Thanksgiving, I go to Patrice's house, and he goes, He goes, hey, man, happy Thanksgiving. Hey, Jay, do me a favor. Could you go hit the mouse on the computer real quick? I was like, why, what's up, man? He was like, just go ahead, smack the... Reluctantly, I walk over and smack this thing, his whole screensaver, just a big old picture. I'm pretty sure he died with that on his fucking computer. I hope that house burns down. Either that or Patrice's mom has a picture of my dick somewhere in her house. I want to say something before I get out of here, because you guys are a fucking awesome crowd. And I'll tell you this, this show is very important to me, man. It really is, because with all some of the cool things that have happened for me over the last couple of years, my Comedy Central special and being on the radio and all this cool stuff started because Ari Shaffir, when this was still a digital show, they were only using LA comics, and he wanted me on this show so bad. He personally flew me out from New York and put me up at his apartment to get me on the show, which led to so many other fucking things. And this is my 4th or 5th story I've told on this show, and that means the world to me that they keep bringing me back. So keep supporting the show, man. Thank you guys so much.
I say, Billy! Ah, Billy! The mushrooms! I'm about to be a white man, Billy! The mushrooms taking out my color. I'm washing my color out, Billy! Billy, I got the Michael Jackson!
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. What I feel? Tonight's episode is all about
You know this brother from his Comedy Central album, Damaged Goods. He's my friend from Texas. Give it up for Ali Sadiq.
Okay, this is what happened. So I was taping this exact show last season, and Ari comes into the green room, and he's giving out bags of mushrooms. And I'm thinking, okay, Ari knows I'm a vegetarian, so I'm like, okay, mushrooms, perfect, love mushrooms. But I'm being very naive, because I'm thinking, California has everything for vegetarians. Like, ooh, mushroom chips. Never had them before. So I just see the bag of mushrooms. I just gobble them down. Boom, mushrooms gone. Ari comes back. He's like, yo, Ali, where your mushrooms? I'm like, I ate them. They needed some salt, but they was, all right. And he was like, no. It's not gonna be all right. I'm like, and I'm very really naive to this. I'm like, yo, man, it's mushrooms. How bad could it be? It's like just mushrooms. Like I done had mushrooms before. He's like, not like this. I'm like, you crazy? I eat mushrooms all the time in meatloaf and pizzas. It's mushrooms, dude. What are we talking about here? And Ari's looking at me like, yo, dude, listen. And this is when I knew it was bad. This is when I knew that it was different. Because I'm a grown man, and if you grab my head, I'm probably gonna beat you up. But Ari grabbed my head, he's like, listen to me. It was very intense. It was like a lot of eye contact. I'm like, what? He's like, do not use your phone, because something's going to happen to you later, and be in a safe place. And I was like, get your damn hands off me. Why you gotta be in a safe place after you eat mushrooms, dude? Get out of here. So, being very juvenile. So I leave the show with this comic named Billy Sorrells. He's like, yo, you wanna go get something to eat? I'm like, nah, I just ate some mushroom chips, I'm good. But I'll go with you. So we leave, and he goes to get some chicken, and he say, you want some? I'm like, no, I'm just sitting in the car and just sitting. I wait on you to come back. And as I'm sitting there, the mushrooms are back. And I didn't really know what was happening. And like I was sitting in this car, and the city took a picture of me. I was sitting there minding my own business. I was like, what? Nah, that ain't. No. I don't think that's supposed to happen. But it's gonna be 2 times in this story that I'm being very, very arrogant. And this is the first time. This is the first time I'm being very arrogant. I'm thinking, well, I did just finish taping a TV show. Maybe the paparazzi is after me. So, another flash. I look out the window, there's no people. So if there's no people, there's no paparazzi. So I'm like, nah, that's crazy. It's too much flashing going on. And then the car shook. And I guess when you on mushrooms, your mind never does anything like low to the ground. Everything is expanded. So I'm thinking, okay, the car shook. I said, oh, I'm in California. It's an earthquake. So I jump out the car. So I'm out the car, and usually I don't stand up straight most of the time, because this is me standing up straight. I don't know why this feels uncomfortable to me, standing straight up. So I usually slouch a little bit, and that's probably what happened, but this is what my mind was at. So I'm standing there, and I'm like, maybe like this, and I'm like, I'm getting smaller for some reason. Getting very tiny. So mushroom mind says, you in quicksand. So I jump back in the car, because I don't want to go down in the quicksand with my regular body. I'd rather go down in a car, okay? So I call Billy. I say, hey, Billy, listen to me, man. The paparazzi is after me. There's an earthquake happening, and apparently you parked your car by quicksand. Billy says, stay where you are. I'm coming. I'm saying, I'm in quicksand, not going anywhere. So I'm gonna tell you, if you have a friend that's on mushrooms, let me tell you how not to approach your vehicle. Billy's coming to the car like this. Bad move, Billy. Because he's looking in the window and I keep turning away like, is somebody trying to kidnap me? I call Billy, I say, Billy, hurry up, someone's trying to take me. He say, it is me. I said, who is me? We could have left long time ago. He prolonged this by 15 minutes. 15 minutes, I let Billy in his car, and he's like, yo, look, I'm gonna get you back to your hotel. When you get to the hotel, don't talk to nobody, just go to your room. So I'm staying at the Lowe's. So he pulls into the Lowe's, I get out and walk straight into the Lowe's, straight into the elevator. I'm in the elevator for 20 minutes. I'm in the elevator for 20 minutes. It's a painting in the elevator, and I'm just so interested. This is nice. It's so intense. I'm like, this is crazy. So I'm in the elevator, and the door opens, because I don't realize that I'm in the elevator. So the door opens, I turn around and see this lady. I say, hey, ma'am, what are you doing in my room? She said, this is the elevator. What floor are you going to? I say, I'm on 6. She was on 4, I was on 6. She gets off the elevator. She say, "Are you gonna be okay?" I say, "Ma'am, I'm going to 6." I get to the 6th floor. I'm in the elevator for another 8 minutes. Because I don't know if you know, at the Lowe's, the carpet is real colorful and it's stitched in a wavy pattern. And when you on mushrooms, you don't need no more colors and you don't need nothing wavy. So I got the door open, I'm doing this for 8 minutes. That's wet, I know that's wet. That is wet. So now I got mad, because I'm like, what type of establishment puts a damn fucking pool on the 6th floor? I get back on the elevator, go back to the front desk and say, "Hey, what type of establishment puts a fucking pool on the 6th floor?" The lady said, "Are you high?" I said, "No," and got right back on the elevator. Because I've decided that I'm gonna swim to my room. Fuck it, it's not. So I'm on the 6th floor doing one of the most amazing freestyles you ever want to see. So right before my flip turn, I end up at my room. So I get into my room and I know the mushrooms are affecting me because this is how I close the door. I close the door like this. In my mind, if the mushrooms are on the other side of the door, they cannot get in to keep bothering me. So I'm in my room and I'm thinking, okay, this mushroom thing gotta be over. Gotta be over soon. Gotta be over. Oh no, it's just starting. So I'm in my room and I'm trying to be cool. I'm like, okay, all right. It's a lot going on in my head. So I'm watching TV and it's this beautiful lawn on TV just catches my eye. I'm like, oh, look at the grass. And then this evil lawnmower comes and mows all the grass down. I'm like, oh no, don't do that to the grass. I'm going through a lot. I'm like, yo, man, it's crazy. Yo, I'm talking to myself. I'm like, yo, listen, calm down. This is when you know that you're too high, when you're trying to get yourself together like this. Fucking get it together. I'm like, I kept telling myself, get it together. I'm like, no, I'm too weak to get it together. Then I said, you know something? This is what always works. I'm gonna wash my face. Wash my face, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wash my face, because washing your face always gets you together. But that's a mushroom mistake. That's a mushroom mistake. Because I went into the bathroom and cut the light on, and that mirror fucking attacked me. I'm like, ah! So I'm looking in the mirror, and it's too much, man, because my face, one side of my face is like it was slumped down like I had Bell palsy, and the other side was normal. I kept doing this. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, look at that. So I said, you know something? I gotta calm down. I'm gonna wash my face. Let me go back in the story. I left the recording and they put makeup on your face to make you look smooth and whatnot. Didn't wash my face before I left, but I don't remember that because I'm on mushrooms. So I washed my face and looked down at that towel and saw all that brown in that towel. I called Billy, I say, Billy! Billy, the mushrooms. I'm about to be a white man, Billy. The mushrooms taking all my color. I'm washing my color out, Billy. Billy, I got the Michael Jackson. I'm in the mirror for 30 minutes doing this shit. Losing it. I'm going through a lot, man. And I knew I was going through too much because I got scared. And when you get scared, you got to call the only person that you think care about you. I called my mama. I called my mom. And this is the second time that I was being arrogant. I called my mom and said, hey, listen to me. Do not judge me. I am in California in a hotel room and I'm on mushrooms. And she said, why, what's wrong? I said, I'm scared, mama, listen. because a lot of famous people done died in hotel rooms in California. I said, Mama Pimp C died in the hotel room in California. I said, Mama Whitney Houston died in a hotel room in California. My mama said, well, you ain't got nothing to worry about because you ain't famous. I said, I said, whatever, lady. And this is when you start to learn things about your parents. My mama said, with the calmest voice, I told her, I said, hey, I need to calm down. She said, well, you need to drink some milk. And I hung up on my mama. I said, you don't know, and I hung up. Then I called Ari, the person who gave me the mushrooms. I said, Ari, I'm in a hotel room and I'm losing it. I said, I need to calm down. And with the calmest voice, Ari said, you need to drink some milk. So I called my mama back. And as soon as she answered the phone, I said, hey, junkie. That's it. That was my story on mushrooms.
So I don't really know what the fuck the article was trying to say, but what I heard it saying was that we were pissing out thousands of dollars of liquid gold. And I was gonna be rich.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. What I feel. Tonight's episode is all about She hails all the way from Philadelphia, PA, Jessa Reed, everybody.
Tonight I'm gonna tell the story of the last time I drank piss. Stop me if you've heard this one. First, I'm going to explain how I went from being totally normal to the kind of person that has a story about drinking piss. Multiple stories. Okay, so like the first time I tried meth, I was 22. I was at a gig in Montana, when in Rome. And I tried it on accident. I would never purposely try meth. I'm not a scumbag. I thought it was Coke. And I thought it was Coke because the guy that gave it to me told me it was Coke. And what kind of world are we living in if you can't trust a stranger giving you drugs? So I do the line, and the back of my head catches on fire. And I'm like, did you just slip me meth? Who slips people? So I yelled at him. I was like, I don't even think you roofie right, idiot. Supposed to roofie girls so you can fuck them, not so they can help you take apart your microwave. Okay, so this is where shit gets weird. Here's the thing, don't ever try meth. Because it's fucking awesome. And you won't want to stop. I did the accidental roofie meth and was just addicted to meth for 6 years after that. Like, ruined my life. I was just trying to do a bump at the club so I could learn how to line dance or whatever the fuck they do in Montana. Now I'm alone in my hotel room shaving off my eyebrows and shit. I get back home to Portland, Oregon. I quit doing comedy so I could pursue meth full time.
really seemed like that was gonna work out better than it did. I mean, it probably paid about the same. I see we have comedians in here tonight. It was crazy though, because I was so high. I was high as shit. So I didn't even realize the gravity of what was happening. I felt like I had just discovered the secret to happiness. I got home, I was bragging to my friends and family about my newfound meth habit. Fucking none of them were happy for me. And then I just got defensive, like, well, this is who I am now, so if you can't handle whatever, fucking Marilyn Monroe quote. You can't take me at my methiest, you don't deserve me when my trailer blows up. So my parents asked me to vacate their basement before I start selling off the TVs and shit. And I move into this sketchy meth hostel with multiple dudes named Shorty. And I just go completely off the rails. Here's the thing though, when you're high on meth, you can justify any kind of behavior. You can rationalize, like everything just makes sense. I think it's because your mind is so open. Like if you watch a video on the internet of somebody vacuuming their front yard on meth, you're like, that is crazy. That's because you're only using 6% of your brain. If you were firing off at 98% meth capacity, you would be like, fuck, that makes perfect sense. My yard is filthy. So still, nothing seemed amiss to me. I'm living with the Shorties, I've got no job, I've lost my driver's license, I lost contact with my family, but I was in daily communication with the aliens. Blues and grays, it was wild. My teeth fell out so fast, it was like how I imagine if a witch put a spell on you. They just crumbled like they were made of sand and hairspray. I was just... Sorry. And my whole life revolved around meth. All I cared about was meth. But I was like, yeah, but like I'm only snorting it. That's practically recreational. I'm not like an addict like those guys that smoke it. Look at them, they're a mess. So when I started smoking it, that was a social decision. I knew I was like, I'm gonna be here for a while and I wanna integrate into my meth community. You know what I mean? I wanna like kind of plug in. And it was a social thing for them. They would sit around and smoke meth and talk about where they were gonna steal mail that day. It was like joining the Tweakers Elks Lodge, you know? So I was like, and by that point I've been doing it long enough to know that as long as I don't shoot up, I'll be fine, right? So when I started shooting up, that was a financial decision. Because you have to smoke that shit all day. It is not cost effective at all. You can shoot up once in the morning, you're good for the rest of the day. It's probably the most fiscally responsible decision I've made as an adult, if I'm being honest. But I have super small veins, so I had to shoot up in my neck. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to ease you guys in here. It gets way the fuck worse. Shooting up in your neck is inconvenient. Because someone else has to do that for you. And the kind of people that possess the skill set to hit you in your jugular, not the kind of people that are fun to do meth with. I was into like making necklaces and collage art and shit. They were into like home invasions and snuff porn. So shit gets kind of dark around this point, and this is when I start thinking like, God, there's gotta be a better way. Not like get sober or anything fucking stupid, just like a better way to do meth. So I was Googling it. Not enough information on the subject, but I came across this article and it was like Time magazine or something. It was talking about the meth epidemic and the reason that so many people were switching from cocaine to meth. Apparently some people had done this on purpose. And according to the article, the reason is because the meth high lasts so long. And according to the article, that's because your body can metabolize coke, but your body has no idea, you do a line and then it breaks it down and you're only high until it starts breaking it down, but your body has no idea what to do with meth. That's why you're high so long, because it goes in meth and comes out meth, and you get to stay high that whole time. So I don't really know what the fuck the article was trying to say, but what I heard it saying was that we were pissing out thousands of dollars of liquid gold. And I was gonna be rich. So I originally set out to find the formula for extracting meth from tweaker piss. And as I'm collecting buckets of my friend's urine, once again, there are no red flags going off. No thoughts that perhaps this is symptomatic of my life spiraling out of control. I was proud of myself. I was like, wow, I am really thinking outside the box. This must be what Steve Jobs feels like. So after about 10 days of trying to do science, I was like, man, chemistry's hard. I'm just gonna drink it from the tap. You're so grossed out. It was my own piss. Give me some credit. I wasn't like ladling it out of the bucket. So the first time I drank meth piss, I got so high that I went to the place in the Matrix where like they plug their heads in and nobody wears makeup. But I went to the real one. And I met my higher self. And I met the higher selves of like my friends and shit, and they taught me the true nature of consciousness and the wiring under the board. It was the most transcendental experience I've ever had, and I've done a shit ton of psychedelics in case that's not obvious. I spent the whole day at the Matrix place, and when I came down, I was so transformed by this experience that I was just addicted to drinking meth piss. Here's the thing, don't ever drink meth piss, because it's fantastic and you won't want to do any other drugs. I did quit shooting up that day, though, because there was, like, no point, right? I started eating meth with a spoon out of the bag, because doing actual meth just became a technicality to manufacturing meth piss. I had it down to a science. It was the second piss after you eat the meth that was the magical nectar. I told everyone about it. I converted no one. I did get voted most likely to become a bag lady by my fellow tweakers, because by that point I spent my days raging against the reptilian agenda while sipping on my pizzerp. So the last time I drank meth piss, I'll get to the point where I'm walking around Southeast Portland, and it was time to harvest, if you will. And I didn't like to do it in public restrooms because it was hard to get a clean catch. And the only person that I knew that lived in that neighborhood was my little sister. And my little sister at this point is the only family member that I will speak to because she's the only one I can be sure isn't working for George Bush. But we are like complete opposites. She is 20 years old. She totally has her shit together. She has an apartment, job, car, boyfriend, whatever. I'm 27. I don't really have to clarify that I didn't have my shit together. I was rolling up to her house to drink piss. She's also embarrassed of me, which rightfully so. When I knock on her door, I'm wearing my meth uniform, which is a bubblegum pink ball gown, like prom dress, like puffed out, like, you know, with tulle and satin and shit, out to here. Skechers, a stolen FBI windbreaker, a Barbie backpack, and a tiara. The tiara was because I didn't have any teeth left. You don't have a grill, you gotta wear a tiara because it draws the eyes upward. She answers the door and sees that it's me, and she's like, my friends are here and they don't get it. Could you maybe come back never? And I was like, I don't give a fuck about your friends. I just need to use your bathroom. And she was like, oh my God, are you gonna shoot up? And I was like, no, I don't shoot up anymore. I'm living right. She says, fine, you have 2 minutes, but I swear to God, you have to leave after that. So I go in there. I waste my entire 2-minute allotment just rifling through her cupboards and her just trying to find like some type of receptacle to piss in. She doesn't even have a cup or anything. I'm like, what kind of barbaric ass bathroom operation you running here? Finally, the only thing I can find is her toothbrush holder. I know, right? Get a fucking cup. So I knocked the toothbrushes out of it, and it's like the cheap plastic kind, you know what I'm talking about? It comes with like Walmart, comes inside a wastebasket with like a shitty bath mat, you know what I'm talking about? And it's got 4 holes, and it looks like that thing is a lid. I always thought that thing was a lid, but trust me, it's not a lid, because I am like working the fuck out of this goddamn thing. I can't get it off. The tiara sliding down, it's 90 degrees, she's banging on the door. Finally, I take her toothbrush, and I'm like, I'm just gonna pop it off with the toothbrush. I snap her toothbrush in half, and I'm like, what the fuck is with everything in this bathroom? I guess I'm just gonna have to friggin' go in, you know? So I don't know if you've ever tried to piss and... Probably not. But it's like that, right? That thing at the carnival where you gotta shoot the water into the clown's round mouth. You know what I mean? Only instead of winning a stuffed animal, you get piss on your hands. So I get about half of it in there. I go to throw it back. And I see inside of the holes that there's like old toothpaste, jerky, and dust and shit. And I was like, oh, this is gross. I can't drink this. Without a chaser. So I hide it in her wastebasket, and I go out of the bathroom. She falls in, and I'm like, whoa, 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 don't go in there. Nothing weird's happening. I just need a Coke, and then I'm going to go in there and finish my normal thing that I was doing, and then I'll be out of your hair. So I get the Coke. Of course, she scurries in there. She finds the broken toothbrush and the 8-ball of my piss. So when I come back in, she's just like overreacting. Kicking me out of her house and shit. I'm not really listening, but then I tune in all of a sudden, and she's like, you're almost 30 years old. You need to wake up and get your shit together. To which I replied, all right. So in 5 years, I've done horrible things to get drugs. I've been intermittently homeless. I've had Ukrainians try to kill me, and I'm addicted to drinking my piss. And apparently all I needed this whole time was someone to suggest that maybe I don't do this anymore. It was the world's laziest intervention. Even my sister was like, wait, really? And I was like, yeah, well, I mean, I can recognize that this has gotten weird. You're chastising me while holding a bathroom accessory filled with my urine. I could probably use a break. And that was it. I got clean that night. It was 12 years ago. Well, technically it was the next day because I totally drank that pee when she wasn't looking. But that was the last time that I drank piss. Thank you very much.
And this fucking goon, Oak is just fucking standing there with a fucking Glock 40 extendo clip. This fucking, yeah, nigga. Y'all stay right here. Don't nobody leave this bitch till you tell them jokes.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. What I feel. Tonight's episode is all about
You know him from The Daily Show. Give it up for Roy Wood Jr. I grew up in Birmingham, Alabama. I lived 2 doors down from a crack house in Birmingham. And the way the neighborhood was set up, when we played baseball, if you hit a home run, it went into the backyard of the crack house. So if you hit a home run, you got 2 choices. You can hop the fence and maybe catch AIDS from a needle in the backyard. Or you can knock on the front door of a crack house and pray that they don't confuse you with the SWAT team and murder your ass. So we would knock and then stand to the side of the door in case the goddamn bullet come through. And these dudes were cool as fuck, man. They opened the door. What's going on, little nigga? And be like, sir, we were playing baseball and the ball went into your crack-infested backyard. Would you mind taking a break from chopping up your crack? And just get in our baseball. Please. And they would. Not only would the crack dude give us our baseball, he would buy us baseballs. He would go to fucking Hibbett Sporting Goods at Western Hills Mall and bring us fucking baseballs. I didn't know at the time that he was basically buying our loyalty. You know, let me know if the police say something to y'all. You want some baseballs? So I had the crackhead crack house 2 doors down. Around the corner on the same dead-end street cul-de-sac was an old meth lab. Now, this is the hood. This is West End in Birmingham, and this is the back end of white flight. So it's a couple, like, you see a white person in the hood at this point, they ain't moving. Like, they are, we don't care how many black people come here. God damn it, my daddy was raised here. Oh, shit, okay, I'm leaving. There was a meth lab. It was run by these bikers on some Sons of Anarchy type shit. And I wish I could say something bad about them, but again, cool-ass drug dealers. They would ride up on their fucking choppers while we playing baseball. They're come here, man. You're good, man. Don't be a fucked up one like the rest of them. Which is the most fucked up racist motivation speech. He basically rolled up on a group of fucking third graders and was like, you some of the good niggas. Don't be like, dope boys in Birmingham were nice to me, man. They fucking hated the lady that lived between us. This lady, Miss Turner. Miss Turner was this sweet old white lady. She was like 70 years old, and she had lived in West End long before black people and the crack epidemic and everything. So she was on the people that just wasn't gonna go. And the dudes in the crack house used to break in Miss Turner's house once a month and just whoop her ass. 70-year-old lady, they'd whoop her ass because she would call noise complaints on them for smoking crack too loud. That was her only complaint. Like, you would think if you run a crack house, you would have the decency to appreciate that just she wants you to do it quietly. That's all. She didn't call Crime Stopper. She didn't call America's Most Wanted. Just, hey, listen, when y'all fucking sucking dick in the backyard for crack, would you mind just doing it quietly? It was the only time I knew that these drug dealers were bad people, that they had something evil inside of them, even if they never showed it to me. Even in college, I had good relationships with fucking drug dealers. Even when I started doing comedy, great relationship with drug dealers. Amazing relationship with drug dealers until Dothan, Alabama, 2002. There's something that drug dealers do that you all need to know. It's actually pretty ingenious. So as a black comedian in the South, when you first start out, you're not working white rooms all the time. If you want to eat week to week, you got to work the Chitlin circuit, you got to work black rooms, you got to work hole in the walls, and every now and then you doing a show for a bunch of dope boys. And it just is what it is. They got money. I'm not asking no questions where it came from. Because this is what dope boys would do. Like, imagine like if you're a drug dealer and the police bust you and they take your money and they take your product. Now you have no way to restart your business. So what drug dealers down south would do is promote a comedy show, pre-sale tickets, take the pre-sale money, buy a brick of cocaine, flip the brick and take the profits and pay the talent, hold the comedy show, boom, you right back in the dope game, no problems. It's brilliant. flawless business model to reset your business. If you can sell the fucking cocaine before the show. We get to Dothan, Alabama, me and 4 of the comedians, and we get to this gig, and we already know something's up, because the dope dealer is talking with his hands too much. Hey, man, how y'all doing? Y'all good? All right, hey, look. All right, look, check. All right, look, Pete. Hey, look, man. Come inside, man. All right, look, we got to holler. Let me holler at you, man. Let me holler at you. And he explains to us the situation. Hey, bro, look, hey. We supposed to pay you niggas, all right? All right, look. We supposed to pay y'all, but we can't pay y'all because we ain't flipped the brick, you feel me? Cause we copped a brick. We took that money from the pre-sale. We bought a brick. Nick's supposed to come down from goddamn Atlanta. Motherfucker ain't came down to buy the brick yet from Atlanta. So all we got is a brick. So check this shit out. Check this shit. All right, look, we need y'all to do the show. All right. Do the show. We ain't got no money. We can't get no refunds to the people out there. And we ain't got no money to pay y'all. So this is what we gonna do. All right, look, if you wanna do the show, and then I'm gonna shoot you the bread in Western Union. All right? Do the show right now, and then I'm gonna shoot you the bread, Western Union, or if you want, go on out back, holler at Oak. Oak will pinch you a little bit off the brick. You can flip that shit, make twice what you was gonna make tonight. These are our only options. In a strip club at 7:30 at night in Dothan, Alabama. And he leaves the room. Promoter leaves the room. And we huddling up. We trying to figure out what we gonna do. You know, what you gonna do? You gonna take the drugs? I'm sitting there, I'm like, I don't know shit about drugs. I don't know how to fuck to sell, to chop. What the fuck did he say? I don't know how to chop it. 3 of the comedians decided to do the show for free and trust that the Western Union would come. 1 comic decided that he would take the dope, and then there was me. And I didn't want to do neither, because I don't know these dudes. And the only thing I can think about, yeah, drug dealers been nice to me most of this time, but I never forgot what they did to Miss Turner. So, promoter comes back in. He goes, all right, what's it gonna be? And we still like, what are you gonna do? I don't know. He go, all right, fuck this. Since y'all can't decide, goddamn, I'ma decide for y'all. And he fucking pulls out a fucking Glock 40 extendo clip. Shut up! Ain't nobody leaving this room till you go on stage and do them goddamn jokes. After you do them jokes, I'ma get your motherfucking government name and I'ma send you a motherfucking Western Union and pay you what the fuck you supposed to get. Oh, hold the motherfucking heat, nigga. I'm finna open the show. The promoter leaves to start the comedy show. And this fucking goon, Oak is just fucking standing there with a fucking Glock 40 extendo clip. Just fucking, yeah, nigga. Y'all stay right here. Don't nobody leave this bitch till you tell them jokes. And I'm opening that. I'm only supposed to make $150. I'm going up second. So the dude who decided to take the cocaine, he goes on stage. He's doing this thing. And I'm next. And I'm trying to figure out what the fuck, because I don't want no drug. Like, they didn't even have no bags for us to take the drugs home. Like, even if I chose cocaine, how am I gonna get this home? What I'm gonna do, buy a Snickers bar and then fucking just put the cocaine, then roll up a Snickers bag or some shit? I'm saying, if you're gonna offer me cocaine, give me some little baggies. Yeah, the decency. Have the decency to give me some little baggies. So I think fast. And I text this chick. I said, hey, call me back in 90 seconds. She said, cool. And I go on my phone and the contacts, and I change her name to Mama. phone out on the table so motherfuckers can see it, so you can see the phone. And I'm just chilling. I'm sipping my beer, and I'm just waiting. Phone started ringing. Motherfucking Oak got the 40 Glock here. Look at the phone. Which one of you niggas mama calling right now? I said, oh, that's me. Yeah, that's me. I pick up the phone. What? No! And I ran out the fucking green room. I ran. Because there's rules to this shit. No matter what, every dope boy respects his mama. So you're not gonna let me not talk to my mama. I ran out that green room to my fucking 2000 Ford Focus, started the engine, and gone back to Birmingham. Fuck that, I'm not doing the show. 3-hour drive from Dothan back to Birmingham. I'm getting a phone call every 15 minutes. And I keep sending it to voicemail. I'm not gonna answer. I don't wanna know who it is. I know what it's about. I don't wanna answer. I get home that night, I check my voicemail. I got 15 voicemails. Message 1. Received at 7:52 p.m. Beep. Hey, nigga, where you at, man? About your turn. It's your turn, man. About your turn to get up on the stage. Just trying to see where you at. Just hit me back, man. Motherfucker, what's good? Beep. Message 2. Received at 8:02 p.m. Yeah, man, I don't know where you at, man, but we was just waiting on you to go. So tell you what, I'm gonna put one more up, and then we gonna put you on stage. So we just gotta skip you, but you next. So wherever you at, you just need to come on, cause you next. Oak said something was wrong with your mama or something, man. My heart go out to your mama, man. Prayers. You know what I'm saying? Prayers up, man. Prayers up for your mama. But, you know, come on back inside, do the show, and then go and check on your mama. All right, then. Beep. Message 8. Received at 9:02 p.m. Hey, fuck nigga, I tell you what, bitch. Tired of you puss-ass Birmingham motherfuckers. Can't stand you Birmingham folk. All y'all do is lie. You come down here to the D and take money. I told you I was going Western Union, you the buddy. Message 11. Received at 9:07 p.m. I put you on the flyer, nigga. I put you on the flyer. End of message. No, because that was a big deal back in the day. Like, if they put you on the flyer and you wasn't even the main act, that means they trusted you to be able to help sell tickets. So 2 days go by, and I'm on the radio. I was a co-host of a morning show in Birmingham. So I get on the air, and I tell the story of everything that you've heard just now. What I forgot was at the time, 95.7 Jams in Birmingham had boosted their transmitter signal to reach further into rural Alabama. So you could hear the 95.7 Jams morning show in Dothan. We get a call. 95.7, who's this? I'll drive up to Birmingham and beat your ass, motherfucker. I put you on the flyer, nigga, and now you talking shit. Don't fuck with my reputation. We did a good ass show. Them folks had a good ass time, and RJL Entertainment will rise above you motherfuckers. And right before he hangs up the phone, I hear a lady in the background go, "Thank you for using Western Union." Roy Wood Jr., everybody.
He got to me and he swatted a dick away from my mouth, and I was like, Oh my God, that's like so gallant, you know? What a gentleman. I've never been treated this way before.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Game time! That's ball game. Drop your shuttlecocks. It's tub time. I see you. My MVP right there. Yeah, I see you. Hey, ho, ho. What's your secret? Cheerios.
Check out his half-hour special right here on Comedy Central, Joel Kim Booster.
So let's go all the way back to the beginning, to the very first piece of pornographic material I ever consumed. At the age of 9, it was a piece of BDSM-themed Pokemon fan fiction that I read on the internet. Yes, that was true. It was deeply embedded in the Pokemon fan fiction community at the time, and I took a sharp left turn down an alleyway on the internet that I was not prepared for. And I just really want you guys to understand the gravity of that situation for me. That is how I learned about sex. That was like the first time it ever like entered into my mind. I lived in a very religious household. My parents did not talk to me about sex. In fact, 3 years later when I turned 12, they handed me a book entitled A Christian Parent's Guide to Talking to Your Kids About Sex and let me play both parts. And like I read that and I was like, oh, Mom, Dad, like Squirtle handled that 3 years ago, okay? Like, I got it, it's fine. You're a little late on that. And you guys all know like what Pokemon is. It's dogfighting for kids. We're aware of that. It's a Japanese import. I had like a very skewed POV on the Michael Vick trial growing up, thanks to Pokemon. I was like, what's the big deal? But it was like very eye-opening to me, and like it was exciting, and I was like, if this is sex, then I want in. And it was great. And I grew up, and I loved porn. I got into regular porn too. I started watching like all the very vanilla stuff, like stepdads misbehaving, and oops, I fucked my stepson, and I fucked my stepson's friend, like all the normal stuff. But I was always like very, like I gravitated towards the kinkier, weirder shit too, anything where someone was getting hit or spit on or like treated poor, like anything that could happen in a prison, I was like, yes, this is what I wanted. And like, as I was like becoming a teenager and starting to have sex, like that's what I wanted for myself. But it wasn't really happening. I was more of like an aspiring sex freak at that point because I lived in the Chicago suburbs. I was like 16 years old. It was not the sex that I was having that I was seeing in this porn. It was mostly just like toothy blowjobs in the back of the Cold Stone Creamery, because that's where we all worked, If you were a gay teen in the suburbs, you worked at a Cold Stone Creamery. It is the Underground Railroad for gay teens. Bar none. We all worked there. And so I was I was living like a very unfulfilled sexual life as a teenager. And then I went to college, things got a little bit better. And then like halfway through college, I had the opportunity to study abroad in the world capital of sex freaks. What is it? Tokyo. Okay, wrong. I feel attacked. Okay, let's try it again. What is the world capital of sex freaks? Exactly, thank you. You're done over here. It is Amsterdam. I've got a fellow sex freak over here. He knows. Yeah, I went to Amsterdam. It was a lot of fun. I went with one of my really good straight friends. Very bravely have a straight friend. And it was great. We did all the normal stuff. We hit all the museums. We smoked all the weed. We tried, all of the all-you-can-eat buffets that are only all-you-can-eat for 2 hours. And then finally, sort of like near the end of the trip, I was like, okay, I've got to do this. I've got to live all of my sexual fantasies out here because I know it's happening here in Amsterdam. So one night, I broke away from the group and I went to a club called the Cock Ring, which is very on the nose. you understand what you're getting from a club called the Cock Ring. It's no longer open, R.I.P., but it was like the best sex club in Europe at the time. And gay sex clubs are like so much fun. They are all like combination spa haunted houses, you know? Like there's just like mirrors everywhere, a lot of steam, like holes with hands reaching out to grab you, you know? Like the first time someone touches you, you're like, are you allowed to do that? Like, I don't think this is right. But it was so exciting. Like I walked into the cock ring and like literally like sex was happening all around me. It was like every single porn fantasy had come to life. There were like men in slings and people being tied up and people being like led around like little dogs. It was like so exciting for me at the age of 19. And I stepped into the back of the club where literally like an orgy was happening in this back room, and it was baby's first orgy. It was very exciting. Like I was at my peak. I was 19 years old. I was on all the drugs. I didn't have body dysmorphia yet. You know, like I was truly like at my peak, you know, to be doing this. So I just dove like head first right into the orgy. Some of you caught that. Some of you didn't. And it was great. I was like having the time of my life, you know. I was just like surrounded by dicks. My face was like a dick clock, you know, just like 12 dicks around, you know. My face, and every hour was dick o'clock. And then I looked up at one point, and across the orgy, I made eye contact with what at the time was like the hottest person I had ever seen in my life. He had like blonde hair, blue eyes, you know, like the enemy. And he was amazing. It was like a total rom-com moment with him, and he knew what was happening, so he like sort of pushed everyone away and started like wading across the orgy to me. And I'll never forget, he like got to me and he like swatted a dick away from my mouth, and I was like, oh my god, that's like so gallant, you know. What a gentleman. I've never been treated this way before in my entire life, and it was so sweet. And so then we we're like engaging in sex, and we're like a part of the orgy, and then slowly, surely, like we sort of break off, and it's very clear that like it's like more about us. And so he turns to me, he's like, do you want to go to one of the sex closets? And what is a sex closet? Second chance. Don't fuck this up. What is a sex closet? He's scared now. Exactly. I threw you like the biggest softball in the whole world, and you couldn't get it to me. Yes, it's a closet where you have sex in, and it's like more for like privacy's sake. And so we go in there and we're just like having one-on-one sex, and suddenly it hits me, and I'm like, oh my god, how boring! I'm having sex with one person. He's like, this is not why I came here. What am I doing? And as I was about to like abort it and like go jump back in, he hands me a cigarette that he had sprinkled some powder on top of, and I was like, absolutely yes. I still to this day do not know what drug I did that night. Might have been angel dust. It might have been PCP. C'est la vie, you know. I'll never know. And it was like very exciting, and I did that. It did crazy things to my body. And then he was like, do you want to come back to my place? And like, I did not have a cell phone with me in Europe at the time. And I said yes, and like, I should be fully dead right now. You know, like, there should be a Netflix documentary about my death that you have all just binge watched, you know? Like, you should all have individual theories about who did it, you know? Like, it was the teacher, it was the nun, you know? But no, I'm alive. I like went back to his place with him, and his apartment, it looked exactly like what you probably imagine it to look like. It was like, you know, a spooky IKEA. Very standard stuff. And there was like nothing like super like interesting about it, except the sheets were like really uncomfortable, like pitch black, and I did not get it at the time, but we just started having sex, and it was lovely. And then at one point, I hear him start to moan, and it hits me like I'm standing underneath like a waterfall. And just like one last question for everybody, opening it up to the floor. Have any of you guys been with a man that has ejaculated with such force and volume that you felt like you were being peed on? Anybody back here? No. Okay, well, I guess that settles it. I was peed on. That is, as it turns out, what happened to me. And I can confirm that because when I got back to school, I did see my real human doctor and asked him about this experience. I laid it all out for him, and he was like, that is a medical impossibility, what you're describing. And guys, I don't know if you've ever seen the respect your doctor has for you just drain out of his eyes as you ask him a question, but it is very disheartening. And I was like really grossed out. I was like, oh my God, a man beat on me without my consent. That's crazy. And then I was like really sad about that. But then it hit me. I was like, oh my God, I lived all my dreams. You know? Oh, it happened for me. I evolved, you know? Like a young Bulbasaur turning into an Ivysaur. I became one step closer to being the sex freak that I am today. And like a fun little coda for this story is, that man's name was Bernard. He told me his name was Bernard, and I don't know how, but I found him on Facebook. I should work for the CIA. It was like back at school, and then I was like 19, so I was like, oh, I had a very formative sexual experience with you. We should date. So I like sent him a friend request and sent him that message, and he responded to me, and he was like, hi, Joel, I had a lovely time with you as well, but I am a school teacher and also married, so I cannot accept your friend request. So anyways, I'm still waiting for Bernard to accept my friend request. And in the meantime, having a lot of weird sex. Thank you guys so much. You guys have been fantastic.
Joel Kim Booster, everybody.
Have you ever been that drunk? Where the next day you look down like, all right, wait a minute. Who mutilated my genitals?
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Game time! That's ball game. Drop your shuttlecocks. It's tub time. I see you. My MVP right there. Yeah, I see you. Hey, ho. What's your secret? Cheerios.
From the Jim Norton and Sam Roberts show on Sirius XM, he is Jim Norton.
I'm not a religious guy. Like, I don't care what religion somebody is. I don't go to many religious ceremonies. I just don't enjoy them. But I went to a bris recently. Okay, a couple people, but that oof is the appropriate. So anyone does not know what that is, that's the Jewish ceremony for circumcision, and it's performed in somebody's house. And I don't know why I went. My friend called me, and he's like, do you want to come to my son's bris? And I'm like, well, what is it? And he goes, we're going to circumcise him. And I went, yeah. I think I'm just lonely. Like, I was so happy to be invited anywhere. He could have said anything. Like, what is it? Oh, we're going to beat him to death with a rock. Will there be women there? You know. So I didn't know what to expect because I had no frame of reference. So I expected it to at least feel medical. I'm like, if you walk in, there's going to be like a tented off area, a team of surgeons. But it's not like that at all. You walk in and it's a party. People are like eating cheese and crackers, they're drinking, there's music playing, everyone's in a great mood. The baby was in a bassinet on the kitchen table. He was laughing, his little fat... And I'm looking at him like, you might want to lower expectations on this party, because your day's about to suck, little fella. And the guy who does the circumcising is called the Moil. And I didn't know what that was, but as soon as you meet him, you kind of understand what because he has such a creepy energy. He's like, hello, I'm the Moil. And instinctively, you're like, yeah. I know what you do, fuck off. But I wish I had asked him why he did that. Like, I really wish I had questioned him because that's such an interesting job choice. Like, I get why you might want to be a priest or a rabbi, but why a moil? Like, I want to serve God, but I hate baby dicks. So the ceremony's about to start, and I'm asking somebody next to me, I'm like, well, where's the anesthesiologist? I'm assuming they're going to come in and put a little needle in his arm and knock him out. But the woman next to me goes, oh, he's too young for that. Oh, well, then he's too young for this. So what the moil does for pain management is he takes wine and he dips his fingers in the wine and he rubs the wine in the baby's mouth, on his gums, and on his lips. I think the thinking being that, like, you know, the kid is so young that the alcohol will get him a little loopy and he won't realize what's happening. But have you ever been that drunk? Where the next day you look down like, all right, wait a minute. Who mutilated my genitals? And it didn't work for pain management at all. Because I've heard babies crying before. This didn't sound like a baby's normal crying. This was a guttural, wounded animal sound. It haunted me. It was so big. It was like... I have a dick. Do you know what you need to do to it for me to go... I had a crazy, fleeting thought of just grabbing the kid and running out the front door, which I didn't do because I figured it would be too hard to explain to the police, you know, while you're running down the shoulder of the road carrying an infant with a bleeding penis. You know. Oh, it's okay, he's a rescue. Now, my friend is not Orthodox Jewish. You know, he's just Jewish, but he's not hardcore. But does anybody know, in the ultra-Orthodox ceremonies, how the moil will remove the blood from the penis? With his mouth. Cleaning the blood off the baby's penis with his mouth. Not nearly as hot as it sounds. Look, I'm all for freedom of religion. But if there's any part in your religion which says it's okay to put a baby dick in your mouth, you gotta delete that at this point. I don't want to hear, well, it's tradition. Bullshit. The Catholic priests have been trying to find that loophole for centuries. And the fact that it's a 5,000-year-old tradition, doesn't that kind of work against why it should be allowed today? Because if it started 5,000 years ago, that means technically there was a first moil to do it. What do we know about that guy? How do we know he was divinely inspired? Maybe he just got caught and was a quick thinker. Maybe somebody walked into the back room. What the hell are you doing? Oh, I was cleaning the blood off it. Why don't you just use a cloth? Why don't I just use a cloth? God, crazy. I'm like, Lord, what shall I do? He said, suck that baby's dick. I'm like, all right. I think what it made me realize, I have no kids, but I don't know if I could circumcise my son. My daughter, yes, but I don't know if I could circumcise, well, just so she doesn't disgrace the family. I don't know if I could do it. I mean, I am circumcised, by the way, just to answer your question. I asked Roy to mention that in the intro, but he fucked it up. And I'm not mad at my mother and dad for circumcising me. I mean, I know it's Western culture and we just, you know, whatever, it's what you do. But if I could choose in adult life, I would choose to be uncircumcised. Just because I think sex would feel better. Because, you know, when you're uncircumcised, the head of your penis is like protected. It's not rubbing on the inside of your jeans or the back of someone's knuckles on the subway. I don't know what your life is like. You ever catch it on a diamond wedding ring? It's like, and there's a real anti-circumcision sentiment growing in our country. I saw part of a documentary on this group of men who is obsessed with regrowing their foreskin. And I wish I had seen the whole thing. It's so what they do is they attach weights to the shaft of the penis. And that's where I passed out. But I'm dying to know how it worked out. There's no way that that's effective. Like, it might stretch the skin, but there's no way it retains the same elasticity that you're supposed to have when you're a kid. Like, you know, your foreskin gets stretched, but it probably fits like that one crew sock that always falls around your ankle. Is there any worse feeling than a sock around your ankle? Picture that on your balls for the rest of your life. You don't want your dick to look like that last photo of Steve Jobs in the turtleneck. I'm sorry, is that too rough for a couple of you? I apologize. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I kind of wish I was still uncircumcised. Here's something I'll tell you. Every man who is circumcised has wondered what we'd look like if we weren't. We've all done the experiment, which is when you're in a full-length mirror and you're nude, and you take the skin of your penis, and you roll it forward, and you let it go, and you watch the skin kind of just go back to whatever. And you do that for an hour, hour and a half. But you have to be totally flaccid when you do it, because if you have an erection and you push forward, your heels will lift. And I've had women make odd remarks about me because I am circumcised. But I've had women go like, I'm so glad that you're circumcised. One girl goes, oh, God, uncircumcised dicks are so ugly. I'm glad that you're circumcised. And that kind of offended me a little bit, because first of all, I was born that way. And second of all, like, are you really in a position to criticize genital appearance? I mean, you know, you ever looked at your clitoris? It's not exactly a work of art. You know, it's got that little fleshy hood that you gotta peel back, and it just kind of stares at you like the Grim Reaper. No personality whatsoever. At least an uncircumcised dick has a personality. You know, you fluff it up a little bit, it just kind of pulls, hey, how are you? Leaking pre-cum. Do you know how amazing it is? That's a dick communicating with you. That's a dick winking. That's the wink of a dick, the pre-cum. The clit, nothing. I mean, you lick it, you rub it, 45 minutes, nothing. The same stupid... And you're like, I give up. Is this thing on the spectrum? I'm not getting any reaction out of this at all. It's like trying to make a palace guard laugh. And by the way, I use the term fleshy to describe the hood of the clit. The hood. I use the term fleshy to describe the clit hood. I don't want, I'm not vagina shaming, like, I don't want you to think that if you have like a fleshier vagina that it's gonna hurt your chances with me after the show. It's not. That makes me so happy. Like, I like the little neat ones are nice too. I mean, the ones that are all kind of nice and tucked in, they look like a little soldier, all, like those are. But I just tend to prefer the ones that look like they just kind of showed up, like, I want a pussy that looks like Mickey Rourke from Barfly, you know? A drink for my friends. Thank you guys very much. This was a lot of fun. I appreciate it.
Motherfucking Norton.
And now the three of us are like, no. And I vividly remember shouting, we're sorry!
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Game time! ball game. Drop your shuttlecocks. It's tub time. I see you. My MVP right there. Yeah, I see you. Hey, ho, ho. What's your secret? Cheerios.
This man has ripped this stage many a time. Let's get ready for another story from my dog, Mr. Sean Pack.
One of the most important nights of my life. I was 16 years old with my two best friends. We were at a park on the river, the Mississippi River, in New Orleans, Louisiana, sharing a 40 and smoking a blunt. I don't have to tell you about a blunt. Southern California, you understand that word. They're so easy. Blunts are so easy. You take the cigar, you cut it open with the razor blade you got from the guy who sold your clearly underage ass the cigar, usually for only 75 cents more. You get all that tobacco out of there, you refill it with marijuana, you roll it real tight, you slobber all over it, you run a flame along that slobber so it heats up and then congeals as it cools. Then it unravels right there, and the weed falls all over the fucking concrete. And you pick it up fast, you try not to get too much dirt, and then you repeat the process. You just roll it real tight. You don't need any more slobber, so you run that flame across it again. Whoops, you needed more slobber, because there it goes. Falls apart again. Now you're fucking angry. Now your other friend's got his lighter. You're all making sure you're getting all the weed. His lighter gets hot. He burns you in the calf. You kick him in the head. Say, guys, remember, we're smoking a blunt. Chill the fuck out. Then all three of you slobber all over it. And I'll individually run your lighters across the slobber. And now you have what essentially resembles a fucking branch from a dead sapling. You have to smoke that. That blunt was such a piece of shit. It was like, I remember you had to hold it with your fingers touching 5 separate points to prevent it from unraveling a 4th time. And to plug all the rips. And because I didn't break the weed up very well, in order to even get a hit, you had to blow into it first to loosen the weed, create a passage. Then light, then take a hit, and then release your fingers in a specific sequence to create that carb effect. So as I'm doing the motion, I realized it wasn't really a blunt at all, was it? It was a marijuana clarinet. So we were sharing a 40, playing the marijuana clarinet, when this grown man, stranger, suit, tie, hair slicked, just emerges from the darkness of the night, puffing on a cigarette, rolls up on us, gets about 6 feet away, and just stares hard. And we are 3 very high teenagers. So initially, right away, we all 3 just freeze. Like we communicated telepathically, like, shh, don't move. He can only see us if we move. And then my friend Brian, seated to the right of me, who has no sense of humor. That's very important to know for what he was about to say. He goes, maybe he has a message. He meant that. He was that high. He was medieval level high. Maybe he received a raven from the king. But then my other friend Darius, on the other side of me, elbows me in the ribs hard and says, no! Just like that. No! So harshly. And I know I was high, but it was like I saw the word no pop out of his mouth. And I stared at it as it floated to what he was saying no in reference to, which was the man's balls, which were on display. I don't know how that wasn't the first thing we saw. And let me be clear, it wasn't an accident. His balls weren't accidentally hanging out of his pants. No. It was like he saw us before we saw him. It was like, balls, okay? So now, and immediately the three of us are like, whoop, like focused on the guy's balls. You couldn't look away. You tried, like, the ball, look at oh my God. The balls are because we still had young teenage balls that were changing and morphing every day. Those were grown man balls. Opaque, like I've never seen before. And we're just, look at the balls. Look at, they're different sizes. They're different sizes. They look like a before and after picture. They move. They move. When he breathes, they move. Do mine move? His move when he breathes. We are fucking fixated on this man's balls. And he knows that. And he knows that because the next thing he does is takes a giant drag of that cigarette. Gets a fucking amber of Satan going at the end of it. A real demon ash. And then starts going directly at his balls with the lit end of that cigarette. Directly at his balls. He's gonna put the cigarette out on his fucking balls. And now the three of us are like, no. And I vividly remember shouting, "We're sorry!" Because my young high mind had deduced, he must be an undercover cop. And this must be what they do if they catch you drinking and smoking underage in a park. They force you to watch them mutilate their genitals. It's protocol. It works. This sucks. Please, no! We're sorry! But he didn't make contact. He stopped. He stopped like a centimeter away from his balls and looked at us with the eyes of pure fucking madness and blew all of that smoke out of his nose like a fucking dragon. And then pulled a cigarette away, took one last drag, flicked it away, and said to us, "Man, all you get in life is your balls. Learn how to use them." And then he walked away like angry, like it was our fault. Like, "Oh, sorry, we were on your airing out your balls path. Sorry, we didn't mean to be here while you were taking your balls for a walk." Like he had that sort of OCD, like, "Well, I gotta show my balls to people 3 times a day, or else killer bees will attack every major city in America." I think about that man and his balls every single day of my life. I do. Because he showed us his balls, yes, but he didn't show us his dick and balls. Exactly. That I'm grateful for. Exactly. It was just balls. Dick and balls, too much. And he'd be like, "Let's not stay for this message." I had only told this story once to the police. But there was no dick. Hey, that dick was tucked away in those trousers, hidden from our young eyes. It was just balls, okay? Now think about just balls for a second. I know you have been since I brought it up. Think about just balls. Like, they're not that bad. You know, it's not that creepy. They're just balls, just sort of dangling. Or up here, scared. It's cold, I'm scared. Or dangling. They're just balls. They're not a dick. Fucking judgmental dick. Staring at you, calculating its next move. Trying to trick you, looking like it's asleep. And then suddenly just up in your fucking face. No, balls they're just balls. They're almost waving at you. Balls are almost waving at you. Balls are like that guy in the neighborhood you grew up in, the guy who has Down syndrome who waves at the school buses every day. Hello, hi. Hi, hello, hi. Hi. He's harmless, that guy. That statement didn't give him Down syndrome, by the way. I'm just saying, he's a harmless, friendly guy, and your parents let him mow your lawn twice a week. Hello! Hi! They're not a dick. Balls aren't a fucking crazy dick with its one eye. Staring at you. The dick's like the bully you grow up with. Always trying to spit on you. They're just balls. They're just dangling. Balls are like a manatee in a hammock. It's so chill. Just hanging out. Balls. That's what he showed us, his balls. I don't know his intention. I don't know if he was trying to fuck with us, but I do know this. There were 3 of us that night who saw the man's balls. Myself, my friend Darius, my other friend Brian. Now, after it happened, Darius was the first to say anything about it. He goes, "Why the fuck did that just happen?" And then he didn't speak again for hours. Hours. Locked in a pensive cage. Just sort of walking a few feet behind us, staring at the ground. Like, let him think it out, whatever it is. And then when he finally did speak again, hours later, his first words were, why does anything just fucking happen? That man's balls unlocked Darius's love of philosophy, which he went on to study at Washington University in St. Louis. And now lives in New York and is the chief technical officer at an investment firm because all that philosophizing made him realize, hey, there's no money in thought. Computers. And now he's doing pretty well for himself. Myself, after seeing that man's balls and laughing the way I did, realized that I too wanted to share the gift of laughter, and now here I am, a fucking millionaire. I mean, not in money. I mean, in laughter. You know, if there was a laughter bank, I have about 1 million laughs, I'd say. Because laughter's the true currency if you're a real comedian. But also, money's good, and I'm into it. So, please give me some. And my other friend, Brian, after seeing that man's balls, realized that he always had and always would love men's balls. I bet he wished the guy did show his dick. He wanted to see a pair of man's balls every day for the rest of his life. He went to college in Boston, came out of the closet, met a man there, married that guy, moved back to New Orleans after Katrina. That was the first time I saw him after he'd come out, right? Yeah, that's when he moved back, yeah. Moved back, him and his lover bought a hotel, reopened it. It was a smash success, so they bought a bunch of other hotels around the country. Brian and his lover are actual millionaires. Because the 3 of us became better fucking men because that guy chose us to show his balls to. You gotta look for the positive in life. A lot of people would want to play the victim in this story. A lot of people would want to say they were molested. No. Were we molested? Absolutely not. We were challenged. The only problem, however, is now, every single time I walk past a group of teenagers hanging out. God damn it. Should I go back there and give them all a future? No, they're all looking at their phones. It'll be fine. Thank you guys very much. You're the best.
Tom Patton, everybody.
I said, what? She said, I was so showing my titties. If you were like President Clinton for me. I said, oh man, young lady, that's so sick. That was so sick.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. We live in uncertain times. Sometimes the Wi-Fi's no good. Sometimes your condom breaks. The important thing to remember is that Plan B is affordable.
Legendary Daryl Hammond.
The story I want to tell you is about when I got my life saved in the French Quarter by cops on horseback because I was about to be thrown into the trunk of a car because I played Bill Clinton for 14 years on Saturday Night Live. I mean, let's be real. They offered me a lifetime deal. You can work here forever. It didn't sound bad, be on SNL forever. It sounded really good to me until I got my second death threat. Until they started hauling me into NBC in the same tunnel that Obama goes through. In a secret tunnel because people wanted to kill me. Not because I was Clinton, because I played him. Do you want to know how obsessed Earth was with him at this time? Okay, and not with me. Women would hit on me and then get disappointed because I'm not him. Like literally, I would go out with women and you could see it come over their face like, what? I thought he would be more interesting. He's so average, and Bill Clinton is not. All right. Colonoscopy story. This is how bad it got. So I was pretty scared. I'd never had a colonoscopy. I'd never been touched there. I'd never been, let's say, entered by anything, let alone something with a camera in it, and then made of metal. I was a little scared. The second it touched me, I made this sound. It touched me in the area. In the area. I made this sound. It upset me so much. When I was touched in the area, I made a falsetto sound. Involuntarily, I went, Now here's how bad it got. The second I made that noise, the second it touched me, the anesthesiologist leans into me and says, "What would Clinton say?" I said, he would say, "What is a nice girl like you doing in a place like that?" I was under duress, and I felt hostile. I'll tell you one more quick, awful story. Iowa State University, I'm walking back to my car after the show, and a co-ed follows me to my car and says exactly like this: "Mr. Hammond, I will so flash you if you talk like Bill Clinton for me." Now I said, "What?" I knew what she said, I just wanted to hear it again. No one ever offered to flash me, man. Got it? She's offering to flash. I said, what? She said, I'll so show my titties if you'll toilet President Clinton for me. I said, oh man, young lady, that's so sick. That is so sick. Can I confess, I wish I were a better person. But I'm not. I retired from SNL after my second death threat because I couldn't be funny with FBI guys looking for a killer. Got it? I might get shot, but here's a joke. I couldn't do it. I ended up retiring. I ended up moving to New Orleans. I filmed a pilot down there, and I loved it so much, and I lived there. Okay. So I saw my first New Orleans Saints football game. I'd never been to an NFL game. I didn't know there were humans that large. I'm not making a joke. I didn't know people were that big. I didn't know they ran as fast as cars. Like I said to my friend, he goes, it looks like a car is chasing Drew Brees. He's like, it's the NFL, dude. You'll love it. And I did. Loved it. Afterwards, I say, where's the best hamburger in French Quarter? And everyone says, this place called Yo Mama's. And I go to this place to get a hamburger. And I'm sober now. Okay, I've had my bout with stuff. So I'm in there eating a hamburger, really feeling good. Feeling good in New Orleans, man. And I feel a hand on my back. It's sliding across my back. Zzz. I hear a voice say exactly like this, we thought you might want us to shoot with you. As these two giant dudes get in the booth across from me. I knew I was dead. Humans kind of know when they're getting killed. I don't know how. I knew I was going to be in the trunk of a car. And these guys had this look on their face. Watch this look. See this? I was so scared, but I was in some sort of survival mode. I said, yeah, I'd love to hang out with you guys. I'm just going to use the bathroom. So I get up to go to the bathroom, and I go to the waitress, and I go, do you sit at each other's tables in New Orleans or something? She went, no, he's a creep. Hang on, I'll handle it. She goes out in the street in New Orleans night. Now, 2 minutes later, these guys, these cops, I'd never heard of French Quarter cops. Different cops. Mardi Gras, they got to be different. So these guys, I swear that they were as big as the New Orleans Saints. As big as the Saints, man, on these horses. And I'm like, and they pull up. And I said, listen, I went outside and said, officer, there was a problem, but I'm going to go home. Because I don't want, I love your city. I don't want a problem. He said, exactly like this, he said, there ain't gonna be no problem. I said, shit. The Terminator's a black dude. Like, the baddest ass ever is a black dude. He's because these guys were just built for this. Okay? They're getting off their horses and they're limbering up like they're getting ready to play tennis. I'm just like talking about what they're gonna do this weekend. Now everyone in the bar knows who they are. They're French Quarter cops on those big horses, and everyone shuts up. The first guy walks. He walks up to the table and he goes, "How y'all doing?" If termites spoke, they probably sound like these guys did now. They're like, "Me doing fine. It's a wonderful evening over here, and we were just going home to get you." The guy says this to them. In the French Quarter, life is all about choices. The choices we make will determine how we live the rest of our lives. Will you live your life as a person, for instance, who was tuned up? We don't tune people up. Tune up by police mean they have a headache. We alter. When you're altered by us, you wake up the next morning with a speech impediment. What y'all gonna do? The guy went, "Me, don't you going to go home? We should plan to leave me already. We were just getting up to go. No, we don't want to leave me." And they walk out of this place. I mean, small like, wait, and they walked past the guy's horse, who had walked into the bar and was watching with interest. What? Are y'all gonna need me? 'Cause I don't play, man. I'll fuck a motherfucker up. Like, no, come on. Because they used their horses in crowd control. He thought he was gonna be in on this. I said, "Hey, officer, thank you. I never actually saw anything like that." He went, "Something we do every evening. Why don't you sit down and enjoy your dinner and welcome to New Orleans." I said, I want to have my dinner. I sat down and I had my great hamburger. I started to eat and I watched him walk out the door and get up on his horse. And he started to pull on the reins. But just before he pulled on the reins, he looks back at me and he says, "By the way, I love the way you do Bill Clinton." Thank you, everyone.
Girl, Campbell. They had them little packs of cigarettes. Remember the little candy cigarettes? I thought I was a pimp. I'm walking around smoking and puffing cigarettes, going door to door, trick or treat. What's up, nigga? Give me something in my bag. You know what I mean? Hustling.
Hey, welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. You know why kids love birthday parties? They appreciate the simple things. Ice cream, toys, candy, clowns. It's the one day every year you can have a cupcake, a pizza, a hot dog, and soda all at the same time. And the only thing you're left with is an afternoon of innocent fun. Be a kid again.
Suck it, Roy.
The podcast is called Ranting and Raving with Yamanika, my friend Yamanika Saunders.
So here's the story. I'm just gonna put my leg up here to air my pussy out. Cause it's hot in here. So here's the story. Believe it or not, I grew up Christian, and I've come a long way. One of my greatest needs in life when I was 8 years old was to celebrate Halloween. And my family got saved and then all that shit stopped. You know what I'm saying? My grandmother found the Lord and then we couldn't have candy. Because that's how this shit go. Like, we would participate to try to appease people, but then it was just awkward, right? Because my grandmother would give out Bible tracts instead of candy. And if you don't know what Bible tracts are, those are like little cartoons that tell you you're going to hell. So they would TP our house, it was the whole thing. Then they said, okay, let's start bunkering in and cut the lights off. And still we was getting dead cats everywhere. So by the time I was 8 years old and I wanted to celebrate Halloween, my grandmother disappeared, you know, because she was tired. You know what I mean? I think she went to the mall and was like, fuck it. You know what I mean? So I'm at home. It's me, my grandfather, and my aunt. Now, my aunt was one of my best friends growing up, okay, because she was very childlike. I was a child, but she wasn't a child. What happened, my grandmother had German measles when she was carrying her, so she had brain damage and hearing impairment, okay? So there was a lot of developmental delays with her. So we were sort of like on the same mental wave, and she was one of my best friends growing up. Now, I don't know who the fuck laughed at that, but fuck you. Now, what happened was, one year I was like, I gotta fucking do this Halloween shit because time's getting up. You know what I'm saying? My titties are coming in. Like, I gotta do this shit now. It's like now or never. You know what I mean? And I'm like, my grandmother ain't here, so now let me go hustle my grandfather. Because my grandfather's an easy hustle. First of all, he was only saved at the time because my grandmother was saved, and he knew that was the only way he could get pussy. You know what I mean? So he's into the Lord now, but then it was like, we teetering on this thing. So I went upstairs to ask him if I could go and do a light trick-or-treat, you know what I mean? And it was the perfect time to ask, because he watched 60 Minutes of like sports and shit. So if you ask him doing 60 Minutes of the sports, you can do whatever the hell you want. You can do coke, you know what I mean? You kill cats. He don't care. Go outside, do whatever you want to do. I'm busy. Dan Rather's doing something. Oh, okay, good. Thank you, Dan. So I asked him, I said, Pop, I want to do Halloween. You know what I mean? Let's go out. Me and Jackie, we'll go out, she'll watch me. We'll just go do a quick thing and come back. All right. Don't tell your grandmother. I said, okay. He said, also, don't go around to the apartments. Now, here's the thing. I grew up in an area, we had houses, and we had these apartments that came, years and years later. Now, you couldn't go to the apartments because they was doing crack and shit over there at the apartments. They didn't want you to go over to the apartments and have fun. So, you know what I mean? So I said, okay, we won't do it. We'll just go house to house and we'll come back. Now, we didn't have any costumes, all right? So I asked my grandfather if we could borrow a shirt or something. He didn't want to give up a shirt, so he gave us, little black trash bags you put leaves in when you rake up shit. He put those on us and cut the eyes out. Me and my aunt looked like we was nigga ghosts. So, But we're not gonna argue because we going outside, So he's like, all right, make sure you don't go around the apartments, just, walk around in the house. I said, okay, perfect. And I was like, this is the perfect thing, because we are the most dynamic duo, I, a hustler, clearly, getting Halloween, in the body of a child, but the mind of a hustler. My aunt, in the body of an adult, but like a child like mine. You know what I'm saying? We was like a nigga transformer. So, now, we go around, we going trick-or-treat. Now, trick-or-treat started to become boring at my side of the area because all these people are giving out, like, peppermints, butterscotch. I want the good shit, but you can't get that shit at the houses with these bougie niggas. They trying to do the uppity shit, you know what I mean? So I'm like, fuck, I gotta get around these apartments. And then I start hearing other kids say, oh, there's a man over at the apartments giving out IOUs. And I was like, shit, we gotta go over there, because that's like 2 days of Halloween to kids. He giving out IOUs, we go back the next day, more candy. So I was like, damn, how we gonna get over to these apartments? Because I ain't supposed to go. And here's the thing about my aunt. Sometimes when people have like a developmental problem, you put them on one thing and they know not to do it, they won't do it. So she know we can't go over to the apartment, so I'm trying to get her to go to the apartment. She's like, well, we can't do it. And I'm like, no, we gotta go. And she said, no, Pop said don't go. So only thing I knew to tell her was that grandma told us to go look for Jesus at the apartments, okay? So I said, Jesus over at the apartments, let's go over to the apartments and find the Lord for grandma, okay? So then she was on board. We get over to the apartments, oh my God. It was a heaven, okay? They got the best candy. Crackheads always have the best candy because they need something to cut their high, you know what I mean? So they had like Boston Chews. They had them little packs of cigarettes. Remember the little candy cigarettes? I thought I was a pimp. I'm walking around smoking and puffing cigarettes, going door to door, trick or treat. What's up, nigga? Give me something in my bag. You know what I mean? Hustling. Give me a little something. And we decide now we gonna save the man with the IOUs for last. So we go get all the candy. Finally, towards the end of the night, we go up to the guy's house that got the IOUs. I said, all right, we're gonna get these IOUs. We're gonna come back tomorrow. We're gonna have another day on Halloween. We get up there and say trick or treat. This guy take a look at us. He said, all right, I got say you trick or treat, what's up? I said, you know what's up. You know what the hell, we want these IOUs. He took a look, he looked us up and down. Hold on a second, I got something for y'all. He went back in his apartment, he come out a minute later, he got in a little bag some candy corn that he gave us. First of all, I can't stand candy corn, okay? And number two, fuck your candy corn. I want some IOUs, all right? I want another day of Halloween. I said, listen, sir, nothing against your candy, but I want your IOUs. He said, I don't have no more IOUs. I said, what the hell you mean you ain't got no more IOUs? Now, I didn't say hell, but I was tight about it, you know what I mean? It's simple to write an IOU. Go in there, get a piece of paper and a pencil, and write IOU. It's very simple. Matter of fact, I'll go back home and get some paper and a pencil and write it for you yourself. You can just hand it to us. You understand? He said, no, I'm out of it. Try again next year. I said, all right. I said, you know what, man? Forget you, man. We went back to the house. I was so disappointed. I said, fuck that. So I go to school the next day. I'm walking to the bus stop, and all these kids talking about, yeah, you know, we about to go get us another day of Halloween. We got our IOUs. And I'm like, shit, I ain't got no IOU, but whatever, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? I got my candy. I was disappointed the whole damn day. I come back home. My grandfather's waiting outside. Now, here's the thing about my grandfather. He never put clothes on no matter what, okay? So he's standing out in the driveway with his slippers on and his underwear, looking crazy as hell. Get in this house. And I was like, oh, shit, what's going on? I said, get in this house right now. I go in the house and say, oh, shit, maybe Jackie told that we ran these damn apartments, but I don't know where she is to eyeball her to see if she spilled the beans. So I'm trying to kind of hold myself together. So I get in the kitchen, and he got my crayon set sitting there, and he got a piece of paper, and he's drawing 2 stick figures on the piece of paper. He said, I want you to look at this paper. You see this? I said, oh, yeah, I see it. He said, you see that? I said, yeah. He said, this is a girl, and this is a boy. Let me tell you about the birds and the bees. I said, okay. Don't let a man put his this in your that. You hear what I said? Don't you let no man put his this in your that. And I was like, all right, I don't know, who's this man? I don't know what's going on, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, already I done fucking got a no Halloween IOU shit, and now I got to hear this shit about some this and damn that, okay? So I said, all right. He said, I'm telling you this because did you go around them apartments yesterday? Did you go around to them apartments? And I said, no, sir, I did not. Now, I'm lying because I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me see what's up. I said, no, I did not go to the apartment. He said, you sure you didn't go around them apartments yesterday? I said, all right, listen, I did, but it was all fine, okay? We came back. You see, I'm standing in front of you right now. Fine. He said, no, it's not fine. The cops was over there today. They said there was a man out there giving on IOUs. Over there trying to touch little kids. And that's why I told you not to go over there. Now, did he try to give you an IOU? I said, no, I went to the man's house and he gave me and Jackie a damn bag of candy corn. What the fuck was wrong with me? Right? Me and my handicap aunt, we was a perfect pedophile paradise. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay? And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the first time I was rejected by a man. Thank you.
Miss Yamanika Saunders.
And then the promoter runs out and goes like, guys, I'm so sorry, man. I know that was really weird. I mean, it was so fucked up the way it happened. It's like the van caught on fire and like really messed up. I'm like, yeah, it would have been nice to know before we got on stage.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Think about your best friend, your spouse, your partner. You spend enough time with anybody, they are going to annoy you. They'll never truly get you, which is why I came up with a solution. You're my soulmate, bro. This is my favorite video game. Are you my friend and my daddy? No, not yet. No. A pee-pee.
You know I'm from the band Chromeo, Dave Maklovich.
So I'm in a band with my best friend, my childhood best friend. We've been like homies since we were 15 years old. His name is P. And we did everything together. Like literally, this is like my best friend since the teenage years. So, you know, we did the slumber parties, the sleepovers, bought our first porno magazines together. I remember when the magazines ran out, he taught me how to use the internet. I taught him how to play guitar. He taught me how to use a drum machine. He taught my brother how to drive. We used to take road trips from Montreal, this is our hometown, from Montreal, Canada, all the way down to Miami. After high school, we went to 2 different colleges, and then things started to drift a little bit. So I went to grad school. I moved to New York City. He went to one college, and after college, he kind of was stuck a little bit. He didn't have much going on. And I'm in grad school. I feel great. And then my man's back home. I remember he was selling didgeridoos from the back of his Toyota RAV4. And I was like, okay, this is weird. This guy's stuck. He's in a bad place. So I moved to New York City, and my friends had a record label. And they were like, well, Dave, you do music. Why don't we just sign you? And I was like, yeah, sure. But you know what? I should involve my friend P because I wanted to hang out with him again. I missed him. I missed the high school days of us being attached at the hip. So I was like, all right, I'm going to sign P. So we had a band. We had a record deal. We didn't have any music. All right. We got to figure out what kind of music to play. So I saw a hole in the marketplace because I was like, at every bar mitzvah, they're playing Kool and the Gang. And yet there's no band doing a modern version of Kool and the Gang. There was literally nobody was doing this. This is 2001, 2002. No one was doing this. So I was like, we're going to do 80s inspired, electro funk. Great. So this is how Chromeo was born. All right. So I'm in New York City. P and I are playing shows and they're not feeling us. I just remember we'd playing for 8 people, 12 people. New Yorkers are jaded to begin with. So they didn't get my vision that Rick James was a modern day Liberace and that we had to just kind of defend his musical heritage. They were just not down with the Hall & Oates thing we were doing. So the record label goes, okay, we got to get people to know you guys, so we're going to put you on tour. Great, perfect. So we get the RAV4, take the didgeridoos out, put the gear in, pack the car, hit the road. So we start playing shows, and people were still not liking us. But at least we're not in New York. It's cool. It's fine. I'm with my best buddy. We're driving. We're laughing. We're listening to music. We got to play one show a night. It's not the end of the world. But it's still 8 people, 9 people. And then we get to the Northwest, and weirdly, everything changes. So we get to Vancouver, and it's 100 people. I'm like, okay, this is weird. And they love us. They're clapping, they're cheering, they're dancing. It's amazing. Okay, get to Seattle, same deal. 110 people. They're jumping, they're partying. I'm like, this is okay. Portland, same thing. I'm like, this is nuts. And we felt cool. For the first time, we felt accepted. We felt validated. And the audience was cool. I mean, if you remember correctly, this is 2004. So these were first generation MySpace hipsters, the patient zeros of the asymmetrical haircut. But we're on a high. But more importantly, we start thinking, I'm like, this band that I started, I think it's going to connect. I think it's going to work. I see it. It's working. So all of a sudden, we get a little cocky. We're like, okay, this is lit. So after Portland, we're driving. Our agent calls us, and she's like, look, Portland to San Fran is a really long drive. So I'm going to break it up for you guys. I got you a small show. It's in Santa Rosa, California. It's nice, wine country. Be nice. One other thing. You guys are opening for the Chippendales. Hold on. Drink that in. So I said, this is great. Chippendales, I just imagined a sea of sex-starved cougars, just rabid, sex-crazed women. The Chippendales are a finite number of men. There's going to be more women in the audience. P and I are on say, this is great. I'm like, perfect. I'll take it. Great news. So we're driving, it's a long drive. Agent calls again. And she's like, okay, change of plans. What's up? No more Chippendales. You guys are headlining. Okay, fine. First of all, to be perfectly honest, I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, we're headlining with Chromeo. I just sold out a 100-person show in Portland, Oregon. I'm right, I'm headlining. So we get to the venue. Fine, whatever. unpack our stuff. We see a little poster. Due to unforeseen circumstances, there's no Chippendales tonight. Chromeo's playing at 8:30, no problem. We're in a rush. I'm not asking any questions. We get to the dressing room. We start getting ready. The promoters come, and there are these two kind of like college frat bro dudes. And they're like, hey, guys, we're huge fans, and it's awesome to have you. And we're like, yeah. And he's like, we made you guys some homemade spaghetti. I know you're probably hungry. And they give us Tupperwares of spaghetti. And I'm like, really? All right. Eat a little bit of spaghetti, whatever. And then we go play, we had to get ready and we start playing. So we go downstairs, and that's when I really saw what we were dealing with. The venue was a saloon, all right? So I'm talking like wood paneling, the saloon doors that go like this, pool table. There was like taxidermy. There were carriage wheels. There were like strange flags hanging from the ceiling. I was like, this is not the place for electrofunk already. I'm like, and the saloon was empty. There was not a soul in the saloon. Actually, there were 4 people, but I'm not sure they had souls. There was a barman, and I remember he had like an eye patch and a ponytail. At the bar, talking to the barman with like this kind of like aging cougar looking straight at him, and they're talking. There was a drunken bum who was asleep at the end. And then there was like an 80s heavy metal sound guy, like the crabby 80s heavy metal sound guy. He didn't even acknowledge our existence. We're plugging in our gear, this guy's ignoring us completely. And we're like, okay, this is gonna be hard. So we're like, okay, but we've done worse than this, it's fine. Also, in front of us, there's like an empty dance floor, but it was like there was no one on there. It looked like an Olympic pool. It was like so deep and long. And the promoters, the 2 frat bros, they're not even on the dance floor because they don't want to get on the dance. Nobody wants to get on the dance floor. They're like on the side of the stage being like, all right, guys. So we're like, okay. So we start playing. Play one song, finish the song, silence. All right, fine. Play another song, finish it, silence. And like I could hear the Miller Lite sign buzzing, the neon, and it was like there. And I could hear the cougar and the barman talking, like the conversation was going on the whole time. So it was like, damn. And my first husband says to me, he says, like that. It was crazy. I'm like, okay, this is not good. The tension in the air was palpable, like you could cut through it. So we finished the song, silence, and I'm like, hey, what's up? We're Chromeo, and we're best friends from childhood, and we play electro funk. Not a sound, right? And then I don't know why I said this. Like I don't understand where this sentence came out of me. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry we're not the Chippendales. And then from the other end of the Olympic pool, the sound guy, the heavy metal guy goes, the Chippendales are dead! And all of a sudden, first of all, the bum wakes up, the cougar looks at us, and then the promoter runs out and goes like, guys, I'm so sorry, man. I know that was really weird. I mean, it was so fucked up the way it happened. It's like the Chippendales van caught on fire, and apparently 9 of them are in the hospital. It's like really messed up. I'm like, yeah, it would have been nice to know before we got on stage. P and I look at each other in horror. We're mortified. We grab our guitars. We run off a stage. We're like, what the fuck was that? And we packed the car. We've never packed this RAV4 as fast as we packed it that night. It was unbelievable. It was like accelerated Tetris the way we were just So P and I are driving like in silence. Not a word, not a sound. We're just driving like this, you know? We're still feeling awful, like I feel like shit about the show. I feel like shit about the Chippendales. I feel like shit about my band. I feel like shit about my life. But like something about that breeze, it made me feel like alive again, you know? And then P puts in a Hall & Oates CD and like Kiss on My List comes on and we just start bobbing our heads. And I kind of look at him like this. He looks at me like that, and we're just like, is this the Kiss? I'm like, I'm kind of hungry. So I reach for the Tupperware, you know? And then it just dawns on me. I'm like, man, even after the shittiest show of my entire life, I'm in a kick-ass RAV4 with my best friend. We're having a road trip. We're listening to Hall & Oates, and suddenly, you know what? That spaghetti ain't so bad. Thank you.
Dave Mack with this one more time, y'all.
And I see him, I look in the side view mirror. It says, objects may appear closer than... Bow! He kicked it off with his bare foot. And we're like, holy shit, lock the door, close the window. And he's just shaking the car. He's rubbing the knife up and down the car. He's like, God, get out of here, you fucking pussies.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. The secret to a good hot tub threesome is waterproof... I just had a nightmare. He's trying to kill me. And I don't know what happened. I just snapped. It was like Robin Hood on bath salts. I had a bow and arrow. I just kept firing him. I couldn't stop. Shooting at him. Oh my God. I guess I did kill him.
Special Don't Be Yourself is available now. Mark Norman, everybody.
I don't know, set the stage here. It's 1998. I was 15 years old, living in New Orleans. I had a weird group of friends. I wasn't really a jock. I wasn't really a nerd. I was just somewhere in the middle. I was just an angsty, semen-filled douchebag, you know, just a real piece of garbage. I had nothing going on. You wonder why you put kids in like extracurricular sports and shit, because when kids have time on their hands and you're just a boner constantly, you know, just jizzy and you know, you're just full of natty ice and fear. I don't know. Yeah. So me and my friends would just drive around. We'd just get drunk and drive around and break stuff in New Orleans. That's all we did. It was our little pastime. And one of our favorite pastimes was driving down the street and just breaking side view mirrors off cars with a Doc Martens shoe, just hanging out the window. I know. And I know you're supposed to make yourself likable in the story, but we were pieces of garbage. All right, yeah, just get that out right now. We had nothing going on. So we were just breaking car mirrors. That's what we did. And one night, it was like a random Tuesday. We're going down West End Boulevard. My friend Ron is driving. My other friend is in shotgun. He's since dead of a heroin overdose. Yeah. Don't do drugs. And I'm in the back with a case of beer, you know, just doing like color commentary, you know. And, you know, like, hey, here comes a Jeep Cherokee. Ho, we are really white trash. Holy hell, look at that. All right, wow. So we're drinking, we're having a good time, and we see one of those Lexus convertibles where the convertible top went into the trunk. Remember that? That was like a hot ticket back then. That was like a sweet ride. And so my friend's like, oh, here we go, baby. This is it. He like Babe Ruthed it. He called the shot, you know. He's like, I'm going to knock this mirror off. We're like, yeah, get it, baby. Don't do heroin, you know. And so I'm doing color commentary. We pull up to this car. You know, we're going like a good 20 miles an hour. He cocks that brown shoe back and boom, hits the mirror off. You can see it in slow motion, the big poof of glass, and it just slides across the cement. We drive by. We're looking at it like, yeah, good job. And right when it finishes sliding, I look up at the house in front of the car, and it's one of those houses where the stairs go up to the second floor porch, and just the screen door kicks open. Giant, buff, ripped Asian man in only boxers and a long ponytail just goes, It was crazy, and I just was like, holy hell, look at that. Wow, it's quite a sight. Just a ponytail waving in the wind, just big Asian man. Asian, must have been Mongolian or something crazy like that, you know? So I was like, holy hell, wow, that's crazy. And we all look back like, yeah, that's crazy, whatever. You know, when you're kids, you don't think about consequences. And he runs back in his house, and we're like, all right, well, that was weird. All right, on to the next car, whatever. And he comes back out with a giant kitchen knife, like 6 inches long, a real Ginsu, which might have been his name. I don't know. So this is like, what the hell is this? And he runs down the stairs, barefoot, boxers only, those white flimsy ones, you know, and just slides across his trunk and jumps in his car. We're like, ah! You know, we're freaking out. So I'm like, punch it, baby. Get out of here. So he's driving, and we're in like a Jeep Wrangler. So this thing's got no pickup. So we're cutting all, and the guy comes up next to us. His ponytail's blowing in the wind. Asian. Must have been Vietnamese or something, you know? So he pulls up to us, and he gives us one of these. He goes, ah! We're like, oh my God, holy shit, we're 15 years old, we're freaking out. So I'm like, go up here, take a right. We're cutting through lawns, we're going up one ways, we're going back through driveways. It was crazy. The guy was getting in front of us, hitting the brakes and getting on the side of us. We couldn't dodge this guy. We do this for like 20 minutes. We're freaking out. So I'm like, all right, Ron, get on the Causeway. The Causeway is the longest bridge in the southern United States. It goes from New Orleans to Mandeville. Nobody wants to be in Mandeville. It's a whole other bag of hammers over there. So I was like, he won't go on the Causeway. He won't follow us the whole way. He'll give up. Let's go on the Causeway. We have no other options. So Ron's like, all right, let's do it. So we get on that Causeway. We're kind of losing. We're weaving in and out. He's about 10 car lengths behind us. We're doing pretty good. So then start slowing down. What's going on? There's a 3-car pileup up ahead. Now we're just stuck in traffic. We're sitting there. We're parked. Ah, fuck. Holy shit. So I look back. It was like Jurassic Park. I look back. He's coming towards. I could see the water rippling in the cups, you know? I was like, oh, shit. And he just comes up, and I see him. I look in the side view mirror, our side view mirror. It says, objects may appear closer than... Bow! He kicked it off with his bare foot. Our mirror goes sliding across the cement. We're like, holy shit. Lock the door, close the window. And he's just shaking the car. He's rubbing the knife up and down the car. He's like, God, get out of here, you fucking pussies. Ponytail waving in the wind. Asian. Must have been Korean or something, you know? So, holy shit, we're freaking out. Oh, my God. So we're just screaming like little schoolgirls. And my friend Ron goes, wait, my mom has a cell phone in here for emergencies. It was the 90s. Remember, we had minutes, you know? I was like, give me that fucking phone. So we call the police. They dispatch us to the police who happen to be at the 3-car pileup. So the police come over and they see this giant Asian guy, ponytail, boxers, shaking a fucking Wrangler. And they're just like, what the hell is this? So they run over, they tackle the guy. He won't go down. There's like 8 cops on him. He's like, ah, kill all of you. He's got a knife in his hand. They tase that motherfucker. Ah. Holy shit, it was the whole thing. We're just watching this like, oh my God, we're 15. I haven't jerked off. I'm a virgin. I got a hymen. So, we're freaking out. The whole thing was crazy. So they bring him into the paddy wagon. They're pulling him. You know, he's dangling his feet. He wants to kill us. This guy would have killed us. And so they talk to him for a while. He's in the back, cuffed, you know. And then like 20 minutes later, they come up to us. They're like, all right, what the hell happened out there? Don't lie to me, son. And we pulled like a real like Catholic schoolboy, white privilege. Hey, we didn't do shit, officer. Oh, shucks, you know. This guy's crazy. He had a knife. And he's like, well, he said you knocked his mirror off. Well, maybe we hit it, but he showed us a knife. We were too scared. We didn't know what to do. We're sorry. We love Jesus. You know, so he was like, all right, sounds fishy, but whatever. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here. So traffic kind of eventually picks up. We just pop a Yui on the causeway and go home. We're like, holy hell, we'll never break a side view mirror off again. That was insane. And then we get back to school the next day. We're like, you're not going to believe this. Some Asian guy was chasing us. Must have been Chinese. And, he was like talking shit. And I got out and he beat his ass. And I bent his knife and he blew me. It was a whole thing. Yeah, this guy was a real pussy. Holy hell, yeah. So everybody's like, yeah, you guys are awesome. All right, you know. And then I get called down to the office. And, you know, I'm like, what's this about? Why am I getting called to the office? And then you get to the office and the worst thing you can see is your other 2 friends from that night in the office. You're like, oh, fuck. And there's a cop in there. So you're like, oh, damn it. And he goes, all right, you've been served. We're getting sued. We got to go to court. We're being tried. So we're like, shit, what the fuck? Oh, my God, this guy's going to kill us. So I can't tell my parents. I can't tell them. I'm too scared. So I go to the chapel and I go, hey, look, you know, made a lot of mistakes in my life. I really need you here. Please, please, God, kill this guy. I'm begging you. Kill him. Get him out of my life. I'll never do anything bad again. Please, I'm gay. Praise Allah. You know? So we go to my friend's bedroom the night before. We stay up all night and do a mock trial in my friend's bedroom. We set the whole thing up. I put up my dad's robe on. I'm like, hear ye, all right, yeah. And, you know, my other friends, the lawyer's like, I put you in contempt. I put myself in contempt. I'll tell you what, you can't handle the truth. We just did every movie, you know, thing we knew. And we made up a whole scenario that was pretty good. And we nailed it. We rehearsed it. We had it down. Stayed up all night. So I go to school that day with a suit in my bag, you know? I got my old communion suit, you know? It's all wrinkly and dumb and, you know, whatever. And so I change into my suit at school, then me and my friends skip school, and we go to court. Weird feeling. So, yeah. Definitely a first time. So we get to the courthouse. They put us in the, in the courtroom. We're at that table, the three of us, three knuckleheads in wrinkly suits, and, probably a chubby. And we're just sitting there, just, what are we doing? I'm just dreading the moment this guy comes in. I can't handle it. And, 10 minutes go by. 20 minutes go by. 30 minutes go by. And eventually the bailiff comes in, the cop guy. He goes, hey, you three, come here. And we're like, He's like, yeah, come here. And he walks us out into the hallway. And he kind of gets to like a little huddle. And he goes, all right, we're not going to have a trial today. And we're like, well, what's going on? They're like, well, the guy you pissed off got into a bar fight last night and killed a guy. So he's in jail for life. And I was like, holy shit, God missed, but I'll take it. Thanks a lot.
Y'all give it up for Mark Norman.
He said, always run in the bathroom. So I ran in the fucking bathroom, and I pulled my pants down and act like I was shitting because he said a gangster would never kill somebody shitting. That's just not cool.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. The secret to a good hot tub threesome is waterproof. I just had a nightmare. He's trying to kill me. I don't know what happened. I just snapped. It was like Robin Hood on bath salts. I had a bow and arrow. I just kept firing him. I couldn't stop. Shooting at him. Oh my God. I guess I did kill him.
One of the most genuine, hilarious, and honest people in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, D. Ray Davis.
This story, due to where I'm at in Hollywood now, I try not to tell these stories more, but I said, fuck it, I gotta tell the truth. I'm a club dude. I go to all the clubs. I gotta get out no matter what. I could be sitting at home like, I'm staying tonight. Staying tonight means I'm only gonna go out from 1:30 to 2. So I said, all right, I'm gonna go out. So when I first got here about, let's say 9 years ago, I was here and I went out. On a Monday night, I was hosting this comedy club. So I leave the comedy club, leave with like 4 chicks, because that's very D-Ray. That's what I do. So the girl's like, you gonna get us in the club, gonna get us drinks? So I got everybody drinks. We having a very great night. Very great night. One of the girls gave me her keys, said, hold my keys. I said, good. She wanted me to hold the keys to show her she gonna be the one that's gonna go with me. You know what I'm saying? I knew the advantage she was trying to get to. So we outside talking about what we're gonna do. I said, we're gonna go out this great night. Music was good, good mixture, nice. People was being sweet. The night was real sexy. As we're outside talking about what we're going to eat, 2 girls start arguing across the street. It's like, what's up, bitch? Fuck you, bitch. You a hoe. No, bitch, you a hoe. Stupid ass hoe. And I said, oh, that's all right. I ain't gonna let them disturb my night. They trying, but I ain't gonna let them. Then they boyfriends start arguing. You better get your bitch. You better get your hoe. You a stupid motherfucker. You a stupid motherfucker. I'm still like, that has nothing to do with me. Ignorance is a disease. Let it live over there. Then me being from Chicago, I heard him say that Chicago shit. He was like, all right, nigga, watch this. And I said, huh? White people, there's a lot of y'all in here. Listen, if you ever hear 2 black people arguing and one of them say, watch this, don't watch. He ain't trying to show you nothing fancy. He not finna juggle. Don't stick around for watch this or this right here. This is another, don't stick around for this right here. All right, wait right here. No. Wait right here, man, I'm going to get the gun, I'll be back. I'm just telling y'all. So he said, watch this, and I said, what? So I looked over there, and out of nowhere, one of them came around the corner firing. I don't know which one it was, because I heard the gunshots. On my daughter's life, you just heard pop, 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 pop. I'm like, fuck. He's shooting. Everybody dropped to the ground. The girl who I was with, who gave me the keys, got shot in the foot. She got shot in the foot. I seen her drop, and I was like, I don't really know this bitch. I was like, I don't know her like that. Everybody outside the club, I don't know if it's about LA or what it is, but everybody outside the club dropped like to the ground, like ducking down. And I'm from Chicago, I'm like, we don't duck down, we run. So I didn't care what nobody said about me. I was like, fuck this, I'm getting the hell up out of here. Like, I don't care what they said about me, I'm a bitch ass motherfucker, I'm a light skinned ass motherfucker. How could you leave everybody? But I stepped on people, like I ran like it was a people carpet. I could feel a little bitty wrist snapping and everything. I was like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And I ran to the club, and I remember one of my older brothers told me, if ever you feel nervous in a club shooting, it's weird that we even talk about shit like this, right? He said, always run in the bathroom, which is crazy now with everything going on, but he said, run in the bathroom. So I ran in the fucking bathroom, and I pulled my pants down and act like I was shitting because, no, because he said a gangster would never kill somebody shitting. That's just not cool. So I ran in the bathroom. I put my pants down, I was like, oh shit, I'm shitting. And because man, it's not gangster. I mean, somebody opened the door, I'm like, hey, that's disrespectful. Like, oh, my fault, G, whatever. So I heard the door open, and I was like, oh fuck, he killed everybody outside, I'm next. And I heard the door open, it was like, fuck. And I was like, he can't find me. I was like, do I lift my legs a little bit? I hadn't did no ad work, so my legs kept dropping down, so I don't even look like I was tapping or dancing or shit. So he was like, fuck. And I was like, damn. He's like, damn, I got shot. And I was like, oh shit, thank God it's somebody that got shot, right? So I creeped over in case the killer was just playing with me, toying with me, make me think he got shot when he was really the shooter. So I opened the door a little bit, and it's a dude who's standing there, coming about his shirt. His shirt was like halfway over his back. He was like, oh. So I pulled my pants, I was like, oh damn. He's like, man, oh my God. And I'm standing like, I was like, he's still out there? He was like, no. And then he said, I don't know if he said, man, I hate when this shit happened. And I was like, whoa. Like, you've been shot before. I was like, so this is not your first shooting? He was like, no, man, I got shot. He said, I could feel it traveling. I could feel it traveling. I was like, no, man, what the hell? He's like, please call my girl. Please. I said, I don't know your girl, motherfucker. However long ago it was, he pulled out his flip phone. His phone flips open. He's like, here she go. And he's a number caller. And I'm calling him like, hello. He's like, tell her I got shot. I'm like, hey, yo, how you doing? Your boyfriend is here. He's like, what's up? I was like, he got, what's up? You can tell she's white, right? Anyway. What's up? I was like, he's like, your boyfriend got shot. He's standing right here, he got shot. She's like, what? What do you mean? I was like, he got shot. She's like, where you at? And I was like, the club was called like Versailles or something. I said, we're at Versailles. That nigga turned around, he said, I said, well, he said, no, we had a pool hall. And I was like, you dying? You want me to still lie to your girl? I said, we had a pool hall. She's like, where? I'm like, where, nigga? Where we at? He's like, by the crib, tell her by the crib. I said, by the crib. She's like, oh my God. And I was like, he said, I can feel a bullet traveling. I was like, he can feel a bullet traveling. She's like, who is this? So I go, it's D-Ray. And she's like, D-Ray, D-Ray who? And I'm like, ego kick in, D-Ray Barbershop, all the movies. I'm like, D-Ray, it's D-Ray. It's D-Ray. So, and she's like, no, my God, I can't believe this happening. Is he gonna be okay? And I said, I don't know you. I said, dude, I don't know if you're gonna be okay. And I said, but it's all right. I said, the police on the way, because I called the police. And she said, okay. And he said, what? I said, I called the police. This nigga snatched his phone, took the phone and said, baby, it's me. This nigga a snitch, and walked out. And that's the story. Thank y'all for listening.
D-Ray Davis Show.
How did he fall? I was like, all I did was turn around and I hit him with this right here, officer. Is my booty deadly? Is this a weapon?
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. The secret to a good hot tub threesome is waterproof. I just had a nightmare. He's trying to kill me. I don't know what happened. I just snapped. It was like Robin Hood on bath salts. I had a bow and arrow. I just kept firing him. I couldn't stop. Shooting at him. Oh my God. I guess I did kill him.
Next lady I'm bringing to the stage, you all know her from her book, The Last Black Unicorn, Tiffany Haddish, everybody.
So I'm from the South, y'all, South Central Los Angeles, by way of 54th and Western. And I grew up over there most of my life, and I ended up in foster care, and I moved around a lot, and then finally, my grandmother got custody of me and made sure that I went to a very good school located in Woodland Hills, California, where I was bussed every day, and I had to wake up every morning at 5 o'clock to catch that 5:45 bus, so I was dirty. And, because ain't nobody washing their ass that early in the morning, I don't know. It's too fucking early, you catch a cold. And And I had to walk to the bus stop. And this power walking 10 blocks, that's why I was so good in track and field. Anyways, I went to the school out in the valley, and I'll never forget, it was our homecoming dance, and I was 15 years old, about to be 16, and I was dancing at the dance, right? And it was only 3% black at this school, meaning there was only 3 black people that went to this school. And I was one of them. And so they was playing some good music, and I started dancing, right? You know, when black people dance, white people surround them to see if they could trap them. So I'm dancing my ass off. I'm doing a running man. I'm killing it, right? I'm doing all the little Will Smith moves. I'm hitting them with They're like, go Tiffany, go Tiffany. And I'm like, do they want me to run? I don't know, but I just kept dancing because Forrest Gump had came out around the same time. Anyway, so I'm dancing and stuff, and this man comes up to me. He's this really funny-looking white man comes up to me. He goes, wow, you're an amazing dancer. I'd love for you to work for my company. We do bar mitzvahs and executive parties. You would be fucking phenomenal. Here's my card. Call me. And I took his card because the last time I told the dude, no, I don't want your number, he had threw pine cones at my head. So I took his card, even though he was creepy. I was like, fuck that, I'm not getting hit with no pine cones on this day. So I took his card or whatever because I didn't want to hurt his feelings or nothing. And then I went home to my grandma, and I told my grandma, I said, Grandma, this weird-ass white man came up to me, and he gave me his card. He want me to dance at bar mitzvahs and executive parties. And she said, girl, you better call that man. That's getting closer to your people. And I was like, what? Are my people? Are we strippers? And she was like, no. What do you think a bar mitzvah is? I said, I think it's when you get on the bar and you show your mitzvah, right? Right, Grandma? She's like, no, that is not what a bar mitzvah is. And she explained it to me and everything, and I was like, oh. And she said, your daddy is Jewish. And I said, really? Where is he at? In Jerusalem? Because I don't know him. And she said, no, he's somewhere in America running from the law. And I was like, oh, okay. That part's true. And she said, baby girl, I'm gonna take you to meet this man. He gonna get you closer to your people. You gonna be with your Jewish people. That's what you need. You need that. And I said, okay. So she takes me to the guy's. His office was at his house, which was super creepy. Okay, and it was like Star Wars theme. His room was his office. Okay, and his bed was like one of them futons. So you know how you fold it, and it was a couch. And then we sitting on it. I was like, we sitting on this bed, Grandma. She said, don't worry about it. As long as your clothes don't come off, you all right. And he sat me down, he had his whole little business plan together and stuff, and he was like, I'm gonna pay you $40 a mitzvah if you do good, and then as years go by, if you can hang with this company long enough, you'll make lots of money. And I was like, shoot, $40 on the weekend just to party with some Jews? Let's do it. So I did it, and I did it for 11 years. I danced at bar mitzvahs, and I went from making $40 a party to making like $2,500 a party. Now, mind you, I was 37 years old when I retired. Now, I was like 27, but still, it was a long-ass time that I did them. And it was a point in time when I was like halfway through. I remember I was like 19. No, I was 19, almost 20 years old. And I did this one mitzvah. Now, mind you, we had already toured most of the country. Been to Idaho, been to Boise, same place. But I went to Boca Raton, Florida. I had went to Wyoming, which I was like, dang, there's Jews in Wyoming, who knew? And went to Oregon, and I went to like all these different places. So for me to be able to say I'm traveling and getting paid for it already was super awesome. And here I was at this one bar mitzvah in Westlake, just, doing my thing. We at the little Hilton, I'm just killing it, right? Just doing what I do, right? And now it's about 10:30. The party's supposed to be over at 11. I see the grandpa, he's sitting there, he looks sad, ain't nobody asked him to dance all night or nothing. And I was like, hey, Grandpa, you wanna dance? Come dance with me. And he's like, oh, I don't know. I was like, come on, dance with a colored girl. And he was like, all right. Right, so he dancing with me, we dancing, we having a good time and everything, and then, you know, my song come on, it was that song, Can You Dig It? We can dig it, can you dig it? We can dig it. I was like, yeah, this is my jam. You want to dig it, Grandpa? He's like, let's dig it. And I was like, yeah. And I turned around on him, I hit him with this right here, right? And I hit him with that right there, like, bow, 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 bow. And then I had looked back, and that motherfucker was laid out flat. And I was like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. Wake up, Mr. Goldberg, wake up. And he was holding his chest and smiling and shit. And next thing I know, the ambulance had came and everything, and the police, and I was like, that's it, this is it. I'm going to jail for the rest of my life. I just killed a Jew. I just fucking killed a Jew. He was still alive. He was still alive when they pulled him out from the party, right? And then it was so funny because the family was still like celebratory because I guess they had been waiting for his ass to die. They had been waiting for him to die, and I was so scared. I'm telling you, I was the only black person at this party. And even though I was, at this point, I'm full-on Jew, circumcised, everything. And I was very afraid, because, you know, LAPD don't play that. And they asked me some questions. They was like, how did he fall? I was like, all I did was turn around. And I hit him with this right here, officer. Is my booty deadly? Is this a weapon? So we'll find out about that. We're just gonna take a report. And then they took him to the hospital. He ended up dying at the hospital. And I thought, oh my God, they finna come to the house. This is it, they coming to get me. And nobody showed up, police didn't show up or nothing. Now, mind you, I barricaded myself in the room, surrounded myself with stuffed animals, and I had got a gun from a gangbanger, because I thought that would protect me. But the police never showed up, and I ended up getting in the mail like a month later. The family, they had wrote me a letter thanking me. They thanked me. They thanked me. For giving their grandpa such a good time. They hadn't seen him smile like that in years. They had never seen him that happy. They never seen him dance before. They were grateful. They gave me a tip. They sent me a check for $100. I was like, this ass kills. It gets paid to kill. My name is Tiffany Haddish. Good night.
Tiffany Haddish.
Then they come up and they said, Mr. Chong, do you have any marijuana in the house? And I said, yeah. Where is it? This is every room in the house.
This is not happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Come with me. Did you know that nobody knows where cigar smoking even comes from? They say the northern Amazon, back in the day. Ayahuasca ceremonies, stuff like that. Hey, he's married. With a good cognac, you can enjoy any cigar.
Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, no,
you do know the origins of crack cocaine.
Roy, we got a 211 in the panic room.
Oh, hell no. Watch this. His ass, Coco. Good dog.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tommy Chong.
Thank you. Strip clubs, man. That's where I met Cheech. Yeah, the good old days. Everybody wonders why we broke up. I'll tell you why we broke up. We got rich. And I learned one thing, you can't make a rich Mexican do shit, boy. I say, Cheech, come on, man, we gotta work. You go, I don't think so, man. You go ahead. I say, I'm gonna stay here and do something for my people. Yeah, I'm gonna learn Spanish. But Gigi ended up working way more than I ever did, man. Mashed bridges, cars, he was in everything. What did I do? I go to jail, man. And see, I'm a stoner. That's why I went to jail. Because the signs were there. You know, they had my house under observation for a year. They had my phone tapped. They had a helicopter going over my house. They had undercover FBI guys or DEA guys riding up on their bicycles. And you could tell that, you know, they didn't look like bike riders. You know, they're bike riders got a look. They know how to act. You know, these guys are, you know, had to jump off the bike to stop it, you know. And then they're all gathered up in front of my house, and they're looking in there, and I'm in there making bongs. That's what I do. And they're smoking pot, and they called me over one time and said, what kind of plants are those? Bamboo. He said, oh, that's interesting. So what are you making in there? I said, bongs. Oh, interesting. And then a few months later, they came knocking on my door in SWAT outfits. 5 a.m, man. Knocked on the door. We'd been partying, so I was sleeping. I was dead to the world. My wife woke up. She said, someone banging at the door. So I went down there. I looked. We got glass doors, you know, and they're always open. We never locked the doors because you can never find the key, you know that shit. So the doors are always open, and there are these guys in their SWAT outfits and their helmets, and they got their guns and everything. And being a stoner, I wasn't the least bit afraid. You know, I wasn't scared. I wasn't doing nothing, you know. I'm not a dope dealer or escaped criminal or anything like that, you know. And so I'm looking at these guys, they're looking at me. They look like trick-or-treaters, you know. I'd be always saying, that's a nice costume, Sonny. But I opened the door and they come busting in and they said, we have a warrant to search your house and take your computers and shit like that. And so I'm looking at it. They're running around, you know, crazy. I'm in my little Speedos. It was kind of embarrassing because guys in the morning, you know, we get a morning hard on. You know, it doesn't mean nothing. It's just nature, right? You know, but so I'm there with my morning hard on in my Speedos. And I forgot I had Speedos on. I forgot I had clothes on because now I got a warrant. Oh, fuck, they're arrested. What? You know, what is this? I couldn't figure out what they're doing. Then they come up and they said, Mr. Chong, do you have any marijuana in the house? And I said, yeah. Where is it? And he says, every room in the house. He said, can you be more specific? Oh, there's some in my shop downstairs. It's a nice bud, Hawaiian. Beautiful. Just got it. So he sends a guy down there, and he comes back a few minutes later. I can't find it, sir. I said, what kind of fucking DEA guys are you, man? Then he got defensive. He goes, we don't have our dogs. I said, that's another thing. How come you don't have your dogs? What the hell? Then my wife comes down the stairs. And she thought it was, she was going to be on television. She thought we're being punked by Ashton Kutcher. So she's sitting down there, all looking good, you know, looking for the camera. And I had to tell her, we're being busted. She goes, well, for what? I said, I don't know. And so I asked him, and they said, paraphernalia. What's that? Bongs. Oh, fuck. You're busting me for bongs? Really? Apparently, there's one state in the union that made paraphernalia legal to ship across the state line, which is Pennsylvania, the home of the DEA. And apparently the DEA has been trying to get my son's company, to sell him bongs, and they kept refusing to sell them to him because we knew that they were DEA, or at least my son's company did. I didn't know. And so anyway, they finally came to LA in person, bought the bongs, and then they said, listen, we're going to go on vacation here. Will you ship the bongs to us. We still wouldn't do it, so they had an undercover guy go in and get a job in my son's company, and he shipped it. He shipped it. Because it's all documented. It's all filmed, everything. We had all the documentation. And then they've been following me for a year. And I was in Arlington, Texas one time, and they got the DEA camera on me. And it shows the workers in the head shop all wearing DEA T-shirts. And they kept standing next to the DEA officers. Wherever they go, they stand next to them. I still didn't catch them. They're wearing headbands that didn't fit. I remember them because they said to me, Mr. Chung, can we talk to you outside? No, they're hippies. No. I said, sure. We go outside, we're sitting there, and he's got his backpack and the camera, and he's got it round so he can see me. And then he said, now these bongs, they're not just for tobacco use only, are they? And I said, no. I said, they're for pot. He said, can you repeat that? I said, yeah, they're for marijuana, pot. Thank you. I still didn't know. You see, because when you don't do anything wrong, you got to be honest, you know. And so, yeah. So I go to court. And I think, well, fuck, I'll bust this, you know, because they can't bust you for bongs, you know. And I go to court, and then they sentence me on 9/11. 9/11. And that's when I started waking up. Hey, just a minute now. Why that date? And then Bush went on TV and said that, you know, the bong industry has been supplying money to the terrorist organizations in the tune of billions of dollars. And I'm thinking, well, fuck, I wish I had got some of that money. Because we were in debt for $500,000 at the time, you know, trying to keep the bong business going. So they sentenced me to 9 months. And I tried to, you know, talk my way out of it. But again, the stoners, man. Oh. I tried to explain to the judge that I'm really sorry and that I've been working with kids, you know, trying to, you know, keep them off drugs. Well, I've been teaching kids salsa. And the judge kind of looked down over his glasses, you know. The judges with no rims on their glasses, you know that look? And they look over at you. And he says, salsa? And I said, yeah, well, and this is my theory, you know, when you're dancing salsa, you can't get high and dance at the same time. So, which in itself is a lie, because I can get high and dance salsa. But I was trying, you know, I was giving it a shot. And then I started thinking about it. Fuck, you know, I've never been to jail. It's kind of fun, man. And I've been prepping for this, you know, all my life, because when I was a teenager, you know, 15 years old, I met this biker that he just got out of jail, no place to stay, and I said, yeah, you can stay with me for a while. So he moved in, and he gave me a biker, my OG tattoo. This is a jailhouse tattoo. Yeah. Now, I was really proud of this until I found out in jail it's a white supremacy tattoo. Because the biker that gave it to me, he only knew 2 tattoos. And this was one of them. But I was going to get it changed, and my son said, "No, Dad, that's an antique. Don't fuck with that, man. That's classic." Next thing you know, I'm in the fucking jail. And I had one bad half hour. That was when I went in, because I was treated like a celebrity. Vanity Fair sent a limousine to take me to prison. I walk in, they handcuff me, and just formality. And they apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Chong, but we have to handcuff you. You know, it's just a formality. And I walk in the door, and I got on cuffed. That was the last time I had any handcuffs on. And then I went into the dormitory where I was going to be living, and this guy met me. He said, took me to his locker and opened his locker. He says, anything you want, man, you know, welcome to the Unit B. And it was a trip, man. Yeah. I'd like to go back to visit, but, you know.
Thank you.
Tommy Chong.
He just had to put that photo in the fridge. It was like some Pavlov's dog shit. Like, whenever I saw that photo, I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Is it gonna happen again?
Rocker, this is not happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Come with me. Did you know that nobody knows where cigar smoking even comes from? They say the northern Amazon, back in the day, ayahuasca ceremonies, stuff like that. Hey, he's married. With a good cognac, you can enjoy any cigar.
Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Oh no,
You do know the origins of crack cocaine?
Roy, we got a 211 in the panic room.
Oh, hell no. Watch this. His ass, Coco. Good dog. You can check him out on the series Disjointed. He is Tone Bell.
A couple months ago, a friend of mine called me. He had a question about being a father. My boy Derek calls me, my son's acting up in school. He's about to turn 9 years old. And timeout ain't working. And I've been thinking about, I've never spanked him, never gave him a whooping. But I don't know, man. It feels like timeout's not working. And he's like, what do you think? You think I should spank him? I was like, man, I don't know if we're friends because I don't have kids, so I can't answer this question. I don't know. But I did think about it. It made me think about it. So after we got off the phone, I called my dad, and I was excited to talk to him. I was like, Dad, my friend Derek called me, and he was asking me about whooping, and it just made me think about the last whooping I got, and like the most memorable one I ever got. Okay. And so I'm like, hey, do you remember the last whooping you gave me? And he took a second. Oh, you know what? Yeah. You know how you can hear somebody smile from the other side of the phone? Because I knew the last one, because it's like it's chiseled in my memory. I know exactly which whooping this is. And I was like, oh, the chair. And I asked my dad, you remember the last one you gave me? He goes, yeah. The chair. And I was like, oh shit, you call it the chair too? We got the same memory? I was in sixth grade. And it did. It I can't say it ruined our relationship, but it definitely like it separated us a bit. And it's a weird thing because like now it's 20 years later and it still separates. It still drove a wedge in between us. When I was 12, I was going to a new school, Allgood Elementary, Decatur, Georgia. And I didn't know anybody. I was weird. I was like, I kind of was in this weird phase where like I was husky. I wasn't chubby, I was husky, right? I was uncomfortable with the gap in my teeth. I felt like I didn't have right haircut. My parents couldn't afford like good clothes. So, like I was just like I had to be like some like jovial, like nice kid because I didn't have what other kids had. Okay? Get to school. I'm in Miss Dillard's class. She's not even a cool teacher. The only thing about Miss Dillard's class that was good is this girl that I was in love with, Natasha. She's the only reason why I ever wanted to go to school. Beautiful. Even now, 30-year-old me's like, she was bad. But I had a huge crush on her. The class everybody wanted to be in was Miss Jefferson. Miss Jefferson, redhead, probably 25. She was a cool teacher. She was a math teacher. Miss Jefferson had this little system in elementary school where, she had Jefferson bucks in the Jefferson Bank. So like anytime you score like an A on a test, or you like open the door for a little girl, or did something nice. Anytime you're like cordial, did something nice, did something polite, you can earn a Jefferson buck. At the end of the week on Fridays, you can take your Jefferson bucks, buy candy, have extra time at recess or whatever you want to do. And so everybody that you wanted to earn Jefferson bucks, okay? But I didn't have her every day. Only the homeroom class had her every day. So the homeroom class was balling out of control, okay? The homeroom class, I mean, they had her all the time, so they're just making bucks after bucks, okay? I'm making $3-4 a week. These motherfuckers rolling around with fur coats on, tossing keys, valeting they shit. I'm like, we 12. I mean, it was a class system. You could tell who was better than somebody else. It was like they lived in the Capitol and we were District 12, okay? That's how it felt. And I was like, it's enough. I can't take it. I can't take it. Like, we're not getting enough. It's not fair. And so for weeks I devised this plan and I was like, man, I need to rob the Jefferson Bank. I'm not getting enough touches. So I had this whole plan worked out. I was like, all right, I'm gonna go to lunch and I'm gonna leave the window cracked. Because I sat next to the window. I left the window cracked just enough. The day came. Excuse me, can I go to the restroom during lunch? Hallways are empty. Hallways are fucking empty. I'm like, my plan is brilliant. I slipped through the breezeway, opened the window, hopped in, closed it, robbed the Jefferson Bank, filled my pockets up, went through the classroom door so I could just be in the hallway like I'm coming back from the bathroom, locked the door, turned around, who's standing there? Goddamn Natasha standing right there. She's the only other person in the hallway. Looks at me, what you doing? Huh? What are you doing in Miss Jefferson's class? I'm like, I wasn't in Miss... Huh? She goes, what's that? I look down, it's Jefferson bucks popping all out of my pockets. What's that? I'm like, nothing. You stole from Miss Jefferson. No, I didn't. Oh, what's that? I'm like, God damn it. And she was like, I'm gonna need some of that. And I had to give it to her. I had to give Natasha hush money. So I emptied my whole left pocket, just gave it to her. Hey, be quiet, okay? You didn't see nothing. Take the money and go. Go start a new life. You can do whatever you want to with this money. It's like that last scene and set it off. Just go away. By the end of the day, she had told everybody. Told everybody. She got in trouble. I got in trouble. They called my dad. It was about to be over. I remember like, oh, you know, I knew the whooping was coming. I knew it was coming. I decided to walk home. I was like, I'm gonna get some fresh air. It was about a 1.5 mile walk. I didn't take the bus. Everybody knew, so I didn't want to get teased on the bus. And I got home and I was like, you know what? If I got 3 hours left to live, I'm gonna just do whatever I want to do. And I'm 12 years old, so you gotta imagine like, I got a bowl of ice cream. I went upstairs, I'm watching scrambled porn, and I jerked off. I mean, I beat my meat for hours, okay? Eating ice cream, watching, and I remember I was watching Sexual Outlaws. That's the name of it. I gotta look that up when I get. I've never seen it without the scrambles. It might be a pretty good book, I don't know. And I remember like going upstairs, eating ice cream, like, tugging at it, I was going to work on myself. I was going to work. Ran out of ice cream, going to get a refill. I go back downstairs, right in front of the refrigerator. There's a chair in the middle of the kitchen, right in front of the refrigerator. And I walk in, I'm like, I didn't put that there. I'm like, oh shit, somebody must be home. Go to the garage, nobody's car. Mom, dad, nobody's car. Look in the driveway, nobody's car. Look down the street, nobody's car. Can't see anything. Okay, I'm like, maybe it's there the whole time, I just didn't notice the first time, okay? Open the freezer up, all I hear was my dad's voice. You gonna close that. You know what time it is. I close it. I'm like, how the fuck did you get in there? Go ahead and drop them. Drop my pants. I'm leaning over this chair. My dad goes to work. I mean, he takes out this belt. He's wailing. I mean, it's not even legal what he did now, what he did then, okay? He's fucking going to work. I'm like crying. I'm like, it's Even think about it now, like it still hurts. And I'm bent over. Okay, I'm bent over. He's going to work. The chair was blue, had like a metal back, blue seat. It's one of the old school like 70s chairs, okay? Going to work. He stops for a second. He goes, Tone. I turn around. My father's standing behind me with a Polaroid. He takes a photo. There's tears rolled down my face. My eyes are red. My dad was like, all right. I was like, this motherfucker was pre-Outcast. It was ridiculous. That's the last woman I ever got. Because every time I got in trouble after that, he never touched me again. He just had to put that photo in the fridge. It was like some Pavlov's dog shit. Like, whenever I saw that photo, I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Is it gonna happen again? And it was crazy. It was crazy, like he and I had never talked about it. We'd never talked about it. And I was like, Dad, you don't even know, like, why I stole the Jefferson Bucks in the first place. I should have got in trouble. Yeah, you're not supposed to steal. I get it. He never knew why I did it. And I was like, Dad, I did it for this girl. I did it for Natasha. She told on me, whatever. The best part of it was years after that. I mean, this is probably like 5 years ago from today. I'm in Atlanta. My best friend from high school owns a strip club in Atlanta called Magic City. Okay? Magic City. Very great wings. And everybody from high school, we all meet there because it's convenient. And I got a chance to tell my dad this. And I was like, Dad, here's what's crazy about this whole thing. I was like, years later, I'm sitting at the bar in Magic City, and I have a beer in my hand. I take a sip, and there's a girl dancing. And she's finishing up. And I don't know if you have been to a place like this before. But at the end of the dance, everybody's, you collect your money, and this girl had a laundry basket, and she's like taking all her tips, and she's like putting them in the laundry basket to collect them. And then I just catch a glimpse, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, and I walk up as she's like finishing up, and she goes, "Can I help you?" And I go, "I'm gonna need some of that." It took me 20 plus years, but I got that motherfucker back. You know what I mean? It was crazy. I'm trying to tell my dad this. And I'm like, yo, how crazy is that? How crazy is that? And he's like, huh? What? I was like, you didn't hear none of that? And every time I talk to my dad, he always has me on speakerphone for some reason. He just talks to me on speakerphone, but I can hear shit in the background. He's like rummaging around. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And then he just goes, got it. I was like, what about? He goes, I found the photo. This whole time I'm trying to rekindle our relationship, you looking for the shit that broke us up? That's it, guys. My name is Tone Bell. Hey, Dad, I love you, man. I appreciate it.
Tone Bell, y'all. One more time for Tone.
Because if you're pulled over doing 120, you're going to jail. And you're getting reckless driving, and you're losing your license, and you're paying well over $1,000 for your speeding ticket, but most importantly, you're going to jail.
Up here, this is not happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. Come with me. Did you know that nobody knows where cigar smoking even comes from? They say the northern Amazon, back in the day, ayahuasca ceremonies, stuff like that. Hey, he's married. With a good cognac, you can enjoy any cigar.
Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, no,
you do know the origins of crack cocaine.
Roy, we got a 211 in the panic room.
Oh, hell no. Watch this. His ass, Coco. Good dog.
You know this next Troopers and the podcast Chewing It with Kevin and Steve. Steve Lemmy, everybody.
I made a movie called Super Troopers, and about a year and a half ago, I got a new car, okay, sports car, goes fast, and I was driving from Los Angeles up to San Jose. If anybody's ever done that drive, it's the 5 North, and the 5 North is hundreds of miles of pure, pristine, perfect black straight highway. It's just a straight shot for hundreds of miles, and I was on there after midnight, so I was one of the only cars on there, so I was doing 120. Being a danger really only to myself. And just when I was getting cocky and thinking to myself, holy shit, there are no cops on this highway. This is my fucking highway. Boom, he got me. Pulled over doing 120 miles an hour. And I was terrified. Because if you're pulled over doing 120, you're going to jail. And you're getting reckless driving. And you're losing your license, and you're paying well over $1,000 for your speeding ticket, but most importantly, you're going to jail, okay? So, you know, my hands were trembling, and I put my hands on the steering wheel, and I was, you know, looking at the side mirror, waiting for the cop to make a move, and nothing was happening. I'm just looking at the reflection. I'm like, where the fuck is this guy? He's fucking with me. What the fuck? Okay, now nobody has told me that in California the cops come to this side of the car. So I'm looking at the window, all of a sudden, tap, 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 and there it is. And I make eye contact with the officer, and I can see him make a mental assessment of the situation, my jumpiness. He's like, cocaine. And so then he makes the, you know, roll it down sign to me, and I roll it down, and he looks in at me, and this cop is pissed off. He's like, mister, do you have any idea how fast Super Troopers? I said, you got me. He's like, oh my God, you guys are hilarious. We play all those games you guys play. We play that meow game. We play the repeater. I go, bulletproof jockstrap? He's like, oh man, we're not that fucking crazy. And I said, yeah, you are. And he's like, well, as a matter of fact, my friends do call me Mac after your character, because I do love to fuck with people. And I'm like, I bet you do. He's like, yeah, I do. Are you guys working on anything now? What are you guys up to? I said, well, as a matter of fact, we're about to go shoot Super Troopers 2. And he's like, oh man, that's awesome. More games for us to play. Oh man, that is super. This is awesome. And I'm like, yeah, for me too. And he's like, all right. And I'm like, all right. And he's like, all right. And I'm like, all right. And he's like, all right. And I'm like, all right. And then we have an awkward silence. And then he remembers. He's like, oh, right. I got you doing 120. But I think I am going to let you off with a warning on this one. And it's not because Super Troopers is my favorite movie of all time. And it's not because I'm nicknamed Mac after your character. It's because I don't feel like filling out any paperwork tonight. And I was like, I know, paperwork sucks. He's like, it does suck. But now, are you in a hurry to get someplace? Is that why you're driving around like such an asshole? And I said, no, I just got a new car. I'm just being an asshole. He's like, well, in that case, could I trouble you for a photo and an autograph? And I said, I don't see why not. And so now I got out of the car and I was like feeling pretty good. I started to stretch, you know, and I was getting cocky. I was like, you know what? It is my highway. I feel good about this. And the officer, you know, he pulls out his ticket book from his police car for me to sign, and his hands are trembling now. So like I feel really good about this. He puts his ticket book down on the hood of his car, and he's like, okay, just just write something funny. Okay? So when people write something funny, what I always do is literally write the words something funny, and then I sign my name, which is what I do here, and I slide the book back to the officer, and he looks at it and he goes, that's not funny. And I said, that's all I got. He's like, okay, just write something dirty instead. And me, because I'm hysterical. I literally write the words, something dirty instead. And I sign my name a second time, which in my mind already makes it a collector's item. Okay, a double autograph, I don't do that shit. This is a double autograph. I slide the book back to the officer, and he looks at it, and I can see that he's starting to get annoyed. And he's like, look, dude, this is for the guys back at the station. Just write the dirtiest thing you can think of on that piece of paper right there. And I'm like, the dirtiest thing I can think of? And he goes, the dirtiest thing on the planet, right there. So I write, your mother's pussy. And I sign my name a third time and slide the book back to the officer. Okay? Now, sometimes you can go too far. This officer looks at the ticket book and his head snaps back. And he goes, are you shitting me? And I said, well, you said the dirtiest thing on the planet. If you had said the dirtiest thing in the universe, I bet I probably could have been able to find something dirtier than that. And he's like, oh, really? Oh, now you're trying to be funny. Okay. Well, you want to hear something funny out of me? You're under arrest. And I go, that is funny. He's like, I'm not kidding. Put your hands up on the car. You're under arrest. And I'm starting to get the idea that maybe he's not kidding anymore. And I'm like, why? What did I do? He's like, what'd you do? I let you out of a 120-mile-an-hour speeding ticket, and you repay me by insulting my mother's genitalia? Put your hands up on the goddamn car, or I'm going to add resisting arrest to everything else I got you for. And now I know he is serious, and I put my hands up on the car, and I'm upset. I'm growing new tear ducts in my head. And I'm like, officer, please, don't, I'm begging the guy. I'm like, please don't, I'm an actor. I'll be no good in jail. Just please don't do this to me. What can I do to get out? I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean it. And he looks at me, he's like, I'm just fucking with you. I told you I like to fuck with people. And now I got all those guys back at the station B because I got you, motherfucker. And I go, you're an asshole. He's like, I know, but I scared the shit out of you. And I was like, yeah, you did. And he's like, okay, now, are you too pissed off at me, or can we go ahead and take that photo? And I'm like, let's go ahead and take the photo. And so he's got his camera out. We put our arms around each other, and we do some selfies. We do some blue steals and some, we're hilarious, and a couple pointing at the camera. And at this point, a couple people are driving by, and they're like, what the fuck? And then the officer walks me back to my car, and he says goodnight to me in the strangest way. He says, okay, just suck a dick up till you hiccup. Okay, officer, you suck a dick up till you hiccup too. And then he looks at his ticket book, and he's like, your mother's pussy. You got some balls on you. And I say, that's what I said to your mom last night. And burn the hell out of there. All right, thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Steve, let me, everybody. And they're going into a door that leads into the main jail area. And I hear the door open. They walk through, the door closes, and then I just hear screaming. Just loud, shrill, just... Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. When you think about it, work is all about counting. You count the minutes until lunch. You count the hours until you can clock out. You count the days until the weekend. And then come Sunday, you're not even at work. You're still counting. 12 hours till Monday morning. 6 hours till Monday morning. 2 hours. We count the weeks until holidays, the months until vacation, the years until retirement. If you play your cards right. Welcome aboard. Anybody else gonna down on me today? You know this man from his work on The Daily Show with Trevor Noah, Roy Wood Jr. the other night about the importance of hospitality. The first job I ever had was Golden Corral. That was not only the first job, but the best job. Best job I ever had, hands down, Golden Corral. Better than this shit tonight. Better than Comedy Central, Golden Corral. The dopest buffet spot. If you're not from the South or the Midwest, you got to understand how serious this buffet game is. Love buffet restaurants, because when I was a kid and I could go to a buffet restaurant, that was the first chance that you get to make your own plate. That was adulthood. That was a rite of passage as a kid when your mom trusts you to decide what you're gonna eat. And you come back to the table with a broccoli ice cream burrito. And she go, what are you eating? You go, I'm grown, Joyce, shut up. I'm at the buffet. I make my own decisions. I put macaroni with my gummy bears. You don't know me, Joyce. I had this manager at Golden Corral, Mr. Turner. And Mr. Turner's thing was always about providing the 5-star experience to the customer. That was his thing, you know. Gentlemen, no matter what, we must give these people 5-star service. I go, no, we don't have to. I mean, we can try to give them 5-star service, but I'm pretty sure they are not expecting 5-star. The word buffet is on the sign. That automatically takes the valet out of the equation. They are not expecting 5-star service. It's an ice cream machine in the middle of the dining room, bro. That's not a 5-star experience. One of them loud-ass soft-serve ice cream machines, the loud one that needs a new transmission. Every buffet restaurant got a loud-ass ice cream machine. Just only time it's quiet is when ice cream is actually coming out of it. So I was 19, Tallahassee, Florida. I get hired at Golden Corral, and it was an interesting place because it was at an intersection in my life where I was almost on the wrong path, and a lot of the people there, without them even really knowing it, helped keep me straight and narrow, you know, because when you work at a big restaurant like this, it's like 20, 30 people there. They're all in different stages of their life. You got some people in undergrad like you just scrapping by while living in a dorm. You got some people just doing this to get by. Some people got bigger dreams of running a restaurant. You got retirees, military veterans. It's just all of these different types of individuals in the store. The one person I always love talking to, I love talking to this dude, Big Mix. Big Mix worked the carving station. He was slicing the meat. Big Mix was this dude, big-ass black dude, just got out of prison. And tell you something right now, there's nobody more focused in this world than a black man determined not to go back to jail. Because that's all Big Mix talked about. Big Mix was in the carving station. He slicing roast beef. He putting them rotisserie chickens on the big steak and putting them in the machine. And the whole time, all he talking about, I'm telling you, boy, them white folks ain't gonna get me. I follow the rules. You want some meat? Okay, I'm telling you, you better watch your back, young blood. These crackers ain't playing around. They'll lock your ass up. I ain't going back to jail. He was a good dude. And it was a good job. And the thing they stressed, Mr. Turner, was that everybody, every server at Golden Corral had to be a member of the 100 Club. I don't know if they still do it today, but back in 2000, 2001, they were serious about this. The 100 Club was a policy at Golden Corral where every server had to know not only the name of 100 customers, but you also had to know 2 of their favorite buffet items. You could not fake it. You had to know. And it seems like a daunting task. But when you think about all the stupid-ass song lyrics that are stuck in your head, you can add more words to your brain. There's room. Because when he broke it down, the way Mr. Turner broke it down for us so it didn't seem impossible, it made perfect sense. He said, yo, it's 52 weeks in a year. All you need to do is learn 2 customers a week. And each week, go back to your list, add 2 customers. And you keep looking at the list as you add people. And I can't explain it, but some sort of Matrix, Jedi, like you learn it. And one day you're just walking through Golden Corral like a damn Rain Man, and you just, the moment you see a person, ham and chili, ham and chili, ham and chili. There you are, hot tea, extra napkins, hot tea, extra napkins. Which I don't even know if customers appreciated that, because I kind of feel like the last thing you would want at a buffet restaurant is somebody walking up to you. They go, oh, look at you, it's pork chops again. How you been? Like, you would kind of feel shamed and you would suck your stomach in. And I joined the 100 Club. I did it. I became a member of the Golden Corral 100 Club. But there was one guy I could never crack because I could never find out his name. I knew what he ate, but I could never find out his name because he was too intimidating, and he was one of those people you could never really break the ice with. He was one of them big, swole, muscle-ass dudes. Probably one of them, you know when people work at a vitamin shop for too long? You know what I'm saying? Ever seen employees at a vitamin shop and they've been in the back snorting protein powder for 10 years, and they just, but I knew what he ate, though. 2 whole rotisserie chickens, a pitcher of water, a slice of carrot cake. Sure as shit, 3 days a week for 2.5 years. I served this man, never once learned his name, because he was just too fucking... But just because I didn't know his name didn't mean I didn't want to give him good service, and I did, and it was to the point where I would see the dude in line. I already knew what the deal was. So if I saw him in line, I go holler at Mix. I go, Mix, vitamin shop is in line. Make sure you got them chickens. I already got them chickens. Them crackers ain't gonna get me. You just set the chickens down, he'd ravage them, and he'd drink the pitcher of fucking water, and then he'd walk over to the dessert bar, get a slice of carrot cake and a napkin, mumble on it, and walk on out the door. And it's weird because even though I never knew his name, I felt like I knew this man. I felt like there was a connection. And, you know, there's something to being silently connected with a person, even without words, because you know what they're about. And that was something that I took for granted, you know. You get older and you forget about the importance of just being nice to people, man. And I look back at that time at Golden Corral with a lot of fondness, because it was at a crossroad in my life where exactly the people I needed in my world were there. Ended up getting arrested myself not too long after that. Got arrested. I stole some jeans from a department store because I wanted to look fresh for homecoming. Apparently you have to pay for jeans. And I go to jail, and you know, the lawyers go, you'll be released, it's time to do some probation or whatever, but in the meantime, you're probably gonna have to stay overnight because of paperwork, whatever. So now I'm scared, because now I have to spend a night in jail, and I don't know how to describe the Leon County Jail in Tallahassee to you, but like you're sitting in a holding area waiting to be processed, fingerprints and medical, and they give you your jail uniform. And I'm seeing inmates before me get processed, and they're going into a door that leads into the main jail area. And I hear the door open, they walk through, the door closes, and then I just hear screaming. Just loud, shrill, just and I'm like, what the fuck is happening behind that door? Because I know my turn is coming eventually. Next inmate gets up, gets processed, he goes to the door, walks through, door closes, I'm like, what do I have to do to get sent to solitary? Because I'll eat my own turd, I'll do whatever. So I get processed, I get my little jail uniform, I got my little sandals and my little towel and whatever, and I'm walking, and the door opens for me. I step through the door closes, and I look up, and it's a 48-pod jail wing, and it's 1 inmate per cell. And my cell door opens up, 47. And the guard goes, walk to your cell. And you have to walk through like this open cafeteria table, rec area, whatever, but you're in front, you're on display for all the other inmates to see. And I go to take my first step, and I just hear this guy go, hey! Hey, nigga! Hey! So I stopped, because I assume he's talking to me. And I turn, and in cell 20, there's a guy with his face pressed up against the glass. And he's just like this drool coming off the glass. Hey, nigga! Hey! You the one been fucking my mama? This is his icebreaker. This is how he starts the conversation. I go, what? You think you heard me, motherfucker? You the one been fucking my mama? And I turn to the jailer. I'm like, what the fuck is his problem? I'm like, what the hell is his problem? And the jailer, he goes, well, in the time that he's been in here in the past week, somebody physically assaulted his mom, presumably her boyfriend. He's never met the gentleman, so he assumes that anyone that comes into the prison right now is the person that was arrested for beating his mama. So he thinks that person is you. And I go, how long is he gonna think that? He said, probably until you leave. Because anybody who comes in did it, so his best bet is just to whoop all y'all's asses. So I try to ignore the shit, man, because I don't know what to do. I ain't no fighter. I ain't no thug. It's a grown-ass man snarling at me through glass. You the one been fucking my mama? And you can't ignore it, because if you ignore it, that's the ultimate bitch move. So now I gotta man up. I'm trying to just fucking get my chest together, and I'm all of 19, 20 years old. I'm scrawny. I just go, I yell across the ring. I go, I do not know her, sir. Which just screams, please whoop my ass. I do not know her, sir. I do not know her. And he go, yeah, it's you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you definitely the one been fucking my mama. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. And he bangs on the wall of his cell. Smitty! Smitty! And I hear a dude up in like 25. He goes, what up? Smitty! Come to your window, Smitty. Look at this nigga. I'm looking at him. Ain't he the one that's been fucking my mama? And I look up and I can't really make out dude in the cell. And I hear Smitty go, nah, he cool. He used to hook up the chicken at Golden Corral. And I looked up there, 2 chickens, a pitcher of water, and a fucking carrot cake. My dog, Smitty. I'm Roy Wood Jr., everybody. Thank you very much.
I remember one time he's like, you know how much pussy I get now that I have one arm? And I was like, how much? He goes, a little. But that's still pretty good.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. When you think about it, work is all about counting. You count the minutes until lunch. You count the hours until you can clock out. You count the days until the weekend. And then come Sunday, you're not even at work. You're still counting. 12 hours till Monday morning. 6 hours till Monday morning. 2 hours. We count the weeks until holidays, the months until vacation, the years until retirement. If you play your cards right. Welcome aboard. Anybody else gonna down on me today? He was the winner of Roast Battle right here on Comedy Central. Give it up for Mark Lawrence.
I really, miss my grandma. We lost her in 2001, and she died in 2006. She was a very special woman to me. You know, they always say this about old people. They don't make them like they used to. And the reality is, they do not make them like they used to with Lottie Stein. my grandma, not just because no one's named their child Lottie Stein since the Prohibition era. The Lottie factory shut down when the Ethel and Gladys factories caught fire nearby, and no new Lotties have been made in a long time. And she was awesome. She was gruff, really mean. My nickname was "You Pussy." If you want to know how unloving my grandma could be, both of her children got into stand-up comedy, and so did one of her grandsons. And the toughest thing was somewhere in my teens, she got Alzheimer's, and Alzheimer's is rough. Alzheimer's is a lot like The Simpsons. They're still there, but you have to choose when to let go. And everyone, does anyone here have a relative with Alzheimer's? That is the sound of one hand clapping. It's a weird participation. But no, it's tough because everyone you choose that moment that they're no longer fighting. And I remember it was, as she got worse, even the retirement homes got worse. Like she started off at Vista View, then she was in Century Village where living has no limits, but there was an ambulance every day. And then when it got really bad, she was at a place called The Preserve. Because irony ends at 70. And she was starting to forget us and stuff. And we figured the one thing that would bring her back was my dad, her ex-son-in-law, who she always hated. Her nickname for my dad was Chuck the Fat Fuck. That's how she would say it. There he is, Chuck the Fat Fuck. And me and my brother brought him in. We're like, oh man, we're gonna patch Adams some fucking memory back into her. This is gonna be awesome. We're gonna get a classic CFF shout out. And then she looks at my dad, and my dad's like, eh? And she just goes, you look nice. Did you lose weight? And we were like, no! He was 20 pounds heavier. Because it took me a long time to, accept it. And if there's one sentence I can use to describe my life, my act, everything about me, it is the inability to let go. I still like and eat the same things I did when I was 6 years old. My favorite position in bed is still fetal. It's the only one I've mastered. I was in a relationship for 5.5 years. We never had sex once. I was totally cool with it. I'm from the state of Florida, a place that looked at progress and change and said, we're good. A place that only exists so that Texas can sleep comfortably at night. A place that its flag should just be an Ed Hardy t-shirt stapled to a dirtier Ed Hardy t-shirt. And even the awful first job I had, I should have left, and I never did for a long time. And that was, I worked at a fast food restaurant for 7.5 years because when you love life, life loves you back. Now, I can't legally say the name of the fast food restaurant I worked at, but I was never loving it. Can't say the name of the fast food restaurant I worked at, but it rhymes with Dick Monald's. Can't say the name of the fast food restaurant I worked at, but if you think your boss was a clown, mine actually was one. And I worked there. I started May 16th, 1999, 3 days before Phantom Menace came out. And I ended December 28th, 2006. I started at $5.25 an hour. I ended at $6.45 an hour after 5 raises, 2 of which I earned, and 3 of which were government mandated during the Bush administration. Or as we call it, the calm before the storm. And I worked drive-through because I've always had this face. And you may not recognize me now, but possibly this rings a bell. So a lot of crazy people I worked with. I worked with a guy named Stumpy who had 1 arm. It's less sad because he named himself that. remember one time he's like, you know how much pussy I get now that I have one arm? And I was like, how much? He goes, a little. But that's still pretty good. And my manager was named Pete. He was weird. He was very Christian. He used to say things like, you know who I don't like? That Kelly Clarkson. She's filthy. Always showing her midriff and such. He gave me spare keys to the restaurant just in case the rapture happened and my Jew ass was the only one left behind. He never called me Michael. My name is Michael. He always called me Mackle. Hey, Mackle. Which makes me think that his favorite fat liberal documentarian is the same as his favorite Seattle-based rapper, Macklemore. And it was rough. People always ask me this. They're like, what's the worst day you ever worked in your 7.5 years of fast food? And the honest answer is all of them. But I narrowed it down to a couple. One was there was a white woman who wouldn't leave the drive-thru because we gave her daughter a black Barbie doll. Now, I know I already said Florida, but this took place in Florida. She is now Secretary of Education. This was every year, once a day, I had to clean every ball in the ball pit, one by one, while just humming tunes from the Les Miserables soundtrack to myself. There is a castle on a cloud. But the worst day ever, it was a day like any other. I was in the drive-thru. It was 9:30 in the morning. I hear my manager pee, and he's like, Mackle, you got a phone call. And I'm on headset taking orders. I answer the phone. It's my mom, and she's like, Grandma's gone for good. And I start to cry, and literally the next thing I hear after that is someone going, yeah, I said 2 bacon, egg, cheese biscuits, please. So it was a lot for me to emotionally digest. I'm sure it was a lot for that customer to physically digest. I take the order. You know, I have to get my mom off the phone quickly, so now 2 family members have said goodbye to her abruptly. Not a good day for her. And I go up to Pete, and I'm like, hey, Pete, I got to go home. I got to be there for my family. My grandma passed away. And he just goes, well, Mackle, how old was she? And I was like, she was 87 years old. And he goes, well, come on. That's not that sad. And the truth is, part of me wanted to argue with him. All of me wanted to punch him in the face. But the reality was, this was a guy who'd been a manager of a fast food restaurant for 16 years and had his master's degree in business hanging in his office. So if anyone was an expert on sadness, it was this guy. I think it's what he minored in. And I worked the rest of the shift. Knowing my grandma was gone and my family needed me. None of the meals served that day were happy. Luckily, I was wearing my darkest purple uniform, so the tears blended in with the grease. And it's a sad story, guys. Sorry. And then it was rough, like trying to like deal with this, but then also the bullshit of customers. Like there was a person who was like, I want my rib sandwich. And I'm like, they were only for a limited time. Just like my grandma was. And I realized that was the day that I stopped fighting. That was the day that I should have quit. And I felt like my grandma, she had given up and I had given up too. And I told myself that I was gonna let her inspire me. And so a couple months later, I got an inheritance from her of a couple $1,000s. And I said, I'm gonna do what I always wanted to do, use the gruffness that she instilled in me to pursue stand-up comedy. And I quit that job. I moved to New York City. And I'll always remember the last day that I was there. I put my visor down the way an enemy would put a flower at someone's grave. And Pete put his arm on my shoulder and he said, "Just so you know, Mackle, when it doesn't work out in New York, you're always welcome back here." And I looked him in the eyes and I said, "Don't you ever fucking threaten me like that again." Thank you so much, guys.
Mike Lawrence, everybody. Mike Lawrence.
And I look out the curtain, all white. And I'm thinking, fuck, this is not gonna go well. I'm a black comic. I need, where are my people?
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your host, Roy Wood Jr. When you think about it, work is all about counting. You count the minutes until lunch. You count the hours until you can clock out. You count the days until the weekend. And then come Sunday, you're not even at work, you're still counting. 12 hours till Monday morning. 6 hours till Monday morning. 2 hours. We count the weeks until holidays, the months until vacation, the years until retirement. If you play your cards right. Welcome aboard. Anybody else gonna down me today? This man needs no introduction. He is a legend. 2 words, Carrot Top, everybody.
This is groundbreaking for myself. I've been in comedy for 31 years. You can't tell because I look fucking great, but 31 years. And I've never done this. I've never done a show without my props. So I'm a little terrified, but fuck it, here we go. I'm gonna bring you back to the night. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I'm gonna bring it back to 1993. I got booked in a comedy club in Birmingham, Alabama, and it was back at the time. Birmingham Comedy Club was the club. I mean, it was every big comic wanted to play that club, and the fact that I was a stupid little prop comic and I got booked was amazing. And I was so excited. And that also that same week on Monday, I was booked on the Tonight Show. And as a kid, you're thinking, holy shit, this isn't happening. You're 5 years old watching the Tonight Show, and you're thinking, holy crap, I'm gonna be on the fucking Tonight Show. So I'm there that week and I was very excited. I had all my stuff. And I remember thinking, how did I get to this place in comedy? How did I end up having this spectacular week ahead? And comics don't start out on the Tonight Show. You don't start out in a comedy club. You usually start out just like this. So I remember thinking the Birmingham Comedy Club, I got to feature. In every comic, you either MC, you feature, or you headline. So I'm featuring for, believe it or not, Steve Harvey. You probably know him. He's the host of The Family Feud. Got all my props ready. I'm like, I got 15 good fucking solid minutes. And I look out the curtain, an all black audience. Now, it wasn't anything except just was an all black audience. I thought nothing of it, except it was, and I'm fucking white. I'm all white. I'm like white as fucking white. I'm Carrot Top white. I'm almost clear. And Steve Harvey's behind me, and he says, you look scared, Top. And I said, no, I'm fine. You ever played in front of an all black crowd? And I said, no. And he says, shit. And I'm like, is he just a comic getting in my head, or is this a real deal? Show me Carrot Top's fucked, So, the Family Feud reference. So I was terrified, nonetheless, and I went out, and it was awesome. It was like the best. It wasn't what the color of the skin. It was just an audience that was on fire, and they were so awesome. And I came off stage, and I'm like, I got to get me black crowds. I've got to have a black audience. These are my people. I mean, I was like killing. And Harvey walks off. He says, "Good job, Top." And I said, "Yeah." So he comes off, he says, "That was great." And I walk off and I get paid. And the club owner, Bruce Ayers, says, "You did great." I said, "Yeah, it was great." And I said, "You're welcome back anytime." I said, "I'd love to come back anytime." I said, "Maybe I can headline." And he says, "Slow down, you just did it." I said, "But I can do it." I said, Can I take you out to the parking lot? And he was like, "What?" So I took him out to the parking lot. He's reminded me of this, which I now remember. I walked him out to my truck that I used to tour around, and I opened the back of my truck, and there was 2 more trunks. And he said, "What is that?" And I said, "That's 30 more minutes. I've got 15 in the club, and I got 30 here. I got 45 minutes, and if I need to build more shit, I'll just build more shit, and I can headline." That's how I thought of it. The amount of crap, that's how I got to where I was at that point. Just build more shit, and you'll get, So he said, "Well, think about it." And then we go back to this 1993. I'm actually headlining, and now I'm like, wow, I'm setting up all my 3 trunks. And I look out the same curtain that Steve Harvey's in. I look out the curtain, all white. And I'm thinking, fuck, this is not going to go well. I'm a black comic. I need. Where are my people? So I remember going, oh God. So it was fine, everything was great. And I went out and it was just a beautiful show. My first time headlining in an A-list club. And so I did it, and I remember coming off, and Bruce Ayers says, hey, that was great, dude. Your first gig, awesome. Headlining. Did the time, you did it great. So he said, remember, tomorrow morning we have a radio remote coming to the stage. And so they're going to do the radio station remote on the stage. And I thought, fuck, perfect. Props on radio. Yes. It's going to be brilliant. Listeners, what? Guess what I'm holding now? So it went great. I mean, there was mud flap at Jimbo in the morning. We had the breakfast. They opened the kitchen. They had breakfast served, and they had a live audience like this. It was just a great way to have a radio show with a live audience. So you get the feel of it. So we go to leave, and it's like 9 in the morning, and I look out. I said, Jesus Christ, it's snowing. And they said, yeah, it's a really bad storm coming. And I said, well, how bad of a storm? He said, we might have to cancel the show tonight. This is an ice storm. I mean, Alabama, ice storm? I don't get it. Go back to the hotel and hang out by the phone. Now, this is 1993. We don't have cell phones. So when they say hang by a phone, you're fucking sitting there looking at your phone, waiting for it to ring. And sure enough, 5:30, the phone rings. I pick it up and it said, show's canceled, don't come down. I said, oh, Christ, what do we do? He said, well, go to the hotel bar and just hang inside and whatever, drink. And we were young comics. So we drank, and we drank a lot. I only remember being drunk because I tried to go back to the hotel room and rub one out. And I was like, fuck, I drank too much. You never drink so much you can't rub one out. That's just right. When I was your age, I could rub two out. But so I remember passing out. I remember just thinking, oh, God, this is horrible. I just go to sleep. And there's a tap at my door, and it kept tapping. It was like in those dream where you hear something and you don't realize it's real. And I wake up, and there's my assistant, Eric, is looking at me. And I said, it's 7 in the morning. What the fuck? And he's like, dude, it's horrible. And you think it's 7 o'clock in the morning, someone died. So I said, oh, Jesus Christ, who died? And he's like, no, dude, it's worse than that. And I said, worse than someone dying? What happened? And he said, the club. What about the club? He says, it's gone. I was like, someone stole the club? He's like, no, it's literally burned down. I said, burned down? How? And he's like, a fire. I said, fuck, I know it's a fire, but how did the comedy club burn down? And they said, ice storm. They left the burners on when they were making their breakfast that morning, and it caved in the ceiling of the roof of the comedy club, and it came down on the burners. And boom. So all I could think of to this day, I remember standing there looking at my friend, and I said, holy shit, what about Bruce? And he's like, Bruce? I said, yeah, the club. And he's like, dude, the club, you. And it didn't dawn on me. I was sitting there thinking, what are you talking about? And he's like, all your shit's in the club. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Well, how bad is the fire? And he said, it's gone. I'm like, what do we do? They said, you just hang tight. So 2 days go by, and we're sitting there, and I'm trying to remember, what the fuck did I have in my, and how does a comic lose their act? I mean, unless someone cut someone's tongue out, that's how you don't, or amnesia, you don't lose your act. So then I'm sitting there thinking, what is in my act? What did I lose? And I remember, oh my God, my first prop, it was great. I stole it. It was a neighborhood crime watch sign. I used to come up and say, how good is our crime watch if they're not watching their signs? Fuck, it took me an hour to get this fucking sign off. And it was a great solid joke, and it's clever, it's funny, and then I had to go steal another fucking sign. And then day 3's there, and now we're just sitting there going, I'm at the same bar at the hotel where everybody was so excited to see me. Oh, can we take a picture, big fan? And they're like, fucking just don't look, I'm done with you. I'm like, I'm me too. I lost my whole act. And we're sitting at the bar, running out of food, because no one could leave or come home from the hotel, so we're running out of food, running out of booze. We had plenty of fucking ice. So, get it, the ice. So, anything you want on ice? Crown on ice? Yes, on ice. So, now it's day 4, and I'm supposed to do the Tonight Show. And so I go up to my room, and I turn on the Tonight Show, and Jay Leno comes on and goes, hey, we had a Carrot Top was supposed to be on the Saturday night, but there was a fire, and the act burned down in the comedy club. And I'm like, fuck. It really hit reality that this really happened. I'm watching it in reality on TV. And then, of course, all the jokes. Yeah, the Carrot Top's act burned down in the club, and they found Gallagher's matches. So I was like, fuck. It was like the lowest of my life. I had this big, huge week in the Tonight Show, and everything was just like going right where it's supposed to be. And nothing. So I finally get a flight back to Charlotte, North Carolina, where I was living at the time, and word had gotten out that I had this happen. And the best part for me for this whole thing about being in the comedy community for all these years, people always think that people are backstabbing or they're out to get you, and other comics don't like other comics. I had I'm not kidding, probably 30 comics from all around the nation that ones that loved me and ones that fucking hated me, that called me and came to help me rebuild my act. And in 2 days, because I had a gig in Greenville, North Carolina like 2 days after I got back from the thing. So all these comics, I'm literally in my garage with like a scavenger hunt with a list, and I said, okay, I need you to go get 6 dildos. You gotta go steal a Crime Watch sign and go get a rubber chicken and a tennis racket. Fucking trust me, it's gonna be funny. Go. So they all went, and we literally rebuilt it in 2 days in my garage. And we went back and I did my show in Greenville, and then maybe a couple weeks later, the Tonight Show called, and they rebooked me on the Tonight Show, and I had smoke detectors on all my lids and my trunks, and came out with a fire extinguisher. It was just silly stuff. And then the Birmingham Comedy Club rebuilt, and now it's called the Stardome, and they brought me back one of the first acts to go back into the new club. And to this day, literally the only thing that they found at the Birmingham Comedy Club that I've never even been back to since, because I couldn't get to it, was, I have it over here somewhere. I think it's right there. This is hanging in the club of the Birmingham Comedy Club still to this day. It's a burnt Carrot Top T-shirt. When I sold merchandise in the club. So Bruce said, dude, I got you. And that was the funniest part of my act, that fucking T-shirt right there, which really sucks. But anyway, that's my story, and I hope you guys had a good time with it. And yeah, always check your ovens and your
Oh, and you know what? I just realized I didn't do it. I held up a prop. Fuck, I didn't go the whole way without a prop.
I was doing everything until I held the goddamn thing up. All right, well, cheers, everybody. Thanks again.
And if you go back and watch my fight while Bruce Buffer's announcing me, I'm staring at Leonardo DiCaprio like this. I don't want to do this, bro.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your hungover host, Roy Wood Jr. Oh, what a party. I just need an aspirin, some breakfast, and some perfect timing. What the hell is wrong with y'all? You're supposed to be cleaning. What are you kicking for? When do y'all have time to learn this? I just want to enjoy my coffee. Let me out. No. Leave me alone. Get your ass off me.
This podcast is called The Fighter and the Kid. Ladies and gentlemen, Brendan Shaw.
10 years old, I'm at a family reunion. I'm plopped down in front of the TV, and Bloodsport is on with Jean-Claude Van Damme. I've seen it 1,000 times. I did not care. My dad bursts in the door. He's like, no, moves my mile away. He goes, check this out. He puts in a VHS tape, and on the screen pops up the very first UFC fight in 1993. It's Royce Gracie versus Ken Shamrock. So you got a Brazilian guy in a gi versus this giant, probably on steroids, hot dog skin looking character. And that was a straight up human cock fight. Like, he might as well put on his favorite porno scene. Like, it fucked the whole vibe up of the party. Like, it's over. My grandma was like, what in the devil? Dropped her meatball. My mom was like, oh my God. And my brother and I, we were mesmerized, not by the fight on the screen, but with my dad. And he was so passionate, and he looked at these guys like they were his heroes, and a light bulb went off. I want my dad to look at me the way he looks at these guys on the screen. This is exactly what I'm gonna do. It was the first time in my life I ever realized that. So I became obsessed with mixed martial arts. It's all I thought about. I'd practice, I'd mimic the moves with my brother in the living room nonstop, and I'd vision myself grabbing the mic from Joe Rogan. I have the belt around my waist. My dad's in cage side. I'm like, Dad, we did it. Remember that time you fucked up that family reunion? Look at us now, though. And Jay, all those times in the living room. I know it sucked, but what's up, man? We did it. Fast forward 20 years later, I'm pursuing this exact dream in the UFC. I have a handful of fights under my belt, and things are good. I'm ranked top 10 in the world. I'm chilling. I'm at home. My phone rings. I don't recognize the number. It's a Las Vegas area code. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I answer the phone. It's my boss. It's Dana White, president of the UFC. Brendan, Dana White here. I got a fight for you. MGM Grand, December 6th. Number 2 guy in the world. Before I could even answer, he hangs up the phone. I'm like, well, all right. I thought, man, it's weird. I'm ranked like 10 or 11. He's ranked number 2. Why would they give me this fight? He's better at everything than me. He's bigger, he's faster, he's stronger. What the fuck am I gonna do? So I went straight to training camp, like never before. 6 days a week, 3 times a day, 2-hour practice each. I'm obsessed with winning this fight. That's all I think about. When you guys think about training camp, you think Rocky, hitting the slabs of meat, run up the stairs, all that cute shit. No, that's all bullshit. I would train so hard, I went MI from everybody. I did no interviews. I couldn't even text my family and friends at night. My hands were shaking so bad I trained. Couldn't text. A week before the fight, I felt so much pressure like never before. It was 1 a.m. I went to a 24-hour fitness to run these nerves off. Mind you, I didn't eat for the entire day because I was so nervous. I get on the treadmill. There's not many people there. It's kind of the weird situation at 1 a.m. And I'm running. Next thing I know, I'm on my back, and I wake up. I can hear people going, "Hey, big man, get up. You all right, bro? Get up." I can hear them, but I can't see them. I went temporary blind for 24 hours, but I was ready. So I dialed it back, but I was ready. It's finally the night of the fight. MGM Grand, Las Vegas. I'm in my locker room, and I'm warming up. I'm feeling good. And this is what they don't show on those behind the scenes, those 24/7s. There's my locker room, the blue corner, and my opponent's in the room next to me. What separates us is about 2 inches of drywall. I can hear everything. I hear everything. So I'm warming up, and I hear, "Wuk-doom, wuk-doom." I look at my coach, I'm like, "The fuck is that?" They look at each other, and go, That's your opponent in the midst, man. Oh, right, like, you could do that, man. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, we'll do it after. He's probably getting tired. Like, yeah, whatever you think, man. We act like that never happened, keep moving. And now the showrunner comes. And he always goes, he comes to your room and goes, "Fire in the hole, time to roll." That's when you know it's your turn to go, man. It's your turn to fight. Take one look in the mirror. I'm like, damn, you look ready. Got this sweet warm-up outfit on, and I hit the crowd. I wish you guys could feel this. 25,000 people, MGM Grand. My name is on the marquee. You're talking Floyd Mayweather, Mike Tyson, Conor McGregor, Evander Holyfield. The best of all time have all won their biggest fights in this exact arena. This was my time. So I hit the crowd. They're chanting my name. Oh, my God, it's just like the movies. I get into the octagon. I take one lap around. I've never done this before in my career ever. I look into the crowd. I look in the stands. And front row, I see my father. I'm like, damn, that's exactly how I pictured this. What's up, Pops? I look more into the front row, and I see Will Smith. Shout out to Fresh Prince. What's up, man? Next to him, I see Ice-T. I'm like, what's up, Ice-T? From Law and Order SUV, I guess. Wish it was Ice Cube, but what's up, T? Next to him, I see Leonardo DiCaprio, son. You're talking A-list. And he's with 2 dime pieces around his arm like this. And I'm starstruck. I'm like, oh my God. Are you kidding? Leonardo DiCaprio? Jack? From Titanic? I've seen that 1,000 times, man. This is nuts. Fucking Jack's here to see me. This is nuts. And then next to him, I see my ex-girlfriend. Yeah. Like, well. Look what the cat drug in, huh? Couldn't get enough of the big man, huh? Enjoy the show, bitch. So now I'm back in my corner. I'm doing my thing. And then, if you've ever seen the UFC, my opponent's walking out. The lights go dim. His entrance music starts to play. The lights are flickering. I've been in a bunch of fights before. I've heard a bunch of walkout music, but never like this, man. I mean, he's Hawaiian, so start off just this Hawaiian hate, just boom, 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 bye. And I was like, what the fuck is going on right now? This was some white boy burned down the Dole Pineapple Factory shit. This is some hateful Hawaiian shit. I was like, I was intimidated already. I was like, what in the fuck? He gets into the ring. He takes a lap around. I'm like, holy fuck, he's big. I'm just looking up and down. I'm like, God, his tattoos are way better than mine. And that beard, his beard's better. What do you use, beard oil? Fuck, man. I got pomade. I put fucking pomade in my hair. He has no pomade. Look at me. Look at me. I look like an asshole. And he's just pacing back and forth like a lion now. Just going, man. The ref gets in between us. He points at him, goes, "Are you ready?" And he goes, "Ugh." Points at me, goes, "Are you ready?" I'm like, "I guess." And at this moment, he goes, "Let's get it on." And this is every move I've ever seen. This is where the hero says some inspiring badass shit. Like some William Wallace, freedom. Like, I'm searching for it, man. I'm like, God, 300? Like, tonight we dine in hell, and just run at him? I got nothing. And I blame it on Leonardo DiCaprio, because all I can think about is the scene in Titanic, man. This is embarrassing, I'm telling you. Where Rose is on the back of the ship, and she, hates her man. She's willing to dive in and commit suicide. And Jack catches her, he's like, "Give me your hand. You don't want to do this." And if you go back and watch my fight, while Bruce Buffer's announcing me, I'm staring at Leonardo DiCaprio like this. I don't want to do this, bro. Get up. I'm like, come on, man. You waited your whole life for this moment. Focus. And now I'm focused. I'm like, fuck Jack right now. And then it's just all freaking laser in, man. I see nothing. And I just sprint at his big ass. And all I remember after that, my head bouncing off the octagon, going in and out of consciousness like this. I'm like, what the hell is going on right now? And the ref is standing over me like this. I'm like, get out the way, bro. I'm in the middle of a fight. And I stand up, and I'm like, what in the world happened, man? You know how I found out I lost? Fucking look at Leonardo DiCaprio. In his face, he's going like this. Oh my God, I lost. And now this is the worst part of any professional sports. I don't care what sport you've ever played, any pro athlete out there, nothing beats this moment. When you lose a fight of that magnitude, and you have to gather all that crap you walked into the octagon like a hobo and do the concussion shuffle out of that. And that crowd that was like, Brandon, they flip-flop real fast. This is the real walk of shame, because I got to go through that goddamn crowd and get to that locker room. I'm walking, I'm a little out of it, man. I'm not in good shape. I see this guy, and he has a Team Schaub shirt on, and he just looks at me and goes, "The fuck, man? I got a babysitter for this shit?" I looked at my coaches, I'm like, I don't have pockets. Anyone have any cash? I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, bro, I tried. I keep going, and then just the boo birds right now. I'm getting popcorn thrown at me, I'm like, oh my God. At the corner of my eye, I see this mom with her 2 kids. She has some big ass titties. She's like this. I'm like, God, I could use a hug. I go in for a hug, and her son, who couldn't be more than 13, goes, "Ew, Mom, don't hug him. He's a loser." I'm a loser? Fuck you, bro. Now, the tears, I'm about to get emotional. I'm like, just make it a lot. Don't cry in front of him, man. Just go. Now I get into that locker room. Now, before any fight, that locker room is bumping, man. There's lights, there's music, people are dancing, there's dreams, aspirations. It's the best. After, that place is dark. It's a prison cell. It is cold. All the winners are gone. It's just filled with the toughest guys in the world with broken bones. They're concussed. They're getting half of their pay. It's the most depressing place you've ever seen in your life. I've never been to a lobby of an abortion clinic, but I imagine it's just like that. It's some dark shit, I realize this. so sad. And now I'm making my way to my little cubby, my locker, and I'm still out of it. And I will never forget this. There's this giant Asian doctor, and he goes, Mr. Shah, your lip. And he points to this mirror. I'm like, what's wrong with my lip? Oh my God! My shit was split like the Red Sea. You could just see gum, bone. I look like fucking Joaquin Phoenix. I was just... And he takes out the biggest syringe you've ever seen and goes, this is going to hurt. I had to chuckle. You think that's gonna hurt me? Do you realize what I just went through? I just had a giant Hawaiian bashing my brains in. On top of that, I'm pretty sure he's fucking my ex-girlfriend. On top of that, they snuck her in front row so she could see this ass whooping in person. On top of that, all I can picture is my boss, Dana White, jacking off to my demise as I'm getting beat up. Kill him! Kill him! So I looked at Doctor and I said, bring it on, Doc. That needle hit my lip. He was not lying. There are no words in the English language to describe that pain. Maybe in Hebrew or some shit, I don't know. 12 stitches in the front, 14 in the back. Shit is real. And now, I'm sitting at my locker. I'm hunched over. My head's in my hands. The adrenaline from the fight wears off. The numbing pain from my lip wears off. And it hits me for the first time in my life ever. You will never be world champion. This is it for you. And I wish I could stay in front of you guys and say, I shed one like North Korean tear and moved on. No, man, my big ass was howling at the heavens. I was howling, crying. My coaches were like, we're not equipped to deal with this. They laughed. Way to go, guys. And I'm so exhausted from crying, and there's snot, and I find myself on the ground in the fetal position. I look like a jumbo shrimp. I'm just on the ground, snot bubbles, tears. I want to stay there for the rest of my life. People leave. They shut the lights out. There's like a janitor. I'm still there crying. And in walks, I see out of corner of my eye, a pair of sandals walks in. This is my best friend and partner in crime, Brian the Kid Callen. He walks up, he stares at me and goes, the old uppercut, huh? He puts his hand out, he picks me up. I look at him and go, I don't think this is for me anymore, man. He looks around and goes, I don't think it's for anybody. And from that day on, I've never stepped foot in a ring again, and I found my true calling. I'm on Comedy Central. I can't thank Justin, Eric, everyone, Ari, for giving me this chance. I love you guys. I will never forget this. Thank you.
Brendan Shaw.
You don't know how important this is to me. My wife died 10 years ago, and Mr. Binky was my only living relative.
Welcome to This Is Not Happening. I'm your hungover host, Roy Wood Jr. Oh, what a party. I just need an aspirin, some breakfast, and some perfect timing. What the hell is wrong with y'all? You're supposed to be cleaning. You kicking for. When do y'all have time to learn this? I just want to enjoy my coffee. Let me out. No. Leave me alone. Get your ass off me.
This woman is a legend. 2 words, Rita Rutman.
This is a story about a a dog and a cat. I was walking my dog, Twinkle. Twinkle is such a cute dog. Let me just give you a mental picture of Twinkle. Twinkle is one of those combination breeds. Little hairy dog. Kind of a combination. It's a combination bath, mat, and bedroom slipper. That's what Twinkle is. And combination breeds are very, very popular. I had one of the first combination breeds when I was growing up, and they stopped combining these two breeds because it didn't work. I had a Doberman Shepherd, and it kept attacking blind people, and it wasn't good. They never combined those two breeds again, ever. It was bad. It was bad, a bad idea. So I was walking Twinkle, and Twinkle is doing her little walk, and she's sniffing here and there, and all of a sudden Twinkle is in the bushes, and Twinkle is sniffing too long. And I have a 10-second sniff limit. 10 seconds of sniff that they don't perform, we're moving on. I'm strict, I know. I don't have all day. I have other things to do, and this is my rule. So I'm pulling Twinkle, and Twinkle won't come, and there's something in the bushes. And I look in the bushes, and Twinkle is sniffing at a dead cat. It's a big, black, dead cat is in the bushes. And I pull Twinkle away because I'm not good with dead. And I once sprained my Achilles tendon running away from a dead moth. I mean, it's just bad. I don't want to deal with dead. And I just continue on. I push the image out of my head. I just push, like I push out how many calories are in a 20 caramel macchiato. I just push it out of my head. There are things I don't want to know. I just push it out. And I continue on the walk, and on our community bulletin board, I see a sign, lost cat. And there's a picture of the black cat. And it says, if anyone finds Mr. Binky, Mr. Binky. I mean, this is a person who loves their cat. Please call this number. Good news or bad news, I don't care. I mean, it specifies. Good news or bad news, I don't care. And I think to myself, I love my dog so much. I would want to know that my pet wasn't suffering. I would want to know my dog was playing with her squeaky cow in doggy heaven, and wouldn't you want to know? I take down the number, and I go home, and I tell my husband, who is a wonderful husband. We've been married for 29 years. I mean, he is a wonderful husband, yeah. I would recommend him, really. If I were to review him on Yelp, 5 stars, 5 stars. But my husband happens to live on a road called It's Not My Problem Road. And if you don't know that road, it's right off It's None of My Business lane. It's just... And he says, Rita, just mind your own business. Give me the number now. Let me put it in that very special garbage can where I put all your restoration hardware catalogs. Let me do that. Have you seen that catalog? Like this thick, I feel like they're going to test me on that thing at the end after I see it. So I say, no, I'm going to call this number. And he says, Rita, mind your own business. You know why they say don't shoot the messenger? Because they always shoot the messenger. I happen to live on Goody Goody Boulevard. And I say, no, I have to do my duty as an American pet lover. And I have to call this man and tell him that his precious Mr. Binky is in pet heaven and he's not suffering. So I call the number, and a little old man's voice answers, hello, and I should have started the conversation differently, I'll admit that. Because I said, I found Mr. Binky. I'm telling you, I've never heard such joy in this man's... You found Mr. Binky! I knew someone would find Mr. Binky! You don't know how important this is to me. My wife died 10 years ago, and Mr. Binky was my only living relative, and I say, here's my chance. I tell him to say the sentence again, take out the word living. I don't say that, though. I just can't tell him. And he says, how is Mr. Binky? I said, he's sleeping. And he's very happy. Not a lie, you know? And what's your address? And I gave him my address, and my husband's been listening. He said, why didn't you tell him Mr. Binky was dead? And I said, because I couldn't do it on the phone. I have to tell him in person. It's not something I could do on the phone. And he said, mind your own business. They always shoot the messenger. I said, I don't care. So I wait outside with Twinkle, and I see a old man in an old Volvo driving up the road, and you don't want to give somebody driving an old Volvo bad news because they've already had a bad life. They're driving an old Volvo. He gets out, and he's so happy, and he hugs me, and he's made me cookies. He said, I made these this morning. Thank you so much for finding Mr. Binky. You know why we call him Mr. Binky? Because when he was a little kitty, we used to put a binky in his mouth, and I said, don't tell me. I don't need to know. Please. And he starts towards the house, and I say, Mr. Binky isn't in the house. He said, he's not in the house? I said, no. And I said, just follow me. And he said, Mr. Binky's outside. I said, yes. He said, well, how can you be sure he's still there? I said, you're going to have to trust me on this, you know? And Twinkle, of course, remembered where she smelled Mr. Binky, and he leads me over, and I point, and there's Mr. Binky, and he's dead in the bushes. And I'm telling you, Mr. Binky's daddy wasn't happy. And he said, how could you not tell me Mr. Binky was dead? You got my hopes up. How can you not tell me? I said, I just couldn't. I said he was sleeping. I was on my way to telling you. I just couldn't get there. I'm so sorry, but don't you want to know that your kitty wasn't suffering, and that wherever he is, he's happy. And he starts to, I see the tears well up, and he kneels down, and he looks at, and then he turns to me, and he said, that's not Mr. Binky. And then he said, that's not even a cat. That's a raccoon. I'll admit I got defensive. I said, what am I, a veterinarian? I don't know. It's big, it's black, it's dead, it's in the bushes, I don't know. And I just said, don't shoot the messenger. That's all I said. And, I'm sorry I got your hopes up, and then I let them down, and then I confused them, and I didn't know. I gave him back his cookies. And you know what he did? He just walked away. Didn't even say thank you. So the moral of this story is, if you see a dead cat in the bushes, make sure it's dead, make sure it's a cat, and then mind your own business. Thank you very much.
That's a legend.